Yi-chan found himself traversing into a perilous world, besieged by ferocious beasts, where he unexpectedly unlocked a rather lackluster life skill. Faced with the imminent threat of expulsion, he finally activated the coveted mother nest ability. This remarkable skill enabled him to summon swarms of parasites, perfectly aligning with his innate talent for accelerated reproduction. In an instant, everything transformed. With enhanced breeding capabilities and a burgeoning swarm, he realized that should he cultivate this power, it would spell doom for the world. Thus, on the continent of beast tamers, the first beast tamer capable of controlling insect swarms emerged. It is only the weak who travel in pairs, while Yi-chan marches forth alone, commanding an army of insects that dance in his wake. Dimensional monstrosities were rendered as insignificant as chaff. Yi-chan declared, "All of this began with my ability to create a swarm. For eons, the only entities impervious to extinction have been the swarms." Chapter 1. The Insect Tribe Mother Nest. In a parallel world, the Dragon Kingdom. Qinglong City. The continuous torrential rain has persisted for 7 days. Citizens are advised to ensure their personal safety. There are suspicions of water-type feral beasts roaming the area. The resources for beast tamers in our city are limited. Investigations are underway. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from leaving your homes. On a massive billboard, a news anchor clad in a suit solemnly reported the latest developments. The electronic screen trembled intermittently due to the storm, occasionally emitting sharp sounds. Guided by the flickering light of the enormous display, Yi-chan cautiously made his way through the streets. Lacking an umbrella, he was merely draped in a plastic sheet, submerged in the relentless downpour of the city. Damn this world, Yi-chan lamented bitterly, crumpling the expulsion notice he held. He had lived in this world, where ferocious beasts invaded and everyone awakened their beast-taming talents, for over a decade. As a time traveler, he had yet to receive his defining ability. Today, during the awakening ceremony for his senior year, he had inexplicably manifested the absurd talent of rapid reproduction. At first glance, this talent seemed quite impressive. However, in reality, due to the significant isolation among the species of feral beasts and the inadequacies of artificial breeding techniques, rapid reproduction proved utterly futile. Furthermore, as an orphan, Yi-chan had survived these years solely through his academic prowess. Supported by the school, he had never even managed to find a single beast to tame, let alone breed one. Thus, the talent he had detected that morning was swiftly met with a dismissal notice from his teachers that very afternoon. Why? Why couldn't I have received a combat skill? Even the most basic one would suffice. Yi-chan gazed upward at the surreal steel jungle, observing the city sky enveloped in electronic waves. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He had believed himself to be a child of destiny, someone who could wield power in this world. Yet, the reality was that even as he traversed to another realm, he remained merely an NPC in someone else's story. With the awakening of his talent, the last thread of hope that had sustained Yi-chan shattered. After years of effort, his fate was now dictated by a mere word. Talent. Over a decade of toil, all for naught. He found it unbearable to accept. But this society was ruthlessly unforgiving. Ding. Host has reached the age of 18. System activated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Insect Tribe Mother Nest system. This allows the host to breed swarms through the mother nest. Just as Yi-chan trudged forward like a lifeless being, a thunderous revelation struck his mind. In an instant, his thoughts became a blank slate. Veins throbbed upon his forehead, and his fingers clenched tightly. Finally, the day he had long awaited had arrived. The golden finger he had anticipated for 18 years had finally manifested. Without hesitation, Yi-chan hailed a speeding taxi, disregarding the throng of people vying for it, and squeezed into the vehicle to that moment. His mind felt frozen, his lips cold. He felt as though he were intoxicated, unable to hear anyone speaking, only the cacophony of chaos surrounding him. Upon returning home, Yi-chan sat at the table for over an hour, gradually regaining his composure. His body trembled as he rubbed his palms together. Mother Nest system, he murmured, and almost imperceptibly, a minuscule white bug appeared in his palm. Then came 1, 2, 3. The tiny white bugs multiplied, accumulating until they filled half of Yi-chan's palm before ceasing. Mother Nest breeding level 1. Scorching bug. Fire poison attribute. Inflicts burning damage to a single target, igniting and consuming fat. A sufficient quantity may cause an explosion. Yi-chan regained his composure, glancing at the scorching bug's abilities, and could not help but gasp in astonishment. In that moment of silence, the sound of his heart pounding echoed like a drum within the confines of the room. Strangely, the entire apartment maintained an eerie stillness. Yi-chan remained motionless at the table, feeling an insatiable desire surge within him. He had long awaited this moment. Moreover, it was not merely the unlocking of an anomalous insect system. Yi-chan intended to test another hypothesis. His rapid reproduction ability, combined with the Mother Nest system, was a match made in heaven. Rapid reproduction undeniably accelerated the growth of tame beasts. However, due to the limitations imposed by the beast tamer's strength and the size of the feral beasts, even if he could indeed hasten their growth, the extent would inevitably be restricted. In contrast, the scorching bug was different. Its minuscule size made it nearly invisible, coupled with the protection of the mother nest. The potential for power acquisition and reciprocation was simply unimaginable. Accelerate reproduction. Chen resolutely activated his talent. Gradually, new white bugs began to manifest in his palm. Although not in large numbers, their effective growth was unmistakable. Even more astonishing was the fact that reproduction occurred through the laying of eggs by 2 bugs, meaning that theoretically, the more scorching bugs he possessed, the greater the reproductive output would be. A smile finally broke across Chen's previously stoic face. He then raised his palm forward. Countless scorching bugs not only remained in place, but also formed a strange halo around his hand. In that instant, Chen's playful spirit ignited. He squinted one eye and aimed his palm at the wall. "Fire!" he commanded. With a resounding bang, the scorching bug shot forth toward the wall as he had anticipated. After a thunderous impact, the wall, constructed of reinforced concrete, was cleanly sliced into a perfect circle. Sparks were even visible to the naked eye on the remaining surface. This meant that the scorching bugs possessed the capability to burn through walls. Although the swarm is diminutive, even the smallest force, when multiplied, can become infinitely powerful. Chen remarked, evaluating the swarm in his hand. Feeling an infusion of strength, he found it difficult to calm his mind. Initially, a mere smile graced his lips, but soon he broke into a full grin as the night deepened. The rain intensified, relentlessly battering the only window of Chen's rented room with creaks and groans. Yet, it could not extinguish the fiery fervor that burned within him like a volcanic eruption. After years of silence, his moment to astound the world had finally arrived. This time, I have a chance to alter my destiny. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. Chen retrieved the expulsion notice from his pocket, flattening it with his palm. Though the foolish teacher had dismissed him to bolster their teaching metrics right before the semester's end, he did not wish to give this teacher the satisfaction. After all, only within the school could he secure a place in higher education. Regardless of the outcome, he would strive to retain his spot. Chen, having lived 2 lives, was not one to jeopardize his future over a moment of anger. He intended to make that teacher who had sought his dismissal witness how he would rise as a solitary army. Chapter 2. Am I to be discharged? As the burning insects emerged from their nest, the process was rapid, with 10 of them birthed in less than a second due to their diminutive size. As clusters of these insects materialized, Chen's complexion began to pale. In the brief span of an hour, he had already turned ashen. Glancing at the small mass of white in his palm, he sighed. It was insufficient. His abilities had only just begun to unlock, and after years of diligent study and labor, his physical vitality had only reached an ordinary level. There was no way he could induce a large-scale spawning of burning insects. Moreover, despite being mere insects, they were still a type of beast under his command. Their parasitic existence on the surface of his skin required sustenance, which came in the form of his essence. With no food available, they incessantly drained his vitality. Should he continue to summon them, he risked succumbing to exhaustion. With a holiday approaching, it was likely that even his teacher would not arrive until the afternoon. I should prepare in the morning, Chen murmured to himself, rubbing his rumbling stomach as he lay back on his bed. Late into the night, the rain continued to pour. Chen's eyes sparkled with determination amidst the darkness. If he wished to avoid the ignominy of studying postnatal care for sows, he needed to showcase his prowess. Yet, the meager number of burning insects at his disposal was clearly inadequate. His homeroom teacher was not easily deceived. For the sake of his reputation and future, they would go to great lengths. If he wished to remain and prepare for the beast taming entrance examination, he had to find a way to prove himself. He had toiled for long enough, and with the sudden appearance of a system, he could not afford any missteps. The following day, Chen set out early for the market, armed with the savings he had accumulated, intent on finding his objective. Beyond their parasitic nature, the most formidable aspect of insect swarms lay in their reproductive capabilities. With sufficient nourishment, they could breed effortlessly. And what could possibly serve as superior nourishment than the essence of animals? Seizing the opportunity at the morning market, where fresh goods were plentiful and prices favorable, Chen unreservedly purchased over 40 roosters. Though the world of beast taming had grown accustomed to peculiar energies, the act of consuming essence still bore a certain stigma. Chen, despite his urgency, waited until he returned home to avoid unnecessary complications. Upon entering his room, he swiftly closed the door, pressing one hand against a rooster's forehead. Almost immediately, the burning insects surged forth from his palm, a wave of pale, writhing forms racing towards their feast. The first rooster, sensing danger, struggled desperately. But before it could react, it was reduced to a desiccated husk. The second, then the third followed suit. By midday, dozens of roosters lay lifeless. Their once robust bodies now mere skeletal remains. Yi Chen inhaled deeply, feeling the vibrant energy of the burning insects coursing through his blood. His spirit rejuvenated. Through the cultivation of animal blood and the innate ability to accelerate reproduction, the swarm has achieved a remarkably substantial scale. The only drawback lies in the fact that, due to his eagerness, he has overexerted himself, resulting in a slight dizziness. Yi Chen rubbed his temples and rose from the ground. Glancing at the time, he noted it was precisely 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Without hesitation, he stepped outside and made his way to school. In Qinglong City, at Qinglong First High School, the atmosphere was tense. What are you still doing here? Did I fail to convey my message clearly? In the office, the homeroom teacher, Yang Cheng, adjusted his bright silver glasses, his eyes glinting with menace. Before him lay a notice of expulsion that Yi Chen had just laid flat. Teacher, I believe I can continue my studies here, Yi Chen replied with a calm demeanor and steady gaze. Yi Chen, it is not that I lack professional ethics and wish to expel you, Yang Chen clarified, his tone slightly softening. It is merely that this world is harsh, favoring those with abilities who can access resources. To be frank, as an orphan in a society where money dictates everything, you have already been fortunate to come this far. Moreover, you have unlocked a talent for rapid reproduction. Securing a livelihood in the future should not be an insurmountable challenge. Observing Yi Chen's serious expression, Yang Cheng adopted a more conciliatory tone. Even if I do not push for your expulsion, what difference would it make? The school will not support a student with a supplementary talent, and if you wish to obtain a beast companion, that too would be a considerable challenge for you. Without a beast, how can you participate in the beast companion entrance examination? Yang Cheng's voice was low, yet each word resonated with clarity in Yi Chen's ears. Initially, Yi Chen found his remarks to be quite reasonable. Even he, who had received the expulsion notice just yesterday, struggled to formulate a rebuttal. However, in truth, it was Yang Cheng's deliberate manipulation. The lack of a summoned beast did not constitute a valid reason for expulsion. His academic performance was exemplary, ranking first in all subjects. And even with a 0 in the beast companion course, his overall average would still far exceed the expulsion threshold. To expel him based solely on personal bias was utterly indefensible. Yi Chen, what do you think? I think not much of it, Yi Chen replied, meeting Yang Cheng's gaze unwaveringly. So your reluctance to be expelled hinges on a desire to secure a few months' worth of school subsidies, am I correct? Yang Cheng deduced, speaking to himself. Let me be frank. I must ensure my student success rates remain high, while you seek financial assistance to improve your circumstances. If you agree, I could personally provide you with a year's worth of subsidies, along with assistance in finding a well-paying job. What do you say? With that, Yang Cheng pushed the notice of expulsion towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen scoffed coldly. Finally, Yang Cheng had revealed his true intentions. This teacher, renowned as the most distinguished beast companion educator in Qinglong City, was, in Yi Chen's eyes, a hypocrite. Indeed, his success rate was impressive, and his students generally excelled. Yet, Yi Chen understood that he had been chosen merely to enhance Yang Cheng's reputation. As for Yi Chen's subsequent ranking at the top, it was merely a delightful surprise. Upon unlocking his auxiliary talent, he decisively chose to dismiss the notion of withdrawal. This was his true nature. What do you think? Have a moment to consider? Yang Cheng gazed confidently at Yi Chen. Not at all. My grades do not meet the criteria. I believe that even if I disagree, you lack the authority to expel me, Yi Chen replied emphatically. Chapter 3, the first of the insect tribe. Yi Chen, do you believe I am here to negotiate? Yang Cheng exclaimed, his tone commanding. This is an order. He abruptly rose, glaring fiercely at Yi Chen. I am not jesting, nor do I wish to escalate this matter. I advise you to contemplate carefully. Yi Chen's words clearly exceeded Yang Cheng's expectations, leaving him flustered. After all, Yi Chen's grades did not warrant expulsion. Yet, for the sake of maintaining the school's academic statistics, Yang Cheng could not simply relent. It is worth noting that prior to Yi Chen, Yang Cheng had already persuaded numerous students to withdraw. He was equally confident he could manage this one as well. If you choose not to withdraw, then there shall be no place for you in class 3 henceforth. Yang Cheng adjusted his glasses, revealing a menacing glare. You may certainly linger at the school, but I shall petition the principal to revoke all your financial aid. With that, a smirk crossed his face. Then it seems I no longer require your instruction. Yi Chen raised his gaze, locking eyes with Yang Cheng, enunciating each word deliberately. You. Yang Cheng pointed at Yi Chen, gritting his teeth. His words were intended to intimidate Yi Chen. He indeed had the power to revoke his financial aid and deny him a position in the class. However, as long as Yi Chen continued to take exams, he remained registered in Yang Cheng's class. This won't do. I must speak with the principal. As Yi Chen exited the classroom, he felt a surge of energy coursing through him, invigorated by the ardor of the burning insect within. Yet, upon catching sight of that hypocritical face, he reconsidered. His scores, both logically and emotionally, were certainly not grounds for expulsion, as long as he wished to remain. No one could force him otherwise. Judging by his understanding of Yang Cheng, it was likely he was seeking to negotiate with the school administration regarding class placements. Just wait. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, murmuring to himself. As his physical strength began to recover, he resolved to further enhance this insect. He caressed his palm, smiling. The alien insect nest was unlike the typical beast tamers who command one or a few beasts. Instead, it unleashed thousands, overwhelming in number. Coupled with the unique abilities of these alien insects, Chen possessed the capability and the belief that he could forge his own path, the path of the insect tribe. He then commenced his unabashed absorption of power. Hours passed, and the skin on his arms began to exhibit peculiar changes, displaying golden lines reminiscent of tattoos. A burning sensation gradually pierced his arms as the alien insects moved slowly. Sensing this newfound strength, Chen smiled faintly. Finally, gazing upon the remnants before him, Chen delved deeper into the depths of his palm. Immediately, countless burning insects enveloped the skeletal remains of the attacking entity, resembling a swirling inferno. A faint scent of charred flesh wafted through the air, swiftly dissipating without a trace, leaving not even a remnant of ash. Exhaling deeply, Chen felt a surge of clarity within. His investment had not been in vain, for he had undeniably grown stronger. At this moment, the combat prowess that could be unleashed by the swarm in his arm was indeed formidable, surpassing even the ferocity of ordinary flames. It was a temperature that transcended the very point of combustion. As this realization dawned upon him, the peculiar insects in Chen's palm began to dance, their fiery luminescence gradually expanding. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming force coursing through him. Indeed, not only was the strength of the burning swarm escalating, but it was also beginning to enhance his own frail body. Though the change was subtle, it was more than sufficient for Chen. He still had time. A few months with such an extraordinary system would undoubtedly secure him a commendable position in the beast taming examination. Thus, what level should be attributed to this nest in the realm of beast taming? The world of beast taming was meticulously categorized, with each beast classified into tiers: silver, gold, diamond, lord, king, epic, and even higher, legendary. Each classification was determined by the combat strength of the beasts. However, how should one assess the strength of his insectoid nest? Chen found himself in a quandary. Nonetheless, having successfully tamed a beast, he could leave the grading to the authorities. Stretching his limbs, Chen felt a refreshing clarity wash over him. Indeed, his nest system not only allowed him to command countless insects, but also nurtured his own growth. This capability far surpassed that of many legendary beasts. As long as he could engage in combat or venture into the beast forest to enhance his skills, his path of growth seemed destined for greatness. After a prolonged period of silence, Chen, endowed with such an extraordinary boon, felt his thoughts racing, unable to find tranquility. This was a path of beast taming uniquely his own, and he, the foremost among the insect race, would be the witness to his own ascendance. Chen spoke with deliberate emphasis. I shall not merely participate in the beast taming examination. I shall achieve the most outstanding results. First in Qinglong City. No. First in the entire eastern region. All thanks to this remarkable cadre of companions in my grasp. He rubbed his palms together, a smile gracing his lips. At that moment, a phone call interrupted his reverie. Hello? May I speak with Chen? Came a youthful female voice from the other end. It is I. Who might you be? Chen inquired, feigning ignorance. Given the time and the landline from the city, it was clear that this must be a call from Qinglong City No. 1 High School. Chen, this is the student affairs teacher from Qinglong City No. 1 High School. The principal has asked me to contact you regarding your class transfer. The voice on the line remained composed and neutral. Very well, proceed, Chen responded. It's concerning teacher Yang's situation, which you are already aware of. To uphold our school's reputation, we must make certain adjustments. Hence, we may have to inconvenience you a bit. Since you are unwilling to withdraw, the school will not force you to leave. However, you may be transferred to Class 18. This is the principal's bottom line. On the other end of the line, Chen continued, Class 18? Huh. A cold laugh echoed in his heart. Class 18 was the most disreputable class at Qinglong No. 1 High School, filled predominantly with aimless delinquents. Merely remaining unexpelled from the school was considered an outstanding achievement. To place Chen, a diligent student who normally ranked at the top of his class, into such a group was nothing less than a blatant attempt to push him out. Chen, I believe it is essential for you to speak with teacher Yang. Perhaps withdrawing from school may not be as detrimental as it seems, a girl gently suggested. No worries. I'll take that class. I agree. Chapter 4. The innate cultivation of the sacred body. Chen spoke without hesitation. He was acutely aware of Yang Cheng's character and surmised that his academic status had likely already been altered. Regardless of how much commotion he caused, it would be of little consequence. He was determined to continue his cultivation and had no desire to engage in frivolous discourse. After all, he possessed a system and was treading a path that no one else had ventured before. He did not require any instruction from teachers. He could explore and learn at his own pace. In fact, the absence of interruptions would allow him to cultivate more effectively. The following day, as dawn broke, he arrived late, and the class had already commenced. Yang Cheng stood at the podium, observing Chen's calm entrance into the classroom, and let out a cold chuckle. I've already arranged for your belongings to be taken away. Why do you still wish to linger here? Yang Cheng's laughter echoed, inciting uproarious laughter from the class. The so-called compatibility with beast taming was akin to what I remarked about a certain classmate. In any endeavor, one must recognize their own limitations. If not, one may strive tirelessly only to achieve nothing. Yang Cheng appeared to be lecturing, yet he was subtly mocking Yi Chen. In contrast, Yi Chen merely shrugged. In the past, such words would have driven him to despair countless times. However, now awakened to the existence of the alien insect system, he could smile and dismiss the matter. To him, these individuals were nothing more than ephemeral mayflies, far less significant than a mere sparrow. How could they fathom his lofty aspirations? Nonetheless, Yang Cheng had already begun to ridicule him brazenly, and Yi Chen could not allow himself to fall behind. With a raised brow, he cast a cold glance at Yang Cheng before speaking slowly. So, has the teacher ever put forth any effort? Otherwise, I presume you wouldn't be here wielding words as weapons. This left Yang Cheng flustered, while the laughter abruptly ceased, resulting in an unusually silent classroom. After leaving Class 3, Yi Chen sought out the infamous Class 18. As anticipated, he sensed a chaotic atmosphere even before entering the classroom. Despite it being the designated reading period, the class was in utter disarray. The homeroom teacher was conspicuously absent, which spoke volumes about the class's deplorable state. This was not due to Qinglong No. 1 High School's lack of concern. Rather, it was a stipulation of Qinglong City's regulations that each school must maintain a lower-tier class to accommodate certain students. Moreover, due to the regulations, students in this class can be excluded from the statistics. All those who are disengaged in their studies, or those troublemakers, are directly sent to this class. Since they do not count towards the statistics, it conveniently resolves some problematic students. This explains why Yang Cheng can effortlessly persuade many students to withdraw. Better to repeat 2 years than to endure such an environment. Are you the newcomer? Yi Chen. Just as Yi Chen remained silent, a rotund man approached from a distance and inquired. Yes, that's me. Yi Chen nodded. Well, come in. I am your homeroom teacher. My name is Lin Ming, the man said, opening the door and ushering Yi Chen into the classroom. Quiet down. Let me introduce you to your new friend, Yi Chen, Lin Ming bellowed. Ha ha ha. Lin, is this the esteemed student you mentioned, specializing in postnatal care for sows? I reckon this lad could manage breeding pigs too. Ha 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 ha. Yi Chen, right? My father runs a pig farm. Would you like to get acquainted? Upon hearing Yi Chen's arrival, the class erupted in laughter. Yi Chen, however, observed the scene with quiet composure. Teacher, why is this guy so bashful? Has he gone daft from studying in Class 3? Ha ha. Skinny, don't spout nonsense. After so many years of hard work, always ranking first, and yet his talent is destined for breeding pigs. You'd be a pig too. A blonde student interjected without hesitation, provoking a roar of laughter. As these remarks echoed in his ears, Yi Chen's expression turned icy. This Class 18 was indeed as he had anticipated. All the students seemed to be of the same ilk. To secure a somewhat comfortable training environment for himself, it appeared he would have to assert his authority. Lin Ming, without sparing a glance at Yi Chen, patted his shoulder and strode away. This year had been unfortunate for him, being assigned to this class. Given that his bonuses were already out of reach, he might as well begin to slack off. As for Yi Chen, teacher Yang Cheng had specifically emphasized the need to be relentless. Unless Yi Chen voluntarily withdrew, he would be reporting to the principal about himself. Introducing myself, I am. With Lin Ming's departure, Yi Chen stood on the platform and began to speak. However, he was abruptly interrupted. Enough. We all know you're here to breed pigs. From now on, we'll just call you Seed. No need for an introduction. A lanky student at the front spoke, only to be seized by Yi Chen by the collar the next moment. Boom. A searing insect emerged in an instant. In the following second, the shirt disintegrated into nothingness. A burning sensation piercing the lanky student's skin. Ah, it hurts. The lanky student grimaced, only to be casually tossed to the ground by Yi Chen. I do not appreciate interruptions when I speak. If you must open your mouth, be sure to consider the consequences. Next time, it won't be your clothing that burns. Yi Chen's gaze was frigid as he regarded the lanky student, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Even the blonde student seated at the back displayed a flicker of astonishment. This was not right. Teacher Lin Ming had explicitly stated that this fellow was merely a bookworm. The unlocked talent should indeed be rapid reproduction. What is going on? Wasn't he just looking particularly easy to bully? This cannot be right. At this moment, the classroom of the 18th class grew astonishingly quiet. Feeling the chilling aura emanating from Yi Chen, no one dared to utter another word. The coldness contained an overwhelming dominance, and within that dominance lay a fierce intensity. It was as if a colossal dragon, long slumbering beneath the sea, was on the verge of awakening. Even the boy with yellow hair felt a tightening in his nerves. This was entirely different from what he had envisioned. Since there were no objections, let us devote ourselves to the morning study session. Silence is golden. I too despise disturbances while I am engaged in learning. Boom. In the next instant, Yi Chen's palm made contact with the lectern. A swarm of searing insects danced forth, and the lectern was instantaneously reduced to nothingness. Huh, what the hell? They gazed at Yi Chen as though he were a monster. What was that? What was that white mist just now? Wasn't it stated that this fellow's talent was the sacred body of aquaculture? What on earth is happening? The teacher expects me to handle such a character? This clearly indicates he intends to obliterate him. Chapter 5. My apologies, I possess dual talents. Meanwhile, the teacher Lin Ming, standing outside the door, was equally stupefied. This cannot be right. Lin Ming gazed at Yi Chen's overwhelming presence, his mind racing through countless possibilities. Yet the issue remained that this individual had been cast aside by Yang Cheng, who had deemed him a waste. What on earth is this situation? Lin Ming felt his head swelling with confusion. Is this talent inadequate? Is this even a life skill? Is this what rapid reproduction entails? That flame just now, based on Lin Ming's teaching experience, was at least indicative of a top-tier combat talent. Then, Lin Ming swiftly recalled a singular possibility. Yi Chen is an exceptional individual with dual talents. Dual talents. In that instant, Lin Ming was overwhelmed by astonishment and disbelief. What the hell? After years of teaching, could he have finally struck a stroke of luck at such a critical moment? No. This was even more exhilarating than winning a $1 million lottery. To prevent unscrupulous teachers from frequently transferring students to enhance their own promotion rates, each teacher is allowed to transfer a student only once per class, and that student can only change classes once. This means that Yi Chen, the dual talent, has already become Lin Ming's bound pupil upon entering this class. Creak. Suppressing the shock within, Lin Ming slowly pushed open the door. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Chen also revealed a smile. He knew Lin Ming had been observing from the doorway. This was a display of strength for Lin Ming's benefit. After all, without showcasing one's abilities, how could others possibly acknowledge you? Lacking a family, he would still require subsequent school assistance. Even if it were merely a few dozen chickens, expenses would accumulate. At this moment, everything else was trivial. The priority was to enhance his capabilities and secure his qualifications to shine in the Beastmaster entrance examination. Yi Chen, come here for a moment. Lin Ming stared at Lin Ming with trembling eyes, his words somewhat stammering. All right. As soon as Yi Chen sat down, he rose and followed Lin Ming to the office. Yi Chen, have you unlocked a dual talent? Why didn't you report it to the school earlier? Lin Ming asked earnestly. Dual talent. Such a phenomenon had never existed in the entire Qinglong city. If he were to inform the school, he would undoubtedly become renowned throughout the city. He was certain that the school would provide ample benefits. Moreover, with a powerhouse like Yi Chen who lacked a backing, the school would surely be inclined to offer additional assistance. It was truly perplexing that such a student nearly faced expulsion yesterday. If I had said so, would I still have the chance to meet you here, teacher? Yi Chen countered. He had not even considered how to explain his issue with the parasitic insect. Yet someone had approached him with a solution. Then it's settled. I must indeed possess a dual talent. I believe the teacher would advocate for some cultivation subsidies for me, right? Yi Chen inquired, looking up at Lin Ming. Absolutely. Without a doubt. Lin Ming rubbed his chubby face, struggling to suppress the corners of his mouth that threatened to curl upward. Then I must trouble you, teacher. Yi Chen bowed in gratitude. After school, Yi Chen withdrew 30,000 yuan from the bank. This was the savings he had accumulated over the years through frugality. He had initially planned to save a bit more and apply for a loan from the school to qualify for a low-level fierce beast to participate in the college entrance examination. However, circumstances had taken an unexpected turn. After Lin Ming discovered the secret of his dual talent, it was likely that the school's assistance would not only remain, but could potentially double. This would enable him to purchase more nurturing materials, setting everything on a positive trajectory. Yi Chen's brows relaxed, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of dawn. Yet, he was acutely aware that even among the student body of Qinglong No. 1 High School, there were still several top-tier geniuses. After unlocking the beast-taming talent, they had already secured their respective compatible beasts. Some affluent students had even prepared competitive beasts well in advance. With what he currently possessed, he could only wield some influence among the ruffians of Class 18. It was far from sufficient to compete with those prodigies. Otherwise, he had no advantage in beast taming. Moreover, other competitors, particularly those from wealthy families, likely possessed additional beast-related tools, elixirs, and the like. Such items were far beyond Yi Chen's means. Perhaps he should just buy a few chickens instead. Yi Chen scratched his head, but quickly dismissed the thought. During his absorption process yesterday, he noticed that the efficiency of the burning insect's absorption had significantly diminished as time went on. As he progressed in level, the burning insect's capacity to absorb ordinary nutrients had become negligible. To rapidly reproduce, he might need to consider alternative methods, such as purchasing some live fierce beasts. However, the cost of hunting a fierce beast was already exorbitant, let alone capturing one alive. The expenses are exorbitantly higher than the cost of hunting ferocious beasts by several multiples. Even the most ordinary of these beasts command prices around 300,000. With my meager finances, I can barely cover a fraction of that. Yet, I must enhance my abilities. It is untenable to possess a system and neglect it. The thought of stealing from others is equally unacceptable. It appears there is but one path left to pursue. After much contemplation, Yi Chen gazed toward a metallic wall several kilometers away. Beyond that wall lies the fabled forest of ferocious beasts, a paradise for hunters yet a hell for many. It is a realm inhabited by formidable and terrifying creatures, but also a place where the greatest allure for Yi Chen resides, living ferocious beasts. Though Yi Chen is acutely aware of the dangers outside, The incessant flickering of the burning insects within him ignites a reckless impulse. Perhaps it is not always wise to be so rational. Why not take a gamble? I shall slay one. With that thought taking root in his mind, Chen resolved to act. Meanwhile, in another location, Lin Ming awaited Principal Zhang Huai in his office. Lin Ming, Chen is already a student in your class. You are aware of our school's regulations. It is impossible. Zhang Huai began, only to be interrupted by Lin Ming, who seemed frantic. No, I am here to inform you that Chen possesses dual talents. I have witnessed it with my own eyes, Lin Ming declared, trembling with excitement as Zhang Huai's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Chapter 6, Hunting the Bloodthirsty Demon Spider. Principal Zhang Huai slapped his thigh, nearly leaping from his seat. Dual talents. A genius with such rare abilities appearing in his school? This was a divine opportunity, truly a gift from the heavens. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Huai composed himself and glanced at Lin Ming, a crafty thought brewing in his mind. Lin Ming, it is indeed inappropriate for Chen to remain in your class. How about we transfer him to Class 1? Your subsidy. Before Zhang Huai could finish, Lin Ming was already agitated. What nonsense. Having a student with dual talents is a golden opportunity. If I hold on to him now, my future prospects are limitless. Even a sliver of his potential is enough to launch me into the stratosphere. That subsidy is of no consequence. Without hesitation, Lin Ming flatly rejected the proposal. Principal, enough. I share a unique bond with him. There is no way you can transfer him. Lin Ming, Zhang Huai's patience thinned. How could this boy be so oblivious? He fixed Lin Ming with a cold glare and warned, Lin Ming, I am the principal. This matter is within my jurisdiction. But principal, let us not forget. You were the one who transferred Chen into my class. Are you certain he would agree to move to Class 1? You would do well to consult his thoughts on the matter. Lin Ming stood his ground. Zhang Huai was momentarily speechless. Indeed, this situation was not as straightforward as before. Initially, Chen had been an underachiever. Offending him had little consequence. However, the circumstances had drastically changed, having offended a prodigy endowed with dual talents. Zhang Huai lamented the inevitable repercussions that awaited him in the future. With a resigned sigh, he relinquished his initial intentions. Very well. For now, I shall remain in the 18th class. Such a remarkable genius. Provided the resources are ample, it matters not which class he resides in. The outcome will be the same. Lin Ming's expression gradually softened. He continued, then, Principal, regarding Chen's resources, he shall be treated with the utmost regard, in accordance with the school's highest standards. I shall personally inform Chen. Zhang Huai waved his hand dismissively. That is acceptable. Lin Ming exhaled in relief. Resolving the issue of Chen's resources was akin to addressing a significant portion of the matter. What remained was to await the ascendance of this dual-talented genius, Chen. Meanwhile, in the depths of the beastly forest, towering trees loomed overhead, their canopies obscuring the sun, while beneath lay a carpet of decaying leaves that exuded a foul stench. The surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any insect sounds. Chen concealed himself within a thicket, patiently observing his environment. Noticing the profound stillness, he deduced that he had encroached upon the lair of a formidable beast. From this point onward, he had to tread with utmost caution. Any lapse in vigilance before a living beast could yield catastrophic consequences. Rustle, rustle. A faint sound of footsteps reached his ears. Subtle, yet jarringly pronounced in the oppressive silence. It was not the tread of a human. It resembled that of a spider. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and in the next moment, he caught a glimpse of a figure drawing near. Before him stood a colossal spider, towering at 3 meters with legs spanning 7 or 8 meters. Its body encased in a fiery red exoskeleton. Above it, venomous bristles resembling steel needles adorned its form. Hiss! The moment Chen laid eyes on the enormous crimson spider, he instinctively inhaled sharply. The bloodthirsty demon spider. This creature had only graced the pages of his textbooks. While its strength was not overwhelming, its venom was exceedingly potent. With millions of venomous bristles on its exterior, a single one penetrating the skin could lead to demise within mere seconds. The bloodthirsty demon spider may not have been the strongest beast, but it was undoubtedly among the top 10 most lethal creatures. Typically, beast tamers would circumvent such encounters, too wary to provoke it. Crack! At that moment, a dry twig beneath Chen's feet snapped, producing a sharp sound. Though faint, in that critical instance, it proved to be fatal. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In an instant, the bloodthirsty demon spider had detected Chen's presence, launching itself towards him on its 8 long legs. Simultaneously, its venomous bristles scattered in all directions. Whether inhaled or embedded in the skin, it spelled certain doom. This was dire. Chen inhaled deeply, without a moment's hesitation. A burning insect appeared in his hand, aimed squarely at the bloodthirsty demon spider, and he hurled it forth. Whoosh! The burning insect flew like a bullet, landing on the back of the bloodthirsty demon spider in the blink of an eye, unleashing a torrent of explosive power. The back of the bloodthirsty spider instantly turned to charred blackness. A shrill cry echoed as the creature accelerated even further. Chen observed that the bloodthirsty spider had only sustained minor injuries. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled, shouting in disbelief. Is there no justice? Wasn't it said that this beast is fragile? How can it endure so much punishment? Behind him, the bloodthirsty spider, oblivious to human speech, surged forward with a frenzied speed that far surpassed his own. In no more than 10 seconds, it would close the distance between them, and at that moment, his demise would be inevitable. Aware of his dire predicament, Chen took a deep breath and abruptly halted his flight. With a fierce shout, he declared, "Damn it! I will fight to the end." Burning insects, attack. In an instant, 100 burning insects transformed into a torrential rain of fire, hurtling toward the bloodthirsty spider. The air around them vibrated with a resonant hum. Before long, all 100 burning insects alighted upon the spider's back, producing a sizzling sound. The creature possessed formidable defenses. Yet in the face of overwhelming force, they proved futile. In a brief encounter, the most perilous venomous bristles on the bloodthirsty spider's surface were incinerated. Subsequently, the exoskeleton above its brain began to crack and split under the heat. The remaining dozens of burning insects surged through the fissures, easily reducing the spider's brain to ashes. At last, success. Chen gasped for breath, his heart racing. Truth be told, in all his years of life, this was undoubtedly the most exhilarating experience. Teetering on the precipice of life and death, a mere slip-up would have spelled his end. Hissing softly, he took several deep breaths to regain his composure. The beast forest was fraught with danger, with the majority of his burning insects now depleted. He urgently needed to consume the carcass of the bloodthirsty spider to replenish his strength. Time was of the essence. Otherwise, he might attract the attention of formidable beasts. With this thought in mind, he swiftly approached the side of the bloodthirsty spider and commanded, "Burning insects, devour it. Let me see what surprises this bloodthirsty spider has in store for me. I hope my efforts have not been in vain." Chapter 7. Ascension of the Nest. The burning insects moved with remarkable speed. Within mere minutes, they had completely drained the bloodthirsty spider of all its nutrients, leaving behind nothing but a desiccated shell. With the nourishment from this bloodthirsty spider, the number of burning insects in Chen's possession surged exponentially, reaching a staggering 500. Simultaneously, a powerful force flooded into Chen's body, causing his muscles to swell and his height to increase by 5 centimeters. This was the Beastmaster nest beginning to nurture Chen. As the burning insects evolved, so too would he grow stronger. With a determined grip, Chen clenched his fists. He could distinctly sense that, at this moment, his power had increased to at least 2 or 3 times its original capacity. This was already exceedingly formidable. At this juncture, he could likely enter the top 50 ranks. And this was merely the beginning. Ding dong. The evolution of the mother nest has been completed. Current mother nest level, level 2. New species of swarm, hunter insect unlocked. The system notification chimed. Chen was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at the panel. Mother nest breeding level, 2. Burning insect, fire and poison attributes, inflicts burning damage on a single target. Consuming a certain amount of fat will result in an explosion. Hunter insect, strength and speed awakened, inflicts physical damage on a single target. Extremely swift, once locked on, death is inevitable. What a remarkable treasure. Chen was instantly filled with elation. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his breeding talent and began to breed the hunter insect. Ziz. A small black insect landed on the ground. However, this creature was exceedingly tiny, no larger than a grasshopper. It was hard to believe it could be a hunter, let alone defeat even a cockroach. Was this truly a predator? Chen stared at the diminutive insect in his hand, momentarily dumbfounded. No matter how he looked at it, it did not appear to be a fearsome species. Just then, the black insect suddenly moved. Its speed was astonishing, nearly beyond the realm of human perception. In an instant, it vanished from Chen's sight. Such terrifying velocity. Chen's heart raced, realizing he had underestimated this little black insect. Snap! At that moment, a soft sound echoed from a distance. A sparrow, the size of a palm, dropped to the ground, its headless body flapping about. Meanwhile, the hunter insect, which had originally been no larger than a grasshopper, was now gnawing at the sparrow's head. With each bite, the hunter insect's body rapidly expanded. After consuming the sparrow's head, it had grown to the size of a finger. Then, like a bolt of lightning, it darted towards the sparrow's corpse to continue its feast. This insect is ferocious. Chen inhaled sharply. It is important to note that although the sparrow was small, merely the size of a palm, its body was already dozens of times larger than the newly hatched hunter insect. Normally, the hunter insect would be the prey. Now, the roles had reversed, proving the insect's extraordinary power. At this moment, the hunter insect, having devoured a sparrow, had grown to the size of a palm. It bore a striking resemblance to a mantis, with a pair of gleaming pincers exuding a menacing aura. It was exceedingly fierce. Chen even felt a sense of foreboding. This palm-sized hunter insect possessed the capability to slay its own master. Come here. Chen concentrated his thoughts and summoned the hunter insect. The creature responded obediently, transforming into a streak of black lightning and landing effortlessly in Chen's palm in the blink of an eye. Even Chen himself was taken aback. Wow! Chen gasped in awe. Such unimaginable speed. Truly, it was worthy of being a creature that specialized in power and velocity. According to the classification system of this world, beasts are divided into 10 distinct ranks. This hunting insect has likely already attained the first rank, which is remarkable considering it has only just been born. With proper training, reaching the third rank should be relatively easy. A third-rank beast commands a price in the hundreds of millions. Gazing at the hunting insect in his hand, Chen found himself momentarily entranced. He surveyed the surrounding beast forest, a flicker of thought crossing his mind. Initially, he had intended to hunt a beast and depart, but now it seemed imperative to cultivate this hunting insect to its pinnacle. Moreover, the most formidable beasts within the forest are merely of the second rank, rendering the area not particularly perilous. With his current strength, escaping from a confrontation would pose no significant challenge. Resolving this, Chen took a cautious step forward, delving deeper into the beast forest. At that moment, not far from Chen, a group of beast tamers had suffered grievous losses. The remains of most of their companions lay scattered, bloodied, and broken. Only 3 individuals remained, battered and bruised. Why are there third-rank, two-headed demon wolves in the beast forest? One rotund man shouted in despair. Before them stood a two-headed demon wolf, towering at 3 meters and measuring 5 meters in length, its blue fur covering its massive frame. One head leisurely gnawed on a corpse while the other remained vigilant, watching the surviving trio. The fierce battle had inflicted minimal damage upon the beast, with dozens of superficial scratches rapidly healing. The only significant injury was a deep gash on one head, exposing bone, which was the primary reason for the demon wolf's reluctance to attack. To think it is a third-rank beast, a two-headed demon wolf. At this juncture, Chen approached cautiously. The commotion from the earlier conflict had been substantial, making it impossible for him to remain undisturbed. Observing the scene before him, Chen frowned slightly. Frankly, he had no desire to intervene. In the realm of beast tamers, the principle of survival of the fittest is an unchanging truth. Being betrayed by others is an all too common occurrence. However, Chen instinctively glanced at the hunting insect beside him. At that moment, it had reached maturity. Standing 1 meter tall and nearly 1.5 meters long, its black exoskeleton emitted a chilling glow, and its formidable pincers gleamed with a deadly brilliance. With the hunting insect's strength, a surprise attack on the two-headed demon wolf could indeed yield a favorable outcome. A howl erupted from the two-headed demon wolf, its eyes ablaze with a crimson light. After its roar, it began advancing towards the remaining trio. Should he intervene to save them? Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, caught in indecision. Just then, the hunting insect sprang into action. In the air, the hunting bug flashed a cold, dark glimmer. There seemed to be no sound, as it silently approached the head of the two-headed demon wolf. With a sudden, terrifying howl, the two-headed demon wolf was struck with fear. Having reached the third tier of beast mastery, its intellect was nearly comparable to that of a human. It could distinctly sense that the creature hovering above its head was no mere foe. With a swift, lightning-like motion, the hunting bug struck. In the blink of an eye, its formidable pincers pierced through the defenses of the wolf king, blinding its 4 eyes in a spray of blood. The unexpected assault provoked a furious roar from the wolf king, which thrashed violently on the ground, attempting to crush the hunting bug beneath its weight. However, the hunting bug had already disappeared onto a nearby tree trunk, calmly searching for the opportune moment to strike again. At that moment, Chen inhaled sharply, realizing that the hunting bug was executing his command. When faced with a suitable target and a critical opening, it could launch a direct assault. After all, opportunities are fleeting, vanishing in the blink of an eye. To his astonishment, the hunting bug had delivered a significant surprise, a stealth attack that had blinded the two-headed demon wolf. What did it matter if it was a third-tier beastmaster? Without its sight, it became a mere target, as vulnerable as a sitting duck. Meanwhile, the 3 survivors who had narrowly escaped were horrified to witness the two-headed demon wolf rolling frantically on the ground, blinded and in a state of chaos. Each of them felt a chill run down their spine. If a third-tier beastmaster could suffer such a fate, what would happen to them? Let us go. Take advantage of this opportunity. One urged. Don't move. The beast that ambushed the two-headed demon wolf appears to be a mantis. As long as we remain still, it won't see us. Exactly. Let us quietly wait until it finishes its meal. Typically, once a beast is satiated, it will cease its slaughter. The trio quickly realized the wisdom in their strategy and decided to remain motionless. This left Chen somewhat speechless. However, he was unperturbed. If the hunting bug could vanquish the two-headed demon wolf, he had no fear of a potential betrayal from the trio. Once more, the hunting bug launched its attack, delivering a swift strike that left 2 deep gashes on the body of the two-headed demon wolf, exposing bone. The wolf struggled madly, but it was futile, now blind. It was incapable of retaliation. With each successive assault from the hunting bug, the wolf ultimately exhausted all its strength and collapsed to the ground. Chen did not advance. Many ferocious beasts had a tendency to feign death. He commanded the hunting bug to sever the head of the two-headed demon wolf. The hunting bug executed Chen's order without hesitation, swiftly wielding its forelimbs. In just a few moments, it completely decapitated the wolf king. Now, it was truly dead. Chen sighed in relief, leisurely emerging from the underbrush. Brother, danger. Don't move. At that moment, the plump man, crouched on the ground pretending to be dead, could no longer contain himself and offered a warning. The expressions of the two individuals nearby shifted dramatically. The moment the stout man spoke, it was as if he had thrust all three of them into peril. Instantly, the remaining two sprang to their feet, leaving only the stout man, who remained squatting on the ground, puzzled as to why his companions had fled. This stout fellow proved to be quite intriguing. Chen regarded him with some surprise. These three were oblivious to the fact that the killing insect was his tamed beast. The stout man's willingness to alert them already indicated he was not inherently malevolent, though one could not entirely dismiss the possibility of pretense. Thus, Chen chose to ignore him. Approaching the two-headed wolf, he gently patted the killing insect on its head, remarking, "Well done." The killing insect responded with a vigorous shake of its head, displaying evident excitement. Goodness! The stout man's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. The killing insect was actually Chen's tamed beast? This was utterly astonishing. Given the combat prowess exhibited by the killing insect, it was undoubtedly a third-tier tamed beast, and indeed a remarkable specimen among its kind. In an auction, it would easily fetch a starting price of no less than 1 billion. Who exactly was this individual? No matter his identity, establishing a rapport would certainly be beneficial. The stout man's mind was racing as he jogged over to Chen's side, grinning broadly. "I'm Lin Jiang. Brother, is this insect truly your tamed beast? You are incredibly strong." It dispatched the two-headed wolf with such ease. "Just average." Chen dismissed the stout man's flattery, casting a glance at the two-headed wolf beneath him, unwilling to reveal the existence of the nest in the stout man's presence. He then declared, "Since there is no immediate danger, you may leave." Lin Jiang shook his head vigorously, saying, "Brother, rest assured, I have no interest in this two-headed wolf. It is your trophy. I would never entertain such thoughts. All right then, if you wish to stay, so be it." Chen replied, somewhat exasperated yet contemplative. Nevertheless, he was indifferent. With a mere thought, he commanded the killing insect to sever one of the two-headed wolf's heads. With a crisp snap, the killing insect executed the task with precision. The wolf's head split in two, revealing a crystal core the size of a fist rolling out from within. The core radiated a blue luminescence akin to that of a sapphire. A crystal core dropped from a third-tier tamed beast is immensely beneficial for evolution. Such a specimen would be valued at no less than 50 million. Given that the two-headed wolf possessed two heads, it could yield at least 2 cores. That equates to a staggering value of 100 million. "Brother, would you consider selling it to me?" Lin Jiang's gaze fixated on the core, filled with desire. "Not for sale." Chen resolutely declined. The crystal core not only facilitated the evolution of tamed beasts, but also elevated the level of the nest system. 2 such cores could potentially upgrade the nest to silver tier. In this world, strength is the only true measure of worth, no matter how much wealth one possesses. Lacking power renders one merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Very well then." Lin Jiang expressed his disappointment. He glanced at the enormous carcass of the two-headed wolf and added, "By the way, brother, the corpse of a third-tier tamed beast holds significant restorative properties for the human body. The twin-headed demon wolf is priced around 30,000 per kilogram, and this particular beast weighs at least 5,000 kilograms of flesh. How about selling me a portion?" "Oh." Chen scrutinized the hefty man once more, realizing that his identity was far from ordinary. A sum in the tens of millions, or even billions, is no trivial matter. How could this man casually possess such wealth? Could he possibly be a scion of a wealthy family? "Don't look at me like that. I can easily take this giant wolf." The stout man proudly produced a pendant, exclaiming, "This item is an exceedingly rare spatial storage device." Chapter 9, Spatial Storage Device. Price per cubic meter. A single cubic meter costs 1 million. The internal space of my pendant exceeds 1,000 cubic meters. Accommodating a giant wolf is utterly effortless. It seems, without a doubt, that you are indeed a wealthy heir. Chen couldn't help but interject. Such spatial storage devices are unattainable for most individuals. 1 cubic meter at 1 million. If Chen had not awakened the mother nest system, he would spend a lifetime saving and still be unable to afford even a single cubic meter of space. "Brother, you don't have a spatial device, do you?" The stout man looked puzzled. It shouldn't be the case. How could someone like Chen, who possesses a third-tier beast, not afford a spatial device? No. Perhaps all his funds were spent on acquiring a third-tier beast. The stout man's mind raced with wild conjectures. "Indeed, I do not have a spatial device." Chen replied, exasperated. He examined the pendant and remarked, "By the way, aren't you concerned that by revealing this pendant, I might kill you to take it?" "Heh. If you were going to strike, you would have done so long ago." The stout man grinned. A pendant worth tens of billions could simply be given away? Chen accepted the pendant, somewhat astonished. This man's identity is indeed remarkable. Only the Lin family, one of the 5 strongest clans in Qinglong City, could casually produce such wealth. "Ah, it's merely a spatial pendant," the stout man nonchalantly stated. "Besides, brother, you saved my life. What is a spatial pendant in comparison? Then I shall accept it." Chen responded without hesitation. He took the spatial pendant, completed the identity verification, and with a thought, immediately sensed an expansive, vacant space within. Inside were scattered items, presumably the stout man's everyday possessions. The remaining space could easily accommodate the corpse of the twin-headed demon wolf. with a wave of his hand. The wolf's carcass was stored within the spatial device. Seeing Chen secure the twin-headed demon wolf's body, the stout man knew their parting was imminent. Cheerfully, he asked, "By the way, brother, I still don't know your name. How can I find you?" "Chen, if you wish to locate me, come to Class 18 at Qinglong No. 1 Middle School." "Are you jesting, brother? A middle school student couldn't possibly possess a third-tier hunting insect?" The stout man was somewhat incredulous. Even having a second-tier beast would allow one to dominate all of middle school. "If you don't believe me, I can't help that." Chen shrugged indifferently. "Ah, you're right. There's no need for you to deceive me." The stout man quickly realized. Understood. Understood. Only the dead can keep secrets. The rotund fellow suddenly realized. "All right, I am leaving. You can follow me if you wish, or stay here. It's up to you." With that, Chen strode towards the outskirts of the beast forest. "Hey, brother, wait for me." The plump man panicked. His tamed beast had been devoured by the two-headed wolf, leaving him in the beast forest, where encountering other ferocious beasts would mean certain death. He immediately followed suit. Time swiftly passed. A day went by. Upon entering Qinglong City, Chen bid farewell to the plump man. Returning to his residence, after confirming that no one was around, Chen retrieved 2 crystal cores. Ding. Energy crystals detected. Can enhance the mother nest level. Would you like to proceed? Absolutely. Chen did not hesitate. Ding. Crystal core usage successful. Mother nest is now upgrading. Mother nest upgrade successful. Current level 3. New swarm unlocked. Frozen worms. Frozen worm awakens with ice poison. Capable of inflicting a permanent freezing effect on group targets. Capable of achieving near absolute zero temperatures. Chen was somewhat astonished. He murmured to himself, 2 crystal cores only elevated me to level 3. At least level 5 is required to advance to a silver tier mother nest. It seems that upgrading the mother nest is far more challenging than I had anticipated. My resources are dwindling. The corpse of a two-headed wolf is insufficient to cultivate frozen worms. I should first cultivate more hunting worms. With this thought, Chen willed, and the corpse of the two-headed wolf materialized in the room. Casually, he activated his infinite reproduction talent. 5 juvenile hunting worms, each the size of a grasshopper, appeared in his hand. "Go, devour the flesh of the two-headed wolf," Chen uttered softly. The 5 hunting worms rushed toward the corpse of the two-headed wolf, beginning to consume its flesh and undergo metamorphosis. After several hours, within the room, not a trace of the two-headed wolf remained. Not even a scrap of bone was left. All that remained were piles of black exoskeletal remnants. These were the shed carapaces of the hunting worms. 5 hunting worms and 1,000 burning worms were neatly arranged before Chen. They had already begun to take shape. If they launched a full-scale assault, they could annihilate a small army. Phew. Chen exhaled. He looked at the hunting worms before him, his brow slightly furrowed. The hunting worms are powerful, but the resources they consume are terrifyingly excessive. The corpse of a two-headed wolf is worth millions. Just like that, it was entirely consumed. And this is merely the low-tier hunting worms in their mature phase. As the mother nest advances to silver tier, the hunting worms will also elevate. And the resource requirements will undoubtedly be even more daunting. The resources needed for the swarm are exceedingly alarming. At this rate, if I were to devour all the ferocious beasts in the beast forest, I fear I wouldn't be able to sustain the reproduction of the swarm. I must acquire nutritional potions. A level 1 nutritional potion is equivalent to the entire nutritional essence of a first-tier ferocious beast. The most crucial part is that it can be produced in limitless quantities. Sufficient resources to sustain the early consumption of my nest and to summon new soldiers. With this thought, Lin Chen opened his phone and conducted a brief search for nutritional potions. His expression darkened immediately. A mere low-grade level 1 nutritional potion costs a staggering 10,000. Although this is significantly cheaper than the 100,000 required for a level 1 beast, it remains an exorbitant price. Currently, Chen possessed barely over 100 yuan, which was insufficient even for a fraction of a potion's cost. I must find a way to earn money. Chen sighed. However, he recalled his acquaintance, the corpulent Lin Jiang, who belonged to the Lin family. He likely possessed connections to procure substantial funds. Chapter 10. I am not here to borrow money. With this in mind, Chen dialed the rotund man's number. Before long, Lin Jiang's voice echoed through the line. "Hey there, brother Chen. What brings you to call? I'm a bit strapped for cash these days." Chen cut straight to the point. Lin Jiang paused, his tone becoming somewhat peculiar. "Not borrowing money, right? I truly have no funds at the moment. I just acquired a new beast and a spatial pendant. My little treasury is completely drained." Coughing violently a few times, Chen replied with exasperation, "I am not asking to borrow money. I merely wish to inquire if you know of any profitable ventures." That is quite simple." Lin Jiang's excitement surged. He spoke rapidly. "Brother Chen, given your abilities, making money should be exceedingly easy. Have you heard of the Beast Arena in Qinglong City?" "The Beast Arena? Now that is an intriguing idea." Chen's eyes lit up. In Qinglong City, one of the primary amusements for the populace is to witness the life and death struggles of beasts, often placing bets in the process. It operates under a model akin to cockfighting or dogfighting, albeit with beasts instead. Some individuals emerge from the arena overnight as millionaires, while others walk away destitute. Entirely dependent on skill and fortune. Haha, brother, it seems you've caught on. Lin Jiang boasted, grinning widely. Your beast, while appearing to be of level 1, is actually at least level 3 in strength. With a surprise attack, it could even take down a level 4 beast. If we collaborate, we can certainly dominate the arena. Chen contemplated briefly. His primary concern at present was his nest. The hunting insects were formidable, but not particularly rare. If they perished, he could simply breed another batch. Moreover, with ample resources, he could even cultivate more powerful frost insects. This approach is indeed feasible. Chen nodded slightly and spoke into the phone. Lin Jiang, I will await you outside the arena. Do remember to come. Absolutely. I'll be there shortly. Lin Jiang's enthusiasm intensified as he hung up and hurried towards the beast arena in Qinglong City. With a sigh of relief, Chen stowed his phone and made his way to the arena. As evening approached and darkness began to descend, the area outside the beast arena was already teeming with people. Numerous beast tamers lined up, each accompanied by their beasts, to register for participation. A variety of creatures were present, ranging from 2 to 3 meter tall two-headed lions, crocodiles adorned with golden scales, to giant tigers sporting single horns. However, the overall levels were rather low, predominantly around level 2, with not a single level 3 in sight. A taxi came to a halt by the roadside. Chen disbursed his last 100 yuan for the fare, clutching his hunting bug, and stepped out of the vehicle. He joined the end of the registration line. Hey, you're not here to participate in the beast fights, are you? What can a bug the size of a local mutt possibly do? If your beast falls, you'll be heartbroken for ages. Hold on. He arrived by taxi. Where would he find the money for a second beast? This worthless bug has already drained his finances. Heh, you expect this garbage bug to turn the tide? Dream on. The surrounding Beastmasters mocked him relentlessly, their disdain palpable. Those brave enough to enter the arena were at least second-tier Beastmasters, while a hunting bug, appearing to be merely first-tier, was destined for failure. The fact that Chen arrived by taxi further fueled their contempt. Who among them did not own a vehicle? Taking a taxi indicated a lack of powerful backing, inviting even more ridicule. You talk too much. Don't cry when you lose. Chen regarded the group with an unflinching expression. Haha, you think that little bug can win? How absurd. Heh, if it weren't for the rules here, I could squash that weakling bug with a single kick. The Beastmasters erupted in laughter. Chen, indifferent to their taunts, only served to bolster their arrogance. Suddenly, a loud screech of brakes pierced the air. The rotund Lin Jiang kicked the car door open and emerged, his face alight with surprise. Wow, brother Yi, you're quick. It's quite lively here. Chen glanced around, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it's bustling. It will be even more so shortly. Hee. Naturally. Lin Jiang grinned knowingly. He looked down at the hunting bug, somewhat taken aback. At that moment, the bug's shell appeared dull and lifeless, lying languidly on the ground, indifferent to the mockery around it. Had he not witnessed the hunting bug defeat a two-headed demon wolf firsthand, he would scarcely believe such a creature could achieve such a feat. Rest assured, the hunting bug is still in peak condition. Chen shot Lin Jiang a sidelong glance. I know. Lin Jiang felt entirely reassured. Brother, let us skip this queue. I'll take you through the VIP entrance. VIP entrance? Chen was taken aback. Of course. This beast arena is one of my family's enterprises. Is it not normal to have a VIP entrance? Lin Jiang boasted. Back in the day, I gambled billions here. Gambled billions? How much did you earn? Chen asked, intrigued. Earn? I lost it all. Lin Jiang sighed, a hint of exasperation in his voice. I nearly had my legs broken. I was locked up for a full 3 months. 3 months. Lin Jiang rubbed his hands together in excitement. By the way, are you familiar with the rules of the beast arena? Not really. Chen shook his head. For the past 18 years, he had been a diligent student, merely having heard of the beast arena, never having set foot in it. Certainly, another reason is poverty. The tickets for the Colosseum are exorbitantly priced, equivalent to several months' worth of living expenses. No matter. Allow me to elucidate the rules, which are quite simple. Ahem. The rotund man cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. The regulations of the Colosseum are straightforward and fall into 2 categories. One involves fair duels, where 2 exotic beasts engage in a fierce battle. The victor shall be crowned with immense rewards. If bets are placed, one may also reap substantial rewards. The other category is challenges. Within the Colosseum, there exist 10 formidable beasts. If one can triumph in a one-on-one contest against them, a staggering prize awaits. If I recall correctly, it amounts to 100 million. Furthermore, should one place a wager, they may also claim the betting pot. Indeed, this seems rather uncomplicated. Chen halted his steps. Before him lay a colossal arena. Chapter 11, Provocation. The diameter of the arena spanned approximately 200 meters. At its core, a golden lion beast stood 2 meters tall and 5 meters long, exuding an imposing presence, its golden fur marred with blood. Opposing it was a black armored crocodile, nearly 10 meters in length. Its back was shrouded in a chilling, dark luster, and its jaw harbored teeth measuring a full 50 centimeters, gleaming ominously. It was evident that this creature boasted lethal prowess and was not to be trifled with. The scene was exceedingly exhilarating. The two formidable beasts battled to the death, flesh and limbs flying in a gruesome display. The carnage was exceptionally bloody and brutal, yet it stirred the adrenaline of the spectators to great heights. Kill. Golden lion beast. Bite it to death. Lock its throat. Lock its throat. Ahaha. The black armored crocodile executed the throat lock, sealing the fate of the golden lion beast. The audience, numbering in the thousands, erupted in cheers and shouts. Roaring. The golden lion beast let out a furious cry, yet it could do nothing to alter its grim fate. With its throat clamped by the black armored crocodile, its demise was inevitable. Ultimately, after several minutes of struggle, the golden lion beast collapsed, convulsed a few times, and lay still. TSK. This golden lion beast actually lost. The rotund man was astounded. Quite normal. The outcome of a battle is determined not by appearance, but by true strength. Chen observed the black armored crocodile, his eyes narrowing slightly. What is the power level of that black armored crocodile? The rotund man instinctively glanced at the crocodile in the arena. It was nearing the level of a third-tier beast. Chen crossed his arms and looked down at the hunting insect beside him, then remarked, "But it is no match for the hunting insect." Hee. Of course. The rotund man chuckled. "Hey, I never expected you to dare come to the Colosseum. Are you not afraid of having your legs broken?" At that moment, a young man approached. Dressed in lavish custom attire, he radiated an air of extreme arrogance, exuding a demeanor that seemed to look down upon the world. However, his lanky frame and sallow complexion, a result of excesses, did little to support such an imposing presence. The scene exudes an air of sheer absurdity. Li Dong, a portly figure, immediately flared up upon encountering a youth afflicted by excessive indulgence in wine and women, leading to a state of kidney deficiency. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Don't be too arrogant. This time, I am well prepared." "Oh, well prepared?" Li Dong brushed off the remark with disdain. "Get lost. I'm not interested in winning your money. I haven't even spent the billions from last time." Li Dong's contempt was palpable, and the rotund man, witnessing this attitude, became incensed. Rolling up his sleeves, he pointed at Li Dong and shouted, "Damn it. Li Dong, are you brave enough to compete with me?" "Compete? Haha. How shall we compete?" Li Dong laughed so hard that tears welled in his eyes. Lowering his gaze to the pitiful insect at Chen's feet, he mockingly taunted, "Is it this poor creature? I could crush it with a mere finger. With your kidney deficiency, you could hardly last a second. I doubt you could even manage to squish it." Chen observed Li Dong, his eyes narrowing slightly, akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. "Kidney deficient? You dare call me kidney deficient?" Li Dong's eyes flared with rage, his entire demeanor transforming into one of fury. It is often said that one should not strike the face nor expose the weaknesses when engaging in conflict. While it was common knowledge that Li Dong suffered from this ailment, none would dare mention it, for he would go to great lengths to defend his honor. Even the stout man beside him inhaled sharply, sensing the gravity of the situation. "Should you wish to strike, I shall be your opponent," Chen declared, arms crossed. Unperturbed by Li Dong's fury. "You bastard." Li Dong's anger was palpable. He turned to the formidable figures behind him and bellowed, "Attack. Eliminate him. Who dares to act?" The stout man stepped forward, glaring at Li Dong's bodyguards. "Li Dong, are you tired of living? This is the Lin family's arena. Whoever acts will meet their demise. Mark my words." Upon hearing this, the previously eager combatants hesitated, understanding the implications. After all, serving as Li Dong's bodyguards was merely a pursuit of wealth. Offending the Lin family of Qinglong City could very well lead to a fate where one might earn money but lose the chance to enjoy life. "Stout man, you wield considerable authority." Li Dong's eyes burned with fury, for he realized that this arena was indeed a place where violence was forbidden. He turned to Chen and shouted, "Brat, dare you wager against me? Let us battle our beasts. Whatever. You are destined to lose." Chen remained unfazed. Dismissing Li Dong's antics entirely, he gestured towards the insect on the ground and continued, "I shall use my hunting insect as my beast. You may use whatever you wish. Your defeat is inevitable." "Very well." Li Dong's face flushed crimson, almost spitting blood in his rage. He pointed at Chen, declaring, "Then let us settle this in the arena. If you lose, you must kneel and apologize." "Agreed." Li Dong, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "Bring forth the contract. I want this brat to kneel until death." At that moment, the stout man quietly cautioned, "Brother, Li Dong's beast is a Tier 3 early-stage 7-colored python, known for its ferocity. It has a fearsome reputation throughout the arena, particularly with its accompanying venom. It poses quite a challenge. Fear not. I am indifferent." The hunting insect in his grasp has reached maturity. By classification, it stands at the pinnacle of a Level 2 Beastmaster. However, in terms of strength and speed, it actually rivals that of a Level 3 or even Level 4 Beastmaster. Slaying an ordinary Level 3 ferocious beast is as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Before long, the contract was finalized. Li Dong let out a cold snort and pointed at Chen, declaring, "Chen, you are doomed. I understand. No need for repetition." Chen replied, exasperated. He turned to the portly fellow beside him and inquired, "Can we begin?" "Yes." The portly man nodded. subsequently directing the host to commence the duel between the hunting insect and the seven-colored unicorn python. Meanwhile, Chen remains seated in the private box alongside the portly man, surveying the arena below. Ladies and gentlemen, next to grace the stage is Master Li Dong's level 3 seven-colored unicorn python, challenging Chen's level 0 hunting insect. A level 0 hunting insect dares to confront a level 3 seven-colored unicorn python. An exhilarating battle is about to unfold. Are you all prepared? The host, perspiring profusely, stood on the elevated platform. A level 3 Beastmaster against a level 0 Beastmaster? This was no battle. It was akin to delivering takeout. Chapter 12. Coincidence. It must be mere coincidence. What sort of duel is this? The audience erupted with boos. Level 0 versus level 3? Are they joking? When did Li Dong become so frivolous? Did they not hear this was a challenge? A level 0 challenging a level 3. The individual named Chen is utterly deluded. How predictable. A chorus of spectators expressed their disbelief. Meanwhile, various betting houses began to open their books. Bets were being placed. The odds of victory for the seven-colored unicorn python against the hunting insect stood at 1, 2,000. Goodness. Now it's 1, 3,000. 1, 5,000. At this juncture, the majority of bettors were wagering on the seven-colored unicorn python's triumph. The disparity between level 0 and level 3 is insurmountable, rendering victory almost impossible. Yet, some gamblers chose to go against the grain. After all, extraordinary circumstances often herald unusual outcomes. A level 0 challenging a level 3 is inherently peculiar. How much did you wager, fatty? Chen glanced at the odds, which had notably decreased to around 1, 500. A substantial sum had just been placed on Chen's victory. I've staked all 500 million. The portly man exclaimed, brimming with excitement. 500 million? Didn't you claim you were out of funds? Chen retorted, his gaze somewhat severe. Is 500 million even considered money? The portly man looked at Chen, bewildered. Cough, cough, cough. Chen cleared his throat twice, at a loss for words. Indeed, for a spendthrift who casually loses over 100 billion. 500 million is hardly a significant sum. Ding, ding, ding. At this moment, the bell rang. The host beamed with enthusiasm and proclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, the moment to witness a miracle has arrived. Now, let us welcome the two beasts to the arena." With a flourish, the arena buzzed with anticipation. The two metallic gates slowly creaked open, revealing a fearsome beast measuring 15 meters in length and as thick as a water barrel, adorned with iridescent scales of 7 colors. Atop its head sprouted a formidable horn, a meter long, as it gracefully entered the arena. This creature, brimming with fighting spirit, exuded a human-like disdain through its serpentine eyes. It had reached the third tier of beast mastery, possessing an intellect comparable to that of a human, capable of experiencing a spectrum of emotions. This third-tier 7-colored unicorn python was an undefeated champion within the arena, effortlessly dispatching its opponents to consume their crystalline cores as though it were a mere meal. Ha! Behold the 7-colored unicorn python. Valued at 3 billion, this third-tier beast had triumphed in over 1,000 battles without a single defeat. Charge forth and crush that insect. Ha ha! As the 7-colored unicorn python made its entrance, the atmosphere in the arena erupted into a frenzy. Even Li Dong was not an exception. His eyes aflame with rage as he shouted, "Bring it on! Crush that insect!" At that moment, the hunter insect emerged from the metallic gate. Halting 100 meters away from the 7-colored unicorn python, standing at 1 meter tall and approximately 2 meters long, this insect's size was formidable among its kind. However, to the 7-colored unicorn python, it was akin to a grasshopper. The most alarming aspect was its sluggish movements, presenting a sickly appearance. What? Is this truly a 0-tier hunter insect? With such a pitiful demeanor, could it possibly possess any combat strength? The outcome is already determined. I wonder who the fool is that wagered 500 million on the hunter insect's victory. Who else could it be but that spendthrift from the Lin family? Hee hee. A small profit awaits. A group of spectators was beside themselves with excitement, convinced that the duel between the hunter insect and the 7-colored unicorn python was devoid of suspense. Hisses. The 7-colored unicorn python swayed its serpentine body and charged towards the hunter insect. Its speed was languid, and its demeanor was one of contempt, as it failed to sense any formidable threat emanating from the hunter insect, likely dismissing it as nothing more than a trivial bug, lacking even the worth of being devoured. Whoosh! At that moment, the hunter insect raised its forelimbs, preparing to attack. What am I witnessing? The hunter insect seems poised to strike? How audacious! Does it dare to confront a third-tier beast? Surely, it must possess a low intellect. Most likely, its intelligence must be so deficient that it cannot even sense the danger. The audience around them began to lose interest. Boom! Just then, the 7-colored unicorn python launched its assault. With a swift flick of its tail, it struck towards the hunter insect, leaving a vibrant arc in the air. Yet the hunter insect was even swifter, vanishing from sight and reappearing over 10 meters away, easily evading this attack. What transpired? It dodged? How could a 0-tier beast possibly evade an attack from a 3rd-tier beast? Was it mere coincidence? Many spectators could no longer remain seated, straining their necks to fixate on the arena, some having wagered all their funds on the outcome. If it loses, there will be nothing left to show. Hiss. The seven-colored unicorn python flicked its crimson tongue, emitting a low, guttural sound. A flicker of human-like rage passed through its eyes. To it, the hunting bug was merely a lowly insect, and the fact that it had evaded its attack infuriated the seven-colored unicorn python. Boom. The python struck again, this time with lightning-like speed, opening its cavernous maw in preparation to devour the hunting bug whole. Sizzle. The hunting bug reacted even faster, dodging the python's strike in the blink of an eye. With its incredibly sharp forelimbs, it slashed through the air, rendering one of the python's eyes useless. Blood erupted forth. The seven-colored unicorn python writhed in pain on the ground, emitting a deafening roar. What just happened? The seven-colored unicorn python was injured. It was too fast. No one could see clearly. A crowd of spectators stood in shock, utterly bewildered. It was simply inconceivable. One could distinctly observe how, in the instant of dodging the attack, the hunting bug had casually slashed its forelimb, destroying one of the python's eyes. Was it mere coincidence? Good heavens. It must be a coincidence. The python's eye was indeed one of its weak spots, incredibly fragile. How could such a low probability event occur? No matter. Even with only one eye left, the seven-colored unicorn python would surely prevail. Many spectators continued to reassure themselves. They had placed their bets on the python's victory. If it were to lose, it would undoubtedly be a nightmare. Li Dong's expression was nearing madness as he kicked over the table. Chapter 13. The essence of playing the fool to eat the tiger. He danced and shouted loudly. Seven-colored unicorn python, attack. Crush that bug. Crush it. Boom. At that moment, the seven-colored unicorn python flipped itself upright again. Its left eye was completely destroyed, blood gushing forth. Yet, this only served to ignite its ferocity. It writhed its body and charged at the hunting bug once more. With a powerful tail strike, it showed no mercy. Thunderous booms echoed as the snake's tail compressed the air, creating a series of explosive sounds. The hunting bug was swift, easily dodging this blow once again. Boom, boom, boom. The seven-colored unicorn python refused to relent, whipping its tail and continuously striking at the hunting bug. It no longer cared about victory or defeat. Its mind was solely focused on annihilating that wretched bug. This was bad. That hunting bug was definitely not a zero-level creature. The speed it displayed was already at the second-tier level. It must be close to a level 2 Beastmaster. Being small in size, it had an advantage in speed. This is it. Could it really lose? As the battle raged on, many in the crowd felt their hearts race anew. From the current situation, the outcome was uncertain. The seven-colored unicorn python possessed overwhelming strength, yet its speed was lacking. Once its stamina was depleted, death was inevitable. Damn it! Where on earth did this creature come from? Li Dong slammed his palm on the table, the veins on his forehead bulging. He had initially believed that crushing a mere insect would be a simple task. Yet now, it seemed he was on the verge of defeat. The thought of bowing in apology and the staggering sum of 100 billion sent a chill down his spine. No, he absolutely could not afford to lose. With this in mind, Li Dong turned to his subordinate and commanded, activate the device within the seven-colored unicorn python. Young master, once the seven-colored unicorn python goes berserk, it will perish. Are you sure you want to proceed? The powerful figure behind him expressed surprise. A seven-colored unicorn python was worth at least 30 billion. Moreover, each battle brought Li Dong a continuous stream of profit. If it were to die, it would be an enormous loss. There is no time. At this rate, the seven-colored unicorn python will exhaust its strength and perish anyway. Li Dong gritted his teeth, his heart bleeding. 30 billion, just like that, going down the drain. Even if they triumphed and Yi Chun knelt an apology, it would still be a great loss. Yes, young master. Seeing the urgency, the powerful figure produced a device and pressed it gently. Ziz. Almost simultaneously, in the arena, the seven-colored unicorn python's eyes turned blood red, its vibrant scales shifting to a crimson hue in the blink of an eye. Its speed and strength surged, nearly multiplying several times over. The Crimson Berserk Potion. Li Dong had activated the Crimson Berserk Potion? How extravagant. Once employed, even if the seven-colored unicorn python won, it would still be doomed. What a grievous loss. However, the insect was on the brink of death. In its berserk state, the seven-colored unicorn python was nearing the level of a fourth-tier ferocious beast. Many spectators, witnessing the berserk transformation, heaved a sigh of relief. They cared little for the fate of the seven-colored unicorn python. All that mattered was victory. Otherwise, they would be left with nothing. This is bad. Brother, it's all over. The plump man could no longer sit still, fidgeting like an ant on a hot stove. Stay calm. Yi Chun sipped his sparkling water, appearing utterly unconcerned. You truly seem unfazed. The plump man paused, suddenly realizing, and said with a hint of disbelief. Could it be that the insect has yet to unleash its true power? Indeed. Yi Chun remained composed, showing no signs of anxiety. He spoke slowly. The true strength of the insect is capable of slaying a fourth-tier Beastmaster. Boom. At this moment, the berserk seven-colored unicorn python was wreaking havoc. Each attack sent debris flying, leaving deep craters in the arena. Meanwhile, the insect continued to evade, seeking the perfect moment to strike. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The seven-colored unicorn python was utterly enraged. Its crimson horn began to glow, gathering red lightning, preparing for a long-range strike to annihilate the insect. However, this very action plunged the seven-colored unicorn python into a life-and-death crisis. Bang! The insect, with all its might, launched itself forward like a cannonball. Rushing towards the seven-colored unicorn python, a flash of dark light zipped past. Crack! The crimson horn of the seven-colored unicorn python was severed, and blood gushed upwards. The creature fell lifelessly into a pool of its own blood. The horn. Is it broken? My heavens! The most vulnerable yet strongest part of the seven-colored unicorn python has been severed? How is this possible? An almost fourth-tier berserk seven-colored unicorn python was obliterated in an instant. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd, with many spectators erupting in disbelief. The host, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, quickly reviewed the footage. In the 20-fold slow motion, the spectators finally discerned the truth of the matter. The hunting insect darted towards the seven-colored unicorn python with astonishing speed, leaping onto its head and wielding its forelimbs to slice off the python's horn. The immense power that had coalesced within the horn backfired, incinerating the brain of the seven-colored unicorn python, ultimately leading to its immediate demise. Cough, cough. The host bore an expression of shock, clearing his throat before speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reviewed the footage. The horn of the seven-colored unicorn python is normally incredibly resilient. It only becomes extremely fragile when executing a thunderous attack, akin to its eyes. Undoubtedly, this victory belongs to the hunting insect. According to the rules, the prize for this round, along with the corpse of the seven-colored unicorn python, is rightfully awarded to its master, Chen. Let us rejoice. This is impossible. How could my seven-colored unicorn python lose? This is utterly inconceivable. I refuse to believe it. Li Dong slumped onto the ground, his waxen complexion turning ashen. He was nearly driven to madness. At that moment, the audience was engulfed in lamentations, cries of refund. Echoed, wasn't it supposed to be a zero-tier beast? Is this truly a zero-tier beast? I've spent my entire year's salary on this. Accept the loss. Phew. Thankfully, I only wagered a month's salary. Woe is me. This is unjust. The lamentations continued, with many hearts bleeding. Chapter 14, 350 billion in hand. Meanwhile, the chubby man was excessively elated, laughing heartily. Ha! 500 billion. 500 billion. Today is my day, Lin Jiang. Cough, cough. Calm down. Chen said, bemused. Is it necessary to be this elated? Oh right. The chubby man collected himself. He retrieved a card and handed it to Chen, saying, this is 250 billion. We'll split it 50-50. 250 doesn't sound appealing. Chen accepted the card, slightly speechless. You make a valid point. The chubby man stroked his chin. All right. I will handle the corpse of the seven-colored unicorn python. Chen stood and approached the arena, directing the hunting insect to the side of the seven-colored unicorn python, swinging its forelimbs. After considerable effort, he managed to cut through the python's skin, meticulously segmenting the flesh and blood within, gradually storing it in his spatial ring. This series of actions, the onlookers were once again rendered speechless. It was utterly absurd. That creature, the hunter bug, could not even penetrate the skin of the seven-colored unicorn python. No wonder it refrained from counterattacking. The seven-colored unicorn python was far too formidable. As long as it maintained a solid defense, victory was assured. Its opponent couldn't even manage to break through its defenses. The surrounding spectators were vociferously expressing their disdain. It seemed that the defeat of the seven-colored unicorn python was indeed deeply frustrating. Only Chen wore a faint smile. Given the prowess of the hunter bug, slicing through the seven-colored unicorn python was a trivial task. However, this would likely deter anyone from accepting the hunter bug's challenge in future battles. He was deliberately crafting the perception that the hunter bug was weak. By doing so, he could reap a substantial profit in the next encounter. Such an outcome would be swift and effortless. At that moment, Li Dong watched in exasperation as the hunter bug struggled against the seven-colored unicorn python. His frustration was reaching a boiling point. If only the hunter bug were genuinely formidable. Yet, it was glaringly weak. It had merely stumbled upon a fortunate victory over the seven-colored unicorn python, akin to a blind cat catching a dead mouse. This left him seething with indignation. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, let's leave. But as he attempted to depart, a voice interrupted him. Chen's voice echoed, have you forgotten something? Li Dong froze, instinctively quickening his pace. Yet, the hunter bug had already appeared before him. Behind Li Dong, several strong individuals changed their expressions drastically. The hunter bug possessed at least second-tier beast-taming abilities. Small and swift, it could easily eliminate them all in this confined space in the blink of an eye. There was no stopping it. One of the strong individuals hesitated momentarily before speaking up. Young master, you should honor the agreement and fulfill the wager. Cursed be it. Li Dong's face turned ashen. Reluctantly, he turned to face Chen, gritting his teeth as he tossed a card forward, saying, Chen, this represents our wager. 1 billion. Make sure you accept it. Thud. The card fell to the ground. Chen did not bend down to retrieve it. Instead, he calmly stated, I am not particularly interested in 1 billion. However, bowing and apologizing is non-negotiable. It is part of the contract. Now kneel. Apologize to my friend, Lin Jiang. I shall not repeat myself. You. Li Dong's complexion shifted dramatically. For him, 1 billion was a significant loss. But bowing to the portly fellow meant he would never be able to hold his head high again. That was utterly unacceptable. Yi Chun, show some mercy. At that moment, the bodyguards behind Li Dong wore grim expressions, openly threatening Yi Chun. The Li family is one of the top families in the entire Qinglong city. Consider the consequences of opposing the Li family. Consequences? Yi Chun chuckled softly. From the moment he had slain the 7-colored unicorn python, he had sealed his fate with Li Dong's vengeance. Reconciliation was no longer an option. Thus, there was no need for him to extend any courtesy to Li Dong. Brother, let it go? The portly fellow had also grown timid. He understood Li Dong's temperament. When enraged, he acted without regard for consequences. If Li Dong were forced to kneel and apologize, he would undoubtedly stop at nothing to retaliate against Yi Chun. It's fine. Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively. He raised his hand, and the hunting insect silently appeared beside Li Dong. With a swift motion, a scar appeared on Li Dong's face. It was superficial, yet the searing pain jolted him awake. He gazed into Yi Chun's eyes, which revealed an unmistakable intent to kill. He understood that if he did not fulfill the wager today, Yi Chun might truly eliminate him. Damn it, Yi Chun, just wait. I will make you pay. Li Dong was on the verge of madness. His eyes reddened, fixated on Yi Chun. He would not shed tears until he saw the coffin. Yi Chun took a step forward and approached Li Dong, delivering a powerful kick to his leg. Crack. The sharp sound of breaking bone echoed. Ah! Li Dong let out a wretched scream, his body collapsing uncontrollably to the ground. Subsequently, Yi Chun pressed down on Li Dong's head, slamming it directly onto the floor. Bang! A dull thud resonated. Li Dong, the substantial figure, struck his forehead hard. Yi Chun, you are doomed. Li Dong howled in fury. Bang! Yi Chun seized Li Dong's hair, slamming his head into the ground once more. Yi Chun, I will make you bang. Wait. Bang! Yi Chun continuously slammed Li Dong's head against the floor a dozen times, leaving his guards utterly astonished. They feared that Li Dong might be brutally killed by Yi Chun's relentless assault, yet they dared not intervene. The hunting insect was watching closely. Any slight movement on their part would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Thud! Yi Chun discarded Li Dong, who resembled a lifeless dog, onto the floor. He dusted off his hands and picked up a bank card from the ground. Turning to the stunned chubby man, he remarked, well, that's enough. Let's go, chubby. Are you really a middle school student? The chubby man was bewildered. He gazed at the pitiful Li Dong and couldn't help but shiver. Li Dong was the favored son of the Li family's patriarch. Being beaten like this. Now, it was not just Li Dong who was going mad. The patriarch would surely be driven to insanity as well. Of course. Let's go. Yi Chun replied, exasperated. Oh, right. The chubby man came to his senses and followed Yi Chun out of the arena. What should we do? The surrounding bodyguards exchanged glances, staring at the bloodied and battered Li Dong on the ground. Sigh, let's get him to the hospital. It's just flesh wounds. Not fatal. But the psychological trauma will likely haunt him for life. The captain of the bodyguard sighed, then commanded his men to take Li Dong to the hospital. Meanwhile, on the other side, this is exhilarating. 250 billion. I never expected to have a day of making money. Now, I shall see who dares to call me a spendthrift. The chubby man was ecstatic, dancing with joy, overwhelmed with happiness. Chapter 15, Cultivating Frozen Insects. For him, 250 billion was not a significant figure. The Lin family controlled nearly 1/5 of the entire industry in Qinglong City, generating annual revenues in the trillions. Combined across various industries, the total could reach tens of trillions. But for the chubby man, this proved he could earn money and was not a squanderer. Of undoubtedly monumental significance. Remain calm. This is merely the beginning. Yi Chun was rather indifferent. He tossed a card to the rotund man, saying, Fatty, with your standing, you should be able to procure level 3 nutritional potions. The market price is around 100 million each. The card contains 250 billion. Procure 250 of them for me. Level 3 nutritional potions? Such a sum is unnecessary. Fatty raised an eyebrow, his expression animated as he replied. One of the Lin family's enterprises is the production of nutritional potions. We possess our own factory. I can offer them at cost price, 20 million each. 250 billion would suffice for 1,250 potions. That won't do. Yi Chun shook his head. He turned to glance at Fatty, saying, haven't you always felt looked down upon by your family? This is a golden opportunity. An order exceeding 200 billion. For the Li family. This is quite a substantial order, wouldn't you agree? Not to mention, they are a long-term client. That is indeed true. However, I feel somewhat uneasy about profiting from you. Fatty hesitated momentarily. Money is trivial. Do not dwell on it. Yi Chun insisted. How about this? I shall take each potion for 25 million. It cannot be more. If you do not agree, I shall abandon the matter. Fatty's tone turned resolute. Well, that is acceptable. Yi Chun nodded slightly. Seeing the agreement, Fatty cheerfully exclaimed, all right then. I shall escort you home first. I will deliver the nutritional potions to you shortly. Very well. Yi Chun's response was succinct. Time passed swiftly. However, upon reaching the entrance, he was greeted by an unexpected guest. A tall woman, clad in an evidently undersized shirt that appeared on the verge of bursting, and a skirt. Awaited him with a cold smile. Arrived so early? Yi-chun was somewhat taken aback. This woman was Yen Yun, his landlord. She was quite amiable, having aided him during his years of destitution, even permitting him to defer his rent for a year. Considering the date, it seemed today was the rent collection day. However, Yen Yun typically visited in the evening. Her morning visit was a first. Yen Yun waved her hand, enunciating each word. It is not that I arrived early, but rather that I came last night. I waited for you all night. Cough, cough. Yi-chun cleared his throat, retorting, you truly are quite bored. I thought something had happened to you. Yen Yun pouted, extending her small hand, and stated, the rent. Yi-chun said nothing in return and dutifully handed over the rent. Why so prompt this time? You used to dawdle. Yen Yun inquired. A hint of surprise in her voice. You haven't engaged in any illicit activities and acquired a fortune, have you? Yi-chun was taken aback. It must be said that a woman's intuition can sometimes be remarkably astute. Her mere speculation was already quite close to the truth. Nonetheless, Yi-chun swiftly concocted an excuse. That is not the case. I found a new job. Is that so? Then I shall rest easy. Yen Yun sighed in relief. Take care. I shan't see you off. Yi-chun nodded slightly, reflecting on his recent gains. First and foremost, a sum of 100 billion in cash. For Yi-chun, this amounted to an astronomical figure. Another significant aspect was the corpse of the 7-colored unicorn python. As a third-tier beast, the value of the corpse itself was several tens of millions. It was time to cultivate the frostworm. I wonder if a single 7-colored unicorn python corpse would suffice. Yi-chun stroked his chin thoughtfully. According to the system's classification, the burning worm was a first-tier creature. The hunting worm a second tier, while the frostworm stood at the third tier, requiring resources that were far more formidable than the previous two. However, even if it were insufficient, it mattered little. The chubby fellow's nutritional potion would arrive soon. Infinite reproduction activated. With a thought, Yi-chun summoned his talent. A small white worm, about the size of a fingernail, materialized in his palm. The creature bore some resemblance to a golden beetle, entirely white with a translucent quality. The moment it appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and white mist swirled around Yi-chun's hand, creating a sensation akin to frostbite. How powerful! And this is still a larva. Yi-chun inhaled sharply. Without hesitation, he extracted the corpse of the 7-colored unicorn python, allowing the frostworm to devour it. The frostworm, though diminutive in size, possessed an astonishing appetite. In the blink of an eye, the fingernail-sized creature consumed a chunk of flesh from the python the size of a fist, its own form rapidly expanding. By the time it had devoured most of the 7-colored unicorn python, the frostworm had grown to the size of a fist. This size, while significantly weaker than the hunting worm, exuded an incredible pressure. A sudden sneeze escaped Yi-chun as he glanced around. A thick layer of frost had formed on the furniture and walls, transforming the entire room into a frigid chamber, the white mist swirling in an oppressive cold. Given Yi-chun's enhanced physique, surpassing that of an ordinary person, had it been someone else, they would have likely turned into an ice sculpture by now. Attack! Yi-chun commanded the frostworm to assault the nearby iron pot. Hiss! The frostworm expelled a stream of white liquid, which, upon contacting the pot, coated it in a layer of frost. When Yi-chun poked it, the entire pot shattered like glass, as if frozen by liquid nitrogen. The temperature was terrifying. Even steel could be rendered to shards, let alone flesh. Yi-chun gasped as he regarded the fist-sized frostworm in his hand. This creature was still in its juvenile stage. Once the chubby fellow delivered the nutritional potion, allowing it to mature, it would undoubtedly become extraordinarily powerful. A third-tier beast like the 7-colored unicorn python would likely fall to a mere breath from the frostworm. With a sigh of relief, Yi-chun produced a fist-sized 7-colored crystal core, the essence of the 7-colored unicorn python. To use it for cultivating the frostworm felt like a waste. It would be better employed to upgrade the mother nest system. Ding dong. Energy crystal detected. Commencing absorption. The energy crystal has been fully absorbed. What comes next? Yi-chun stood in a daze. The system did not evolve after absorbing a piece of energy crystal. Chapter 16, An Unexpected Turn of Events. In that moment, Yi-chun's mind was filled with countless grievances, yet he found himself at a loss for words. However, upon closer reflection, it made sense. After all, as the system's level ascended, the demand for energy crystals became increasingly daunting. Transitioning from level 2 to level 3 already required 2 level 3 energy crystals. To elevate to level 4, it was likely that level 3 energy crystals would be far from sufficient. At the very least, level 4 energy crystals would be necessary. Sigh. Acquiring level 4 energy crystals poses a significant challenge. Yi-chun furrowed his brow, troubled by the thought. The disparity between level 3 and level 4 beast tamers on this planet was monumental, nearly a qualitative leap. While humans could domesticate level 3 beasts, capturing level 4 beasts was an arduous task. Purchasing them seemed utterly impossible. No matter the amount of money one possessed, it ultimately dwindled down to mere numbers. The only viable option was to venture into the perilous wilds to hunt level 4 beasts. Of course, such endeavors were fraught with danger and had a high mortality rate. Well, never mind. The risks associated with level 4 energy crystals are far too great. At present, I lack sufficient cards up my sleeve. Chen exhaled deeply. With merely the undeveloped frozen insects and hunting insects at his disposal, it was nearly impossible to slay a level 4 ferocious beast. It would be wiser to await the arrival of the 1,000 level 3 nutrient potions ordered by the chubby fellow, allowing him to cultivate the insect swarm before proceeding. A multitude of ants can bring down an elephant. The true strength of a swarm lies not in individual prowess, but in the sheer mass of countless insects. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a frantic rap at Chen's door. The voice of the chubby fellow outside was laced with panic. Bro, open the door. Something terrible has happened. Something terrible? Chen was taken aback and quickly rose to open the door. Upon seeing Chen, the chubby fellow cursed in a state of distress. Damn it, 1,000 of my level 3 nutrient potions have been stolen. Stolen? Chen's brow furrowed. He instinctively glanced at the chubby fellow, dismissing the possibility that he had pocketed the potions himself. There was no need for that. Moreover, 250 billion was an astronomical sum for an ordinary person. For the chubby fellow, however, it was merely a bit more than pocket money. He wouldn't resort to theft. Hence, the culprit must be someone else. I suspect it was Li Dong. The chubby fellow gritted his teeth. The assailant was a level 3 beast tamer. They were incredibly fast. I didn't even have time to react before I was knocked unconscious. And by the time I woke up, the items had already been taken. Revenge. This is undoubtedly his revenge. The likelihood of Li Dong being the culprit is minimal. Chen shook his head. Why is that? The chubby fellow was perplexed. Quite simply, Li Dong is still lying in the hospital. Even if he wished to exact revenge, he wouldn't have had the opportunity. Chen sighed, patiently elucidating. Furthermore, 1,000 level 3 nutrient potions, valued at over 200 billion, is an astronomical figure in itself. It is enough to tempt some to take risks. Surely, you took precautions when acquiring the level 3 nutrient potions, did you not? The portly man raised his hand and scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment evident in his voice as he said, I was just anxious. I hurried here with the goods. Chen inhaled sharply, a wave of incredulity washing over him. 250 billion worth of goods, valued at nearly 1,000 billion. This man exhibited no sense of confidentiality whatsoever. If this were to be stolen, it would truly defy all reason. Brother, do not fret. The losses incurred are my responsibility. I shall bear all the consequences. The man's expression turned grave, preparing himself for the possibility of his little treasury running dry, or even falling into the negative. No need for that. Chen shook his head, his countenance hardening as he spoke with a fierce intensity. Those who dare to seize my goods are courting death. The portly man paused, a look of dismay crossing his face as he muttered. But there are too many people who know. How can we discern who did it? Have you forgotten? Chen flashed a grin and pointed to the nearby hunting insects, saying, I have hunting insects. Can you guess why they are called hunting insects? Why? The man asked, bewildered. Chen raised a hand, rubbing his temples, feeling a headache coming on. This man was exceedingly dull, yet he continued to explain, hunting insects possess an extraordinarily acute sense of smell. You carry a residual scent on you. Following this scent will lead us directly to the one who plundered you. Is it truly that simple? The portly man's face brightened, and he shook his fist, exclaiming fiercely, all right, let us go. How dare they rob me? They are seeking their own demise. Cough, cough. Chen cleared his throat lightly. To be honest, encountering a plump target like this made him want to seize a piece for himself. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the eastern part of Qinglong City, lay the black market. This place was the largest underground trading ground in Qinglong City, where, if one had wealth, one could procure nearly anything. Beast cores, high-grade beast cubs, nutritional potions, illicit drugs, and more could all be found here. It was, in every sense, a lawless realm. Dominating this territory was an organization known as the Black Eagle Gang, a powerful force that boasted several level 4 beast tamers, with rumors of a suspected level 5 beast tamer among them. The official powers of Qinglong City did not dare to confront the Black Eagle Gang directly. The cost would be too devastating, and annihilating the gang would yield no substantial benefits. Thus, the existence of this underground kingdom was tacitly accepted. Deep within the black market, in a luxuriously adorned villa, a middle-aged man gazed into a suitcase filled to the brim with nutritional potions, inhaling sharply. High-purity level 3 nutritional potions, exceedingly rare. With a production cost of 20 million, the market price soared to an astonishing 100 million. Even with wealth, one might not secure a purchase. Such items frequently sold out. At the sight of this suitcase filled with nutritional potions, the middle-aged man felt not greed, but terror. The absence of packaging indicated that these were taken directly from the factory, products of the Lin family, one of the largest families in Qinglong City. While the Lin family appeared harmless, their true depths were unfathomable. If this batch of goods had been stolen from the nutritional potion factory, the Lin family has suffered a loss amounting to tens of billions. For them, this is no trifling sum. More importantly, it is a matter of reputation. They are bound to be enraged. Once the Lin family is incensed, the entire black market will be thrown into chaos. The Lin family does not provoke the Black Hawk Gang, not out of fear, but for other reasons. From where did you acquire this batch of goods? The middle-aged man squinted, gazing ahead. Not far away stood a masked figure clad in black. You needn't inquire about the source. This box containing 50 units is merely a sample. You may set the price. The middle-aged man's expression turned icy as he coldly replied. Chapter 17, Taking Action. You should understand that the Black Hawk Gang has a rule. We do not accept goods of uncertain provenance. This batch hails from the Lin family. You are aware of the risks involved. Rest assured. This batch of goods has no connection to the Lin family. Is that so? The middle-aged man felt reassured. The Lin family has established major clients who regularly order high-grade nutritional agents. As long as the black-clad figure is not directly robbing the Lin family, there should be no significant issues. He then stated matter-of-factly, I will take this batch at 50 million per unit. Whatever quantity you have, I will purchase. I see. I still have 19 boxes. Let us agree on a location to finalize the transaction. The black-clad figure, anxious to dispose of the nutritional agents quickly, felt a sense of urgency. Hiss. The middle-aged man inhaled sharply once more. 19 boxes. Each box worth 50 billion, counting the one before him. The total value reaches 100 billion. An entity capable of placing a 100 billion order is certainly not inferior to the Lin family. However, this matter no longer concerns him. I appreciate your straightforwardness. The black-clad figure was elated. Once this batch is sold, it will be sufficient for him to live a life of extravagance. At that moment, Chen also arrived in the black market. The market was bustling with activity. Vehicles flowed incessantly, and street vendors were ubiquitous, selling vegetables, fruits, fish, breakfast, everything imaginable. Yet, he did not see any of the contraband he had anticipated, nor did it bear the disheveled reputation he had expected. Strange. Chen surveyed his surroundings, muttering, wasn't it said that the black market is rife with illegal goods? It appears no different from other areas of Qinglong City. The chubby companion scratched his head and replied, I'm not sure. It's my first time here. No matter. Let us follow the scent. Chen glanced at the hunting insect beside him, following it down a street. Meanwhile, several shadows lurked nearby, already fixated on Chen. How intriguing. It seems they have noticed me. Chen thought to himself, sensing the spies around him with some surprise. The Black Hawk Gang's response is remarkably swift. Could it be that the chubby companion was robbed by the Black Hawk Gang? With this thought in mind, Chen continued forward. Crossing the street and coming to a stop, not far from him stood an opulent villa, surrounded by numerous formidable beastmasters. Serving as bodyguards to ensure the safety of the villa's owner, there was no doubt that this place was indeed the heart of the Black Hawk Gang. Suddenly, a figure appeared not far from Chen. It was a frail young man, seemingly delicate and weak, with a magnificent golden lion beast radiating an astonishing power at his back, having already reached the pinnacle of the second tier. I have been watching you for quite some time. The frail youth narrowed his eyes, his tone ominous. Now that you are here, state your purpose. Without a reasonable explanation, you will perish here. Oh, Chen remained unfazed, gazing at the frail youth with a calm demeanor. I have come to retrieve what belongs to me. Right within this villa. Do not obstruct my path, or I shall take your life. Ha ha. The frail youth burst into laughter, appearing thoroughly amused. Is that so funny? Chen remained unmoved, fully aware that in the black market, strength was the only valid currency. Concepts like fairness and justice were non-existent. One had to speak with their fists. Indeed, it is quite amusing, for you shall soon face your demise. The frail youth wasted no time. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, Golden Lion Beast, attack. Tear them apart. With a deafening roar, the Golden Lion Beast charged towards Chen. Yet, he stood his ground, glancing down at the hunting insect beneath his feet, and calmly instructed, eliminate them. With a crack, Chen's command unleashed the hunting insect, which instantly vanished from sight, leaving only a sharp explosive sound and shattered stone tiles in its wake. What? It has disappeared? The frail youth was taken aback. Before he could comprehend, the hunting insect had reappeared 3 meters away from him. So swift, such terrifying killing intent. The young man's hair stood on end, his body trembling in fear. The black hunting insect loomed like the harbinger of death, making him acutely aware of how close he was to his own demise. Simultaneously, the golden lion beast halted its movement, its body stiffening. A circular spray of blood erupted from its neck, and then its head slowly fell away, its heavy body crashing to the ground with a dull thud. No, impossible. The frail youth was left dumbfounded. The golden lion beast was his trump card. Having torn apart countless opponents, yet now it had been slain in an instant. It felt surreal. There is nothing impossible. Chen shook his head, raising his hand with an icy calmness as he declared, hunting insect, finish him. Wait. The frail youth's eyes widened, his voice caught in his throat. He raised his hand, pleading for mercy, but it was too late. The hunting insect's movements were swift and decisive. In the blink of an eye, blood splattered as the frail youth's head fell, his headless corpse collapsing by the roadside, lifeless. The first act of taking a life. Chen furrowed his brow. The world of beastmasters was harsh, rife with bloody conflict. Taking lives was an inevitable reality, and he had long since steeled himself for such an eventuality. He had just ended the frail youth's life. A slight ripple of emotion stirred within Chen's heart, yet his resolve quickly solidified. Who is this brat? Inside the villa, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow. Yi Chen's ruthless approach was undeniably merciless, showing no regard for face whatsoever. He brazenly committed murder in the heart of the Black Hawk Gang's territory. If Yi Chen were not taught a lesson, the man might as well resign from his position as a minor leader of the Black Hawk Gang. Bang! The villa's entrance exploded. Yi Chen stepped over the debris, striding toward the villa with an expression as placid as if he were merely taking a leisurely stroll. Beside him, the number of beast tamers had surged to over a dozen, each one daring only to observe, too fearful to draw closer. The frail youth and the corpse of the golden lion beast lay outside the door, still twitching. They were a group of second-tier beast tamers, no matter how formidable. Their strength amounted to nothing. Boom. Suddenly, the situation shifted dramatically. A powerful aura surged from the distance, approaching with astonishing speed. Chapter 18, Not Worth It. Just as Yi Chen registered the threat, a colossal fist loomed before him. Boom. Yi Chen sidestepped the blow, finally discerning the attacker, a massive, 3-meter-tall black gorilla. Its greenish face bore fangs, and its strength was formidable. Oh no, it's the overlord black gorilla, a third-tier beast. Its power is immense. The rotund man gasped, his eyes wide with terror. Third-tier beasts are perilously dangerous anywhere, especially a melee type like the overlord black gorilla, which is undoubtedly a nightmare for most beast tamers. Yet, Yi Chen remained unfazed. It had been ages since anyone dared to wreak havoc in the core territory of the Black Hawk Gang. Kid, who are you? A raspy voice inquired. Yi Chen turned to see a short, white-haired old man, his face etched with wrinkles, glaring intently at him. His eyes resembled those of a hawk. Unmistakably a formidable character. Who I am is of little consequence. However, my belongings are not so easily taken. Yi Chen replied, unperturbed. He locked eyes with the elder and declared, Now, return what belongs to me, and I shall let this matter pass. Otherwise, should I retrieve it myself, you will find the cost far steeper. Your belongings? The elder's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of surprise flickering within. Yi Chen chuckled softly. He stepped forward, his tone calm yet deliberate, articulating each word. Are you feigning ignorance? Feigning ignorance? No. Whatever enters the Black Hawk Gang's domain becomes the property of the Black Hawk Gang. The elder's face twisted into a cold smirk. Black Star. Kill. At the elder's command, the overlord black gorilla unleashed its might, charging toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen neither dodged nor flinched. Suddenly, the hunting bug beside him sprang into action. Roar. The overlord black gorilla, with its peak speed and strength, swiftly detected the hunting bug's movement, raising its fist to strike. At that moment in Yi Chen's hand, a burning insect the size of an egg, radiating a fiery crimson glow, darted toward the dominant black gorilla. Following a system enhancement, the burning insect had ascended to the second tier, equaling the hunting insect in rank. Possessing an innate fire poison attribute, its only drawback was its exorbitant cost. One such second-tier burning insect required 1 million to procure. Bang! The dominant black gorilla instinctively struck the burning insect with a powerful fist, resulting in a brilliant explosion of sparks. In the next moment, the entire figure of the dominant black gorilla became enveloped in flames. A piercing howl erupted from the creature. A desperate cry of agony as the terrifyingly high temperature inflicted severe burns upon its skin. The pain was excruciating. One of its fists had turned to char, revealing white bone beneath. This catastrophic injury rendered the dominant black gorilla utterly incapacitated. At that moment, the hunting insect seized the opportunity. It swung its forelimbs, slicing through the gorilla's neck. With a splatter, blood gushed forth like a fountain. The head of the dominant black gorilla thudded to the ground, producing a dull sound. An elderly observer from a distance widened his eyes in disbelief. The dominant black gorilla had been slain. Astonishingly, it had fallen so easily. Meanwhile, Yi Chen maintained an air of nonchalance, a demeanor that spoke volumes. What did this signify? Yi Chen was undoubtedly a 4th-tier Beastmaster. Otherwise, the dominant black gorilla would not have been dispatched so effortlessly. Particularly, that fleeting flash of fire had severely injured a 3rd-tier beast. He must be at least a 4th-tier Beastmaster. No, perhaps even a 5th tier. Enough. You are next. Yi Chen turned, fixing his gaze upon the elder. Dream on. The elder's expression turned icy, his tone grave as he spoke. I admit your strength. It appears I must now get serious. I am invincible. You may proceed at your leisure. Yi Chen, with his hands in his pockets, bore an air of indifference. This very demeanor caused the elder to hesitate. While he spoke of taking action, he instead summoned a massive black serpent, remaining otherwise still. My esteemed guest, I believe it is best to seek peace. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward. Dressed in a suit, he exuded an air of cultured sophistication. With a slight smile, he introduced himself. I am Zhang Ming, an elder of the Black Eagle Gang and the overseer of this region. It seems we have encountered some misunderstandings. If we can resolve this minor issue, surely we can remain friends, can we not? Oh, Yi Chen glanced at the middle-aged man. To be candid, his current strength was insufficient, and he had no desire to clash with the Black Eagle Gang. It would be unwise. A hunting insect costing 100 million was simply not worth losing. His objective of establishing authority had been achieved. There was no need for a life-or-death struggle. At this thought, Something unknown flashed across the middle-aged man's face, momentarily freezing his expression. To be honest, after all that had transpired, the loss of a third-tier ferocious beast and a second-tier beastmaster had resulted in a staggering financial blow of at least 2 to 3 billion. The Black Hawk gang has indeed suffered a grievous loss. However, the middle-aged man is genuinely perplexed as to why Chen has sought trouble with them. It seems he is sitting at home while the calamity descends from the heavens. Are you unaware? Chen's expression morphed into one of intrigue. Initially, he had presumed that the Black Hawk gang had plundered the fat man, but it now appeared that the situation was far more convoluted. Could it be that he had mistakenly sought out the wrong party? That seemed implausible. His keen instincts as a hunter could not possibly falter, nor could they deceive their master. I truly do not know. Elder Zhang Ming of the Black Hawk gang raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Then I shall speak plainly. Observing the situation, Chen chose not to beat around the bush. He stated directly, "A shipment of mine has been stolen, a batch of third-tier nutritional potions. From the information I have gathered, that batch of third-tier nutritional potions is right here. Return the goods to me, and I shall hold no grudge. Otherwise, third-tier nutritional potions?" Zhang Ming's expression became increasingly peculiar. It dawned on him that he had unwittingly become a scapegoat for someone else's misdeeds, and the burden he bore was no trifling matter. Chen was evidently at the level of a fourth-tier beastmaster. Given the stature of the Black Hawk gang, they stood a considerable chance of eliminating a fourth-tier beastmaster, but the cost would be exorbitant. A fourth-tier beastmaster could easily take down another of equal rank and severely injure several more. Should the other families converge, the Black Hawk gang would be doomed. It was simply not worth the risk. Merely 50 third-tier nutritional potions? It was not worth risking their lives. With that thought, Zhang Ming abandoned any intention of violence. "This is indeed a misunderstanding," he said with a cultured smile. "It appears, dear guest, that there exists some miscommunication between us. Are you inclined to deny this?" Chen's pupils constricted as he prepared for confrontation. "No, please do not misconstrue." Zhang Ming shook his head. "You must understand. The goods of the Black Hawk gang have a certain origin. Regardless of who obtained them or through what means, they must come to the Black Hawk gang for sale." "I see." Chen nodded slightly and inquired, "Someone sold my nutritional potions to you?" "Indeed." Zhang Ming affirmed with a slight nod. "Ah, then might you return them to me?" "That seems rather unlikely." Chen exhaled deeply. If that batch of nutritional potions was in Zhang Ming's possession, then it was certain that he had paid a king's ransom to acquire them. They would not be returned so easily. The only recourse lay in resorting to force. Unexpectedly, Zhang Ming shook his head and replied, "That is not the case. The Black Hawk gang does not concern itself with such trifling goods. Please, follow me, brother. Be cautious of deceit." The fat man, rarely astute, cautioned Chen in a hushed tone. "Your voice is too loud. They can hear you." Chen retorted, exasperated. Zhang Ming's gaze swept across the fat man, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He recognized the fat man as a quintessential spendthrift. However, it was remarkable that the fat man was acquainted with Chen, a fourth-tier beastmaster. This revelation suggested that the fat man was no ordinary individual. Upon contemplating this, Zhang Ming's face broke into a benevolent smile. "This young lad certainly possesses a knack for humor. Fear not, I shall take action." Without hesitation, he proceeded to act. There was no need for ambush. "Gentlemen, follow me." Chen nodded slightly, saying nothing as he followed Zhang Ming into the office within the villa. Subsequently, Zhang Ming produced a metallic briefcase, slowly opening it to reveal a row of light blue test tubes, meticulously arranged within. Each vial contained an exceedingly precious third-tier nutrient solution, equivalent to the total nutritional essence of an exotic beast. "All right, all the nutrient potions are contained herein," Zhang Ming, with a smile, proclaimed. "If you wish to take them, feel free to do so." No wonder he was so agreeable. There was merely one case. Chen was taken aback. "You must understand. The other party, unless foolish, would not bring all their goods to me. To avoid the risk of being double-crossed," Zhang Ming, equally candid, elaborated. "Thus, the other party only acquired one case." "That is understandable." Chen refrained from further commentary. He seized the briefcase, tossing it into his storage space, then turned to Zhang Ming and inquired, "Do you know who the individual selling the potions is?" "I do not know." "Then allow me to pay you to uncover the identity of that person. Surely that can be accomplished?" Chen furrowed his brow. Zhang Ming's face instantly exhibited the characteristic grin of a shrewd businessman as he quoted a price. "Of course. My demand is modest. 25 billion. Chen, with an impassive expression, responded, 1 billion. TSK. How can one bargain in such a manner? 25 billion. Not a penny less. I am already at a loss." Zhang Ming appeared quite helpless. Chen chose not to pursue further negotiations. He had already eliminated a third-tier beast from the other party and taken this case of nutrient potions. The Black Hawk gang had suffered considerable losses. If no compensation were provided, the Black Hawk gang might harbor resentment, leading to troublesome covert actions. Furthermore, the Black Hawk gang's information network was extensive, capable of acquiring numerous illicit items unattainable elsewhere. There would surely be occasions when such resources were needed. With this in mind, Chen nodded, stating, Then it shall be 25 billion. You truly are a forthright individual. Zhang Ming's face radiated a brilliant smile. How long will it take to locate that person? Yi Chen pressed on. Rest assured, a day's time will suffice. Zhang Ming declared confidently and proudly. In the entirety of Qinglong City, there is no one my Black Hawk gang cannot find. Very well. I shall return in a day. Yi Chen nodded, grasping the nutrient potions on the table. He glanced at the portly man and said, Portly fellow, let us depart. Oh, the portly man, as if awakening from a dream, promptly followed Yi Chen as they exited the villa. Once Yi Chen had left, the elder whose third-tier beast had been slain by Yi Chen appeared beside Zhang Ming. In a hushed tone, he inquired, Elder, should we seek revenge? Revenge? What benefit would that yield? Zhang Ming cast a sidelong glance at the elder. His tone flat yet imbued with a cautionary undertone. A young fourth-tier beastmaster such as he is highly likely to ascend to fifth tier, or even sixth tier, in the future. For the sake of billions and losses, it is foolish to seek revenge on such an individual. I understand your resentment. Merely a third-level beastmaster. I shall provide for you. However, remember this. Never provoke that person. Upon hearing these words, the elder broke into a fine sweat on his forehead. He was well aware of Zhang Ming. Although he appeared amiable, anyone who could ascend to the rank of elder in the Black Hawk gang undoubtedly had blood on their hands. If he disregarded Zhang Ming's words, he might very well be courting death. With this thought, the elder gritted his teeth and replied, Yes. Elder, I understand. That is good. I am glad to hear it. The elder nodded and promptly vanished before Zhang Ming. Phew, finally out. That was terrifying. Brother, I thought we were going to meet our end in this black market. The rotund man exhaled deeply, his expression one of lingering dread. Only after leaving the black market did he dare to reveal his true feelings. It wasn't that dramatic. Yi Chen shook his head and replied nonchalantly, As long as Zhang Ming isn't a fool, he won't initiate a confrontation with me. By the way, why did you agree to Zhang Ming's demand of 2.5 billion? Under those circumstances, 10 billion would have sufficed. The portly man looked puzzled. Long nights breed many dreams. Yi Chen glanced at the metallic briefcase in his hand and continued, Moreover, Zhang Ming is not to be trifled with. If the payment is insufficient, he will not carry out the task. Investigating on my own would consume an immense amount of time and energy. Ah, I see. The rotund man finally understood. Chapter 20, The Emerging Swarm. Yi Chen was once again at a loss for words. He realized that this man was beyond redemption. Casting a sidelong glance at the rotund man, he nearly voiced that he was no better than Clay. At least Clay wouldn't leak secrets. However, he refrained, fearing it might offend him. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Almost the moment the briefcase was opened, the frozen insect could no longer contain itself. It actively emerged, circling around the briefcase, its mind filled with a yearning for the nutrient potion. Yet, unable to defy Yi Chen's commands, it could only helplessly spin in circles. TSK, TSK. It is truly craving. Yi Chen mused. He opened a third-level nutrient potion and tossed it to the frozen insect. Whoosh. The frozen insect moved with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, its forelimbs had grasped the potion bottle, devouring the liquid within, leaving not a single drop behind. Boom. With a third-level nutrient potion consumed, the frozen insect rapidly expanded, reaching 30 centimeters in mere moments. Its aura had grown exponentially stronger. However, the icy mist surrounding its body had vanished, leaving behind a shell resembling blue marble. Fascinating. The chill is barely perceptible. Yi Chen observed the frozen insect. According to the information from the mother nest system, the frozen insect had not lost its freezing ability. Rather, it had completely mastered this power. This was a hallmark of a mature frozen insect. A Tier 3 nutrient potion possesses the capability to nurture a mature frostworm. One wonders how many hunter worms it could potentially cultivate. With this thought, Yi Chen focused his mind, and several hunter worm larvae, roughly the size of grasshoppers, manifested in his palm through the gift of infinite reproduction. Subsequently, he retrieved another vial of the Tier 3 nutrient potion. 10 minutes elapsed. 10 formidable adult hunter worms materialized before Yi Chen. Each was astonishingly powerful, even more so than those nourished by the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts. This clearly underscored the potency of the Tier 3 nutrient potion. It was overwhelmingly impressive. Yi Chen felt immense joy as he still possessed 48 vials of the nutrient potion. By this reckoning, the creation of a small-scale swarm was more than sufficient. With that in mind, Yi Chen immediately set to work, converting the remaining 48 vials of nutrient potion into a swarm to bolster his combat strength. Yi Chen, I want you dead. Revenge must be exacted. Li Dong, with bloodshot eyes, sat upon his hospital bed, his entire body swathed in bandages, teetering on the brink of madness. His injuries were trivial, yet the violation of his dignity was the true source of his insanity. To be forced to bow his head and apologize was an insult that could only be cleansed by the blood of Yi Chen. Zhang Yong, have you found the professional assassin I asked for? Li Dong's tone was grave, his eyes a fiery red. Young master, assassins don't operate like in the movies. In the entirety of Qinglong City, where can one find a professional assassin, especially one capable of eliminating a Tier 3 Beastmaster? They are at least Tier 4 Beastmasters themselves. Prominent figures in Qinglong City, living lives of luxury. It is inconceivable that they would engage in the sordid business of killing for others. The bodyguard beside him wore a face of resignation. No, I know one person who will do it. Li Dong's teeth nearly ground to dust as he spoke, his countenance darkening. He turned to Zhang Yong. You should be aware of the whereabouts of that Tier 5 beast embryo my father has collected, correct? Gasp. Zhang Yong inhaled sharply, his face paling considerably. A Tier 5 beast embryo, if carefully nurtured, could evolve into a Tier 5 beast, easily dominating the entirety of Qinglong City. Money alone could not compel a Tier 4 Beastmaster to risk their life. But this could undoubtedly achieve that. Young master, think carefully. That thing cannot be touched. If the Tier 5 beast embryo were to be lost, the head of the family would surely kill you. Indeed, if the Tier 5 beast embryo goes missing, it's uncertain whether you will survive, but we, as bodyguards, would certainly meet a tragic end. I do not care. Chen must die. He must die. At this moment, Li Dong was teetering on the edge of insanity. He clenched his fists, fury emanating from him as he declared, very well. If you will not act, then I shall take matters into my own hands. Several bodyguards were rendered utterly speechless. At this juncture, their only recourse was to report to the family head. Meanwhile, within the confines of his rented room, Chen had successfully completed the cultivation of his swarm. The entire night had been dedicated to this task. All 50 nutrient solutions had been exhausted. He had yielded 10 apex-level frozen insects, 300 apex-level hunting insects, and 1,000 apex-level burning insects. Such a quantity at this level could indeed be deemed a swarm. A 4th-level Beastmaster encountering Chen would be doomed without a doubt. Even a 5th level might not possess the strength to contend. However, Chen remained unhurried. Once everything was in hand, that would mark the true formation of the insect sea. It was time to pay a visit to the school. Chen rose, opened the door, and made his way towards Qinglong No. 1 High School. He was a man who held grudges. It was time to settle some scores within the school. With this thought in mind, Chen quickened his pace, eager to unleash his pent-up frustrations. At that moment, in another part of Qinglong No. 1 High School, within the teacher's office, Lin Ming wore an expression of deep distress, akin to someone suffering from constipation. He appeared to be steeped in sorrow. Calculating the time, Chen had not attended class for an entire week, as if he had evaporated from existence. If he were merely an ordinary student, it might not matter. Yet Chen was an exceptionally rare dual-talent student. His disappearance was akin to a cooked duck flying away. Lin Ming's aspirations of soaring high by clinging to Chen's coattails were on the verge of shattering. Sighing, Lin Ming rubbed his temples and took a sip of coffee, feeling utterly dejected. At that moment, a knock echoed through the office. Mr. Lin, it's Chen. What the heck? Lin Ming couldn't help but exclaim a curse under his breath. Instinctively, he pinched himself, murmuring, am I hallucinating? Surely not. Chapter 21, Dongyu Academy. Mr. Lin, you are not hallucinating. It is indeed I. Chen stood outside the door, feeling somewhat bemused. Was it really necessary to be so anxious over merely disappearing for a week? Ha! This is wonderful. Lin Ming leaped from his chair and dashed to the door. Chen, come in quickly. Where have you been these past few days? Lin Ming was overjoyed and exceedingly warm in his reception, personally pouring a cup of tea for Chen. Yet, Chen remained unmoved. He was well aware that Lin Ming's fervor stemmed entirely from the benefits he believed Chen could provide. Had Chen not awakened the system and been mistakenly regarded as a dual talent, he would have been expelled long ago. Mr. Lin, I have come to discuss a matter. Chen inquired. How can I gain admission to Dongyu Academy? What? Lin Ming was taken aback, genuinely startled. He stammered, Dongyu Academy? Such an institution is not easily accessible. No one from Qinglong City has entered Dongyu Academy in a decade. I am aware. Chen shrugged, continuing. That is precisely why I am asking if you have any means. Unfortunately, there truly is none. You hold me in exceedingly high regard. The East Domain Academy stands as the pinnacle institution for beast tamers across the entire East Domain. Each year, among the millions of students, only the top 10,000 are granted entry, and the city of Qinglong is simply inadequate. The top student from Qinglong cannot even breach the top 100,000, let alone the top 10,000. A bitter smile adorned Lin Ming's face. Yet, Chen remained unfazed. He inquired nonchalantly, but Qinglong no. One high school is indeed qualified to register, isn't it? Are you truly prepared to participate in the East Domain Academy's Beast Tamer assessment? Lin Ming's eyes widened in realization. He grasped that Chen was utterly serious. Of course. Do you doubt my capabilities, teacher? Chen retorted, somewhat speechless. Perhaps you genuinely lack the requisite skills. Lin Ming shook his head, exhaling deeply. Chen, you must understand. Beast tamers and their beasts are generally classified into 10 tiers. Beyond tier 10 lies the silver rank, followed by gold, platinum, diamond, lord, king, epic, and the even loftier legendary rank. Among the candidates for East Domain Academy, to secure a position within the top 10,000, one must at least start at the silver rank. To enter the top 100, one might need to attain gold. There have even been instances of the emergence of diamond rank super beast tamers. In fact, the mightiest beast tamer in all of Qinglong City is merely suspected to be at tier 6. For candidates to achieve even a Tier 2 beast tamer is quite remarkable. The disparity from the silver rank is staggering. Yi-Chun, I recognize your talent. However, attending East Domain Academy might be a futile endeavor. Even with dual talents, you cannot expect to stand against the prodigious abilities of others. Thus, Yi-Chun, I implore you to reconsider. Yi-Chun stood resolutely, patiently allowing Lin Ming to voice his thoughts. He was already aware of everything Lin Ming articulated. Gazing at Lin Ming, Yi-Chun flashed a smile, exuding an optimistic demeanor as he replied, that may not necessarily be the case. Without attempting, how can one ascertain whether entry is possible? Just assist me with the registration, and I shall remember this favor. Lin Ming, witnessing Yi-Chun's determination, sighed and ceased his attempts to dissuade him. Even if he refused to assist with the registration, Yi-Chun could still apply under his own name, albeit with slightly more hassle. Rest assured, teacher, I will undoubtedly go to East Domain Academy. Yi-Chun's expression was serene. He turned and added, by the way, teacher, please inform the principal that shortly, I shall be administering a beating. Who are you going to beat? Lin Ming was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. Without providing an explanation, Yi-Chun exited the office. Trouble loomed. Yang Cheng is doomed. When Yi-Chun was still deemed a waste, he had been subjected to relentless humiliation by Yang Cheng. This score must be settled. I must notify the principal. Lin Ming swiftly regained his composure and hastened towards the principal's office. Meanwhile, in another corner, Class 3 of Qinglong No. 1 High School. Yang Cheng was in high spirits lately. With Yi-Chun, this waste, expelled, his graduation rate would undoubtedly reach new heights. His current mood could only be encapsulated by a single word: exhilaration. Classmates, Class 3 does not accommodate waste. You all must strive relentlessly. Otherwise, you may find yourselves in Yi-Chun's predicament, facing elimination and relegation to Class 18. Yang Cheng stood upon the podium, fervently criticizing Yi-Chun, using him as a negative example. The other students hardly reacted. After all, Yi-Chun was merely a waste, not worthy of their acquaintance. Most regarded him with disdain. No matter how well he studied, what did it matter? A talent for reproduction was of no use, relegating him to learning about postnatal care for sows. Suddenly, the classroom door swung open. Yi-Chun appeared in the doorway, a benign smile gracing his face, though it concealed a chilling intent. Yi-Chun, you, Yang Cheng gasped, instinctively taking 2 steps back. His intuition screamed that Yi-Chun was extraordinarily dangerous. However, emboldened over the years, he feigned calmness, raised his hand, and pointed at Yi-Chun. Reprimanding, Yi-Chun, get out. Class 3 does not welcome you. Do not misunderstand. I have no intention of joining Class 3. Yi-Chun shook his head. He stepped into the classroom, unhurriedly stating, I merely wish to give you a beating. Boom. The classroom erupted in chaos. Many students widened their eyes in shock. When did Yi-Chun become so audacious? He dares to confront teacher Yang. Heh, if only he could really teach Yang Cheng a lesson. Indeed. I've found him quite displeasing for a while now. That may be wishful thinking. Yang Cheng is a first-tier Beastmaster. No student can contend with him. Whispers of speculation filled the air, causing Yang Cheng's face to oscillate between shades of green and white, his anger boiling over. He pointed at Yi-Chun, scolding. You speak so boldly. Where do you find the audacity, Yi-Chun? Before he could finish, Yi-Chun erupted with force, diving forward to stand before Yang Cheng in an instant. What? Yang Cheng was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Yi-Chun's astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, Yi-Chun was upon him. Bang! Yi-Chun swung his fist, landing a clean and decisive blow to Yang Cheng's cheek. Yang Cheng was sent sprawling, crashing into several desks, which clattered loudly in the aftermath. Gasp! The surrounding students were dumbfounded, unable to believe that Yi-Chun truly dared to strike, and with such precision. Chapter 22. I never delay my revenge. Yi-Chun, you. Yang Cheng struggled to rise from the wreckage of desks, looking at Yi-Chun with uncertainty. Half of his face was swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig. He mumbled furiously, expulsion. Yi-Chun, I will have the principal expel you. You are finished. Expulsion? You must be capable of that first. Yi-Chun strolled towards Yang Cheng, leisurely pressing his fingers together, producing a crackling sound. What are you doing? Yang Cheng's fear intensified. What am I doing? I am enacting my revenge. Yi-Chun inhaled deeply and charged once more at Yang Cheng, fists flying. Yang Cheng was utterly powerless against Yi-Chun's onslaught. In no time, he was left battered and bruised, sprawled on the ground, his body covered in footprints. Phew! Yi-Chun exhaled a sigh of relief, the melancholy that had lingered in his heart for years dissipating in an instant. It seems I have arrived a moment too late. Principal Zhang Huai entered the classroom, his gaze falling upon the fallen Yang Cheng, leaving him momentarily speechless. He never anticipated that Yi-Chun's approach would be so explosive, openly assaulting Yang Cheng. I prefer to settle scores on the same day rather than let them linger overnight. Yi-Chun turned to face Zhang Huai, a smile gracing his features as he cheerfully inquired. So, Principal, are you intending to expel me? Not at all, Zhang Huai retorted, glancing dismissively at the prostrate Yang Cheng. Such a selfish individual, willing to forsake his own students for personal gain. He deserves what he got. I won't intervene on his behalf. That's good to hear. You truly embody a sense of righteousness, Principal. Yi-Chun grinned. Do I sense sarcasm in your tone? Zhang Huai replied, perplexed. Not at all. Yi Chen shook his head before continuing. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Zhang Huai quickly called out to Yi Chen. Hold on. I wish to inquire if you would be interested in joining Class 1? Class 1? Yi Chen squinted. In Qinglong No. 1 middle school, Class 1 was the finest, while Class 18 was the most dismal. Had he not awakened his mother nest system, entering Class 1 would have been a coveted opportunity. However, under the current circumstances, he decided against it. With that thought, Yi Chen shook his head and replied, Principal, I think I shall pass on Class 1. Class 18 seems quite satisfactory. Zhang Huai sighed. Yet, he did not press the matter further, merely nodding and stating, if that is your choice, I shall not insist. Leave the registration to me. That would be much appreciated. Yi Chen nodded and turned to exit the classroom. At that moment, his former classmates finally reacted, exchanging bewildered glances. Many questioned whether they were dreaming. When had Yi Chen become so formidable? He had struck Yang Cheng without consequence. It was truly inconceivable. Meanwhile, in a dark dungeon, a battered individual was bound by iron chains, his body riddled with wounds, clearly having endured severe torture. He appeared on the brink of death, barely clinging to life. Zhang Ming frowned slightly, stating, Are you still not going to speak? Struggling further is futile. Spitting defiantly, the chained youth wore a scornful smile. Whether I reveal the location of the nutrient serum or not, it's still death. Why should I divulge anything? Whatever torture you have in mind, bring it on. I fear nothing. You certainly possess a resilient spirit. Zhang Ming was somewhat surprised. Capturing this youth was a straightforward task for the Black Hawk gang, taking merely a few hours. Yet after a day and night of torture, even the toughest of men would typically beg for mercy. This fellow's ability to endure was truly remarkable. Of course, such tenacity cannot be permitted to remain. With this kind of resolve, he would inevitably become a significant threat in the future. Elder, what shall we do? Shall we continue the torture? The beast tamers under his command were left speechless. This young man was truly extraordinary. They had attempted various techniques, all in vain. Enough. If we continue to torture him, he will perish. Zhang Ming glanced at the time and remarked, It's about time. Yi Chen should have arrived. Let us hand him over. Our promise will be fulfilled. Hand him over to Yi Chen? A few subordinates were taken aback. What? Don't you understand? Zhang Ming sighed and patiently explained. Our agreement with Yi Chen was to help him find clues. Now, one of the individuals who robbed the nutritional agents has already been captured. We have completed our mission. As for whether Yi Chen can extract any information, that is his concern. I see. A spark of understanding lit up in his subordinate's eyes. Creak. The door to the dungeon swung open. An elderly man cloaked in black stepped into the dimly lit dungeon and approached Zhang Ming. Is Yi Chen here? Indeed. Let him in. Zhang Ming waved his hand nonchalantly. Understood. The old man vanished in a flash within the dungeon. Meanwhile, outside, Yi Chen stood in the villa, his hands tucked into his pockets, seemingly at ease. Beside him was a rather sickly-looking hunting insect. Yet, this very creature instilled fear in the hearts of the surrounding beast tamers. After all, just a day prior, Yi Chen had been on a rampage, slaying a third-tier beast. They could hardly suppress their fear. Lord Yi Chen, please follow me. The old man appeared before Yi Chen, slightly bowing, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Apologies for the trouble. Yi Chen nodded slightly and followed him into the dungeon. Upon entering, he beheld the battered young man and frowned, expressing his discontent. Is this the clue you found? Why does he look half dead? Have you obtained any information? No, but I am certain he knows the whereabouts of that batch of nutritional agents. Zhang Ming shrugged, embodying a sense of helplessness. Hiss. Yi Chen inhaled deeply. The young man before him had endured a day and night of torment, yet remained tight-lipped. He was a tough nut to crack. Extracting information from him would likely require considerable effort. Don't hold your breath. I want to say a word. The young man squinted defiantly, clearly dismissing Yi Chen. TSK. You stole my nutritional agents, and yet remain so arrogant. Yi Chen gazed at the young man beneath him and remarked coolly, That seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? Humph. The young man sneered disdainfully, closing his eyes to meditate. Ignoring Yi Chen. Lord Yi Chen, shall we resort to further torture? One of the beast tamers approached, wielding a red-hot branding iron. No need. Yi Chen smiled at the young man beneath him and stated, I have my own methods to make him speak. Chapter 23, The Witch Doctor. Oh, at that moment, Zhang Ming showed interest. He cautioned, Yi Chen, do not underestimate this fellow. We have spent an entire day and night without success. He is not easily dealt with. How about we place a wager? Yi Chen turned to Zhang Ming. A wager? What sort of wager do you propose? Zhang Ming responded with caution. Do not be overly anxious. The rules are quite equitable. Yi Chen pointed to the young man on the ground and declared, 10 minutes. I merely require 10 minutes to extract a confession from him. Should I emerge victorious, my demands are modest. 5 fourth-tier beast cores. If I lose, this hunting insect will be yours. What? Zhang Ming's pupils constricted, and he instantly lost his composure. 4th-tier beast cores are valuable, worth around 10 billion. However, the hunting insect is nearly at the 4th-tier beast level. A single bout in the beast arena could yield Yi Chen several hundred billion. Including the hefty sum from the portly fellow, that totals a staggering 600 billion. One can only imagine the astonishing actual value of the hunting insect. It's a gamble. Zhang Ming resolved decisively. Very well, I trust you 1T renege on this. Yi Chen scrutinized Zhang Ming from head to toe. Rest assured, 5 4th-tier beast cores are well within my means. Zhang Ming's response was rather nonchalant. He retrieved his mobile phone and inquired, shall we commence? Let the timer begin. Yi Chen gestured, directing his attention to the young man. Humph, I advise you to abandon all hope. The young man's face was a mask of disdain, exuding an air of indifference to any form of torture. The limits of human willpower are finite. Even if you endure such torment, you will never maintain such a nonchalant demeanor. Yi Chen regarded the young man and stated calmly, unless you are incapable of perceiving pain. You. The young man's pupils dilated in realization of the precarious situation. Nonetheless, he feigned composure, gritting his teeth as he retorted, stop your nonsense. Whatever torture you have in mind, just proceed. You are clearly unnerved. Yi Chen placed his hands in his pockets, lowered his head, and addressed the hunting insect at his feet, commanding, go. Whoosh. The hunting insect moved with remarkable speed, swiftly reaching the young man's front. Before the young man could react, the insect struck, tearing the scalp from his head. It then forcefully extracted a 30-centimeter-long worm. The entire process was fluid and seamless. After losing the worm, the young man wailed in excruciating agony, collapsing to the ground and convulsing uncontrollably. The cursed worm. Zhang Ming gasped, his expression instantly turning grave. The other beast tamers also turned pale. A cursed worm. For any ordinary individual, this is a creature best avoided. It kills silently and is exceedingly sinister. This type of beast tamer is one who deviates from the norm. And in the entire world, such tamers are not to be trifled with. Otherwise, one may face dire consequences. To think we are dealing with a witchcraft practitioner. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation. Cursed worms possess unpredictable lethality. A first-tier cursed worm, if wielded skillfully, could eliminate a 5th-tier beast tamer. Such precedents exist. To become entangled with such a terrifying entity means one must remain perpetually vigilant. Hadn't witchcraft practitioners been eradicated? How could remnants still exist? The cold voice of the old man in black cut through the tension. This time, we must eliminate the opponent. If we do not, we shall all perish. To think it is a witchcraft practitioner. Zhang Ming's expression was grim, accompanied by a dull headache. The witch doctor lurked like a venomous serpent in the shadows. In a direct confrontation, one could easily crush it underfoot. However, a sudden strike could send chills down even Zhang Ming's spine. If given a choice, he would prefer to remain uninvolved in this matter. No amount of money could persuade him otherwise. Everyone, no need to panic. It's merely a worm. Yi Chen remained remarkably composed. With a swarm of insects at his command and a mother nest system in place, he was exceptionally attuned to the scent of hunting insects. To him, the goo worms were no different from the visible threats. Should the witch doctor dare to ambush him, it would likely end in a gruesome demise. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, the young man who had fainted regained consciousness. He no longer exuded bravado, but instead spoke with palpable frailty. You are all doomed. If I die, you will face retribution. Await your fate. Cut it out, Yi Chen said, no longer inclined to engage further. He lowered his gaze to the young man, and, in a flat tone that bore an undertone of menace, declared, I grant you one final opportunity. Where is the nutrient potion? Speak honestly, and I shall grant you a swift end. At the northernmost edge of Qinglong City, at the border with the beast forest, an abandoned factory, the young man responded with surprising eagerness. His words hurried. If you wish to walk into death, then go ahead. Hee. I shall take my leave first. Await your arrival. You will be waiting for quite some time. Yi Chen raised his hand with a swift motion. Crack. The hunting insect struck, ending the young man's life. You killed him just like that? How can you be certain his words were truthful? Zhang Ming expressed his astonishment. Confidentiality. Yi Chen shrugged, extending a hand, and stated, it is time to address our wager. Cough, cough. Zhang Ming cleared his throat, remarking, I thought you had forgotten. How could I? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. Speaking with an air of indifference, you wouldn't dare to renege, would you? Just 5 4th-tier crystal cores. It's hardly a monumental task. Zhang Ming waved his hand. 5 4th-tier beast crystal cores materialized from his spatial storage device. Each core was as large as a pomelo, boasting varied hues. Yet all resonated with a palpable sense of immense energy. 4th-tier beast crystal cores. Yi Chen's heart leapt with joy at the sight of them. 5 such cores should suffice to elevate the mother nest to the 4th tier. At that point, his power would undoubtedly surge, equipping him with additional cards to play against the witch doctor. When shall we depart? Zhang Ming appeared pained, turning away to avoid the sight of the beast crystal cores, his heart bleeding at the thought. 500 billion. To him, that was an astronomical sum. Grant me a day? Yi Chen inhaled deeply. He pocketed the crystal cores, exited the dungeon, and made his way back to his dwelling. Meanwhile, within the abandoned factory, a shrill voice pierced the air, as sharp as nails scraping against glass. Damn it! How dare someone kill my men? Very well. I vow not to rest until I avenge this. You shall all pay dearly. The source of the voice was an emaciated old man, clad in tattered rags, his body marred by grotesque sores, exuding an unsettling repugnance. Surrounding him, A multitude of vividly colored insects scuttled aimlessly in every direction. Chapter 24. The Goo King Insect. Vibrantly hued toads, silvery white venomous centipedes, brilliantly colored poisonous moths, and countless peculiar and nameless toxic creatures each posed an immense threat. Any ordinary individual bitten by one would surely meet their demise. Creak, creak. The ulcerous elder gritted his teeth, emitting a spine-chilling grinding sound as he contemplated revenge. At that moment, in Yi Chen's dwelling, he extracted 5 fourth-tier fierce beast crystal cores, each the size of a grapefruit, and arranged them in a line. Silently, he intoned, "System, absorb." Ding. Absorption complete. Nest level upgraded to Tier 4. New insect. Goo King Insect unlocked. Goo King Insect. Toxic goo attributes, a natural enemy to all goo insects, possesses formidable venom, unlimited growth potential, but requires substantial resources for nurturing. Exercise caution in cultivation. Yi Chen was taken aback. The Goo King, as the name implies, is the sovereign born from countless battles among goo insects, immensely powerful. More importantly, it possesses the ability to upgrade indefinitely. This signifies that, given adequate resources in the future, a single Goo King insect could ascend to silver, gold, legendary, and even higher tiers. Naturally, as one advances, the required resources become increasingly daunting. At present, even with all his efforts, Yi Chen could not gather the resources for a single 5th-tier beast. Ding. Nest successfully upgraded to Tier 4. Rewards being dispensed. Reward. All insect levels increased by 1 tier. 5 5th-tier fierce beast crystal cores. Host's physical attributes doubled. What? Yi Chen was astonished. He could distinctly feel a surge of potent energy coursing through his body, continually circulating and reinforcing his physique. Once this power subsided, he felt light as a feather, with his strength seemingly uncontrollable. A casual motion caused the air around him to compress, producing a sharp, explosive sound. After quickly acclimating to this newfound strength, Yi Chen turned his attention to the remaining 2 rewards. Firstly, he elevated the burning insects and hunting insects in his hand, both 2nd tier, to the pinnacle of 3rd tier. Henceforth, all the burning insects and hunting insects he cultivated would also be 3rd tier. The freezing insects reached the 4th tier level. In a full-powered state, he could freeze an entire building, lowering its temperature to that of liquid nitrogen without any issue. Phew. 5 5th-tier fierce beast crystal cores. These could indeed be utilized to nurture the Goo King insect. Yi Chen exhaled, and with a mere thought, a small black insect materialized in his hand. This insect was diminutive, merely the size of a sesame seed. The moment it appeared, the hunting insects and freezing insects within the room began to tremble in unison, conveying a palpable sense of fear, as if they were in the presence of a king. Fascinating. Yi Chen gazed at the Goo King insect in his hand, a slight smile gracing his lips. This tiny creature was far more formidable than he had anticipated, merely a larva. The fear instilled in even the 4th-tier frost worms was palpable. Squeak. At that moment, the Goo King worm emitted a soft chirp, transmitting a message into Yi Chen's mind. Hungry. Feed. Recognizing the Goo King worm's hunger, Yi Chen was naturally generous. He waved his hand, and 5 football-sized 5th-tier beast crystal cores fell to the floor. With a sharp crack, the air resonated with a piercing sound. In an instant, the Goo King worm in Yi Chen's hand vanished, and one of the 5th-tier beast crystal cores had silently dissolved significantly. What the heck? Yi Chen's smile froze. He realized he had underestimated the Goo King worm's appetite and speed. Before he could react, 2 of the 5th-tier beast crystal cores had already been devoured. It was astonishing how much it could consume. Damn it! Yi Chen felt a pang in his heart. However, it was too late for regrets. By the time Yi Chen issued his command, the Goo King worm had consumed all 5 crystal cores, growing from the size of a sesame seed to that of a soybean, lazily resting in Yi Chen's hand. Besides that, there were no other changes. Hiss. Yi Chen stared at the soybean-sized Goo King worm, his face turning green. He finally understood what the system meant by the terrifying resource consumption and prudent cultivation. This creature truly had an insatiable appetite. He hoped this Goo King worm possessed enough combat prowess. Otherwise, it would indeed be a significant loss. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking reverberated heavily. Without a doubt, it was the plump fellow. With a thought, Yi Chen tucked away the Goo King worm and rose to open the door. Outside stood the plump man, not alone but accompanied by another person, dressed in black sportswear. The man appeared to be in his 30s, exuding a calm demeanor, his expression stern and serious. Is this the bodyguard you found, fatty? Yi Chen scrutinized the middle-aged man with some surprise. Of course, a 4th-tier beast tamer, a friend of my father's. He is here to help, the plump man boasted, exuding an air of confidence that suggested he had everything under control. This young brother must be the young master's friend, right? The middle-aged man forced a smile. Indeed. Yi Chen nodded, glancing over the middle-aged man before speaking. I must make it clear. The opponent this time is no ordinary character. Oh, now I'm quite curious. Lu Hai narrowed his eyes. He knew Yi Chen was a suspected 4th-tier beast tamer, and if Yi Chen deemed the opponent troublesome, it was likely that they were formidable indeed. No way, brother. Who exactly are we up against? The plump man also expressed his astonishment. Who? A witch doctor. Yi Chen exhaled, speaking candidly. Hiss. Lu Hai gasped. He took a step back and said, in my opinion, we should abandon this batch. 2 billion is not worth offending a witch doctor. The plump man looked at the goosebumps on his arms. That is not acceptable. My belongings are not for free. Yi Chen's eyes glinted with cold light. He spoke with a fierce tone. There must be a price to pay. But the stout man furrowed his brow. Still intent on persuading, Yi Chen waved his hand and continued. Fear not. It's merely a goo worm. I have my methods to handle it. Really? The stout man's eyes brightened. Rest assured, I would never joke with my own life. Yi Chen remained composed. Before he possessed the goo king worm, he was indeed somewhat uncertain about that shaman. However, now, with the goo king worm in hand, he held the ultimate counter to all goo worms. It was akin to rendering the shaman's most formidable weapon utterly useless, transforming him into a venomous snake devoid of fangs. Chapter 25, Effortless Domination. It was even easier to deal with than a typical Beastmaster. Whether it's true or not, we must take the plunge. At this moment, Lu Hai's expression grew serious as he stated, the shaman is a menace. If we do not eradicate this poisonous creature, it will inevitably bring calamity upon the Lin family one day. Well said. Yi Chen pulled out his phone to check the time. The moment has come. Let us depart. All right. The stout man gritted his teeth, driving towards the derelict factory with Yi Chen. Time flew by, and 3 hours later, Yi Chen arrived near the abandoned factory. As soon as he reached the location, the goo king worm within his storage space began to tremble lightly, as if sensing something. It seemed the other party spoke the truth. This abandoned factory must be the stronghold of that shaman. With a thought, Yi Chen summoned a hunting worm before him. After an upgrade, the hunting worm had grown significantly, now reaching around 15 meters in length, with its power explosively multiplied several times over. A level 3 Beastmaster could easily eliminate it. Its strength was formidable. Hiss. The stout man gasped in astonishment, observing the hunting worm with a puzzled murmur. Why do I feel like this creature has grown larger? I recently fed it some beast meat. Perhaps it has gained weight. Yi Chen casually offered an explanation. With a snap of his fingers, the hunting worm silently dashed towards the abandoned factory, moving with incredible speed. Just as the hunting worm approached within 100 meters of the factory, the situation suddenly changed. Crack! The concrete ground erupted as a meter wide. Several meter-long centipede burst forth from the earth, bearing its venomous fangs and lunging at the hunting worm with lightning speed. Whoosh! The hunting worm, even swifter, vanished in an instant, circling behind the centipede and swinging its forelimbs. Splash! Green insect blood sprayed everywhere as the giant centipede's head was severed and sent soaring to the ground. Yet, the 100-legged creature refused to die easily. Its massive body continued to writhe upon the ground, making it difficult to perish swiftly. Sizzle! Where the green blood splattered, a series of white vapors arose. Even the concrete could not withstand this venom, rapidly corroding into a large hole. This centipede was exceedingly toxic. It could kill its opponent. Once contaminated with such potent poison, one would either perish or suffer grievous harm. Lu Hai looked on in awe. Boom. Just then, the ground erupted once more, and dozens of centipedes emerged from the depths, encircling the insect hunter. At that moment, a harsh voice resounded. You brat. I have always been the one to provoke others. But you were the first to dare to initiate an encounter with me. In the next instant, a colossal black scorpion, towering at 15 meters and nearly 30 meters in length, materialized. Perched atop the scorpion's head was a diminutive elder, scarcely a meter tall, gaunt and skeletal in appearance, with sunken eye sockets resembling those of a skull. His body was riddled with festering sores, exuding a terrifying and grotesque aura. How repulsive you are, Yi Chen remarked, retreating a couple of steps with his hands in his pockets. I can smell your foul stench from hundreds of meters away. You truly have a knack for courting death. The elder's voice was chillingly cold as he snarled. I shall turn you into a puppet, subjecting you to the torment of countless parasitic insects, making your existence a living hell. Such grand claims for someone of your evident caliber. Yi Chen furrowed his brow. Heh, I hope you can maintain that bravado later. The elder scoffed. Brothers, let us retreat. This gnome is even more odious than a rotting fish. At this moment, the hefty companion frowned and took several steps back. Fat pig, you're seeking death. The elder exploded with rage. In his life, there were two things he absolutely loathed: the stench emanating from his own body and his diminutive stature. These were his absolute taboos. Any mention would be met with death. With a swift motion of his hand, the elder bellowed, attack. Devour them. Hisses. Thousands of parasitic insects surged forth from the ground, rushing towards Yi Chen. This is bad. We must flee. Lu Hai's expression turned grave. Each of these insects was laced with venom. To touch one meant certain death. Only long-range beast tamers stood a chance against such a tide of insects. Close combatants faced inevitable doom. Do not panic. Yi Chen remained unflustered. He raised one hand. His fist clenched tightly around the goo king insect. At the moment he lifted his fist, the swarm of countless insects came to an abrupt halt. Then, like a receding tide, they began to scatter in frenzy. The aura of the goo king insect. The elder appeared utterly astounded. The goo king insect, a long-extinct superparasite, was a coveted relic for any practitioner of witchcraft. However, due to certain missing materials and extinction, the world would never again cultivate a true Goo King insect. Yet, he could hardly believe that Chen possessed one, and that it posed no backlash in his grasp. This was beyond extraordinary. The Goo King insect was lethally toxic. Touching it meant death. An adult specimen merely needed to flap its wings to release toxins capable of decimating an entire city. In its prime, it was the nightmare of countless beast tamers. After a fleeting moment of shock, the gnome witch doctor realized that he had no chance of victory. With Chen wielding the Goo King insect, the latter was already in an invincible position. Even if that insect is lifeless, merely a carcass, no Goo insects dare to approach. The only option is to flee. Suddenly, the colossal scorpion spun around rapidly, losing the control of its sorcerer. The surrounding Goo insects swiftly dissipated, leaving behind only a few twitching corpses of gigantic centipedes. Brother, is that the Goo King insect in your hand? The portly man retreated a couple of steps, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Quickly, put that thing into storage. Lu Hai raised his hand, equally perspiring. Articulating each word with urgency, do not let it escape. Otherwise, it would surely bring about a calamity. Is it really that terrifying? Chen was taken aback. It appeared that the formidable nature of the Goo King insect exceeded his expectations, far more terrifying than he had imagined. Even the usually slow-witted and thick-skinned portly man was utterly frightened. With this thought, Chen concentrated, transforming the Goo King insect in his fist into a tiny exoskeleton, no larger than a sesame seed. He then opened his palm. Whoosh! Lu Hai immediately retreated several meters, akin to a startled rabbit. Look at how frightened you all are. It's merely the shed exoskeleton of the Goo King insect, carrying a hint of its essence. Chapter 26, Silver-Ranked Fierce Beast. Chen displayed the exoskeleton of the Goo King insect. Ah, you startled me. Upon seeing the insect shell, Lu Hai instantly felt relieved. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said, I told you, such terrifying creatures have long been extinct. Is this Goo King insect truly powerful? Chen queried, genuinely unaware of any tales regarding the Goo King insect. At that moment, the portly man approached and explained. The last appearance of the Goo King insect was many years ago. A sorcerer controlled it and slaughtered nearly half of the beast tamers. This insect is terrifying. It devours everything edible to evolve. It is the nemesis of all beast tamers. Upon sighting it, immediate extermination is imperative. Lu Hai interjected. This insect has already been removed from the educational materials, so it's entirely normal for the new generation to be unaware of the Goo King's infamous reputation. Ah, I see. Chen understood. He realized that he could no longer casually reveal the Goo King insect, lest he become the enemy of all beast tamers. Enough. Let us continue the pursuit. Lu Hai's expression turned serious. He glanced at the abandoned factory and said earnestly, with the exoskeleton of the Goo King here, the Goo insects are essentially rendered useless. We must seize this opportunity to eliminate that gnome sorcerer, otherwise, we will certainly face retaliation. Agreed. Let us proceed. Chen commanded, sending the hunting insects ahead to clear the way as they confidently strode towards the abandoned factory. Along the way, the scent emanating from the Goo King insect's exoskeleton was sufficient to deter all Goo insects, causing them to scatter in all directions. So many bones. Numerous were human. Chen gazed around, astonished. In the soil, white skeletons were strewn about, some already yellowed and decayed, indicating they had perished long ago. Amidst the skeletal remains, the towering figures are undoubtedly the remnants of mutated beasts. Some resemble small mountains, exceedingly robust, with bones that could only belong to 5th or even 6th-tier ferocious creatures. All of these are now heaped together in this place. Decades ago, a great battle raged here. Many high-ranking beast tamers perished. It was precisely this that led to a significant gap in the ranks of beast tamers in Qinglong City. In the past, Qinglong City boasted several 7th and 8th-tier beast tamers. Lu Hai gazed around, feeling a sense of nostalgia. What was the purpose of that war? Chen, curious, queried. What else could it be? It must be treasures. The portly fellow chimed in cheerfully. I've heard that this group was after the dragon eggs of the silver-tier ferocious beast, the Tyrannosaurus. Many lives were lost for that. It was said to be a dragon egg infused with the bloodline of the Azure Dragon. Where would a Tyrannosaurus come from? Lu Hai rolled his eyes in frustration, adding, that was a silver-tier dragon beast, once the sovereign of the ferocious beast forest. After its demise, the ferocious beasts below silver tier could not withstand the onslaught and were swiftly eradicated. Ultimately, the entire ferocious beast forest is now devoid of even 3rd-tier beasts. Damn it. The path for future generations has been severed. It seems I still have much to learn. Chen pondered thoughtfully. Suddenly, a low growl emanated from the hunting insect, halting their progress. Something's amiss. Lu Hai's expression shifted dramatically as he raised his hand to summon a massive black eagle, standing 3 meters tall, exuding an aura of ferocity. The black eagle soared into the sky, endlessly circling, poised to strike at any moment. A harsh, mocking laughter pierced the air. The gnome witch reappeared in a corner, his voice filled with malice as he sneered. You truly pursued me, little one. Hee hee. Did you think a mere shell of a goo insect could deter me? Without the goo insect, you are nothing. Outwardly calm, Yi Chen's inner vigilance reached its zenith. His instincts warned him that something was amiss. Danger lurked in the shadows. No goo insects? Hee hee. Perhaps not. The gnome witch raised his hand and bellowed, "Arise, puppet dragon beast." With a thunderous roar, the ground fractured. The dilapidated factory crumbled. And from the earth emerged a colossal creature, towering at 20 meters, stretching over 30 meters in length, and weighing several tons. No way. Yi-chun gaped in astonishment at the massive form shrouded in dust. This was a dragon beast resembling a gigantic lizard, its body decayed, exuding a horrific stench. Yet, its overwhelming power remained terrifying. For an insect of such size, attempting to attack would be akin to a mere tickle, like an elephant being bitten by an ant. My goodness, that dragon beast's corpse. Wasn't it lost? It has been transformed into a puppet. Lu Hai gasped, retreating a couple of steps, exclaiming, "Run. We must leave immediately. That dragon beast is truly dead." They can all unleash the prowess of an 8th-level beast tamer. Once it strikes, we are doomed. Yi-chun waved his hand dismissively and calmly said, "You two go ahead. I will hold him off." However, the rotund man attempted to persuade him further. Lu Hai, paralyzed with fear, seized the rotund man, his thoughts racing as the colossal eagle swooped down from the sky, intending to whisk Lu Hai away. Attempting to escape? Impossible. The gnome shaman sneered coldly. Boom. The puppet dragon beast swung its massive tail, delivering a devastating blow. A sharp explosion echoed through the air. If struck, death would be certain. Yet, the colossal eagle's speed proved superior. It seized Lu Hai and soared into the heavens, evading the lethal strike. Meanwhile, Yi-chun swiftly retreated several dozen meters, narrowly dodging the attack. Boom. The tail of the puppet dragon beast crashed into the ground, creating a fissure over 10 meters long. One could only imagine that had Yi-chun been hit, he would instantly be reduced to a mere pulp. Ahaha. The gnome shaman erupted in maniacal laughter, dancing with glee as he taunted, "Kid, I told you, you are doomed. Now, do you have any last words? Speak them now. This matter should rightly be mine to address." Yi-chun raised his head, gazing at the corpse of the puppet dragon beast, his brow furrowing as he spoke. It seems that avoiding a serious confrontation is no longer an option. "Oh, I would like to see what trump cards you possess." The gnome shaman scoffed. Before the puppet dragon beast, it mattered not whether one was a 4th, 5th, or 6th-level beast tamer. Chapter 27. The Might of the Frozen Insect. With a single step, it could be crushed. Huh. Yi-chun exhaled sharply. He waved his hand, releasing a white frozen insect, which stood quietly in place, appearing utterly harmless. Ha! Another insect. The gnome shaman was quite amused, unable to resist mocking. "Kid, do you truly believe this insect poses any threat to me? Whether it poses a threat or not shall be revealed through experience." Yi-chun grinned widely, glancing at the frozen insect as he commanded, "Frozen insect, go forth. Do not let me down." Whoosh. The frozen insect vanished from sight in an instant. Such speed. The gnome shaman was taken aback. Yet he dismissed it. No matter how fast it was, its strength was insufficient to concern the puppet dragon beast. Just then, the frozen insect reappeared above the puppet dragon beast. Boom. The puppet dragon beast was swift, flicking its tail towards the frozen insect. Meanwhile, a white mist enveloped the surface of the frozen insect. It opened its mouth and unleashed a bolt of ice blue energy, striking the puppet dragon beast like a flash of lightning. Crackle. A layer of ice blue frost rapidly covered the entire body of the puppet dragon beast, visibly spreading, centered around the frozen insect. The surrounding temperature plummeted by over 100 degrees. The white mist thickened, and anything ensconced within it would instantly be transformed into an ice sculpture. "No, it is impossible." The gnome warlock was taken aback, his fury erupting as he bellowed. How could such a temperature possibly freeze a silver-gray dragon beast? It's inconceivable. If it were a living silver-gray dragon beast, that would indeed be impossible. Even at this temperature, a level 5 ferocious beast could move freely. Yi-chun, with his hands tucked casually in his pockets, replied with a hint of indifference. "But this is merely a decaying corpse. It cannot maintain its body temperature. The manipulation through the goo insects is feasible, but the dragon beast's corpse can withstand it. However, your goo insects cannot endure such extreme cold. It is doomed. No, I refuse to believe it." The gnome warlock felt a surge of bloodlust. With the cards he held, any beast master below level 8 would meet their demise upon encountering him. Yet, he had met his match in Yi-chun, who countered him at every turn. A single goo king insect had rendered all his goo insects useless, and the freezing insect was a complete counter to the puppet dragon beast. In despair, he gazed at Yi-chun and howled, "This is fate conspiring against me. I will not accept it. Enough of your ramblings. Where are my nutrient potions?" Yi-chun narrowed his eyes and coldly demanded, "If you cooperate, I can grant you a swift death." "Ha. You can search for them yourself." The gnome warlock retorted fiercely, "If you kill me, there will be those who avenge my demise. Just wait. Do you have accomplices?" Yi-chun asked, surprised. Before he could probe further, the gnome warlock's body erupted with festering sores, countless goo insects surging forth to consume him entirely. He committed suicide? Yi-chun furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat speechless. From the warlock's final words, it was evident that a vast force of warlocks lay behind him. Provoking such an entity was akin to stirring a hornet's nest. It seemed that much entertainment awaited in the future. With a thud, Lu Hai landed back on the ground, staring at the ice-sculpted puppet dragon beast with a hint of awkwardness. To be candid, he had prepared himself for an inevitable escape, ready for a desperate battle. He never anticipated that Yi Chun would dispatch it so effortlessly. This was undeniably embarrassing. Apologies, Lu Hai awkwardly opened his mouth, seeking an excuse. No need for such apologies. Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively. Your reaction was entirely justified. Staying here would not have been of any assistance. Lu Hai felt even more uncomfortable. Yi Chun spoke the truth, without the freezing insect. Even 100 of him would have perished in this place against the puppet dragon beast. Wow, brother, Weevee struck it rich. The chubby one, still dazed, had just regained consciousness. Upon seeing the ice-sculpted dragon beast, a look of sheer ecstasy spread across his face. What's the deal? Isn't this just a pile of junk? Yi Chun regarded the puppet dragon beast, his brow slightly furrowing. The entire creature had decayed, tainted with corpse poison. It was unsuitable for nurturing insect swarms. On the dragon beast's forehead, a massive blood hole was visible, the core long since extracted, likely the handiwork of the gnome warlock. The remaining materials were practically devoid of value. Haha, you just don't understand, do you? The stout man chuckled heartily and said, Brother, do you know what my family specializes in? Nutritional supplement production? Beast Gene Company? Yi Chun was taken aback, suddenly recalling a possibility. Indeed, it is a gene company. The stout man nodded vigorously, pride evident in his voice. This dragon beast carcass contains a substantial amount of dragon beast genes. By extracting these genes, we can synthesize a silver-grade gene potion. Administering it to a level 10 beast can give it a small chance of mutation, elevating it to the silver level. Brother, do you comprehend the immense value of a silver-grade beast? Yi Chun gasped in astonishment. There were no silver-grade beasts in Qinglong City. However, based on various textbooks and materials, silver-grade beasts possessed the capability to obliterate a city. It would require nuclear weapons to eliminate them. Other forms of attack held minimal lethality against silver-grade beasts. Of course, this pertains to living creatures. The deceased lack combat efficacy. Moreover, possessing a silver-grade beast would virtually guarantee admission to the Eastern Domain Academy. With this thought, Yi Chun exhaled deeply and asked earnestly, Stout man, how many gene potions can we produce from this dragon beast carcass? Very well, let us extract the gene potions. Yi Chun quickly resolved, continuing, as for the potions produced, we shall divide them evenly, 50-50. I will take half. The stout man hastily waved his hands. No need to be so courteous. I said 50-50, so it shall be. Yi Chun remained resolute. Ahem, young brother Yi, 50% is indeed rather excessive. At this moment, Lu Hai interjected. According to industry norms, it is typically a 30-70 split or 20-80. The formula responsible for extracting the gene potion often takes 30% as a fee, which is already quite high. For a silver-grade beast, a 19-1 split is entirely negotiable. Chapter 28, Gene Potion. Indeed. A 20-80 split will suffice. The stout man waved his hand dismissively. Let us go with 30-70. Yi Chun glanced at the stout man and stated, I will not let you incur a loss. All right then. The stout man felt further refusals would be inappropriate. Rubbing his hands together, he approached the dragon beast carcass. Just then, with a crackling sound, the icy exterior shattered and fell away. Goodness, this thing won't resurrect, will it? The stout man exclaimed in surprise, his agile body swiftly retreating behind Lu Hai. Boom. The dragon beast carcass thudded to the ground, producing a deafening sound. And then, there was silence. Phew. It was merely a false alarm. The stout man wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Your courage is something else, Yi Chun remarked, shaking his head as he strode directly to the gnome Beastmaster, using a stick to lift a pendant from the viscous liquid on the ground. This is the spatial equipment of the gnome shaman. All of his possessions are contained within. After retrieving a bottle of mineral water, Yi Chun cleansed the pendant several times before finally opening it. A hum resonated as a colossal space, nearly 10,000 cubic meters in size, materialized before Yi Chun. Within this expanse, a plethora of treasures lay stacked high, among which were not only gold and jewels, but also an array of peculiar materials for taming beasts. In a corner, a pile of boxes remained, containing the 950 nutritional potions that had been plundered. Ah, at last, I have found them. Yi Chun sighed with relief. With this batch of nutritional potions secured, his swarm of insects was saved. At that moment, Lu Hai approached and remarked, Little brother Yi Chun, it seems you have found what you were seeking. Indeed. Yi Chun nodded. Suddenly, another important matter crossed his mind. He swiftly turned to Lu Hai and inquired, By the way, may I ask you a favor? Could you help me obtain a level 5 beast core? A level 5 beast core? Lu Hai paused, scratching his head. He replied, That will be quite difficult. If it were a decade ago, when Qinglong City was still rich in resources, it would have been manageable. However, in the present day, aside from those that survived from many years ago, such items are nearly impossible to find. You might want to check the black market. The black market? Yi Chun was taken aback, recalling the elder Zhang Ming from the Black Hawk Gang. With his extensive network, there was a chance he could indeed procure it. There's no need to be so formal. Lu Hai smiled. Having already deduced that Yi Chun was not merely a level 4 beast tamer, he might very well be a level 5 beast tamer. Establishing a good rapport with such an individual would undoubtedly be beneficial. Meanwhile, 20 kilometers in the sky, Zhang Ming surveyed the dilapidated factory from his flying vessel. Lowering his binoculars, he remarked, "It appears to be the corpse of that dragon beast. An invaluable treasure. Elder, shall we take action?" A cloaked elder squinted, urging Zhang Ming to proceed. "Do you take me for a fool?" Zhang Ming rolled his eyes and retorted coldly, "We have no idea how formidable that white insect truly is. Abandon those nefarious thoughts. Greed can lead to one's demise." "I understand, elder," the cloaked elder replied, startled. However, while they could not act, a transaction might still be possible. "Is someone leaving?" Yi Chun turned to glance at the sky. "What are you looking at, brother?" The chubby man approached, following Yi Chun's line of sight. The sky was empty, save for a few drifting clouds. Nothing was amiss. "Nothing. Rest assured, brother. I won't breathe a word to anyone." The chubby man patted his chest in assurance. Yi Chun scrutinized him with a hint of skepticism. Could he truly keep a secret? Never mind. If necessary, he could always make a trip to the biological company himself to retrieve it. However, as he drew nearer to the house, Yi Chun sensed something was off. The surroundings were eerily quiet, devoid of even the faintest insect chirping. This indicated the presence of a powerful beast-taming aura nearby, instilling fear in the insects around. At that moment, the hunting insects became alert and prepared for battle. "Come out," Yi Chun said, hands in pockets, exuding calmness. "I did not expect you to infiltrate my residence and lay an ambush. Such foolishness. Humph. Your perception abilities are quite impressive." A young man with a head full of black hair and horns protruding from his skull emerged from the room. Towering nearly 2 meters tall and possessing a remarkably robust physique, he exuded an aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with. A genetically modified human? Yi Chun furrowed his brow, instinctively tensing his muscles. "Ha! You seem to know quite a bit." The horned youth laughed boisterously. With unabashed arrogance, he proclaimed, "I am the most advanced genetically modified human. I have injected the genes of the horned giant lizard. Humph. My strength now approaches that of a third-tier ferocious beast." "Oh." Yi Chun mused thoughtfully. "Shouldn't you be surprised?" The horned youth's fury was palpable, feeling as though he had been dismissed. "Surprised? Why would I be?" Yi Chun replied with a slight smile, his tone dripping with derision. "You're merely a hybrid mishmash, after all. What is there to be proud of? A third-tier ferocious beast? I could defeat you without even summoning a beast." "Ha! You certainly know how to boast." The horned youth sneered, his disdain evident. It is vital to note that beast tamers possess relatively weak physical strength. Although they may form contracts with beasts that augment their abilities, the enhancement is often minimal. A silver-tier beast tamer, without their beast, might struggle against even a third-tier beast. As for those below silver tier, they are as fragile as paper, incapable of contending with a third-tier ferocious beast. "Go ahead and try. You'll find out." Yi Chun flexed his wrist. After elevating his system level to 4, his physique had been enhanced 4 times. By the standards of ferocious beasts, he had just reached the threshold of a 4th-tier beast, far from formidable, yet sufficient to overpower the horned youth. "Humph, then I shall tear you apart." Without hesitation, the horned youth tensed his muscles and launched himself at Yi Chun like a cannonball. Boom. His speed was terrifying, creating a deafening crack in the surrounding air. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Yi Chun. Slicing through the air, the horned youth's finger elongated into a sharp claw, aimed directly at Yi Chun. Interesting. Yi Chun sidestepped the attack with a subtle movement. Lacking any close combat techniques, his remarkable physical prowess and neural reaction speed were more than adequate. To him, the horned youth's every action appeared to unfold in slow motion, as if it were being played back at 1/10 of its original speed. Bang! Yi Chun retaliated with a swift slap to the horned youth's face, sending him hurtling backward. Crash! The horned youth spiraled through the air, crashing into a lamppost before landing on the street. Rising from the ground, one side of his face swollen and his eyes bloodshot, he seethed, "You have enraged me. I am furious. You must die." With a low growl, the horned youth's body began to swell rapidly, as countless black scales emerged upon his skin. From his back sprouted ominous black spines, rendering him a fearsome and grotesque figure. What a failed specimen it is. Yi Chun sighed, a tinge of regret in his voice. The risks associated with genetic modification are exceedingly high, and one of the most glaring characteristics of a failure is that its primal instincts overshadow its humanity. Once provoked, it could spiral into a frenzy, indiscriminately wreaking havoc. In Qinglong City, the release of failed genetic modifications is strictly prohibited. Hence, the individual backing the horned youth is undoubtedly no benign figure. Roaring in fury, the horned youth completely lost his sanity. His strength surged several-fold, and with a mere exertion, he vanished from sight. In less than a second, he reappeared beside Yi Chun, raising his hand with razor-sharp claws glinting like daggers, aimed menacingly at Yi Chun. Boom! Yi Chun was unyielding. He leaped and delivered a fierce kick to the youth's nose, sending him hurtling away once more. Crash! The youth soared through the air for dozens of meters, on the verge of crashing into the building behind him. Yet Yi Chun was swifter. He had already positioned himself behind the youth, executing another precise kick to the youth's waist, propelling him skyward. Bang! The youth ascended over 100 meters into the sky. The excruciating pain and tumultuous loss of control momentarily brought him back to his senses. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Chen had reached the same height and struck the youth's forehead with another kick. Boom! The youth plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the courtyard and creating a massive crater. Bang! Chen landed nearby, approaching the edge of the pit and gazing down at the nearly lifeless youth. He spoke. How do you fare? I told you. Without your beast, you are on the path to demise. Coughing, the youth's eyes were filled with terror. At that moment, he regained his sanity and was overcome with fear. A Beastmaster does not possess such formidable power, yet to wield such strength. The most plausible explanation is that Chen possesses the prowess of a silver-tier Beastmaster. The mere thought chilled the horned youth to the core. If that were true, not only he but also the individual behind him would be insignificant before Chen, akin to mere ants, easily crushed at will. Of course, there exists another possibility. Chen himself could be a genetic modification, albeit a successful one, devoid of the typical characteristics of such beings. What? No words to share? Chen raised his hand, summoning a hunting insect to his side. Wait, I concede. The horned youth exclaimed in utter terror. I have come bearing a challenge from young Master Li Dong. A challenge to a duel? Chen chuckled in disbelief, surprised by the directness of the challenge. In light of this, he found himself reassessing young Master Li Dong's standing. After all, daring to confront directly certainly indicates a figure of significance. With this in mind, Chen lowered his gaze, fixing it upon the horned youth, and declared, I accept your challenge. When and where? This afternoon at 5 o'clock. In the Qinglong City Beast Arena. The young master wishes to settle this once and for all. The horned youth replied with determination, gritting his teeth. Very well. Chen responded nonchalantly. He cast a glance at the unicorn youth in the pit and spoke. Since you are merely a messenger, I shall spare your life. Fill in the pit in the courtyard and then be gone. The unicorn youth nearly ground his teeth in frustration, his heart brimming with resentment. Yet, the circumstances compelled him to bow his head in submission. Otherwise, he risked remaining in that pit forever. With a sudden clap, Chen disregarded the unicorn youth entirely. You scoundrel! The unicorn youth crawled out of the pit, casting a venomous glare at Chen within the room. After a long hesitation, he lacked the courage to approach again and could only leave in utter humiliation. At that moment, Chen retrieved a box of third-level nutritional potions. A humming sound filled the air. The Goo King insect, no larger than a soybean, materialized in midair, its consciousness saturated with an insatiable desire for the nutritional potions. A single essence from a 4th-level ferocious beast could equate to about 50 3rd-level nutritional potions or 5 4th-tier beast cores. He pondered in anticipation regarding the extent to which this box of nutritional potions could allow the Goo King insect to develop. With a thought, he lifted the restrictions. The Goo King insect lunged towards the potions, feasting with unrestrained delight. This was a lavish expenditure. Every second amounted to millions of funds vanishing into thin air. Yet, as Chen observed the frenzied consumption of the Goo King insect, he felt no turmoil. Instead, he was filled with immense joy. To him, money was merely a number. What good was wealth without power? In this world, one was simply a fattened pig ready for slaughter without strength. Power, above all, was paramount. The Goo King insect represented his most formidable lifeline, and thus, deserved his utmost nurturing. Before long, the box of nutritional potions was entirely consumed. The Goo King insect had grown to the size of a peanut, its aura transforming into something terrifying. Even Chen felt a stir of trepidation within. What a formidable presence. Chen stroked his chin, murmuring, by the standards of life fluctuations, the Goo King insect has nearly reached the level of a 6th-tier ferocious beast without utilizing toxins. If it were to deploy its venom, the outcome would be uncertain. The Goo King insect's poison seems to be legendary in potency, nearly unsolvable. The Goo King insect then settled into Chen's palm, imparting a vague consciousness. Chapter 30. Heading to the Beast Arena. With a thought, Chen stored the Goo King insect in his storage space. He then began to allocate the remaining 900 3rd-level nutritional potions. He resolved to set aside a third, 300, for the development of his swarm, keeping the remainder as reserve. Though the burning insect, hunting insect, and freezing insect were powerful, their current numbers were already sufficient. With the subsequent upgrade of the mother nest system, more formidable varieties would surely be unlocked. Furthermore, the production capacity of nutritional potions was limited. The supply he possessed represented 3 months' yield from the Lin family. To continue acquiring 3rd-level nutritional potions, he would have to wait until 3 months had elapsed. It was essential to retain some as a reserve. The time had come. It was time to head to the Beast Arena. Chen rose from his seat and pushed open the door, departing from his dwelling. Meanwhile, in another courtyard, a middle-aged man gazed at the horned youth, his brow slightly furrowed as he spoke. You claim Chen defeated you without summoning a beast? Indeed, the horned youth lamented, his face twisted in frustration. I suspect he is either a level 3 genetically modified individual or a silver-level Beastmaster. Impossible for a silver-level Beastmaster. The middle-aged man swiftly dismissed the notion without a second thought. Why? The horned youth was taken aback, Confusion etched on his face. Do you think I am as foolish as you? The middle-aged man sneered, his expression filled with scorn. To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. I have thoroughly investigated. Yi Chun is a native of Qinglong City. Furthermore, he is connected to Lin Jiang, the heir of the Lin Group. It would not be surprising if he had access to genetic modification serums. Ah, I see. The horned youth exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. But that fellow is exceedingly arrogant. Youth, after all, often leads to impulsive behavior at the slightest hint of success. The middle-aged man's lips curled into a chilling smile. With his hands clasped behind him, he spoke with unwavering confidence. In that case, let me teach this young man a lesson. You mean? The horned youth paused, momentarily at a loss. Have you been rendered senseless by your defeat? The middle-aged man rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Let us depart for the arena. Oh, the horned youth seemed to awaken from a stupor. Without further ado, he promptly drove off, escorting the middle-aged man towards the arena. At that moment, the area before the arena was densely packed, filled with beastmasters and their summoned creatures. All queuing expectantly. Screech. The sound of brakes pierced the air as a taxi pulled over, appearing rather shabby compared to the surrounding luxury vehicles. The expressions of the nearby beastmasters changed dramatically. A taxi? No way. Could it be that scoundrel? Enough. I lost 1 million the other day. 1 million. My heart bleeds. Indeed, it is him. I swear. This time I must place my bets against him. Who is this person? Why is everyone so agitated? He is just a poor soul hailing a taxi. Hush. He is Yi Chun, allegedly a level 4 beastmaster, who recently masqueraded as a fool and won 600 billion. Yi Chun. I loathe those who play the fool. In an instant, a throng of beastmasters turned their attention towards Yi Chun. Many began calculating their bets, while others sought to curry favor and forge connections. Yi Chun, however, remained indifferent to their excitement. Stepping out of the taxi, accompanied by his hunting insect, he strode directly towards the nearest VIP entrance. Not 2 steps into his walk, Li Dong appeared as if from nowhere. Cough cough. Upon seeing Li Dong, Yi Chun nearly burst into laughter. Li Dong was swathed in bandages, resembling a freshly wrapped mummy. One hand gripped a cane, while the other pointed accusingly at Yi Chun. Look, look, you are the one who turned me into this. He shouted furiously. Yi Chun, you are doomed this time. All right, I understand. Yi Chun replied nonchalantly. Li Dong, speak up. How would you like to play? I am more than willing to indulge you, as long as you refrain from crying. You. In an instant, Fei was nearly beside himself with rage. He pointed a trembling finger at Yi Chun and stammered. All right, Yi Chun, the rules between us are quite simple. We shall engage in a beast duel. If you win, I shall concede 100 billion. If you lose, you will kneel and apologize. What do you say? 100 billion? That's far too trivial. I have absolutely no interest. Yi Chun dismissed the offer without a moment's hesitation. Too trivial? Li Dong was taken aback. He gazed at Yi Chun and suddenly sneered. Yi Chun, you're not backing down, are you? Not in the slightest. Yi Chun shook his head, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he replied. If we're going to play, let us play for something substantial. Substantial? How big are you thinking? I'm game. Li Dong exclaimed with bravado. Yet, the very next moment, a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. Before them lay a spatial storage device with a capacity of 10,000 cubic meters. Yi Chun retrieved the pendant of the gnome witch doctor, tossing it onto the table before continuing. This pendant is worth 100 billion. If you win, it is yours, along with my apology. However, if you lose, I shall not make it difficult for you. Merely present 100 billion in cash and bow to me 100 times. What do you say? You. Li Dong's expression froze. Losing 100 billion was manageable, but losing 1,000 billion would be a devastating blow. What is the matter? Li Xiao, are you afraid to play? Yi Chun gazed at Li Dong with a bemused smile, casually employing provocation. Indeed. Veins bulged on Li Dong's forehead as he seethed with anger, declaring, fine, I accept your bet. Who is afraid of whom? Wait. Yi Chun suddenly shook his head. You're not actually afraid, are you? Li Dong, filled with pride, retorted fiercely. You're the one who's afraid now. It's too late. Afraid? Yi Chun chuckled softly, mocking. I merely fear that you cannot muster such a sum. You bastard. Li Dong's face stiffened. Yi Chun's words rang true. He couldn't possibly gather 1,000 billion. Even with the vast resources of the Li Group, amassing that amount of cash would require considerable time to arrange. It represented nearly an entire month's profit for the Li Group. Unable to produce it? Very well. Yi Chun sighed, feigning an intention to leave. Wait. Li Dong, fueled by anger, produced a 5th-level beast embryo, proclaiming furiously, have you ever seen a 5th-level beast embryo? Is this adequate as collateral? Wow. Yi Chun turned back, startled. Chapter 31, The Mutant Beast. His gaze fell upon the 5th-level beast embryo, which resembled an egg, roughly the size of a human head, adorned with intricate, faint golden patterns that appeared quite splendid. One could distinctly sense the astonishing vitality emanating from within. It was undoubtedly a 5th-level beast embryo. Li Dong certainly possessed some remarkable items. Hee, are you intimidated now? Li Dong declared triumphantly. Yi Chun, enough of the chit-chat. Are you bold enough to continue? Why would I shy away? Let us begin. Yi Chen responded nonchalantly. Excellent. Bring forth the contract. Li Dong exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, as his subordinates rushed to comply. Soon, a contract was presented before Yi Chen. He picked it up and casually glanced at the contents. Nothing particularly flawed. Without hesitation, he inscribed his name upon it. Meanwhile, Li Dong was nearing completion on his end. Pointing at Yi Chen, he triumphantly declared, Yi Chen, this time, you're doomed. You seem to enjoy popping champagne in the middle of the match. Yi Chen shook his head. He approached the arena, gazing at the empty coliseum, and remarked, Li Dong, release your beast. Humph. Li Dong said nothing, raising his hand to gesture. The gates of the arena swung open, revealing a colossal transport vehicle, towering at over 10 meters. Crafted from steel, as it slowly rolled into the arena. Interesting. A specialized beast transport vehicle? Yi Chen squinted. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At that moment, the hunting insect on the ground tensed, emitting a low growl. This was not fear akin to encountering a goo king insect, but rather excitement, as if it had stumbled upon a delectable prey. Beside him, Li Dong unabashedly taunted, Yi Chen, this is my trump card. A level 3 mutated beast. Its strength can reach level 4. I can't wait to see how you play with me. I never imagined you would dare to engage with a mutated beast. Especially a level 3 one. Yi Chen was genuinely astonished. In this world, besides the tamed beasts, there existed mutated beasts, which were ordinary tamed beasts transformed through radiation. Typically, as long as they survived, their strength would surge dramatically. However, there was a price to pay. Most mutated beasts were exceedingly ferocious and utterly disobedient. Their sole value lay in entertainment within the arena. If they were to escape, it would spell disaster. Fortunately, level 3 mutated beasts possessed low intelligence and were generally easy to capture. Moreover, they often carried explosives within them, allowing for a swift termination when necessary. Yi Chen, surely, you're not too afraid to step into the arena? At this moment, Li Dong crossed his arms over his chest, boasting, it's too late for you to back out now. No matter what, I'll make you bow down to me. You're quite confident. Yi Chen, with his hands in his pockets, paid Li Dong no mind. Addressing the hunting insect at his feet, he commanded, go, eliminate that mutated beast. Whoosh. The hunting insect vanished from beside Yi Chen. In the next moment, it appeared in the arena. The hunting insect. It was a super tamed beast nearing level 4 ferocity. Hiss. This time, a thrilling spectacle awaited. I believe Yi Chen can win. It's hard to say. This is a level 3 mutated beast. Rumor has it that its strength rivals that of level 4. Hehe. Regardless, I'm not placing any bets this time. Indeed, last time, I lost a staggering 300,000. I spent an entire night kneeling on a washboard. An entire night. The spectators surrounding the arena buzzed with chatter. Many had no intention of placing bets. The risks had escalated significantly. Whether it was the hunting insect or the mutated insect, uncertainty loomed large. Betting blindly could likely lead to loss. Li Dong also feigned humility. He retrieved the controller and pressed it forcefully. A hissing sound erupted as white mist billowed from within the iron truck, a result of the incessant release of liquid nitrogen. Shortly thereafter, the temperature inside the compartment surged dramatically. The mutated beast within awakened. With a resounding thud, a claw mark, measuring 2 to 3 meters in diameter, appeared on the heavily reinforced steel plate of the train. Accompanied by a chilling sound of metal being torn, a 5-centimeter thick steel plate was effortlessly ripped apart. A colossal gorilla, towering at 20 meters, emerged from the compartment. Parts of the beast were already decaying, yet in many areas, grotesque bone spurs and armor had begun to sprout, its eyes a blood-red hue, brimming with a murderous intent. Heavens! It was a giant mutated gorilla. Based on this information, this creature had already attained the classification of a level 4 ferocious beast. This is disastrous. Truly catastrophic. The size disparity was insurmountable. No matter how the hunting insect attacked, it was surely doomed. The surrounding crowd shook their heads, sensing that Yi Chen was destined to lose. Ha! Behold my mutated beast. Yi Chen, are you frightened? Li Dong exclaimed, his excitement palpable, causing several of his bandages to unravel. Yi Chen remained unfazed and replied, fear? Not in the slightest. You are the one destined to lose. Just a stubborn duck. Li Dong dismissed him with a wave. He directed his fury at the mutated giant gorilla below, bellowing, charge! Crush that insect. With a roar, the giant gorilla lunged forward like a cannonball, aiming to obliterate the hunting insect beneath its massive paw. Yet, the hunting insect was swifter. In the blink of an eye, it had circled behind the giant gorilla, its forelimbs resembling divine blades, effortlessly carving a 1-meter-long gash into the gorilla's calf. However, such an injury was merely superficial to a creature of its immense stature, only inciting further rage within the behemoth. With another thunderous slap, the giant gorilla attempted to crush the hunting insect. The insect deftly evaded, leaving a trail of wounds across the gorilla's body as it danced and weaved. Li Dong's expression began to darken. He realized that, under these circumstances, this level 3 mutated beast might very well be on the brink of defeat, jeopardizing his level 5 beast embryo. The thought sent a wave of dread across his face. Instinctively, he glanced towards a nearby private booth. Inside the booth, A middle-aged man observed the brutal clash between the hunting insect and the mutated beast with an air of tranquility, unfazed. Master, the situation is dire. That mutated gorilla may be losing. The horned youth expressed concern. Losing? That is to be expected. The middle-aged man replied, his gaze fixed on the hunting insect, eyes gleaming with greed. He spoke, the genes of this insect are utterly flawless. A perfect amalgamation of strength and speed. It possesses no cumbersome physique, yet wields an exceedingly terrifying lethality. It is certainly beyond the capabilities of a minor character like Chen. This must be a clandestine biological weapon crafted by the Lin family, brought forth for experimentation. What shall we do? If Chen emerges victorious, the level 5 Beastmaster embryo will no longer be ours. The young man with the unicorn horn was startled, his anxiety heightened. What are you so anxious about? The middle-aged man remained composed. What does the master imply? The unicorn youth was momentarily taken aback, his mind struggling to grasp the situation. Ah, so that is it. Master, your foresight is truly remarkable. The young man suddenly understood. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Let Chen bask in his moment of triumph for now. The expression on the middle-aged man's face was rather placid. He reclined leisurely in his chair, squinting his eyes, and continued, now, let us enjoy the spectacle. Boom. In the arena, the hunting insect had undergone a system upgrade, reaching the level of a level 3 ferocious beast. Its strength, speed, and defense were nearly maximized. The massive mutated gorilla, also a level 3 aberrant beast, stood no chance against the hunting insect. The only reason it had managed to endure thus far was that Chen had deliberately restrained the insect's upgraded power and speed, allowing it to maintain the capabilities of its prior state, merely scraping away. After 10 minutes of this scraping, Chen realized that his assumptions were somewhat naive. The mutated gorilla, worthy of being compared to a level 4 aberrant beast, had withstood the radiation, and its self-healing abilities had reached their zenith. The wounds inflicted by the hunting insect had begun to scab and heal, returning to their original state. Meanwhile, the gorilla's speed and strength remained intact, as if it were a relentless machine, launching continuous attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening roars reverberated through the arena. The hunting insect, despite its agile maneuvers, began to find itself at a disadvantage. This is peculiar. Within the private box, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow at the sight of the hunting insect faltering. He muttered to himself, theoretically, this insect should be able to win. How strange. What could possibly be amiss? Seeing this, the unicorn youth tentatively inquired, Master, could it be that the hunting insect is exhausted? Its physique dictates it cannot endure a prolonged battle. That is indeed a possibility. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. For a beastmaster, the larger the physique, the more terrifying the energy it can store. Consequently, it can endure a longer battle and withstand more punishment. It was evident that the hunting insect's strength was seemingly on the verge of depletion. Ahaha, I knew it. That insect could never be a match for my mutated beast. Li Dong, who had previously appeared somewhat dispirited, was instantly invigorated. He saw a glimmer of hope for victory, envisioning Chen kneeling in surrender. Upon this thought, Li Dong became even more exhilarated. TSK. Chen was rendered speechless. Do people nowadays enjoy popping champagne in the midst of a match? If the creature known as the hunter bug possessed tenfold strength, it had only unleashed a mere 10% thus far. This hardly constituted a warm-up. How could defeat be imminent? Yet, he had no intention of augmenting the hunter bug's power, for he still had bets to place. Without maintaining an advantageous position, how could he encourage the wavering spectators to join him in wagering? Defeat loomed. The regenerative capabilities of the third-tier, mutated beast were astonishing. Its injuries had nearly healed completely. The speed and strength of the hunter bug remained unchanged, but further attacks seemed futile. Indeed, if this continued, the hunter bug's stamina would surely deplete rapidly. Chen was destined to lose. Quick, the betting window is still open. Place your bets immediately. Damn it, another 300,000. I must win. Excellent. Hurry. Only 30 seconds remain. Many began to feel the tension. Observing the inevitable downfall of the hunter bug, numerous individuals rallied, eager to place their bets. It was a blatant opportunity for easy profit. Why not partake? In a mere 20 seconds, the odds shifted dramatically from 1-1 to an outrageous 132, 1 in favor of the mutated gorilla. Should the hunter bug triumph? A return of 132 times the wager awaited. Terrifying indeed. In the final 5 seconds, Chen too placed a bet, risking 100 billion. The situation instantaneously reversed. The odds once more hovered around 6-1. This indicated that, upon victory, Chen could potentially reap a staggering 600 billion in returns. Wait. Someone just wagered 100 billion on the hunter bug to win. Is this person mad? Hold on. Could there be inside information? Refund. I'm out. Don't panic. The hunter bug cannot win. Damn it. I should have seen this coming. That rascal Chen, always playing the fool to deceive. My little treasury. The hunter bug is surely doomed. The atmosphere was rife with despair. Many felt a chilling sense of foreboding. They had been cautious, refraining from betting, yet in the end, their greed surged, leading them straight into the pit. Nonetheless, some remained steadfast in their belief that the hunter bug could not possibly prevail. Boom. At that moment, the colossal mutated gorilla's immense form descended like a wall upon the hunter bug. The ground trembled and dust billowed. Boom. In an instant, the silhouette of the hunter bug flickered and vanished. At some point, it had leaped onto the gorilla's shoulder, swinging its forelimb with precision, targeting the creature's neck. Flash. The hunter bug's limbs were exquisitely sharp, effortlessly slicing through the gorilla's neck skin and severing its carotid artery. Flash. Black blood erupted forth. Boom. The gigantic gorilla raised a hand to strike at the wound, but the hunter bug had already evaded. Thud. The gorilla clutched its neck, desperately trying to staunch the flow of black blood that continued to pour forth. Chapter 33. Victory. Abundant gains. My heavens. The hunter bug has severed its carotid artery? This is dire. That location is critical. Could it be? Is defeat truly at hand? No way. This must be a deception. There's an insider scheme at play. What nonsense. Li Dong pressed down on a level 5 Beastmaster embryo. It was worth at least 100 billion at the outset. There was no way he would willingly lose. My money is gone. The arena was filled with wails of despair, and many were left with bleeding hearts. It was bearable when he was tricked last time, but this time he had fallen into the pit again. Numerous individuals slammed their heads against the ground, regretting their actions deeply. This was how it was meant to be. Inside the private box, a middle-aged man let out a long breath. He squinted and spoke. That hunting insect truly did not reveal its full strength. Just now, its speed surged to double. That must be its limit. Roar. In the beast arena, the massive black gorilla roared, its breath turning feeble. The fatal wound on its neck began to heal, yet the substantial loss of blood could not be compensated. Its strength had begun to decline from its peak, now reduced to only 70 or 80% of its original power. Meanwhile, the hunting insect began to turn the tide, gradually gaining ground. Useless. To be attacked at a vital spot. Damn it. Li Dong's eyes turned crimson, his fists relentlessly pounding the table. His teeth were nearly ground to dust. Just when victory seemed certain, the hunting insect had turned the tables with a single strike. It felt akin to climbing a mountain. Just when he was about to reach the summit, it was profoundly frustrating. His anger was unbearable. It seems you are about to lose. Chen looked at Li Dong with a mocking smile. A level 5 Beastmaster embryo is quite impressive. Dream on. Li Dong nearly leaped up, pointing at Chen with a trembling hand, stammering, I won't let you win. Do you think I have no trump card? What trump card? Let me see. Chen scoffed, arms crossed nonchalantly. It wouldn't be mere bluster, would it? Alright. Berserk mode. Activate. Li Dong trembled as he retrieved a remote control, raising it and pressing down. Boom. Within the arena, the mutated giant gorilla suddenly halted its movements, its body becoming stiff. The hunting insect did not seize the opportunity to attack. Instead, it remained still, adopting a rare defensive posture. What was happening? Why was the mutated beast not moving? The hunting insect in defense? Look at the mutated beast. New bone spikes are emerging on its surface. It's the Berserk potion. It can significantly activate the potential of the Beastmaster. The cost is death after use. Now the outcome is unpredictable. The audience around felt as if they were on a roller coaster, their emotions swinging high and low. Originally, the mutated beast was to lose, but now its recovery ability was formidable, potentially exhausting the hunting insect. Yet, the hunting insect had struck the fatal spot, turning the tide. Now that the mutated beast had entered Berserk mode, the outcome had become uncertain once more. Exciting. It was simply exhilarating. Roar. The mutated beast remained stiff for merely a dozen seconds. In that brief span, its muscles expanded several-fold, overflowing with explosive power. Its breath increased 2 or 3 times. And with such terrifying strength, the speed of the mutated beast soared. The body surged forth like a cannonball, charging at the mutated beast. Bang. The creature slammed down a fist. Below, the hunter bug deftly evaded. The impact shattered the reinforced concrete, creating a gaping hole 2 to 3 meters in diameter. A few meters away, the hunter bug raised its forelimbs, searching for a flaw in the beast's defenses. Boom. The mutated creature, heedless, had lost its last vestige of rationality. Consumed by a singular desire to crush the hunter bug, to eliminate this insufferable foe. The battle raged with unprecedented ferocity. The hunter bug appeared precariously close to demise, narrowly escaping death countless times. Yet, despite its frantic evasions, the mutated beast could not land a blow. Instead, its own vitality waned rapidly. Already at the end of its tether, unable to sustain itself much longer. Li Dong is nothing but a fool. A middle-aged man scoffed from the private room. Master, why do you say that? The horned youth looked on, bewildered. The hunter bug's speed and strength are akin to that of a level 4 Beastmaster. Its only flaw lies in prolonged battles. If this drags on, the outcome is uncertain. Unfortunately, Li Dong was too impatient and prematurely administered the Berserker potion. Even with the potion, he cannot match the hunter bug's speed. He is merely wasting strength and life force. Before long, the hunter bug will claim victory. As if anticipating the middle-aged man's prediction, the mutated beast's assault frequency diminished, its movements growing sluggish. In contrast, the hunter bug gradually gained confidence. Boom. The massive mutated gorilla struck down, finally revealing an opening. The hunter bug dove, landing on the gorilla's shoulder. Its forelimbs tore into the beast's carotid artery once more. A thunderous sound resonated. This time, the gorilla's wound did not heal, and torrents of black blood gushed forth. Its colossal body collapsed, convulsing. Yet it was unmistakably unable to rise and fight again. Defeated. Truly defeated. Damn it. I lost 500,000. 500,000. The cries of despair echoed. So infuriating. Useless. Just useless. I refuse to accept this. Li Dong is such a fool. Why let the mutated beast enter a berserk state? A war of attrition may not have been lost. Damn it. A nearly level 4 mutated beast succumbed to a level 2 hunter bug. This is absurd. Countless gamblers wailed. Their hearts bleeding for their squandered fortunes, all lost to greed. Yet, some rejoiced, having placed their bets wisely on Chen. They stood to gain significantly from this outcome. Winning 600 billion. Not a bad haul. Chen glanced at his phone, satisfied with the results. Meanwhile, Li Dong's face turned ashen, his entire demeanor crumbling. It's over. We've lost everything. The 5th level beast embryo holds immense value for the entire Li family. In Chapter 34, the 4th level Beastmaster Sima Peng faces a dire situation. Should he lose, the consequences would be dire. His life would be forfeit, or at the very least, he would suffer the breaking of both legs. He is doomed. Li Dong, you have lost. I shall take the 5th level beast embryo. Chen grinned, securing the embryo for himself. He then turned to Li Dong, his curiosity piqued, and inquired. By the way, it seems you have one more task to complete. What might that be? You, Chen, do not push me too far. Li Dong retreated a step, his voice rising in anger. I will never bow down and confess. Allow me to assist you. Chen replied with a sincere smile. I am particularly fond of helping others. Don't you dare come closer. Li Dong stepped back 2 paces, terror evident in his eyes. Observing Li Dong's cowardice, Chen found no motivation to force him to bow. Having already done so once, he deemed it pointless to repeat the act. Instead, he sought tangible benefits. With that thought, Chen calmly crossed his arms and declared, all right, here is your choice. You may either bow and apologize or provide me with satisfactory compensation. Compensation. Li Dong's expression darkened. He was left with merely over 10 billion, cobbled together from various sources. However, upon witnessing the malicious grin on Chen's face, a shiver ran down his spine. Wait, I will compensate. How much do you want? 500 billion. Chen casually threw out a figure. Why don't you go rob someone instead? Li Dong exclaimed, panic rising in his voice. 500 billion. You might as well kill me. At most. I can offer 150 billion, no more. In that case, prepare to kneel and beg. Chen stepped forward, ready to take action. You bastard. I will fight you. Li Dong's eyes reddened in fury. Just then, a bright voice rang out. I will cover Li Dong's debt. This is 500 billion. At these words, Chen turned to see a middle-aged man approach, handing him a bank card. Behind him stood the horned youth whom he had just thoroughly beaten. Master Sima Peng? Li Dong's face lit up with surprise as he exclaimed, Thank you, Master. Rest assured, I will repay you the 500 billion. Oh, a pleasure to meet you. Chen accepted the bank card and exchanged a few pleasantries. He then turned to leave the arena. Just at that moment, Sima Peng continued, Young friend, how about we engage in a few rounds? Oh, Chen turned to Sima Peng, a smile gracing his lips. He had sensed Sima Peng's presence long before, aware that this individual was cunning to the core and required careful vigilance. I am a 4th level Beastmaster, and I have a keen interest in the top-tier hunting insects and 5th level beast embryos. Sima Peng said with a feigned cordial smile, speaking slowly. Thus, I wish to request that you sell me the hunting insects and the 5th level beast embryo. The price is negotiable. Those two are off the table. They are not commodities that can be purchased with mere money. Chen retorted, fully aware of the stakes. The true value of the hunting insect lies not in its brute strength, but in the genetic essence it harbors within. For major biotechnology firms, acquiring the genetic makeup of the hunting insect would enable mass production and transformation into formidable combat weapons, rendering it invaluable. The 5th level beast embryo is even more coveted, nearly unattainable even with wealth. Thus, I propose a wager, a contest in the arena to determine the victor. Sima Peng did not exhibit anger. Instead, he replied, Rest assured, I will present a wager of equal merit. Oh, Chen expressed interest, crossing his arms and inquiring, What do you have in mind? With a snap, Sima Peng revealed a silvery metallic case, which he slowly opened. Inside lay 2 vials of violet elixir, radiating an astonishing energy even through the glass. Genetic serum? Chen gasped in surprise. Indeed, a genetic serum extracted from a 6th level lightning bird. Administering it would bestow a human with the genetics of the lightning bird, drastically enhancing speed. If given to avians, they too would inherit the lightning bird's genetic traits. Sima Peng grinned, continuing. These 2 serums should be on par with a 5th level beast embryo, wouldn't you agree? Chen nodded in affirmation. He regarded Sima Peng and proposed. Then let us engage in 2 matches. Each of us will deploy 3 beasts, with the first to win 2 out of 3 battles declared the victor. What do you say? Absolutely. Sima Peng replied confidently. He produced a contract he had meticulously prepared and set it upon the table, smiling. Here is the contract. If it meets your approval, please proceed to sign. Without hesitation, Chen took up the contract and inscribed his name upon it. Now that both of you have signed the contract, allow me to elucidate the rules. The host, sporting a cheerful demeanor, continued. Each of you is entitled to 3 chances in the arena and must utilize 3 distinct beasts. Any single beast may only compete once. How you configure your beasts is entirely at your discretion. You will have 30 minutes to prepare. After 30 minutes, the first battle shall commence. Upon hearing the host's explanation, Chen pondered thoughtfully. Undoubtedly, this format mirrors the strategy of the TNG horse racing method. With a best-of-3 format, losing one match is inconsequential. If he can sacrifice his weakest beast to eliminate the opponent's strongest, it would be a resounding victory. The arrangement of beasts becomes a psychological game. After a brief contemplation, Chen made his decision. The first match would feature the burning insect, the second the hunting insect, and the third the freezing insect. Reserving the Goo King insect as his trump card, information he intended to keep concealed. Meanwhile, in the private box, Sima Peng furrowed his brow, deep in thought. As a 4th-level Beastmaster, having just one 4th-level beast qualifies him as such, albeit at the lowest tier. However, Sima Peng possesses 3 4th-level beasts. Although their strengths vary, defeating the hunting insect should pose no significant challenge. In other words, regardless of his arrangement, it would be a one-sided affair. Unless Chen possesses 2 level 4 beast tamers, it should be impossible. Chen is merely an ordinary student who rose to prominence upon encountering Lin Jiang. Sima Peng rubbed his forehead, having made up his mind. Soon, 30 minutes had elapsed. The host, standing upon the elevated platform, was filled with exhilaration. He exclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, this duel is undoubtedly an exceedingly rare confrontation. The battle between 2 level 4 beast tamers. Level 4 beast tamer Chen versus level 4 beast tamer Sima Peng. Chapter 35, Best of 3. Best of 3. A grand showdown involving 6 formidable beasts. In the first battle, the scorching insect faces the level 4 two-headed wolf king. Let us welcome both contenders to the arena. As the host's voice faded, the audience erupted into a frenzy. What the heck? A level 4 beast tamer. Chen is actually a level 4 beast tamer. Oh my, I've been duped. Had I known this earlier, I wouldn't have lost 200,000. Don't remind me. My heart is bleeding. I wonder which is stronger this time, the scorching insect or the two-headed wolf king. Don't ask. Just watch. If I bet this time, I'll chop off my hand. Many were on high alert. Chen was too much of a risk. Many had lost their shirts. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed. The metallic gates swung open, and 2 trucks, forged from metal, slowly rolled into the center of the arena. Subsequently, the doors opened. Roar. The deafening roar resonated like thunder. As the sound subsided, a colossal wolf, standing 10 meters tall and measuring 20 meters in length, with 2 heads, descended from the transport vehicle. Majestic and exuding an aura of invincibility. This was the level 4 beast. Incredible. I feel it could easily obliterate the previous level 3 mutated beast. Of course, how could a level 3 even compare to a level 4? Hiss. The thrill of the first match is palpable. I wonder how Chen will respond. Sizzle. At that moment, a faint sizzling sound was heard. On the side of the metal transport vehicle, a fist-sized area suddenly turned bright red. The metal plate melted, and a fiery red insect emerged. This insect, about the size of a fist, shimmered like red glass, exuding an extraordinarily lavish quality. Its resistance to high temperatures was nothing short of astonishing. The molten metal had no effect on the scorching insect, which remained immersed in the molten metal, awaiting its moment to strike. Hiss. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Many spectators, observing the scorching insect, instinctively felt that it posed a far greater danger than the previously encountered hunting insect. Phew. Both contenders appear formidable. On the elevated platform, the referee wiped the cold sweat from his brow. With a decisive command, he declared, "Let the battle commence." Boom. No sooner had the words left his mouth than one of the wolf heads of the 2-headed giant wolf conjured a blue fireball, hurling it directly at the scorching insect. Boom. The blue fireball, 1 meter in diameter, surged forth with incredible speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The impact struck the burning insect with a resounding crash. The air filled with dust and debris as a powerful wave of energy erupted, causing the onlookers to pale in astonishment. The battle between a level 4 beast and its adversary was far more formidable than that of a level 3. A misstep in such a confrontation was no trivial matter. Just then, a flash of crimson darted past, halting 100 meters from the 2-headed wolf king. It was the burning insect, seemingly unscathed, as if it had not been attacked at all. What manner of creature is this? Sima Peng could hardly contain himself, his eyes fixated on the insect, his face a mask of disbelief. He never imagined that such a seemingly insignificant creature could possess such tremendous power. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed as the other head of the 2-headed wolf king launched another strike. This time, it expelled a razor-sharp ice spike, hurtling through the air like a bullet at an astonishing speed. The burning insect appeared to sense the impending danger, swiftly evading the attack. However, the distance between it and the 2-headed wolf king had now narrowed to 90 meters. This is bad. With his wealth of combat experience, Sima Peng immediately discerned the insect's intent to close in, likely indicating a limited range for its assaults. He sprang to his feet, shouting furiously, "Keep your distance from that insect. Do not allow it to get close." Boom. The two-headed wolf king reacted swiftly, pivoting and leaping back 100 meters. Simultaneously, the burning insect launched its own offensive, spewing forth a torrent of fiery saliva. This viscous projectile struck the former position of the wolf king like an arrow. Boom. A massive mushroom cloud erupted, sending shockwaves throughout the arena. The transparent energy shield surrounding the combat arena flickered to life, absorbing the force of the blast. Without this protective barrier, at least half of the audience would have perished. Exhaling deeply, Chen allowed a slight smile to grace his lips as he murmured under his breath, "How intriguing." Sima Peng's combat experience truly eclipses that of Li Dong. He actually sensed the impending attack from the burning insect. Is this what it means to be a true Beastmaster? Within the hierarchy of Beastmasters, if the beasts symbolize raw power, then the Beastmaster is akin to the brain. Unless there exists a significant disparity in strength, a skilled Beastmaster can easily turn the tide of battle through impeccable control, achieving victory against more formidable foes. Take, for instance, the earlier encounter with the mutated giant gorilla. If Sima Peng had been in control, Chen would have had to unleash the full might of the hunting insect to have any chance of winning, if not risking defeat. This is the essence of the distinction. It is time for me to get serious. Observing the arena, Chen recognized that although he only needed to secure victory in 2 matches, he was determined not to lose this first one. Boom. As the dust settled, the two-headed wolf king emerged unscathed, merely dusted with a layer of dirt, appearing somewhat disheveled. The burning insect remained poised, awaiting the opportune moment to strike again. Truly terrifying. Sima Peng gazed upon the melting ground, drawing in a sharp breath. Such a formidable level of attack, should it truly strike home. Even the two-headed wolf king would not withstand it. Death would be inevitable. Fortunately, the distance was short, merely around 80 meters. If he could create some space, he might gradually wear down the burning insect. With this thought in mind, Sima Peng acted without hesitation. A flicker of intent summoned the two-headed wolf king within the arena, which swiftly began to maneuver, circling around the burning insect, maintaining a distance of approximately 100 meters to avoid its assault. However, attempting to create distance and play a kite-flying strategy? How naive. Yet Chen remained utterly composed. The burning insect, being a disposable creature, possessed weak offensive capabilities. Its most lethal trait was its self-detonation. Once the burning insect self-destructed, any beast below level 5 would surely perish. Upon reaching level 3, the burning insect also unlocked a new skill, duplication. A single burning insect could manifest a duplicate every 30 minutes, which would last for 10 minutes and possess the explosive power of 50 times its original form. Such might was sufficient to obliterate the two-headed wolf king several times over. Boom. Dust and debris erupted. In Chapter 36, the spectacle unfolded. Countless grains obscured the view. Unbeknownst to the crowd, the burning insect's duplicate had exchanged places with the original and surged toward the two-headed wolf king. The two-headed wolf king, now at level 4, possessed keen perceptive abilities. Through the thick haze, it immediately sensed the approaching burning insect. With a swift exhalation, it unleashed an energy missile directed at the burning insect. Boom. The energy ball radiated immense power. In the arena, a towering mushroom cloud ascended, reaching heights of over 100 meters. The dust thickened, rendering the events obscured. My heavens! Such astounding force. This is the might of a level 4 beast. In comparison to level 3, they are worlds apart. No wonder level 4 beast tamers hold such esteemed positions. Alas, the burning insect seemed doomed. But one must not speak too soon. Indeed, Chen is not an ordinary individual. Would he succumb? I refuse to believe it. Among the crowd, many widened their eyes, striving to discern the unfolding scene. At that moment, amidst the swirling dust, a fist-sized burning insect duplicate, concealed by the surrounding haze, traversed hundreds of meters, arriving before the two-headed wolf king. This is bad. In the private box, Sima Peng abruptly sat upright, his face pale. An instinct told him the two-headed wolf king was doomed. Bang! In an instant, the burning insect's body collided with the two-headed wolf king's head. A blinding red light erupted, a searing heat potent enough to vaporize steel. Even the two-headed wolf king could not endure it. Flesh and blood vanished from its skull, bones carbonized, and then dissipated into the air. The sound was akin to the shattering of withered branches. The two-headed wolf king fell, its heavy form hitting the ground with a dull thud as the dust began to settle. In the grandstands, a multitude of onlookers was taken aback by the sight of the decapitated corpse of the two-headed wolf king sprawled upon the ground. Bewilderment swept through the crowd. What transpired? Had the two-headed wolf king truly met its demise? A significant portion of its cranium was obliterated. What could have occurred? All I witnessed was a fleeting flash of crimson light. Could it be a deception? Gradually, the throng began to stir with excitement. Hold your horses, everyone. After a series of proceedings, the obscuring smoke dissipated, allowing the spectators to finally comprehend the situation. Goodness, such a diminutive creature, yet it unleashed such formidable lethality. This tiny thing, if utilized for assassination, stop right there. I'm already feeling unnerved. The burning insect is indeed a monstrosity. Indeed, this insect is utterly unacceptable. A flawless combat machine. Amidst the crowd, numerous individuals exhibited fervent enthusiasm. Most present were astute, recognizing the true worth of the burning insect. If harnessed appropriately, it could potentially surpass a level 4 Beastmaster, reaching the value of a level 5 or even a level 6 Beastmaster. Ahem. The host, having reviewed the footage, cleared his throat and proclaimed, "As you all have witnessed, there is no doubt. In the inaugural battle, the burning insect emerges victorious. Let us extend our congratulations to Mr. Chen for his triumph in the first match. The forthcoming battle will showcase the prowess of both sides. Should Chen prevail once more, he shall claim victory outright, with no need for a third match. The next battle shall commence in 30 minutes. As the host's voice faded, Chen exhaled slowly, murmuring to himself, "Victory. Now, let us see how the hunting insect performs. I wonder if Sima Peng will reveal his trump card this time. That burning insect is truly terrifying." Sima Peng, beads of cold sweat adorning his forehead, was utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated that the two-headed wolf king, serving as his ace, would suffer defeat in its inaugural battle, felled by the burning insect. This setback not only resulted in the loss of a level 4 Beastmaster worth billions, but also left him with no avenue for retreat. In the upcoming match, he must deploy his strongest beast. Failure was not an option, for the stakes were exceedingly high. The rules were unequivocal. The first to win 2 out of 3 matches would claim victory. With a creak, Sima Peng clenched his fists, his expression darkening as he muttered to himself, "Having already lost a level 4 Beastmaster, there is no retreat. Victory is imperative. I must secure the level 5 beast embryo." Soon, 30 minutes elapsed. Ding, ding, ding. The resounding chimes echoed thrice. The host ascended the platform, brimming with enthusiasm, and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to the second match of this contest. Let us welcome the 2 ferocious beasts to the arena." With a crack, the metallic gates swung open. 2 additional metal transport vehicles gradually entered the arena, moving at a deliberate pace. However, the palpable aura of ferocity emanating from within the vehicles left the spectators pale with trepidation. This was the oppressive presence of high-level ferocious beasts. Is it not suffocating? What level of beast could this possibly be? Uncertain, yet undeniably terrifying. The twin-headed wolf king seems to have gained several folds in strength compared to before. Is the hunting insect truly a worthy adversary? Are you jesting? The hunting insect is merely at the 3rd tier. It struggles against mutated beasts like the black gorilla. This indeed poses a dilemma. A mocking voice echoed. Many spectators stretched their necks, their eyes fixed intently on the arena. Clang. A dull metallic sound resonated. The metal doors of a transport vehicle flew open. The black hunting insect silently emerged from the vehicle, landing on an open patch of ground. Its entire body cloaked in black wings, its forelimbs resembled sharp black blades, glistening ominously. Hiss. The hunting insect. It feels as though this particular specimen has grown significantly more powerful. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Could this hunting insect possibly emerge victorious in this round? It is hard to say. A group of alchemists sensed the atmosphere around them, which was exceptionally elusive. Just then, another transport vehicle erupted in a fiery explosion. The heavy metal doors were sent flying, and a black-armored Tyrannosaurus slowly descended. This Tyrannosaurus stood 10 meters tall and measured 15 meters in length. Its fangs glinted menacingly, and its blood-red eyes exuded a frenzied aura. It was evident that this creature was not to be trifled with. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus, the closest to a 5th-tier Beastmaster, possessing astonishing biting power and strength. It could even rival 5th-tier beasts. The host appeared equally apprehensive. He stammered, "So, dear guests, the forthcoming battle will undoubtedly be breathtaking. Rest assured, your presence here will not be in vain." Chapter 37. The Despairing Disparity. Roar. A sound akin to thunderous rolling erupted. In an instant, a heavy atmosphere surged forth, causing many to turn pale. Most had never witnessed such terrifying ferocity in a beast. Witnessing it through imagery and being present in person were worlds apart. Some began to worry whether the surrounding energy barriers would be sturdy enough. If they faltered, it would spell disaster. Boom. The black-scaled Tyrannosaurus took a step forward. The weighty footsteps resonated, shaking the ground as though an earthquake had struck. The surrounding crowd was on high alert, their nerves taut as they fixated on the arena. The hunting insect is destined to lose. Chen observed the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus, his brow furrowing slightly. The Tyrannosaurus itself was at the pinnacle of the 4th tier, capable of preying on weaker 5th-tier beasts, far surpassing the hunting insect. Were it the frozen insect, victory would be effortless. However, the hunting insect was indeed too much of a stretch. According to Chen's estimations, the chance of victory did not exceed 10%. Well, let us give it a try. Chen remained unfazed. At his level, a mere hunting insect was hardly worth his concern, costing only a few million at most. Yet, this moment presented an excellent opportunity to gauge the prowess of a 4th-tier apex beast. With this thought, Chen's mind stirred, and he issued the command, "Fight to the death. Lift all restrictions." Eliminate the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus. Buzz. At the instant the hunting insect received Yi Chen's order, its aura transformed. The perceived danger has seemingly diminished, rendering the creature almost harmless. However, with all restrictions lifted, this hunting insect has summoned its full strength for a desperate fight. Black-scaled Tyrannosaurus. Annihilate that insect. Sima Peng exclaimed, rising from his seat, fists raised in fervor. At any cost, attack. With a thunderous roar, the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus surged forth. Its body enveloped in a dark aura as it dove towards the hunting insect. The hunting insect, exhibiting incredible speed, reached sonic velocity, creating a swirling mist around it. In the instant of a deafening explosion, it maneuvered behind the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus and struck down with its forelimbs. Sparks flew as the black scales of the Tyrannosaurus shattered and fell away, but it was merely a superficial wound, having little impact. In a swift response, the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus swung its tail at the hunting insect, which narrowly evaded the attack. The force of the tail strike created a massive fissure in the ground, several meters deep and over 10 meters long. The Tyrannosaurus turned, its crimson eyes locked onto the insect, the throbbing pain igniting a frenzy within it, leading to an unrestrained onslaught. With a ferocious roar, the Tyrannosaurus unleashed a condensed sphere of black energy towards the hunting insect. The sphere hissed as it sliced through the air, its immense energy promising certain death upon impact. Once again, the hunting insect evaded, but the black energy sphere detonated, leaving a 10-meter wide, 5-meter deep crater in its wake. Such was the might of the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus, nearing the 5th level of beast mastery. The hunting insect stood no chance. Its defeat was inevitable. The surrounding spectators were in awe, recognizing the vast disparity in power. Despite the insect's valiant effort, it left only a gory wound. While a single blow from the Tyrannosaurus would spell doom for the insect, this chasm of strength rendered any victory for the hunting insect impossible. Yi Chen exhaled, narrowing his eyes as he contemplated his strategy. He was not in a rush to claim victory. Rather, he sought to gauge the true strength of the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus, accumulating data for future reference. Yi Chen, give it up. Your pathetic insect stands no chance against the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus. Li Dong's mocking voice rang out, his eyes bloodshot and nearly deranged from repeated failures. He had lost several times in a row, failing to protect even a 5th-level beast embryo, and his mental state was crumbling. Li Dong, your words are excessive, Yi Chen retorted, hands in his pockets, his tone calm. The outcome remains uncertain. How can you be so sure the hunting insect will lose? Shall we wager on it? Li Dong's face stiffened, utterly dispirited. Yi Chen had played the role of the underdog far too many times. It was entirely plausible he might resort to the same tactics again. Should he agree and fall into the trap, it would indeed spell disaster. What's wrong? Afraid? Yi Chen's lips curled into a smirk as he continued his provocation. I won't fall for your tricks. Li Dong scoffed coldly, entirely dismissing the matter of the wager. Then be silent. Yi Chen pouted, turning his gaze toward the arena. To be honest, he had forgotten one crucial detail. The strength of the hunter insect lay not merely in its speed and power. Upon reaching the 3rd tier, the system had bestowed upon the hunter insect an entirely new ability. Victory is assured. At that moment, within the private box, Sima Peng let out a long sigh of relief. The black-scaled Tyrannosaurus was firmly in control, relentlessly bombarding the hunter insect with energy blasts, leaving no chance for the insect to approach. The only movement from the hunter insect was its frantic escape, teetering on the brink of defeat, appearing as if it might collapse at any moment. I can hardly wait to see Yi Chen's disheveled appearance. The horned youth clenched his fists, his face alight with excitement. He bore a grudge, having not forgotten how Yi Chen had thoroughly thrashed him not long ago. That humiliation was etched deep into his memory. He was eager to witness Yi Chen's downfall. Just then, the situation took a sudden turn. Wait, it seems there's an unusual development? On the high platform, the host wiped the cold sweat from his brow and exclaimed, "Look at the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus. Something is amiss." In truth, the spectators surrounding him had also noticed the anomaly. Boom. Dust and debris flew as the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus continued its reckless bombardment. The arena was now riddled with massive craters. The frequency of its energy blast showed no signs of waning, yet its aim began to falter. This is highly irregular. How could the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus be so inaccurate? It's not a matter of inaccuracy. Look at how it runs. It appears to be staggering. Chapter 38, A Desperate Counterattack. Impossible. This black-scaled Tyrannosaurus is malfunctioning? Could it be that they are throwing the match? Is it possible that this hunter insect is venomous? Hiss. Gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the crowd. Many were left speechless, unable to fathom that what was once a dominating performance might now tilt in favor of the insect. Impossible. What poison could possibly affect a pinnacle-level beast? At this moment, Sima Peng's complexion darkened. For the first time, he exhibited signs of panic. He too had noticed the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus moving sluggishly, as if intoxicated, swaying from side to side. Blood from the wounds inflicted by the hunter insect had turned black. There was no doubt, the hunter insect was indeed venomous, and it was taking effect on the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus. Time is running out. Sima Peng's expression grew grim. As an experienced Beastmaster, he was acutely aware that time was of the essence for the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus. Any further delay would lead to certain doom. The only viable solution was to unleash its full potential in the shortest time possible to eliminate the hunting insect. With this thought in mind, although Sima Peng felt a pang of reluctance, he had no choice but to abandon the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus. With determination, Sima Peng activated a remote control in his hand. Boom. The black-scaled Tyrannosaurus's body momentarily stiffened, then its aura surged, becoming several times more ferocious than before. The frenzy-inducing potion had awakened all its life force, granting it the terrifying strength needed. The price, however, was that its combat endurance would be severely limited. If the hunting insect could not be dealt with swiftly, death was inevitable, along with the loss of the match. With a thunderous roar, the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus unleashed a barrage of energy orbs. In an instant, the sky was filled with these projectiles, leaving no room for evasion. With a fierce resolve, Chen, without hesitation, activated the full potential of the hunting insect. He was determined not to lose this battle. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was ablaze with descending energy orbs, and the hunting insect's speed suddenly skyrocketed. It swayed amidst the energy shockwaves. However, despite its increased velocity, it could not escape the onslaught of damage. Its body began to show signs of injury. This marked the first time it had sustained wounds since the battle commenced. One could only imagine the sheer terror of the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus's might. Damn it! Sima Peng slammed his fist onto the table, his face ashen. If the current trend continued, defeat was certain, and victory became an impossibility. My goodness, how did the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus suddenly become so frenzied? What an intense battle. Where's the hunting insect? I can't see it. This is so exhilarating. If the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus loses, I might as well lose everything. Is there really a gambler willing to place bets? Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the audience. Many were genuinely taken aback. They knew the hunting insect was formidable, but they could hardly fathom its extraordinary strength. Surviving the tempestuous onslaught following the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus's frenzy was nothing short of miraculous. Oh no, the hunting insect can't hold on much longer. Chen furrowed his brow. At that moment, the hunting insect, straining under the overload, had its armor starting to fracture, dark blood oozing from its wounds. One of its wings and forelimbs lay in tatters, a pitiful sight. Its injuries were severe, and its speed drastically diminished. If this continued, it would succumb within 30 seconds. Should the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus not be brought down in that time frame, the hunting insect was doomed, and this battle would be lost. With a roar, the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus, not lacking in intelligence, realized its fate was sealed. It harbored an immense hatred for the hunting insect. Even in death, one must vanquish the wretched insect. In that moment, it summoned the last vestiges of its strength, relentlessly launching attacks. The thunderous roars echoed, a cacophony of explosions ringing out. The hunting insect barely evaded the onslaught, endeavoring to endure and avoid being annihilated. With a final, powerful energy blast, a mushroom cloud gradually ascended. At that moment, the arena fell silent once more. The black-scaled Tyrannosaurus ceased its assault, swaying sluggishly in place, desperately attempting to continue the fight, yet utterly unable to do so. With a resounding thud, the black-scaled Tyrannosaur collapsed. Breathless, although grievously wounded, the hunting insect remained vibrant, defiantly standing tall in the arena. Victory! The black-scaled Tyrannosaur had indeed been defeated. How could this be? It was simply careless. Who would have imagined the hunting insect possessed venom? Not only that, its speed and strength were at least on par with a level 4 beast. This wretched insect had concealed its true prowess. Despicable. Utterly despicable. Thankfully, I placed no bets. How terrifying. It feels almost surreal. Many stood agape, unable to fathom the reality before them. How could my black-scaled Tyrannosaur possibly lose? It was merely a trivial insect. No, this cannot be. This is impossible. Sima Peng's composure shattered in an instant. His eyes glowed crimson, teeth nearly grinding to dust, exuding an aura of madness. The confidence he once held, believing victory was assured, evaporated entirely. The black-scaled Tyrannosaur was valued at nearly $1 trillion. The 2 genetic potions also approached that figure. The 2-headed Wolf King was worth at least several hundred billion. This time, his losses reached nearly 2 to 3 trillion, nearly equivalent to the annual profits of all the prominent families in Qinglong City. One can only imagine the magnitude of such a catastrophic loss. Ladies and gentlemen, you all witnessed it. The hunting insect emerged victorious in this battle. The host trembled with excitement. Although level 4 beast battles are rare, a level 3 creature defeating a level 4 one is worthy of the annals of history. He would surely etch his name into the records. For most hosts, this would be a fulfillment of a lifetime's ambition. Furthermore, having hosted this event, his future fees would undoubtedly skyrocket. The subsequent benefits are beyond imagination. Phew, we won. It was quite arduous. Chen exhaled deeply. For the hunting insect, severed limbs would regenerate in no time. Soon, there would be another fully restored hunting insect. Subsequently, Chen waved his hand, absorbing the corpse of the black-scaled beast. This was a body comparable to a level 5 beast, valued at nearly 2 to 3 billion. It could not simply be discarded. Chen. At that moment, a furious roar resounded. Chapter 39, The Red-Eyed Loss. Chen turned around to see Sima Peng approaching, his eyes ablaze with rage. He shouted, all right. This time you were merely fortunate. Next time, luck will not be on your side. Do you dare to play another round with me? Not interested. Chen shook his head, his expression remaining unperturbed. He possessed a keen self-awareness, recognizing that the spoils from this battle were exceedingly abundant. 2 6th-level genetic potions and a 5th-level beast embryo alone could incite tremendous peril for most individuals. Even 5th-level beast tamers might resort to violence, resorting to murder for the sake of treasures. Although Qinglong City had laws, they were predominantly aimed at ordinary citizens and were virtually non-existent for those of the 5th-level beast tamer caliber. Thus, he required time to thoroughly assimilate his recent acquisitions, transforming these resources into formidable strength to face impending threats. Are you afraid, boy? Sima Peng jeered, his eyes ablaze with rage, hoping to provoke Chen. Unfortunately, his gambit fell short. Afraid? Such a notion was inconceivable. Chen cast a sidelong glance at Sima Peng and replied coolly, if you wish to play, let it be 3 days hence. We shall continue our wager in the beast arena. Just hope you 1T chicken out by then. Then it shall be 3 days. I await you in the beast arena. Sima Peng's teeth nearly ground to dust. In all his years, he had never faced such humiliation. 2 out of his 3 4th-level beasts had perished. His heart bled profusely. Just don't regret it when the time comes. Chen, undaunted, uttered this final remark before claiming all the spoils and departing from the arena. Revenge. I must have my revenge. Sima Peng, consumed by fury, spat a mouthful of blood, nearly losing consciousness. He vowed that no matter the cost, Chen would pay dearly in 3 days. Meanwhile, in the black market, Zhang Ming furrowed his brow, feeling a headache coming on. On his table lay a severed head, bloodied and gruesome. The room was permeated with the stench of blood. This was a declaration of war and provocation. The elderly man in black regarded the head with a grim expression. You needn't speak. I am already aware, Zhang Ming retorted, rolling his eyes. Having ascended to his current position, he had taken countless lives. A single severed head was not enough to intimidate him. However, the faction responsible for delivering the head was the bitter enemy of the Black Eagle Gang, the Stray Dog Gang. Once a mere insignificant faction, they now dared to challenge the Black Eagle Gang's dominance, declaring war against them. A trivial Stray Dog Gang could not have expanded so swiftly without a powerful backing. At this moment, another young man spoke in a measured tone. We cannot act rashly. Act rashly? Shall we simply allow ourselves to be devoured? The elderly man in black scoffed coldly. The Stray Dog Gang poses no significant threat. I could annihilate them effortlessly. That is unnecessary. Zhang Ming waved his hand dismissively. He gazed at the severed head and remarked calmly, the Stray Dog Gang would not dare challenge us without possessing some hidden trump card. They are undoubtedly aware of our strength. Thus, we must secure reinforcements. The element of surprise is essential. Are you suggesting Chen? The elderly man in black appeared taken aback. Indeed, it is he. Zhang Ming squinted slightly and remarked nonchalantly. He has the capability to eliminate even near level 5 black-scaled Tyrannosaurus. As an unexpected ace, he is more than sufficient. However, how can we persuade him to lend his aid? The young man appeared taken aback, a look of confusion crossing his face. Money can make even ghosts push a millstone. Zhang Ming lifted his teacup, took a sip, and continued. As long as we offer sufficient benefits, Chen will be inclined to assist us. I understand. I shall attend to it right away. The elderly man in black nodded and turned to leave. Wait, Zhang Ming called out to him. Is there something else? The old man's expression reflected a hint of perplexity. Take the head away, it's rather unsightly. Zhang Ming sighed. Oh, I nearly forgot. The old man paused, suddenly recalling that Zhang Ming appeared to possess a slight aversion to filth. Meanwhile, within the confines of the rented room, Chen secured the doors and windows before finding a place to sit. A crystal core manifested in his hand. This crystal, nearly the size of a soccer ball, was entirely black and radiated an extraordinary luminescence. The moment it appeared, the entire room was enveloped in an unusual aura. Ding! Detected a near level 5 energy crystal. Would you like to absorb it? The prompt of the Mother Nest system sounded in his ears. Absorb. Chen decisively confirmed his choice. Absorption complete. The Mother Nest system is commencing an upgrade. Upgrade complete. Current level is 5. New specimen tank bug unlocked. The tank bug, with an adult level of 5, possesses immense strength and remarkable defense, capable of launching acidic projectiles with a maximum range of 1 kilometer. It belongs to the large-sized insect category. It is recommended to rear it in open areas. Gasp. A level 5 insect. Chen inhaled sharply. It is well known that the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus is comparable to level 5, but is not truly a level 5 creature. How formidable must a genuine level 5 beast be? Moreover, considering the combat prowess of insects cultivated through the Mother Nest system, being classified as level 5 likely means they could easily overpower level 6 creatures. Cultivation. At all costs, the tank bug must be nurtured. This serves as his second trump card, aside from the Goo King bug. With this thought, Chen focused his mind, activating his breeding talent. A palm-sized black insect materialized in his hand. Compared to the juvenile hunting bug, which was only the size of a grasshopper at birth. The tank bug larva's size was somewhat terrifying. Hiss. Upon its arrival, the tank bug larva remained stationary, incessantly transmitting signals of hunger, eager to feed. Chen, naturally, had no shortage of cultivation resources. With a thought, he retrieved a portion of the two-headed wolf king's carcass from his storage space. Approximately 2,000 to 3,000 pounds of flesh and blood, and brought it outside. Whoosh. The tank bug moved with remarkable speed, darting into the flesh and blood in the blink of an eye, beginning to feast voraciously. Within a mere few minutes, the tank bug grew to a size of 1 meter, having consumed every last morsel of the carcass. Holy smokes! What astonishing growth rate! Chen was once again astounded. He surveyed his surroundings, a slight frown creasing his brow. At last, he understood why the system had advised him to rear creatures in open spaces. The tank bug was still merely a larva, yet its weight had already approached 100 kilograms. If it continued to grow at this rate, it would soon fill the entire house. With this thought in mind, Chen raised his hand and stored the tank bug in his spatial storage, allowing it to consume the remains of the two-headed wolf king and the black-scaled tyrannosaurus. Chapter 40. The Tank Bug. The tank bug wasted no time, voraciously devouring the flesh and blood of the two-headed wolf king, sparing even the bones. In no time, the entire carcass was consumed. The tank bug size swelled to 3 meters, and its weight surpassed 3 tons. And this was merely the beginning. It swiftly lunged towards the corpse of the black-scaled tyrannosaurus. Chen did not intervene. The valuable dragon horns and dragon marrow had already been extracted, leaving behind flesh worth only a few billion. With Chen's considerable wealth, he was unconcerned about such trivialities. Soon, the black-scaled tyrannosaurus's body was more than half devoured. The tank bug had grown to nearly 10 meters in size, its weight reaching 30 to 40 tons. There was a profound shift in its aura, exuding an unyielding stability. Phew, the adult tank bug. Chen exhaled slowly. He glanced at the remaining carcass of the black-scaled tyrannosaurus. There was enough to cultivate a second tank bug. With a thought, he activated his breeding talent, and a second tank bug larva emerged, which he placed into his spatial storage. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a raspy voice echoed at the door. Young brother Chen, I have a proposition for you. I wonder if it piques your interest. There are no free lunches falling from the sky. Chen opened the door and scrutinized the old man in the black robe, his brow furrowing slightly. He had initially intended to nurture a level 5 Beastmaster embryo, but it seemed he would have to abandon that plan. I knew you wouldn't easily believe me. The old man in black appeared to have anticipated this response. He looked at Chen and continued to persuade him. The Black Hawk Gang seeks your assistance in eliminating a rival. Name your conditions. As long as the Black Hawk Gang can meet them, we will not delay. Eliminate a rival of the Black Hawk Gang? Chen narrowed his eyes. He regarded the old man and replied coolly. The Black Hawk Gang is a top-tier force in the entire Qinglong city. What rival would require my intervention? Hee. The old man in black grinned ominously and replied coldly. A suddenly inflated minor faction, merely called the Wild Dog Gang. If you lend your aid, obliterating the Wild Dog Gang would be a matter of mere moments. If it were truly that simple, you wouldn't need my assistance. Chen thought clearly at this moment. He was well aware of the strength of the Black Hawk Gang. On the surface, there were at least 3 level 4 Beastmasters, and it was rumored that the gang leader was even a level 5 Beastmaster. Such a formidable force could not be so easily subdued. However, he happened to have a matter that required the assistance of the Black Hawk Gang. That is the 6th level Beast Core, capable of elevating the Mother Nest to level 6. Given Chen's prowess, the sole means to acquire a 6th level core is to hunt a 6th level ferocious beast. With his current strength, even accounting for the tank bug and without utilizing the Goo King bug, his chances of success are rather slim. Moreover, 6th level ferocious beasts are exceedingly rare. To hunt one would require several months of dedicated effort. Contemplating this, Chen turned to the cloaked elder and declared, if you seek my assistance, it is not impossible. I have one condition. Speak freely. The elder's expression brightened. He was well aware of Chen's capabilities. Should Chen join, the annihilation of the Wild Dog Gang would be virtually assured. The item I desire is rather difficult to procure. Chen cast a sidelong glance at the elder. A 6th level ferocious beast core. The elder's face paled instantly. He gazed at Chen, his expression troubled, and remarked, this is not merely difficult. It is a death wish. How is it that the Black Hawk Gang cannot secure a 6th level core? Chen was taken aback. Naturally, the elder's face was etched with despair. He elaborated, currently, the entire Qinglong city is experiencing an energy drought. High-level ferocious beasts are exceedingly rare. Furthermore, the 6th tier represents a critical threshold. Those of this caliber typically inhabit perilous zones. With our strength, we would merely be delivering ourselves to them, utterly incapable of hunting. Chen's heart sank. It appeared that he must personally undertake the hunt for a 6th level ferocious beast. However, all was not lost. The elder shifted his tone, fixing Chen with a serious gaze. Although a 6th level ferocious beast core is a priceless treasure, unattainable even with wealth, it can be exchanged for certain unique items. I may be able to procure a 6th level ferocious beast core for you. Upon hearing this, Chen nodded slightly and replied, then I shall entrust this matter to you. As long as the 6th level core is secured, the issue with the Wild Dog Gang shall be easily resolved. Then it is settled. Farewell. The cloaked elder departed swiftly, vanishing from Yi Chen's sight. Yi Chen exhaled deeply. Suddenly, the roar of a sports car echoed nearby. A limited edition vehicle worth tens of millions came to a halt before him, and a portly figure emerged, looking quite aggrieved. You actually did not invite me to deal with Li Dong. This is quite unworthy of our friendship. Next time, I'll be sure to include you. Yi Chen shrugged and explained, in 3 days, I have a duel with Sima Pong. What is this about? Yi Chen inquired, curiosity piqued. Why, it is merely a gift. The portly man produced a key, waving it in front of Yi Chen. A villa in the most upscale district of Qinglong City, spanning 2,000 square meters. It is more than sufficient for your needs. This place is ill-suited for you. Yi Chen glanced back at his rental abode. Indeed, as his level ascended, so too did the size of his bugs. A tank bug, weighing several 100,000 gene, could easily collapse this rental structure. A new residence was certainly in order. Moreover, the adversaries he has provoked are growing increasingly formidable. The neighbors surrounding him maintain a cordial relationship, yet should a conflict arise, it would undoubtedly impact the innocent. Regardless, it is evident that Yi Chen is ill-suited to reside in this place any longer. How about it? Shall we go house hunting together? The rotund man exclaimed with satisfaction, tossing the keys to Yi Chen. Well, that sounds agreeable. Yi Chen did not decline. Turning to the rotund man, he inquired, by the way, how much is that villa? Oh, it's merely a villa. No need to discuss finances. The rotund man waved his hand dismissively, stating, what is our relationship? It's just a small gift. Indeed. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. He picked up the keys, hopped into the sports car, and sped towards his new residence. Chapter 41, The New House. At this moment, as Yi Chen departed, a mysterious figure clad in black observed his leaving with a murmured, interesting. This fellow must have encountered something extraordinary. Regardless, the 5th level Beastmaster embryo is certainly an opportunity not to be missed. I must acquire it. With that, the figure vanished in a flash, disappearing from sight. However, the black-clad individual failed to notice a seemingly inconspicuous corner where a predator bug lay in wait, poised to witness everything from its vantage point. After all, the rental property was Yi Chen's residence, and he could not be on guard at all times. Several predator bugs had been left behind to safeguard the premises. How intriguing. Yi Chen received the information relayed by the predator bug without any surprise. This was quite normal, as he possessed a plethora of valuable assets that would entice various powerful beings to resort to desperate measures. They might consider resorting to lethal means to seize his treasures. Nonetheless, Yi Chen remained unfazed. He was prepared to confront any challenges that arose, believing that any who dared to provoke him would meet their end. Such threats were inevitable. Screech. The sports car came to a halt in front of an upscale residential complex. Yi Chen turned his head to behold a remarkably luxurious neighborhood, characterized by towering mountains and numerous villas nestled within them. Most of these structures boasted only 2 or 3 stories. Living in such a location would undoubtedly be far more comfortable than dwelling in a small apartment in the heart of Qinglong City. What do you think? The environment here is quite pleasant, I assenti it? The rotund man chuckled, beaming with pride, and declared, let me tell you, this place is worth its weight in gold. Even wealth cannot secure a purchase. It requires connections. I am well aware. Yi Chen understood perfectly, if his memory served him right. This neighborhood was not open to the public for sale. It seemed to be a private estate belonging to the Lin family. All right, let us go take a look. The rotund man opened the car door and led Yi Chen inside. Soon, they arrived at a villa before stopping. This is the one. It has 3 stories, each approximately 1,000 square meters. It should suffice. The rotund man grinned at Yi Chen and continued, oh, there's a surprise too. A surprise? Yi Chen paused in astonishment. He glanced at the villa and proceeded toward it, only to have the main door swing open. A youthful and lively girl dressed in a maid outfit greeted him with a cheerful smile, saying, hello, I am the steward of this villa, Muyi. In the future, feel free to give me any orders. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the pleasant surprise from the chubby fellow to be a maid. Judging by her appearance, she was indeed of the caliber of a campus belle. Truly, wealth affords one the liberty to indulge as they please. Once upon a time, women of Muyi's caliber were merely distant figures to admire. How about it, brother? Not too shabby, right? The chubby man beamed with an air of smugness. A mischievous grin plastered on his face. No, thank you. I prefer solitude. Yi Chen cast a fleeting glance at Mu Yi and replied indifferently, as for you, you're dismissed. What? Mu Yi was taken aback, utterly dumbfounded. She had anticipated seizing this opportunity to secure a wealthy husband. Who would have thought that Yi Chen would regard her with such disdain? Or perhaps this fellow had some issues with his preferences. Is this not to your taste? The chubby man queried, scratching his head in confusion. Not at all. I have far too many enemies. It's better to be alone. Yi Chen turned to Mu Yi, a smile gracing his lips as he said, if you wish to stay, that's fine. Just don't be afraid of death. This statement caused Mu Yi's complexion to pale, her heart racing with unease. She was aware of Yi Chen's identity as a level 4 Beastmaster, a being of considerable stature. Any adversaries he might have would likely also be at least level 4 Beastmasters. Should a confrontation arise, her life could indeed be at stake. Oh, I seem to have overlooked that. The chubby man, slow to grasp the situation, stroked his chin and remarked, for a level 4 Beastmaster. Human life truly holds little value. Moreover, it is widely known that you possess a level 5 beast embryo. If it comes down to a fight, it could be fatal. Ugh. Chen shot the chubby man a sidelong glance, realizing it would be prudent to refrain from sharing significant matters with him in the future. He lacked any sense of discretion. Informing him would surely lead to information leaks, leaving Chen oblivious to the danger until it was too late. Did I say something wrong? The chubby man noticed Chen's altered demeanor and looked utterly perplexed. I won't be doing this anymore. Ladies, I shall take my leave. Muya's face was ashen. Shaking her head, she turned on her heel and departed without uttering another word. Chen made no attempt to stop her. He then entered the villa, wandering about to familiarize himself with the interior layout. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before long, night had fallen. The empty villa was enveloped in silence, save for the occasional chirping of insects. At this moment, Chen was the sole occupant of the room. Leisurely reclined on the sofa, his phone in hand as he scrolled through a shopping platform. What a pity. These items are indeed not easily obtainable. Chen mused, a slight frown creasing his brow. After acquiring the tank bug within the system, his body had undergone a modest enhancement. However, the improvement was negligible. As his physical augmentation had reached its zenith, it was akin to a reservoir. Now that it was full, without the means to expand its capacity, the power bestowed by the system would merely overflow, failing to make Chen any stronger. To advance further, he would require specialized techniques for physical training. Even the most inferior of these techniques bore a value nearing that of a level 6 Beastmaster. Moreover, this martial art is diligently concealed by various powerful factions, who would never casually impart its knowledge. Currently, Chen possesses a staggering 6 to 700 billion in cash. However, acquiring a method to cultivate one's physique proves to be an insurmountable challenge. This predicament is untenable. Chen furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, for a Beastmaster, commanding beasts is paramount, yet the strength of the Beastmaster themselves is equally crucial. Otherwise, without the capability to match the speed of the beasts, one cannot issue commands effectively. In the heat of battle, failing to unleash the full potential of one's beasts would surely lead to demise. Furthermore, to capture the thief, one must first seize the king, for they are easily beheaded. I must obtain a martial art technique. Chen rubbed his forehead in contemplation, pondering which faction might possess such a technique. The Lin family, the Li family, the Black Hawk gang, and Qinglong No. 1 school flashed through his mind. Each of these families harbors martial arts, yet acquiring them is an arduous endeavor. The descendants of these families are implanted with a chip in their brains. Should they attempt to divulge the martial arts, the chip would preemptively incinerate their minds. It is utterly impossible to rely on these individuals to leak any information. Even the hefty fellow would likely be incapable. Beyond these families, the remaining options consist of cities overrun by ferocious beasts. Chapter 42, a warning through punishment. Within the ruins of these cities, remnants of ancient legacies may still exist. Many powerful martial arts have been unearthed from the debris of such places. Must I truly venture into these desolate ruins? Chen found the prospect somewhat dubious. Martial arts are not easily excavated. Otherwise, various forms would undoubtedly be ubiquitous. The unexplored territories typically harbor extraordinary dangers, where even a silver-level Beastmaster faces near certain death. A mere shrimp like him would hardly stand a chance against even a level 6 or 7 beast. Regardless, I must embark on this journey. Chen narrowed his eyes, resolved to take the plunge. Just then, outside the villa, the chirping of insects abruptly ceased. The air thickened with an eerie silence. Finally, it has arrived. Chen exhaled, recognizing that it was time to make an example and demonstrate to the Beastmasters that he was not to be trifled with. Bang! Within the villa, the sound of shattering glass echoed. A shadow lunged toward Chen with astonishing speed. Almost simultaneously, the hunter insect sprang into action. With a swift motion, the hunter insect struck, effortlessly shattering the shadow. Dust and debris scattered in a chaotic flurry, revealing a grayish creature within the room. This creature stood merely 1 meter tall, sporting 8 limbs and covered in gray scales. Its body was riddled with several lifeless fish-like eyes, presenting a grotesque sight. It was, in fact, a mutated corpse-eater. Chen's brow furrowed, sensing a wave of misfortune. The corpse-eater, a beast that feasts on the dead and occasionally preys on the living, typically ranks low in level, around that of a level 1 ferocious beast. However, the rare mutated creatures possess formidable strength, capable of reaching the 4th or even 5th tier. The one before me is a 4th tier mutated corpse beast. Ha. Chen, your vision is commendable. The source of the voice emanated from a speaker behind the mutated corpse beast. You are quite verbose. Chen's gaze remained composed. He lowered his head, observing the mutated corpse beast, and said calmly, if I am not mistaken, you have come for the 5th tier beast embryo. Haven to you? Very astute. The enigmatic Beastmaster did not dawdle, decisively stating coldly, hand over the 5th tier beast embryo. I will leave at once. Otherwise, your demise is assured. The outcome was uncertain. Chen was unfazed. He grinned coldly and replied, "Let us see who will be the one to perish. Will it be you or me? You seek your own demise." The mysterious Beastmaster was enraged, issuing a sharp command. Mutated corpse beast, attack. Eliminate him. Boom. The mutated corpse beast surged forward with incredible speed. It unleashed its power, transforming into a streak of darkness, charging towards Chen. Just then, the hunting insect also sprang into action. Its strength and speed were terrifying, rivaling that of the mutated corpse beast. It swung its forelimbs, sending the mutated corpse beast crashing out of the villa, where they became entangled in a fierce battle. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds of combat reverberated. Chen remained oblivious, leisurely pouring himself a cup of tea and taking a sip. Suddenly, a sharp, explosive sound pierced the air. An invisible lizard materialized, its tongue darting forward like a spear toward Chen. If struck, it would undoubtedly pierce through, leaving him utterly vulnerable to being consumed. Almost simultaneously, a second hunting insect appeared out of thin air. It swiftly struck down the invisible lizard's tongue. Snap! The tongue severed with a sound. Seizing the opportunity, the hunting insect launched a counterattack. The invisible lizard dared not resist, turning to flee without a word. The hunting insect pursued relentlessly, racing out of the villa, determined not to let the invisible lizard escape. At this moment, Chen remained unmoved. He casually remarked, "Two fourth-tier beasts? They are hardly enough to bring about my downfall. Is this truly all you can muster? Young man, do not be so arrogant." The mysterious Beastmaster's tone betrayed his irritation. He had never anticipated that his prized invisible lizard would fail in its assassination attempt. "Arrogance. I merely state a fact," Chen unabashedly replied, reclining on the sofa. "I am right here. If you can eliminate me, then do come." Impudent fool. The hidden mysterious Beastmaster was filled with a mix of embarrassment and rage. He had but two fourth-tier beasts. Originally, he intended for the mutated corpse beast to distract the hunting insect while the invisible lizard executed the assassination. In this manner, even if Chen were strong, he would certainly meet his end. Unexpectedly, Chen had effortlessly withstood the assault, showing no fear. This had truly become a rather awkward predicament. Boom. Just then, a flash of light appeared thousands of meters away. A metal projectile soared at 3 times the speed of sound. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the glass shattered, aimed directly at Chen's brow. Clang. At that moment, a third killing insect appeared. It swung its forelimbs and deflected the bullet. Impossible. 3 killing insects. How could you possibly have 3? This is unfathomable. The mysterious Beastmaster, hidden in the shadows, was utterly bewildered. Even the mercenary, several thousand meters away with a sniper rifle, wore a face of disbelief, unable to restrain his curses. Damn it. A third killing insect. This freakish Beastmaster, Chen, has 3. No, including the severely injured one. He has 4. This guy is terrifying. Sizzle. A faint sound echoed. The mercenary abruptly turned around, only to find the 4th killing insect had somehow arrived at his back. It's over. The mercenary's vision darkened as he realized his fate was sealed. At such a close distance, confronted by a level 4 beast, the only outcome was death. Not even a deity could save him. Sizzle. The killing insect moved with lightning speed. With a swift motion of its forelimbs, it dispatched the mercenary, then silently dragged his lifeless body away. Meanwhile, some Beastmasters lurking in the shadows were drenched in sweat. Chen's prowess far exceeded their expectations. At least 4 killing insects had already emerged. Under the cover of night, who knows how many more lurked in the darkness. Not to mention the incredibly fearsome burning insect, along with the never-before-seen mysterious freezing insect. It could be said that while Chen's villa appeared riddled with vulnerabilities, it was, in fact, impenetrable. Given their strength, it was unrealistic for them to eliminate Chen. They could very well face annihilation themselves. Roar. At that moment, a scream pierced the air. A mutated corpse eater had its arms severed by a killing insect, letting out a pitiful wail. Its movement slowed. To make matters worse, a second killing insect had also arrived. Chapter 43. Hatching Level 5 Beast Embryos. The 2 killing insects joined forces to strangle the mutated corpse eater. The outcome was inevitable. In mere seconds, the mutated corpse eater was vanquished, its remains scattered across the ground. Another invisible lizard was also slain, as one killing insect feasted upon its carcass. Hiss! The mysterious Beastmaster in the shadows gasped, his heart bleeding with regret. He lamented profoundly, realizing he should never have made the first move. Now, not only had he lost 2 level 4 beasts, but he had also put himself in jeopardy. Before he could react, a killing insect appeared behind him without warning. Thud! The walkie-talkie in the Beastmaster's hand fell to the ground. His face turned pale. Undoubtedly. At such close quarters, he stood no chance against the killing insect. Ah! Found you. Chen received the signal from the killing insect. He was not in a hurry to eliminate the mysterious Beastmaster. Instead, he continued using the walkie-talkie, speaking in a calm tone. Do you have any last words? Chen. The mysterious Beastmaster realized his fate was sealed. His eyes reddened as he cursed. You will not have a good ending. Just wait. You are doomed. Such a verbose fool. Chen waved his hand. Crack. In an instant, the hunting bug struck, mercilessly slaying the enigmatic Beastmaster, dragging the lifeless body outside. It began to feast upon it on the verdant grass of the villa. A chilling sense of intimidation permeated the air. A concealed fourth-level Beastmaster gasped in shock as he beheld his fallen comrade being devoured, his complexion turning a ghastly shade of gray, inundated with dread. His own abilities were hardly exceptional. Should he choose to engage, he feared he would meet a fate similar to that of his unfortunate ally. Thus, he resolved that while a fifth-level beast embryo was indeed desirable, it was not worth risking his life. With this thought, the concealed fourth-level Beastmaster turned and departed without hesitation. Simultaneously, the other Beastmasters abandoned their intentions of eliminating Chen. It was simply not worth the risk. Chen's apparent fourth-level beasts numbered at least 6 or 7. Aside from the fifth-level Beastmasters, any fourth-level Beastmaster would surely face doom. It was essential to remember that the hunting bug had single-handedly taken down the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus, a beast comparable to a fifth-level creature. Chen possessed no less than 4, nay, 5, of such formidable beasts. Even a fifth-level Beastmaster could potentially perish in such an encounter. Chen squinted. He had deployed 30 hunting bugs to guard the perimeter of the villa. The hunting bug's sensory capabilities were exceptionally acute. No beast could evade their detection. Just moments ago, at least a dozen fourth-level Beastmasters had approached, alongside 2 or 3 fifth-level masters. Should they converge, the outcome would be uncertain. Fortunately, these fourth-level masters were disorganized, and their mutual wariness prevented any collaboration. Furthermore, it was evident that this evening was not the ideal moment for confrontation. Consequently, they all retreated, realizing their inadequacy in power. I require greater strength, Chen mused, inhaling deeply. Seated on the sofa, he narrowed his eyes and summoned a fifth-level beast embryo and 2 vials of 6th-level lightning bird gene serum into his hands. He wondered what kind of beast would emerge from this 5th-level embryo. As he gazed at the immaculate egg, he resolutely activated his breeding talent, commencing the incubation of the beast embryo. Crack, crack. Mere minutes later, the shell fractured. A pale yellow beak pierced through the shell, and a fluffy chick emerged. The fledgling was no larger than a fist, its damp yellow feathers quickly drying. Chirp. The chick opened its eyes, spotted Chen, and affectionately nuzzled against him before flapping its wings. Whoosh. A sharp sound of sonic booms filled the air, and in the blink of an eye, the 2 vials of gene serum on the table had vanished without a trace. What? Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Turning to look, he found only 2 empty test tubes on the ground, thoroughly cleaned, alongside the seemingly harmless chick. At least it appeared innocuous. Chirp. The chick fluttered back to Chen's hand, appearing unchanged from before. It was as if the level 6 lightning bird genetic serum had no effect whatsoever on this particular fledgling. Could it be true? Were those 2 vials mere fakes? Chen furrowed his brow, picking up the test tube from the ground for inspection. Although he couldn't discern its authenticity, the astonishing energy contained within was certainly no jest. It was most likely genuine. Of course, there existed another possibility. This seemingly harmless fledgling was not merely a level 5 creature, but rather of a higher tier. Thus, the low-grade level 6 genetic serum would be ineffective against it. By heavens, what a stroke of luck. Chen gazed at the fledgling in his hands, his heart brimming with joy. He squinted and spoke. Let us give you a name. Since your feathers are yellow, I shall call you Xiao Huang. Chirp chirp. Xiao Huang remained blissfully unaware of its new name. After a brief moment of activity in Chen's grasp, it soon grew drowsy. Finding a cozy corner on the couch, it succumbed to slumber, absorbing the energy contained within the 2 level 6 lightning bird genetic serums. Meanwhile, at the Li family estate, the family patriarch wore a grim expression as he glared at Li Dong, who knelt before him, filled with an overwhelming urge to strike his own son. Seeing Li Dong's nonchalant demeanor only fueled the patriarch's fury. Trembling with rage, he pointed at Li Dong and exclaimed, Do you even comprehend what you have done? It was merely a level 5 beast embryo, wasn't he it? Li Dong felt wronged and retorted, With our family's strength, do we truly lack a level 5 beast? Beast. The patriarch was nearly beside himself with laughter, his voice a thunderous roar. How could I possibly have a son like you? A level 5 beast embryo? That was a level 10. Perhaps even a silver tier. You wretched fool. Silver tier? Li Dong's face turned ashen, despair flooding his eyes. A silver tier beast cub was an invaluable treasure throughout the entire Qinglong city. And what had he done? He had squandered a silver tier beast embryo. His fate was sealed. Truly, he was doomed. Not even the intervention of deities could save him now, not even with his father being the patriarch of the Li family. If you weren't my son, I would have struck you dead long ago. The patriarch clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in frustration. There is no other choice. We must summon our ancestors. That embryo cannot be lost. The ancestors. Upon hearing this, Li Dong felt an even deeper sense of hopelessness. If this matter reached the ears of the ancestors, he would be utterly finished. Time slipped away, and the next morning, Chen arrived at the black market, strolling in without a care. However, halfway through his path, the situation took a sudden turn. Bang! A bloodied figure flew through the air, landing before Chen. It was a bruised ruffian. Almost immediately, a voice brimming with arrogance echoed, From today onward, this street belongs to the Wild Dog Gang. The Black Hawk Gang? It will soon meet its demise. Haha, get lost, or I'll beat you to a pulp. What the hell? Chen was genuinely taken aback by the unfolding scene. It is essential to acknowledge that this place is a black market, the territory of the Black Hawk Gang. Within the core area of the Black Hawk Gang, individuals were mercilessly assaulted, yet the gang exhibited no response. Consequently, the Black Hawk Gang would undoubtedly struggle to maintain its authority, ultimately losing control over the black market. Could it be that the Black Hawk Gang is in distress? A thought crossed Chen's mind. He turned to the two brazen individuals with yellow hair and inquired, "Isn't this territory belonging to the Black Hawk Gang? How dare you act so recklessly here? Are you not afraid of their retaliation?" "Retaliation? Huh, what a joke. Do you know who stands behind our Wild Dog Gang's leader?" One of them scoffed. "The Black Hawk Gang is insignificant." "Indeed." The other echoed, their audacity palpable. This only piqued Chen's curiosity further. He asked with keen interest, "Oh, now I am even more intrigued. Who exactly is behind the Wild Dog Gang?" Naturally. It is a student from the Eastern Domain Academy, a level 6 Beastmaster. The yellow-haired individual proclaimed arrogantly, lifting his chin. "Do you know how formidable a level 6 Beastmaster is? With just a slight display of power, the entire Black Hawk Gang would be reduced to ashes. They rely entirely on the Eastern Domain Academy. No force in the entire Qinglong city dares to be so audacious." Chen was somewhat taken aback. The Eastern Domain Academy is a premier force among the myriad cities in the Eastern region, tasked with safeguarding the area's security against formidable beast invasions. Thus, it is only natural that few would dare to confront the Eastern Domain Academy, especially not a clandestine organization like the Black Hawk Gang, which would face no consequences if annihilated. If the Eastern Domain Academy were to eradicate them, they would have brought it upon themselves. However, it seemed rather weak for a student of the Eastern Domain Academy to only possess the prowess of a level 6 Beastmaster. Could it be a Fantasyaudiobook? And who might you be? Chen queried. "Indeed. So audacious. Seeking death, are we?" The two yellow-haired individuals were displeased. They rolled up their sleeves, preparing to teach Chen a lesson. "Chen, that name sounds familiar." One gasped. "Ah, I recall now. The one who slayed a near level 5 beast in the beast arena? Is it truly him?" A flicker of fear passed through their eyes. In a matter of mere days, the name Chen had spread throughout Qinglong City. Only those who were particularly out of touch would be unaware of his reputation. Given Chen's strength, dispatching them would be a mere trifle. Though the Wild Dog Gang was brash, they would certainly not engage in a confrontation with Chen over two worthless lackeys. In other words, if Chen wished to eliminate them, their demise would be inevitable. Yet, Chen could not be bothered to eliminate the two. It was simply unnecessary. He turned and ventured deeper into the black market, heading towards a 3-story villa. Upon arrival, he encountered an elderly man clad in black, who appeared troubled. "Ah, it is young brother Chen. You have arrived. Please, come in." "Indeed. It seems the situation is dire." Chen observed the elderly man's expression, noting the rare display of distress. It appeared that young brother Chen had already sensed something amiss. The elderly man in black wore a bitter smile as he spoke. "The forces behind the Wild Dog Gang far exceed our expectations. That individual is truly someone we cannot afford to provoke." "A level 6 Beastmaster?" Chen cast a glance at the old man. The level 6 Beastmaster is one thing. The critical issue is that he is backed by the entire Eastern Domain Academy. The old man sighed, a look of resignation on his face. "The elder is already packing up, preparing to flee. That individual is beyond our reach." "That may not be the case." Chen felt a spark of inspiration. He looked at the old man and inquired, "Have you found the level 6 beast core I seek? Such a thing cannot be resolved in a single day. However, we do have some leads." The old man shook his head slightly. "Then I am at a loss." Chen replied, "If you can procure a level 6 beast core, I can assist in eliminating that student from the Eastern Domain Academy to settle this matter." Chen's tone was calm, yet the old man's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Stammering, he said, "Are you implying that you possess the strength to kill a level 6 Beastmaster?" "Indeed. But the prerequisite is that the level 6 beast core must be secured." Chen nodded slightly. "Ha! I knew brother Chen would surely have a solution." At that moment, Zhang Ming approached with a look of genuine excitement. His expression was not feigned. Initially, he had resolved to abandon his ventures in Qinglong City for the sake of survival. Yet, Chen's words reignited a flicker of hope within him. So far, he could not gauge Chen's upper limits of power. However, even the most conservative estimates suggested that a hunter insect could contend with a black-scaled Tyrannosaurus. 5 such creatures combined could easily hunt a level 5 beast. As for confronting a level 6 beast, that remained an unknown. However, Zhang Ming was well aware of Chen's character. If he claimed he could eliminate a level 6 Beastmaster, he undoubtedly could. "Well then, can you procure the level 6 beast core?" Chen looked at Zhang Ming, inquiring once more. "Of course, that is not an issue." Zhang Ming replied. "Then I shall wait a moment." A peculiar glint flashed in Chen's eyes. It seemed that the old man in black had spoken falsely. The Black Hawk Gang already possessed a level 6 beast core. They merely refused to produce it. Knowing they were not a match for the level 6 Beastmaster from the Eastern Domain Academy. After hearing Chen's assurance, Zhang Ming finally retrieved the item. One could only imagine that the high-ranking members of the Black Hawk Gang were not to be trifled with. Clack, clack, clack. At that moment, footsteps echoed as Zhang Ming hurried over, carrying a silver metal case. Chapter 45, Level 6 Assassin Insect. With a snap, Zhang Ming placed the metal case on the table, unlocked the code with one hand, and gently pushed it open. Click. The metal case sprang ajar, revealing a crystal the size of a human head, radiating a violet luminescence. The allure of this crystal was undeniable, emanating a powerful energy. Beep. Level 6 energy crystal detected. Absorbing it will elevate the system level to 6. Indeed, it was a level 6 energy crystal. Yi Chen's face lit up with joy. Haha. It seems that Brother Yi Chen is quite satisfied. Zhang Ming, skilled in reading the room, noticed the change in Yi Chen's expression and inquired with a smile. I wonder if this 6th level beast core could persuade you to eliminate the mastermind behind the Wild Dog Gang? Certainly. However, it is still insufficient. Yi Chen replied, shaking his head. Turning to Zhang Ming, he stated, this crystal is merely a part of what I require. Additionally, I need some biological materials. Ideally, 5th or 6th tier. 4th tier would suffice, but I would need a considerable quantity. Not an issue. Zhang Ming waved his hand dismissively, since he had already procured a 6th level beast core. He was unconcerned about lesser, worthless corpses. He continued, you may use the biological materials at your discretion. In the cold storage, there are thousands of 3rd tier beast corpses and dozens of 4th tier ones. They cannot be taken away anyway. If you wish to utilize them, feel free. My only request is that you deal with the mastermind behind the Wild Dog Gang. Absolutely. Leave it to me. Yi Chen replied, feeling quite pleased. A warehouse full of beast flesh, along with a 6th level beast core, would undoubtedly enhance his power significantly. Becoming a 6th level Beastmaster? That was hardly a challenge. Upon entering the cold storage, Yi Chen surveyed his surroundings. Beast corpses littered the area, with smaller ones measuring 3 to 5 meters and larger ones approaching 100 meters, all ranging in strength from 3rd to 4th tier. 5th tier beasts were exceptional and, unfortunately, not found in this cold storage. With a decisive click, Yi Chen opened his briefcase and unhesitatingly chose to utilize the resources within. Ding. 6th level energy crystal absorbed. System upgraded to 6th level. Ding. New species, the assassination bug, unlocked. The assassination bug, 6th level, can lurk in shadows to ambush prey. Once targeted by an assassination bug, survival is impossible. Ding. Burning bug's hunting level has risen to 4th level. Ding. Freezing bug's level has increased to 5th level. A series of system notifications filled Yi Chen's ears, causing him to gasp in astonishment. This time, his power had indeed surged. No, it was no longer appropriate to merely say his strength had increased, it had leaped forward. Indeed, it was a leap. The elevation of the hunting bug by 4 tiers indicated that he could now easily hunt 5th tier beasts, and even take down weaker 6th tier ones. The burning bug was even more formidable. A single explosion could incapacitate anything below the 6th tier. With the freezing bug now at 5th tier, it could readily contend with 6th tier beasts, coupled with the tank bug and assassination bug. It was no exaggeration to assert that Yi Chen could sweep aside any Beastmaster below the 7th tier. He would even dare to challenge a 7th tier Beastmaster. Brother Yi Chen, how did it go? Zhang Ming approached, his face etched with anxiety. It is complete. Yi Chen activated his breeding talent, revealing a palm-sized creature resembling the hunting bug. This creature was the larva of the assassination bug, and despite just being born, it was already several dozen times larger than the hunting bug. Even more terrifying is its strength, which is nearly on par with that of a 3rd tier hunting insect. Hiss. Zhang Ming gazed at the assassination insect, his pupils constricting. An instinctive warning surged within him, indicating that this creature was exceedingly perilous and could very well cost him his life. Meanwhile, Yi Chen did not cease his talent, conjuring a total of 5 assassination insect larvae in his grasp. Excellent. This is sufficient. Yi Chen inhaled deeply, addressing the larvae in his hand. Go forth. Devour the flesh of these beast tamers. Whoosh. The 5 assassination insects vanished from sight. Where could they be? Zhang Ming surveyed his surroundings with uncertainty, his face etched with horror. I don't know. The speed of those 5 insects has surpassed the limits of human perception. The elder in black also wore an expression of shock, his back tingling with unease. If those 5 insects had launched an attack just now, he would likely have been a corpse. The faint sound of feeding echoed. The corpse of a 5th tier exotic beast disappeared at an observable rate, vanishing in the blink of an eye. In the air, the silhouette of the hunting insect flickered and vanished. There was little change in size. However, its aura had grown exceedingly fearsome, now reaching the realm of 4th tier beast tamers. This bone-chilling sound of consumption persisted for a full 30 minutes. Within the cold storage, not a trace of the exotic beast's flesh remained. Only a scattering of bones was left behind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5 assassination insects reappeared uniformly in Yi Chen's hand. Their size remained unchanged, yet their color had morphed into a deep crimson, evoking a sensation that sent shivers down one's spine. They had essentially reached the maturity level of an adult insect. Yi Chen was quite pleased with the 5 assassination insects in his possession. One hunting insect can silently eliminate any 6th-tier beast tamer in a surprise attack. Even a 7th-tier beast tamer would be in grave danger. Under such circumstances, a mere 6th-tier beast tamer from the Eastern Domain Academy was hardly a concern. Hiss. They devoured everything. At this moment, Zhang Ming gasped in astonishment. He glanced at Yi Chun, hesitating momentarily before asking, Brother Yi Chun, do you intend to use these 5 little insects to contend against a 6th-tier beast tamer? Certainly not. Yi Chun chuckled softly, replying nonchalantly. There's no need for such complexity to deal with a 6th-tier beast tamer. Just a 6th-tier beast tamer. Zhang Ming exhaled in relief. This time, eliminating the wolf gang should pose no challenge. Bang! At that moment, a dull thud reverberated as the door of the cold storage was forcefully kicked open, and several figures strode inside. Following this, an exceedingly arrogant voice rang out. Zhang Ming, do you believe that hiding in the cold storage will allow you to escape this calamity? Hiding like a turtle is futile. Endure a knife, and in your next life, you may still be a hero. Upon hearing the taunt, Zhang Ming's expression darkened immediately. He coldly replied, the leader of the wolf gang, you are truly overstepping your bounds. Prepare to face the consequences. Oh, me? Face the consequences? The wolf gang scratched its ear, dislodging a lump of earwax which it flicked away. Chapter 46. Utter foolishness. The audacity is intolerable. Zhang Ming was thoroughly enraged. It was quite a rarity. It was the first time he had witnessed a mere pawn exhibiting such arrogance. Yi Chen stepped forward, his gaze sweeping across the members of the wolf gang. The leader of the wolf gang was a middle-aged man, sporting a scruffy beard and clad in tattered, bizarre attire, with a bald head adorned by a tattoo reminiscent of a wild dog. He was exceedingly unconventional. Oh, has the Black Eagle gang already resorted to enlisting a mere child to speak on their behalf? The leader of the wolf gang regarded Yi Chun with complete disdain. He spoke nonchalantly, Kid, aren't you still weaning? Hurry up and scram. Delay even a moment, and I shall end you. How amusing. Yi Chun found himself amused as well. This was the first time he had encountered someone so audacious. Even Li Dong was not as brash as this fellow. More notably, this individual appeared utterly devoid of intellect, acting without restraint, doing whatever he pleased. It was perplexing how such a fool had managed to survive until now. Gazing at the leader of the wolf gang, Yi Chun could not be bothered to engage in idle chatter. He snapped his fingers, and 5 hunting insects materialized around him. Boom. The hunting insects had ascended to level 4. Their aura had diminished considerably, yet their size had increased significantly, now towering at 2 meters. They had grown again. Zhang Ming's pupils constricted, surprise etched on his face. It was worth noting that when he first encountered the hunting insects, they had only been at level 2. Standing at a mere meter tall, they were capable of easily dispatching level 3 beast tamers. Yet now, the performance of these hunting insects suggested they could likely overpower even a level 5 beast tamer. TCH, a few worthless bugs. Is this your beast? The leader of the wolf gang remained unfazed, wearing a look of contempt as he mockingly retorted, Kid, watch closely. I shall crush these pathetic insects of yours one by one. Then give it a try. Yi Chen replied, hands in pockets, speaking with a calm demeanor. Just don't cry later. Come forth. Azure Cloud Wolf King. The leader of the wolf gang waved his hand, and a massive wolf appeared beside him. This colossal wolf measured nearly 20 meters in height and 30 meters in length, its body cloaked in azure fur with faint white patterns. The moment the giant wolf emerged, an aura of lethal intent permeated the air, mingled with an air of madness. Interesting. A mutated beast? Yi Chen remarked, somewhat astonished as he observed the Azure Cloud Wolf King. Haha, kid, you have quite the discerning eye. The leader of the wolf gang laughed heartily, pride evident in his demeanor. This Azure Cloud Wolf King was personally modified by a certain individual from the Eastern Domain Academy, raised from a level 3 to the formidable level 5 beast. Haha, have you ever encountered a level 5 beast? Yi Chen found himself momentarily speechless. What significance did a level 5 beast hold? In his possession, without mentioning anything else, even the hunting insects alone could effortlessly eliminate relatively weak level 5 beasts. Not to mention the stronger freezing insects and tank insects, and certainly not disregarding the level 6 assassination insects. Bring forth the Blue Cloud Wolf King for slaughter. It feels akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Alas, Yi Chen sighed, somewhat speechless, stating, at last, I comprehend to whom the term arrogant ignorance truly applies. Enough of the prattle. Blue Cloud Wolf King, attack. Tear him apart. The leader of the Wild Wolf Gang wore a chilling expression. He raised his hand, commanding the Blue Cloud Wolf King to commence its assault. Go forth. Consider it a grand feast. Yi Chen nonchalantly issued his order. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2 of the 5 hunting insects remained in place, while the other 3 surged forward, transforming into 3 afterimages, charging towards the Blue Cloud Wolf King. Such incredible speed. Zhang Ming's face was one of astonishment. The velocity of these hunting insects could undoubtedly outpace any 4th-level Beastmaster. Only 5th-level extraordinary beasts could rival them. 5 5th-level beasts. A terrifying thought surged within Zhang Ming's mind. He instinctively gasped, realizing that if his suspicions were correct, Yi Chun would indeed be formidable beyond measure. Dominating the entire Qinglong city would merely be a matter of a single command. Howl. The Blue Cloud Wolf King, now a 5th-level creature, was not to be underestimated. It sensed the anomaly immediately. Without hesitation, a layer of golden light enveloped its body, forming a suit of armor. With a crack, the first hunting insect launched its attack. The heavy blow sent the Blue Cloud Wolf King, weighing tens of thousands of pounds, soaring through the air. However, shielded by the golden barrier, it sustained minimal injury, merely raising a cloud of dust. An energy shield. Yichun furrowed his brow upon witnessing the shield surrounding the Blue Cloud Wolf King. The textbooks contained extensive descriptions of energy shields. In simple terms, once a beast reaches the 5th level, it can manipulate energy to create a shield. Unlike flesh and blood, energy shields possess formidable defensive capabilities. The thin, gossamer shield of the Blue Cloud Wolf King is equivalent to a meter-thick steel plate. This represents a qualitative transformation. Thus, beasts below the 5th level may be ground down or swiftly dispatched, yet the survival capacity of 5th-level beasts is significantly enhanced. Even the strongest hunting insect, relying solely on physical attacks, would yield negligible results. Moreover, the energy shield can self-repair. Unless the energy within the Blue Cloud Wolf King is depleted, penetrating its defenses would be an insurmountable challenge. Haha, kid, are you feeling hopeless? At that moment, the leader of the Wild Dog Gang laughed heartily, mocking. No matter how fiercely your insects attack, it is all in vain. They cannot breach my Blue Cloud Wolf King's shield. Surrender. Wait patiently for death. Is that so? I find that hard to believe. Yichun remained utterly unperturbed. With a mere thought, the remaining 2 hunting insects silently vanished, joining the fray. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 hunting insects unleashed a frenzied assault. Each strike carried a force of tens of thousands of pounds. This tremendous power battered against the energy shield, causing it to ripple continuously. Each impact also drained a significant amount of energy from the Blue Cloud Wolf King. In the span of merely 10 seconds, 5 hunting insects launched nearly 100 consecutive assaults. The energy shield dimmed at a visibly alarming rate, growing considerably weaker. At this pace, in no more than 30 seconds, the shield would be thoroughly depleted by the relentless attacks. At that moment, the Azure Cloud Wolf King would meet its demise. This was inconceivable. The expression of the Wild Dog Gang leader froze in disbelief. The 4 hunting insects were incapable of utilizing energy attacks, clearly categorized as beasts below level 5. Yet, their strength and speed were undeniably at level 5. As the saying goes, great strength begets miraculous feats. 5 level 5 beasts, even without energy attacks, were more than a match for the Azure Cloud Wolf King. Chapter 47. The Power of Might, the Destruction of Shields. It seemed unlikely that it could withstand such force. The mere thought of this rendered the Wild Dog Gang leader's face even more ashen. Could it be that they would perish here today? Bang! At that moment, one of the hunting insects swung its forelimb once more. The previously impregnable energy shield shattered under the assault. A ferocious roar erupted from the Azure Cloud Wolf King, its eyes reflecting a human-like fear. It was genuinely terrified. In less than a minute, 400 to 500 heavy strikes had landed. Each attack could severely injure a level 5 beast. Were it not for the fact that these hunting insects could not use energy attacks, the Azure Cloud Wolf King would have already been reduced to mere shards of flesh. Sizzle. Simultaneously, a splash of blood erupted as one hunting insect darted past, leaving a 5-meter-long gash on the Azure Cloud Wolf King's body. Blood gushed forth. The excruciating pain drove the Azure Cloud Wolf King into a frenzy, yet it could not alter its fate of demise. Sizzle. Another flash of cold light disappeared in an instant. In a blink, a massive wound appeared on the Wolf King's neck, nearly severing its head. Thud. The enormous corpse of the Azure Cloud Wolf King was flung to the ground, still twitching, yet devoid of any ability to resist. Sizzle, sizzle. The 5 hunting insects feasted upon the carcass of the Azure Cloud Wolf King without reservation. They had expended considerable energy during the battle and now required sustenance to restore their combat capabilities. No, it's impossible to lose. The Wild Wolf Gang leader gazed at the 5 hunting insects devouring their prey, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. He had surely kicked a hornet's nest this time. I warned you. You will regret this. Yichun scoffed mockingly. What is this? Still arrogant? Humph. You dare not kill me. Behind me stands the Eastern Domain Academy. If you slay me, that esteemed individual will undoubtedly seek retribution. The Wild Wolf Gang leader's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he instinctively invoked the Eastern Domain Academy as a shield, hoping to intimidate Yichun into retreating and sparing his life. Unfortunately, he had genuinely miscalculated this time. Students of the Eastern Domain Academy, dare to provoke me, and I shall slay you all the same. Wait. The Wild Dog Gang leader attempted to struggle, but Yichun was unwilling to grant him an opportunity. There was no need. Sizzle. A hunting insect silently swept past the Wild Wolf Gang leader. The voice of the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang abruptly ceased, and his head vanished as if it had taken flight. He stood rigidly in place for several moments before collapsing to the ground. The sound of crunching echoed as the hunting insect clutched the leader's head, incessantly gnawing at it. The remaining henchmen were paralyzed with fear. Their 5th-level Beastmaster, the Azure Cloud Wolf King, had been ruthlessly slain, and now their leader had met his demise. For them, any further resistance seemed utterly futile. Surrender was their only option. As this thought crossed their minds, the few remaining members of the Wild Dog Gang swiftly knelt down, raising their hands high above their heads. They cried out, "Wait! Lord Yi Chen, I surrender. Spare my life. I am not associated with the leader. All these actions were forced upon us by that dog of a man. Yes, yes. Please grant us mercy. I realize my mistakes." The remaining members of the Wild Dog Gang cursed their leader while desperately trying to prove they posed no threat. Their plea was simply for survival. Yi Chen chuckled softly, recognizing that mercy toward one's enemies is cruelty toward oneself, especially in the case of the Wild Dog Gang. With their leader's death, his subordinates had turned on each other in an instant. They were nothing more than a disorganized mob. Reflecting on this, Yi Chen spoke calmly. "I offered you an opportunity earlier, but alas, you failed to seize it. Prepare to meet your end." With that, he commanded the hunting insect to charge toward the remaining members of the Wild Dog Gang. "No, wait, don't attack. Run. Spare us." The air filled with their desperate cries. Following this chorus of anguish, silence returned to the cold storage, though the heavy stench of blood lingered, refusing to dissipate. Gulp. Zhang Ming swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He had previously regarded Yi Chen as merely a somewhat gullible high school student, but now he realized that he was, in fact, a decisive and ruthless figure. The Wild Dog Gang, which had claimed numerous lives, had been entirely fed to the insects in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. "Oh, I almost forgot something." Yi Chen furrowed his brow. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming's heart, which had momentarily settled, leapt into his throat once again. He anxiously inquired, "What is it?" Well, Zhang Ming's perspiration intensified. At that moment, the old man in black spoke up. "Young brother Yi, you have truly offended that 6th-level Beastmaster from the Eastern Domain Academy. Are you sure you will be all right? Perhaps it would be wise to flee? As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. Fear not. A 6th-level Beastmaster is hardly a cause for concern." Yi Chen declared confidently, for he possessed 5 6th-level assassination insects at his command. A mere 6th-level Beastmaster posed no real threat to him. He turned to Zhang Ming and continued, "If they come seeking retribution, simply give them my name. Tell them that if they desire vengeance, I am more than prepared to oblige." "I understand." Zhang Ming wiped away his cold sweat, realizing that Yi Chen exuded an aura of unparalleled ferocity, distinctly different from his usual demeanor. With a deep breath, Yi Chen exhaled and reined in his murderous intent. With a smile upon his face, he continued, "In that case, Elder Zhang Ming, I shall take my leave. Do take care." Zhang Ming replied, his expression warm and sincere. "If you need anything next time, do not hesitate to ask. While I may lack in many aspects, I am well informed." "Ah, you mention it. I indeed have a matter to discuss." Yi Chen suddenly recalled something of great importance. "What is it?" Zhang Ming inquired eagerly, his excitement palpable. "I require a ticket." Yi Chen looked at Zhang Ming earnestly. "A ticket to depart from Qinglong City, heading towards the examination city of Zishan in the Eastern Domain Academy." This request posed a significant challenge. Zhang Ming's demeanor shifted, growing serious. A ticket within Qinglong City would merely cost a few dozen yuan. However, venturing between cities was fraught with complications. The Eastern Domain was rife with perilous beasts. Among them lurked terrifying creatures of diamond rank and beyond. To traverse an entire city, one would require a beast tamer of at least level 6 as protection. The cost of the ticket would soar alongside the rank of the bodyguard. At the very least, in Qinglong City, such a ticket would demand an exorbitant sum, likely exceeding trillions, with no guarantee of availability. Is it truly unmanageable? Yi Chen regarded Zhang Ming with a hint of astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Money is not an issue. If only finances could resolve this." Zhang Ming wore a bitter smile. With a sigh, he replied slowly, "The crux of the matter is, even I am uncertain where to procure such a ticket. Qinglong City has been cut off from the outside world for far too long. Then we shall endeavor to find a solution," Yi Chen replied, not wishing to impose. At worst, he would venture forth alone from Qinglong City, despite the inherent dangers. "I understand." Zhang Ming's expression turned grave. With careful deliberation, he assured, "Rest assured, I shall resolve the ticket issue and will not let you down. With that, I can be at ease." Yi Chen nodded slightly, gesturing with his hand as he turned to leave. Time passed swiftly. A few hours later, within a villa, a young man sat upon a sofa, his expression dark and exuding an icy aura of menace. He glanced at his subordinates nearby and coldly remarked, "The leader of the Wild Wolf Gang is indeed a worthless fool. Even with a 5th-level beast, he cannot contend with the Black Hawk Gang. This master," a middle-aged man in a butler's attire interjected, "is said to have been meddled with by another formidable 5th-level beast tamer, Yi Chen. It appears he is not an ordinary individual. Should we conduct an investigation?" "Investigation?" The young man's face twisted into a sneer. He coldly retorted, "In a place like Qinglong City, no one has the standing to warrant my serious attention. Merely a small fry from a corner. So, do you intend to take action personally?" The middle-aged butler's face reflected surprise. "Naturally." The young man took a deep breath and spoke with determination. "How dare they disrupt my plans? There must be consequences. I shall eliminate him. The middle-aged butler nodded slightly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Then let us depart. The young man rose and made his way toward the door. At that moment, Yi-chun had already left the black market. The villa had been completely restored, with the shattered windows expertly reassembled. The entire residence had undergone thorough repairs, appearing as pristine as new. Truly, it was a high-end community. The efficiency of the property management was unparalleled. Yi-chun gazed at the villa, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Just then, the portly fellow emerged from an unknown corner, exclaiming loudly, "Goodness, brother, last night, several level 4 Beastmasters joined forces to hunt you down. I thought you were dead. Even if you had perished, I would not have." Yi-chun merely smirked in response. He turned to the portly man and inquired, "By the way, have you secured the silver-level dragon beast gene serum?" Understanding dawned upon him, and Yi-chun nodded slightly. "Oh, and there's one more thing I'm uncertain about whether to mention." At that moment, the portly man scratched his head, appearing quite conflicted. "Just say it." Yi-chun shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "As long as it's not something that will shatter my worldview. I'm speaking of serious matters." The portly man was at a loss for words. He explained, "It's like this, Li Dong just asked me to relay a message to you, saying he wishes to negotiate. The meeting is set at the Qinglong Hotel. I'm not sure if you're willing to go." "Of course I'll go. Why wouldn't I?" Yi-chun grinned widely. "Li Dong is my lucky charm. Every time I see him, I manage to strike it rich." The portly man was momentarily speechless. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly asked, "Do you think, when Li Dong sees you, he feels as if he has encountered the god of misfortune? Endless bad luck, utterly doomed?" Yi-chun nodded in agreement. "That's not merely a possibility. It is the stark reality." The portly man sighed, resigned. "Then follow me. We have 2 hours until the appointed time, just in time for dinner." "Dinner? This banquet is unlikely to be a pleasant affair." Yi-chun narrowed his eyes. In truth, he had anticipated that Li Dong would seek him out. The beast embryo was certainly not of level 5. By his estimation, it could very well be of silver level or even stronger. Losing such a treasure would undoubtedly incite the Li family's ire. At that moment, in the highest tier of the Qinglong Hotel, an assortment of exquisite dishes was being continually delivered to the dining table. Li Dong's expression was grim, his eyes bloodshot. His face bore bruises, swollen and disfigured like a pig's head. This was partly due to a beating from the head of the Li family, and after that, the family's ancestor had given him a thorough thrashing as well. It was made clear to Li Dong that being fed to beasts was no idle threat, as evidenced by the tone and demeanor of the ancestor at the time. Li Dong had no choice but to brace himself. Just then, the door to the room swung open. Yi-chun stepped into the dining area and, upon catching sight of Li Dong, was taken aback, exclaiming, "Li Dong? Who turned you into a pig's head?" Yi-chun, right off the bat, he mentioned a staggering sum of 10 trillion. Yi-chun smacked his lips and took a seat, casually crossing his legs. Rather than hurrying to respond, he slowly countered, "Where did you acquire such a fortune? Don't claim it's 10 trillion. You couldn't even produce 1 billion at this moment. Is it money from your family? That's none of your concern. Just tell me, how much do you want to return the level 5 beast embryo to me?" Li Dong felt a jolt of shock. Indeed, this money was given to him by his family. If matters could be resolved with money, he would not resort to violence. After all, given the strength Yi-chun had displayed, a direct confrontation with the Li family would undoubtedly lead to devastating consequences for them. Money could be earned again, but if a plethora of Beastmasters were to perish, it would be a significant blow to their power. Chapter 49, The Feast of Hongs. Profitable enterprises would naturally be unsustainable under such circumstances. The head of the Li family understood the weight of priorities. "Don't be anxious." Yi-chun waved his hand, took a casual bite of the chicken leg on the table, and remarked, "This chicken leg tastes delightful." "You." Li Dong's eyes reddened further with anger. He yearned to strike, yet feared doing so, for beside Yi-chun were 2 level 4 hunting insects. Killing him would be a matter of mere moments. "Don't rush. It's absolutely impossible to return the level 5 beast embryo." Yi-chun raised his hand, and a palm-sized little yellow creature appeared in his grasp. The creature had recently consumed a considerable amount of fine fare and was currently in a deep slumber. Whoosh! Li Dong immediately stood up, fixating his gaze on the little yellow creature. Even as a frivolous youth, he could sense the astounding power contained within the young bird. This was a hatched beast. I quite like it. I've developed an emotional bond with it, as a pet. There's no way I would return it to you. Yi-chun pocketed the little yellow creature, reclining with his legs crossed, and continued, "Of course, you could always resort to force and try to snatch it away. This young brother, there's no need to be so ruthless in every matter." An emaciated old man had appeared in the room at some point. His eyes were cloudy, and he exuded a lifeless aura. He spoke coldly, "Leave a line for future encounters. I assure you, I'm sincere. Just return the beast, and ask for whatever sum you desire. Money? When it accumulates to a certain extent, it becomes mere waste paper." Yi-chun shook his head. His current cash reserves approached 100 billion, yet much of what he truly desired could not be bought with money. Even nutritional potions were in short supply, and replenishment would take considerable time. Even if he obtained dozens of trillions, it would ultimately just gather dust in a warehouse, growing moldy. Humph, the old man. Upon hearing this, immediately coldly questioned, "So there is nothing to discuss? You wish to resort to violence? Then feel free." Chen sat leisurely on the stool, savoring the delectable food laid out before him. It must be said that the culinary prowess of the top-tier hotel chef was unparalleled. A seemingly ordinary roasted chicken leg surpassed any found in the outside world in both flavor and texture. The old man fixed his gaze upon Chen, his eyes betraying a hint of indecision. His rank was merely that of a level 5 beast tamer, with a remarkably acute perception that allowed him to sense the formidable presence of 2 hunting insects. Should a confrontation arise, the odds of victory appeared slim. At that moment, another voice echoed in the room. "Chen, I have a keen interest in that young bird. I intend to claim it." As he spoke, a young man entered the chamber. Intriguing. Chen appraised the newcomer. The young man stood at an imposing height of 6 feet, with a lean physique and elongated eyes that emanated a sinister aura. Within him surged an immense vitality. He was the most formidable beast tamer Chen had ever encountered. Generally, the strength of a tame beast would enhance its master's power, but this augmentation had its limits, unless one practiced specific techniques. A level 6 beast tamer, equipped with such techniques and of tender years, painted a clear picture of the young man's identity. "You are the one from the Eastern Domain Academy, are you not? May I ask your name?" Chen inquired, unfazed, continuing to nibble on his chicken leg. He even extended a piece to the young man, smiling as he offered. "Care for a taste?" "Not interested." The young man frowned slightly. With a chilling demeanor, he stated, "I present you with 2 choices. First, I will slay you and take the young bird. Second, you will bow in apology and surrender all your beasts. I may grant you your life." Neither of these options seemed appealing. Chen mused. He regarded the young man with a calm demeanor and suggested, "How about this? I offer you a choice. Hand over your techniques, and I shall allow you to leave unharmed. You truly are oblivious to your peril." The young man, losing his patience, raised his hand, summoning a 1-foot-long purple bird into his grasp. Crackling sounds filled the air as this electric creature emitted sparks, filling the atmosphere with a burnt aroma. A level 6 lightning bird. Chen's expression shifted to one of gravity for the first time. As the name suggests, the lightning bird's speed was akin to that of lightning itself. Once targeted by such a creature, one often found themselves reduced to ashes before even comprehending the danger. "You possess quite the discerning eye." A malevolent grin spread across the young man's face. With a fierce glare directed at Chen, he coldly declared, "Chen, regardless of the circumstances, your demise is inevitable. If you have no final words, prepare to meet your end." "Wait." Chen raised his hand, stroking his chin as he regarded the young man with a smile. "If we engage in combat here, innocents will be harmed. This is the city center. A battle between level 6 beast tamers could result in tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of casualties. At that point, even the Eastern Domain Academy will be unable to protect you." The young man's expression stiffened. Chen spoke wisely. Indeed, the Qinglong Hotel was not a place for combat. If it were merely a matter of eliminating 1 or 2 ordinary individuals, Dongyu Academy would remain indifferent. However, should there be casualties numbering in the hundreds of thousands, it would undoubtedly equate to that of a ferocious beast. He would automatically become the sworn enemy of all beast tamers. No other beast tamers would need to intervene. Dongyu Academy would take it upon themselves to rectify the situation. "It appears you have come to the same realization." With his hands tucked into his pockets, Chen continued, "How about this? Let us determine the victor in the beast fighting arena. If I lose, that young beast is yours. If I win, my demands are modest. Simply leave behind the cultivation method you employ. Do not even think about the technique. It is out of the question." The young man cast a fleeting glance at Chen and replied coolly, "My mind is constrained. I cannot wager such a thing. However, I can offer something of equivalent value." "Oh, pray tell." Chen's interest was piqued instantly. The young man moved his hand, revealing a pale red gemstone. The gem was only the size of a juju pit, yet it emanated astonishing energy. This was a low-tier artificial energy crystal, equivalent to a 5th-level beast core. It could be utilized to cultivate beasts or to procure any materials one desired. The young man regarded Chen earnestly, stating, "The value of a cultivation method is approximately 10,000 low-tier energy crystals. My wager is precisely 10,000 of them. Such a remarkable item exists." A flicker of surprise crossed Chen's eyes. As his nest system advanced with levels, the resources required would become increasingly formidable. It seemed imperative to accumulate a substantial amount of artificial energy crystals henceforth. As these thoughts flickered through his mind, Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile as he said, "Excellent. I accept this wager. I wonder when you intend to commence." "I have no preference. Any time is fine." The young man exuded arrogance. "Very well, then. In that case, we shall meet in the beast fighting arena one day hence." Chen carelessly selected a time. Thereafter, he sat down again and called to the rotund companion beside him, "Fatty, aren't you going to eat? The food here is truly exquisite." Fatty wiped away a cold sweat. The atmosphere was tense, with several high-ranking beast tamers poised for a potential brawl. Who would be inclined to dine in such circumstances? Chen, tomorrow, I will ensure your utter defeat in the arena." The young man, seeing the situation, dismissed himself, leaving with a parting remark. Li Dong, we shall depart. After all, the young man was affiliated with Dongyu Academy, a formidable entity they could not afford to offend. Soon, the room was deserted, leaving only Fatty and Yi Chun. Brother, are you truly prepared to fight that student from Dongyu Academy? Fatty exclaimed, his face etched with anxiety. I think we should reconsider. Dongyu Academy is an enormous powerhouse. We genuinely cannot provoke them. Fatty, remain calm. Yi Chun maintained an air of composure. He gazed at the rotund figure and earnestly declared, isn't he just a student from the Eastern Domain Academy? Let's get on with it. Tonight, we shall make our way to the Beast Arena. What purpose do we have at the Beast Arena? The rotund man asked, taken aback and perplexed. Have you forgotten? I am to duel with Sima Pong, and it is set for tonight. After finishing his statement, Yi Chun wiped his hands, rose, and patted the shoulder of his companion with a smile, saying, let us go. This evening, I intend to lead you to a substantial victory. The rotund man, now filled with excitement, was well aware of Yi Chun's capabilities. It was worth noting that not long ago, he had made a small fortune, and this time he was determined to reap even greater rewards. By the way, my friend, Yi Chun suddenly recalled something else. He turned to the rotund man and inquired, is it possible to procure synthetic energy crystals in Qinglong City? Synthetic energy crystals? That is something we cannot acquire. The rotund man shook his head. He elaborated earnestly. The currency of Qinglong City is only valid within its borders. Outside, it holds no value. The commonly accepted currency consists of fierce beast energy cores or synthetic energy crystals, or even the remains of fierce beasts. Typically, fierce beast cores are used for transactions. Although synthetic cores possess a remarkably high purity, they are exceedingly expensive. One low-grade synthetic core requires 10 fifth-level fierce beast cores for exchange, yet it only provides energy equivalent to 3 fierce beast cores. Nevertheless, they are indeed excellent for nurturing advanced beast tamers. I see. Yi Chun responded with understanding. He stroked his chin and murmured, so, the currency of Qinglong City holds little value for me. Not quite. There is another place that consumes a substantial amount of Qinglong City currency. The rotund man appeared to recall something, looking intently at Yi Chun as he said, are you familiar with the underground auction house? The underground auction house. Yi Chun was taken aback, questioning curiously, what is its purpose? Haha, given that it is called an underground auction house, it must be auctioning off some contraband. The rotund man chuckled, his eyes sparkling with mischief. For instance, some dangerous genetically engineered drugs, relics from the ancient era, or even nuclear bombs. What on earth? A nuclear bomb? Yi Chun was astonished. Could the underground auction house truly be so extraordinary? They auction off nuclear bombs. Cough cough. Indeed. Such matters are not to be trifled with. Yi Chun found himself speechless. Was there truly someone who would collect a nuclear bomb that could explode at any moment? Keeping it in the backyard could lead to a cataclysmic disaster. Nevertheless, he committed the name of the underground auction house to memory. If what the rotund man claimed was accurate, then this underground auction house must indeed be extraordinary, undoubtedly housing numerous valuable items. Meanwhile, within the arena, Sima Pong was brimming with self-satisfaction. A radiant smile adorned his face as he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, and proclaimed, this time, I shall redeem the humiliation of the last encounter. Humph. Rest assured, I shall help you avenge this grievance. An elderly man sat leisurely on a stool, sipping tea at a measured pace. Master, you must exercise caution. That Yi Chun fellow is quite enigmatic. Sima Peng's expression turned grave. He cautiously reminded, I have heard that several level 4 beast tamers attempted to eliminate him, but they all met with failure. Do not worry. There exists an insurmountable chasm between level 4 and level 5 beast tamers. The old man replied with an air of nonchalance, no matter how strong Yi Chun may be, he will ultimately be nothing but a defeated foe in my hands. Indeed, I have faith in my master's prowess. Sima Peng remarked, visibly reassured. Humph. What I fear is that the boy may not show up. A fleeting glimmer of greed flashed in the old man's eyes. Furrowing his brow, he declared, I must secure the embryo of the level 5 beast. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the air. A voice called out from outside, Lord Sima Peng. Yi Chun has already appeared at the auction venue. What? A look of surprise spread across Sima Peng's face. Without hesitation, he rose and addressed the old man beside him. Master, we must go. Do not be hasty. The old man remained composed. Rising slowly, he stated, since Yi Chun dares to come, he is as good as a cooked duck that cannot escape. At that moment, on the other side, Yi Chun, accompanied by his portly companion, re-entered the beast fighting arena. As soon as Yi Chun alighted from the vehicle, a cheerful attendant rushed over, smiling broadly. Mr. Yi Chun, welcome to the beast fighting arena. I wonder how you plan to enjoy your time today. Is Sima Peng here? Yi Chun inquired, casting a glance at the attendant. He is currently in the VIP room, awaiting your arrival. Humph. Yi Chun, you truly dare to come. Just then, Sima Peng's arrogant voice rang out. Oh. Yi Chun turned to see Sima Peng striding over with an air of brazen confidence, his demeanor replete with arrogance. Sima Peng, you are insufferably arrogant. The portly friend stepped forward, clearly displeased. He pointed at Sima Peng and admonished. Today, I shall ensure that you are left without even your undergarments. Haha, me lose. What a joke. Yi-chun, I have seen through all your trump cards. Today, you are destined to lose. Sima Peng laughed until tears streamed down his face. His eyes a vivid crimson, radiating a mad fervor. He bore none of the calm demeanor Yi-chun had first encountered. Huh, Sima Peng. It appears your composure has indeed shattered. Yi-chun observed Sima Peng with indifference, instantly discerning his state. At this moment, Sima Peng might possess some hidden cards. But they were few. More prominently, he was deluded into believing that his trump cards would guarantee victory. Or rather, he was merely deceiving himself, convinced he could never lose. Humph. Sima Peng sneered coldly, pointing at Yi-chun. Yi-chun, enough of your prattle. Let us settle this in the beast fighting arena. Very well. Yi-chun shrugged. Enunciating clearly, I am invincible. You may proceed at your leisure. Good. Sima Peng, without further ado, instructed the attendant beside him, commence immediately. I intend to leave him utterly defeated. Please wait for 15 minutes. The waiter could sense the tension between Yi-chun and Sima Peng. Were it not for the constraints of the rules, Sima Peng might have directly taken action against Yi-chun. Fatty, let us depart. Yi-chun uttered nothing further. He registered the hunting insect and entered the private room, awaiting the commencement of battle. 15 minutes swiftly elapsed. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere became exceedingly fervent. The host, brimming with excitement, stood atop the podium and proclaimed loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, an urgent duel has been inserted. An urgent duel? What is happening? I came here to witness a Tier 3 Beastmaster showdown. Could there be some unforeseen circumstances? Goodness, I exerted great effort to come here. And you tell me the Tier 3 Beastmaster duel is cancelled? This is a scam. The audience below expressed their dissatisfaction, feeling they had been greatly shortchanged. Haha, fear not. Everyone. The host remained unfazed, confidently announcing, this duel is not a Tier 3 Beastmaster battle, but rather a pinnacle Tier 4 Beastmaster showdown. One of them, as you all surely know, is the legendary hunting insect. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What? The hunting insect? Did I hear that correctly? Just 3 days prior, it slayed a near Tier 5 Beastmaster, the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus. Goodness, could this be a Tier 5 showdown? Haha, this trip was not in vain. What a windfall. Let it commence. The audience was exhilarated. It is known that Tier 3 Beastmaster duels are only witnessed once a week at best, while Tier 4 battles are exceedingly rare, often not seen for half a year. At Tier 5, one might wait several years for a single occurrence. The ticket price for this event was several hundred times higher than usual. This time, switching from Tier 3 to Tier 5 essentially meant more for the same price. Truly, a remarkable deal. Haha, everyone appears quite jubilant. But do not be hasty. The host, equally thrilled, understood the immense benefits of presiding over a Tier 5 battle, as it would elevate his fame significantly. He continued, this time, the opponent of the hunting insect is a genuine Tier 5 Beastmaster. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a mere approximation of Tier 5, but a true Tier 5 Beastmaster. Can the hunting insect turn the tables and triumph over the Tier 5 Beastmaster? Let us await the outcome. Is this a joke? A Tier 5 Beastmaster? Many murmured in disbelief. The distinction between a near Tier 5 and an actual Tier 5 is profound. A Tier 5 Beastmaster possesses remarkable strength and even an energy shield. Indeed, the last victory of the hunting insect over the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus was a significant stroke of luck. I foresee the demise of the hunting insect. Many audience members quietly discussed, expressing skepticism regarding the hunting insect's chances of victory. However, a small faction believed the insect had decent odds, considering its history of underestimating its foes. At that moment, Fatty appeared somewhat apprehensive. He turned to Yi-chun and could not help but inquire, Brother, this Tier 5 Beastmaster is no laughing matter. Can the hunting insect truly prevail? It is hard to say. Yi-chun squinted his eyes and smiled, saying, let us call it a 50-50 chance. I possess only a 50% probability of victory. 50%? The stout man was taken aback. It wasn't he that the odds were low, but rather alarmingly high. A 50-50 chance between a level 4 and a level 5 creature implied that the hunting insect had reached a comparable level to that of a level 5. Just how ferocious must this level 4 beast be to attain such a stature? Indeed, a 50% chance. Yi-chun crossed his arms, gazing at the arena, and casually remarked, is it about to begin? With a clang, the metallic gates of the arena swung open. 2 transport vehicles rolled through the gates and into the arena. One of them bore a large poster showcasing a close-up of the hunting insect, while the other featured a peculiar, mammoth-like creature dubbed the Mammoth Beast. Boom. The doors of the transport vehicle were sliced open as if they were mere tofu, crashing to the ground. The hunting insect darted out, appearing in the arena. Meanwhile, the second transport vehicle suddenly contorted, its steel panels torn apart with brute force. A colossal beast erupted from the vehicle, emerging into the arena. This was undoubtedly the largest creature Yi-chun had ever witnessed, its size rivaling that of a basketball court and towering over 20 to 30 stories high. Its mere presence was sufficient to crush any opponent. Boom. The mammoth beast took a step forward. Its immense weight, surpassing 1,000,000 pounds, struck the ground, causing the entire arena to tremble. A thunderous roar echoed, reminiscent of the heavens collapsing. Hiss! It was the mammoth beast, and a mutated variant at that. Approaching the pinnacle of level 5. Surely, the hunting insect wouldn't stand a chance against such a monstrous foe. At that moment, the stout man's complexion turned pale. He had initially believed that a novice level 5 was already formidable. Little did he expect a powerful level 5 peak beast to emerge. Chapter 52. The level 5 mammoth beast. What was the point of fighting? With the strength of the hunting insect, how could it possibly contend with such an aberration? No wonder Sima Peng had been so confident this time. Chen lifted his gaze and glanced at the mammoth beast, lost in thought. You cannot ascertain the opponent's level, yet you're certain of a 50-50 chance? The stout man was astounded. He sensed that this time, it might genuinely be a thrilling spectacle. Meanwhile, in the audience, a mysterious young man from the Eastern Domain Academy stood with his arms crossed, observing the mammoth beast with an unchanged expression. A cold smirk graced his lips as he declared, that hunting insect is doomed. There is absolutely no chance of victory. It was only at this moment that the crowd began to react, gasps reverberating through the arena. A level 5 peak mammoth beast, what a jest! Could such a creature truly be matched by humans? The hunting insect was certainly doomed, no matter how cunningly it played the role of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Victory was utterly unattainable. Even those who had previously supported Chen now found it hard to believe he could triumph. The disparity in power was simply too vast. One force can shatter myriad techniques. In the face of absolute power, any technique proves futile, destined to be ruthlessly crushed. Ha. At this moment, Sima Peng laughed heartily, feeling a sense of liberation as the suffocating weight in his chest dissipated. He brandished his fist and roared, "Mammoth beast, charge forth. Crush that detestable insect." With a thunderous roar, the mammoth beast unleashed a radiant surge of golden light, forming an energy shield that spanned several dozen meters. Its colossal trunk, heavier than 100,000 pounds and towering like a skyscraper, descended upon the hunting insect with ferocity. Should it be struck, the hunting insect's formidable body would be reduced to a mere puddle of paste in an instant. Boom! The hunting insect, with a surge of power, reached its maximum speed, effortlessly evading the mammoth beast's assault while maneuvering its forelimbs to counterattack. Unfortunately, its razor-sharp limbs, capable of slicing through steel, merely sparked against the energy shield enveloping the mammoth, leaving no marks whatsoever. With a powerful swing of its trunk, the mammoth beast struck again. The hunting insect, perceptive and agile, anticipated the blow and dodged it once more. The battlefield erupted into chaos, shaking the very earth as the hunting insect deftly evaded the relentless onslaught of the mammoth beast, seizing every opportunity to retaliate. Regrettably, its strength fell short, failing to penetrate the mammoth beast's defenses. This is dire. The situation has taken a turn for the worse. Indeed, while the hunting insect appeared to endure, it had already fallen into an absolute disadvantage. The mammoth beast could miss countless times, but a single hit would seal the fate of the hunting insect. Despair loomed large. The mammoth beast possessed an astonishing stamina, utterly unfazed by a war of attrition. The outcome seemed predetermined. At this juncture, the onlookers were convinced. The hope for the hunting insect's victory was all but extinguished. "Brother, perhaps we should surrender?" The portly companion was flabbergasted. Despite racking his brain, he could not conceive a way to achieve victory. He turned to Chen, gritting his teeth, and said, "What is that saying? Surrender means losing half. Have a little faith." Chen replied, exasperated, "I never engage in endeavors devoid of certainty. The hunting insect is far from what you imagine." Oh, the portly friend remained skeptical, murmuring to himself, "I used to be so confident until I lost 100 billion. Time is running out." Chen remarked as he pulled out his phone to check the time. The betting window was set to close in 30 seconds. With total stakes nearing a staggering trillion, this sum was indeed terrifying, and among those funds, only a mere 1,000th had been wagered on Chen's victory. The vast majority had placed their bets on Sima Peng to win. "How much are you betting?" the portly friend inquired, curiosity piqued. "Naturally, I'm going all in," Chen declared without hesitation, wagering 100 billion in an instant. The odds have plummeted from 1,000 to approximately 110. Should the hunting insect triumph, Chen stands to win an astounding trillion in celestial currency. Good heavens! Someone has wagered a staggering 100 billion on the hunting insect's victory. No way. Is it another matter of betting at the critical moment? Surely, the hunting insect cannot truly win, can it? Should one place a bet? It is hard to say. I shall refrain from participating. This is utterly terrifying. Heh, all in. I refuse to believe that the hunting insect can prevail. If the hunting insect wins, I shall broadcast myself consuming excrement. 100 billion has been thrown into the fray. Such a provocative act has stirred the onlookers. Many are filled with exhilaration, yet some feel a wave of trepidation wash over them. After all, the sums many have wagered are no trifling matter. 100 billion. Ultimately, they are but a product of a small locale. The enigmatic youth from the Eastern Domain Academy cast a glance at the betting board. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged another trillion into the pot. Good heavens! A trillion has been bet on the mammoth beast's victory. How utterly audacious! Who possesses such audacity to wager a trillion? This is truly a divine clash. The odds stand at 120. TSK. At this juncture, numerous individuals have become desensitized. The total funds on the board have approached 21 trillion, nearly a tenth of the entire tax revenue of Qinglong City. Such a colossal sum of money is something any individual could not exhaust in a lifetime. Even if one were to spend 100 million a day, it would take decades to deplete. A trillion wagered. Truly, the prowess of one emerging from the Eastern Domain Academy. Chen cast a surprised glance towards the mysterious youth's position. A trillion is an astronomical figure for an ordinary person. Yet for the mysterious youth, it is merely equivalent to a couple of low-grade artificial energy cores, hardly of significant value. Quite the norm. In a place like Qinglong City, it is merely a small puddle. The plump individual also felt a sense of reflection. He remarked, places like the Eastern Domain Academy are indeed the true realm of beast tamers. A small puddle, you say? A glimmer of light flashed in Chen's eyes. Boom. At this moment, the arena remains engulfed in a fierce struggle. The battle has persisted for nearly 20 minutes. The hunting insect has evaded countless attacks, but has made little substantial progress. The energy shield surrounding the mammoth beast is impervious, nearly impossible to breach. Moreover, the mammoth beast's endurance is terrifyingly formidable. After 20 minutes of intense combat, its breath shows no signs of weakening. Conversely, the energy within the hunting insect has significantly dwindled. After all, it is a level 4 beast tamer, a far cry from the prowess of a level 5. Chapter 53, 2 trillion 1. The time is nearly upon us. Chen lowered his head to glance at his phone. What does he mean by time is nearly upon us? The plump individual was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. It is naturally the newly acquired passive talent of the hunting insect. A radiant smile illuminated Chen's face as he spoke. The hunting insect can accumulate power during battle, followed by a brief yet potent outburst. This accumulation process requires at least 20 minutes. Once unleashed, both its strength and speed will elevate by one level. The stout man swallowed hard. Incredulity etched on his face as he exclaimed, a level 5 killing insect? Pretty much. Chen nodded slightly. Haha. The killing insect can only last for half an hour at most. It is destined to fail. At this moment, Sima Peng was beside himself with excitement, gesticulating wildly. As a seasoned level 4 Beastmaster, he could immediately discern that the energy within the killing insect was nearly depleted. At this rate of consumption, its demise was inevitable. Suddenly, the situation took a dramatic turn. The black glow enveloping the killing insect erupted, causing its size to double in an instant, reaching a height of 4 meters. A layer of black energy armor emerged on its surface, and its forelimbs elongated, sprouting 2 additional 3-meter-long energy blades. With a swift motion, the killing insect retaliated, its sharp energy blades effortlessly piercing the body of the mammoth beast, leaving behind a massive 3-meter-long gash, blood splattering everywhere. The mammoth let out a pained cry, instinctively retreating, fear evident in its eyes. What is going on? The killing insect can use energy attacks? This can't be. ISNT at level 4? Playing possum. Or is it 3 times over? Damn it, my money. Don't fret, someone foolishly wagered 1 trillion. Ahaha. Are you stunned? I knew the killing insect would triumph. Fortune favors the bold. Today, I'm reaping huge rewards. The crowd erupted in chaos, some lamenting their losses while others roared with laughter. Impossible. The mysterious youth's eyes widened, fixated on the killing insect. It was clearly level 4. Why could it unleash level 5 power? This was utterly abnormal. Too perplexing to comprehend. The surge of power from the killing insect was fleeting. Such immense pressure was unsustainable for its body. At most, it had 10 seconds. If the killing insect did not revert to its normal state, its body would collapse and shatter into fragments. Boom. The killing insect's attacks were incredibly fierce. Each second, it left dozens of wounds on the mammoth's body, each marked by lethal toxins. No, this can't be. Sima Peng could no longer remain composed. He bent the metal railing in his grip, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Just when victory seemed assured, it had all been turned around. This is just a brief burst of power. It cannot last long. Sima Peng's master, however, remained calm. He stated, the mammoth has a high resistance to toxins. Its massive body requires an immense amount of poison to be killed. Moreover, this explosive power from the killing insect will dissipate in just 3 to 5 seconds. That will be sufficient to eliminate this killing insect. Just as Sima Peng's master had predicted, the brief 10 seconds elapsed. The black energy shield on the killing insect shattered and vanished, its breath growing weak and its speed drastically reduced. Roar. At this moment, the mammoth let out a thunderous roar. Its eyes were a deep crimson, and its body was marred by countless wounds, blood almost suffusing its entire form. The intense agony had wholly awakened the ferocity of the mammoth beast, simultaneously stripping it of its reason. Boom, boom, boom. The mammoth creature launched a frenzied assault, intent on crushing the hunting insect beneath its colossal weight. Yet, the hunting insect nimbly evaded, dancing perilously close to the brink of death. A mere slip could lead to being mercilessly squashed, reduced to a pulp. Phew, a false alarm. It was merely a brief outburst. The hunting insect's speed had not diminished in the slightest. The massive frame of the mammoth could endure for an extended period. The hunting insect was surely doomed. Many breathed a sigh of relief. They had genuinely been frightened, fearing an imminent defeat. What to do? Such explosive power was of no use. At that moment, the portly man was filled with anxiety, truly panicked. Don't rush. Chen remained calm, sipping his tea with composure. He remarked, "You underestimate the lethal poison of the hunting insect. With its level elevated to 5, the toxicity is far more formidable than before." Boom. Almost simultaneously, the mammoth beast's enormous body began to sway. Its attacks grew erratic, losing the precision it once possessed. How could this be? Why was the poison spreading so rapidly? Sima Peng's face turned ashen, disbelief etched upon his features. We underestimated the toxicity of that hunting insect. The elder narrowed his eyes, sighed deeply, and stated, "No need to watch any longer. The mammoth beast is defeated. No, I refuse to accept this." Sima Peng's teeth nearly ground to dust in frustration. He had paid dearly to enlist the elder's aid, driven by a desire for redemption. Yet, unexpectedly, not only had he not avenged the humiliation, but he was facing a more crushing defeat. If they lost again, he would find himself begging for mercy. The mere thought of such a scene sent chills down his spine. Rumble. At that moment, the gigantic mammoth could no longer mount an attack. It swayed unsteadily on the ground, akin to a drunken stagger. Boom. Ultimately, after 7 or 8 seconds of relentless turmoil, the energy shield enveloping the mammoth dissipated, and its immense body collapsed to the ground, still twitching. Yet, any discerning eye could see that this beast was doomed. Sizzle. The hunting insect showed no mercy. Its speed astonishing as it swiftly severed the mammoth's head, decisively concluding the battle. Ladies and gentlemen, we have witnessed a miracle, truly miraculous. The host stumbled over his words, exclaiming, "This 4th-tier beast tamer has slain a 5th-tier beast. A pinnacle 5th-tier beast, no less. Unprecedented. The hunting insect has once again forged a legend, etching an indomitable myth. I declare, the hunting insect emerges victorious in this battle." As his words echoed, the venue erupted in chaos. It makes no sense. How could this be possible? Ah, my money, my money. This wretched place, I shall never return. Ahaha, I've struck gold. A 20-fold return. Chapter 54, Honoring the Bet. The surroundings were in utter chaos. At this moment, Chen rose, gazing at the incoming 20 trillion with a casual remark. A modest fortune indeed. Cough, cough. Brother, 20 trillion is far from a modest sum. The hefty man was left speechless. Regret washed over him as he lamented, "Had I known, I would not have doubted the strength of the hunting insects. Alas, if only I had placed my bet, I would truly be wealthy now. There will be another opportunity." Chen patted the man's shoulder and continued, "Let us go. Next, we must settle accounts with Sima Peng." Meanwhile, Sima Peng sat on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. His mind buzzed, consciousness fading. He had lost. Truly lost. This was catastrophic. The death of a peak-level 5th-tier beast would burden him for life. He was as good as finished. Cough, cough, cough. Truly splendid. The elder coughed lightly, a fleeting glimmer of malice in his eyes. Chen's rapid growth was alarming. If he did not eliminate Chen now, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. Chen must be dealt with immediately. At that moment, Chen, accompanied by the hefty man, entered the private room, flanked by 2 hunting insects. "If you wish to make a move, you might want to reconsider the consequences," Chen remarked, casting a glance at the elder. "At this distance, I could slay you 100 times. Do not act rashly. You will meet your demise." The elder's hand trembled. He yearned to unleash his hidden beast to eliminate Chen, but restrained himself. As Chen noted, the speed of the hunting insects was terrifying. Even if his beast could kill Chen from this distance, it would not withstand the insect's assault. There was no time to waste. Hee. Sima Peng, it is time for you to honor your bet." The hefty man chuckled, his expression one of delight. Aye. Sima Peng was finally flustered. He looked at the elder beside him and exclaimed, "Master, help me." "Humph, you signed the bet yourself. Naturally, you must fulfill it. What concern is it of mine?" The elder wore a disdainful smile. Aye. Sima Peng's expression froze. Clenching his fists, gritting his teeth, he addressed Chen. "Chen, do not push me too far. Spare me where mercy can be found. Why should I let you go?" Chen grinned, extending 3 fingers, and calmly stated, "I shall give you one last chance. I will count to 3. If you do not act first, I shall assist you in honoring your bet. Wait. 3. We can discuss this. 2. I can. 1. As Chen reached 1, the hunting insects silently vanished from sight. Thud. Ouyang Peng slid to the ground, kneeling gracefully. Gritting his teeth, he bowed 3 times, proclaiming loudly, "I concede." "Excellent." Chen nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He merely turned to the rotund man behind him and said, "Nothing more to discuss. Let us depart." The hefty fellow instinctively glanced at Sima Peng before following Chen out of the beast arena. Damn it. Sima Peng knelt on the ground, consumed by a desire to rend Chen into 1,000 pieces. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless. The world was merciless. His strength was insufficient to confront Chen. To act against him would only lead to his own demise. Revenge. I must have my revenge. Sima Peng's eyes burned with fury, and he had completely lost his sanity. That brat. Indeed, he posed a significant threat. He must be eliminated. The elderly man squinted at the prostrate Sima Peng, a thought stirring within his mind. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Chun, with the warmth of 20 trillion still in his possession, was led by the rotund man to a dilapidated residential complex. This place had once been a ruin ravaged by ferocious beasts, overgrown with weeds and devoid of life. Is the underground auction house truly located here? Yi Chun mused, taken aback by the desolation surrounding him. Hee. The rotund man smirked wickedly and replied, most of those who come to the underground auction house are in search of treasures. Who cares about the surroundings? That makes sense. Yi Chun nodded in agreement, curiosity prompting him to inquire. How do we gain entry? Simple. A pass is all that's required. The rotund man produced a black card, waving it in front of Yi Chun with an air of triumph. This pass is not easily obtained. It costs a staggering 10 billion. To participate in the auction, one must deposit a minimum of 100 billion. That is the baseline amount. 100 billion for a single transaction? Quite ambitious. Yi Chun mused, his interest in the underground auction house piqued further. Follow me. The rotund man wasted no time, placing the black pass upon a weathered stone pillar. With a crack, a mechanism was activated, and the ground suddenly split open, revealing an elevator before Yi Chun. Let us proceed. The rotund man gestured for Yi Chun to enter. Without hesitation, Yi Chun followed him into the elevator, heading toward the underground auction house. By the way, brother, since it's your first visit, you might be unaware of the rules. The rotund man seemed to recall something. He turned to Yi Chun and stated, at the underground auction house, no customer is permitted to engage in combat with another. If you wish to fight, do so outside. Furthermore, anything purchased must be paid for immediately. Otherwise, one risks their life. The rotund man continued, elaborating on a plethora of regulations. Once he finished, Yi Chun interjected with a question, what level of strength does the owner of this underground auction house possess? I truly do not know. The rotund man shook his head. After a moment's contemplation, he added, from the information I've gathered, the minimum level is 6. As for higher levels, it's uncertain. There are rumors that the owner could be at level 8. Ah, I see. Thank you for the insight. Yi Chun replied, understanding dawning upon him. But why do you ask? Are you contemplating a confrontation here? The portly man wore an expression of skepticism. Knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy leads to countless victories. I merely made a psychological preparation. Yi Chun, however, was indifferent. He stepped out of the elevator and continued. All right, let us proceed. The room is nearly filled. With that, Yi Chun entered the venue and found a seat. At the heart of the venue lay a platform spanning 100 meters, spacious and commanding. Standing at its center was a frail, silver-haired elder, exuding a remarkable aura that compelled Yi Chun to regard him with heightened respect. He remarked, this old man is no ordinary figure. How so? The portly man inquired, somewhat astonished. Quite simple. The vitality within that elder is astonishing. I estimate he is at least a level 6 Beastmaster. Level 6? The portly man's eyes widened. Had it not been for Yi Chun's warning, he would have overlooked the sheer terror that the silver-haired elder embodied. At that moment, upon the stage, the elder gently tapped a small hammer in his hand. Addressing the crowd, he stated, ladies and gentlemen, let us dispense with idle chatter. Those who have gathered here are solely interested in treasures. Let me make it clear. Anyone can place a bid. However, once a bid is made and accepted, you are obliged to purchase. Otherwise, whether you leave here alive depends on your fortune. The first item up for auction was announced, a level 5 crystal core. As the words fell, 2 attendants approached the auction platform, carrying a tray. With a flourish, the elder unveiled a red level 5 crystal core before the audience. Level 5 Beastmaster crystal core. Starting bid is 1 trillion. Each bid must be no less than 100 billion. The auction begins now. The elder's hammer struck the podium. Immediately, the sounds of bidding erupted around him. 1 trillion 100 billion. 1 trillion 300 billion. 1 trillion 500 billion. I bid 2 trillion. 2 trillion 100 billion. The cacophony of voices surged, leaving Yi Chun somewhat speechless. He had initially believed that the 21 trillion he possessed was a substantial fortune, but it now seemed insufficient for even a few items. In no time, the level 5 Beastmaster Energy Crystal Core was sold for 3 trillion. Yi Chun refrained from participating in the bidding, primarily because the level 5 Crystal Core held little value for him at this juncture. It would only allow him to nurture a few hunting insects, which was negligible in terms of enhancing his strength. It was wiser to conserve his funds and wait for more promising items. Time passed swiftly as an array of exquisite goods was continuously presented on the auction stage, including top-tier materials and contraband potions. Soon, another item was brought forth, a pitch-black stone, dull and lifeless on the surface, yet emanating a peculiar aura of decay from within. What is this? Yi Chun pondered, sensing an unsettling vibe. It appears to be some form of mutated beast tissue. Typically, such materials lack value. If used by a beastmaster, it could lead to mutation or even instant death. Whispers of speculation began to circulate among the audience. The elderly man, with a smile upon his face, spoke to the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, this piece is the flesh and blood of the first batch of mutated beasts that emerged over a century ago. just as calamity struck. It harbors the essence of primal power. It can facilitate the random evolution of your beasts or, conversely, lead to their untimely demise. The choice lies with you. The starting bid is 100 billion. Each subsequent bid must exceed this by no less than 100 billion. As his words echoed, the crowd responded with indifference. Although the potential for immediate evolution bestowed upon a beast would render this flesh worth far more than 100 billion, the specter of death loomed large, dissuading many from taking the plunge. Generally, a level 3 beast commands a price nearing 10 billion, while level 4 beasts are exorbitantly valued, often reaching into the thousands of billions. Such a gamble is not one to be taken lightly by most. Yet, Chen stood as a remarkable exception. For him, nurturing a level 4 hunting worm would cost merely 1 to 2 billion. The gamble was well within his reach. Without hesitation, he raised his bid, 200 billion. Oh. The auctioneer cast a surprised glance in Chen's direction. Scanning the surroundings, he announced, 200 billion once. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 200 billion twice. 200 billion thrice. Sold. With a decisive strike of his hammer, the elderly man concluded the sale. The flesh, initially destined to remain unsold, had found a buyer in Chen, much to the auctioneer's delight. With the transaction of the mutated beast's flesh concluded, a mysterious smile graced the old man's face as he proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, you have surely heard of the parasitic assistance of today's auction. Indeed, it is a gene serum for a level 7 beast. The starting bid is 1,000 billion. The highest bidder shall prevail. Let the auction commence." As his words fell, the audience could barely contain their excitement. A flurry of bids erupted. 1,100 billion, 2,000 billion, 3,000 billion, 3,500 billion, 4,000 billion, 4,100 billion, 4,300 billion. The crowd was in a frenzy, fervently bidding for the gene serum. In contrast, Chen remained unhurried. He gazed at the serum, a lingering sense of danger inexplicably emanating from it. How peculiar. It was merely a gene serum. Why did it evoke such foreboding within him? Furrowing his brow, he delved deeper into his senses and suddenly realized that this ominous premonition was not his own, but rather stemmed from the hunting worm and the assassination worm by his side. These two creatures exhibited an extraordinary reverence towards the gene serum. No, it was more than mere reverence. It resembled worship. It felt akin to encountering the king of worms. Hiss! The thought sent a chill down Chen's spine. Could it be that this serum possessed far greater implications than merely being a level 7 concoction? I must acquire this gene serum, he resolved. At this moment, the price had surged to an astronomical 7,000 billion. The atmosphere around him fell silent, not from disinterest, but from the realization that most had exhausted their financial resources. The auctioneer sensed the lull in activity and spoke, "Ladies and gentlemen, 7,000 billion. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 7,100 billion. At this moment, Chen leisurely raised the bid by another 10 billion. Hiss! Is there truly someone willing to offer a higher price? What a loss. Indeed, a 7th level gene potion requires a substantial amount to cultivate a 7th level beast. To raise even a 4th level beast is quite commendable. If it were me, I would certainly hesitate. How intriguing. The old man developed an interest in Chen. Anyone capable of casually presenting 710 billion in cash is undeniably not an ordinary individual. Even the 4 great families would struggle to mobilize such a vast sum of funds. Glancing around, the old man spoke in a calm tone, asking, 710 billion going once. Any higher bids? 710 billion going twice. The old man repeated it twice, preparing to announce the sale. Suddenly, a voice rang out. I bid 800 billion. Boom. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. 800 billion. Surely, I did not mishear? An astronomical price. This is indeed a price beyond comprehension. The wealthy can be so capricious. Yes, indeed. As we reach the level of 800 billion, for most present, it has lost its significance. After all, they could not afford such sums. It is far more entertaining to watch the spectacle unfold. To see who possesses greater wealth, Chen or that mysterious individual. How fascinating. Chen also found amusement in this. He sensed that the speaker was no ordinary person. Their life force radiated power, a formidable beastmaster. Thus, it became a contest of financial might. With this thought, Chen maintained a stoic expression and continued to raise the bid. I offer 1 trillion. As his words settled, a profound silence enveloped the venue. 1 trillion. What does this even signify? In the entirety of Qinglong City, there exists no one who can effortlessly throw around 1 trillion. No family can manage such liquidity. Hiss! The old man at the auction podium was taken aback as well. He hadn't anticipated that Chen would raise the bid by 200 billion outright. It was indeed somewhat intimidating. Cough, cough. Young man, I have noted this transaction. The 7th level gene potion, you best not misplace it. From within a private box, a chilling voice resonated, openly threatening Chen. You need not concern yourself. If you possess the capability, continue to raise your bid. If not, kindly keep silent. Very well, young man, you shall wait. The individual in the shadows was seething with rage, a murderous aura radiating from him. Cough, cough. At this moment, The old man at the auction podium cleared his throat and coolly remarked, "One of the rules within the underground auction house is that fighting is strictly prohibited. Should any of you dare to engage in combat, I shall not hold back." Upon hearing this, the venue fell into a deep silence. The old man's strength was unquestionable. Only someone of considerable power would dare utter such words. Meanwhile, the individual in the private box also regained his composure, responding calmly, "I understand. I have no intention of violating the rules of the underground auction house, nor do I wish to engage in conflict here." That is well. The old man was disinclined to pursue the matter further. He struck the gavel, revealing a broad smile as he exclaimed, 10 trillion, once. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? 10 trillion, twice. This is your last chance. 10 trillion, thrice. Sold. With a decisive bang. The elder brought the gavel down, concluding the auction of the final item. "Brother, we are in trouble." The plump man was drenched in cold sweat. He spoke with urgency. "The one who just spoke is the notorious underground mercenary, Dragon of Qinglong City. He'll do anything for money, but he only dares to seize anything valuable. He is a mad dog that anyone would fear to provoke. Do not be afraid. If he dares to come, we'll take him down." Chen maintained an unruffled expression. For him now, an 8th-level Beastmaster was a concern. However, a mere 5th-level Beastmaster like Dragon was far too weak. He could easily dispose of him without hesitation. That said, we should still be a bit cautious. The plump man sighed deeply, wearing a look of profound worry. "Enough fretting. Let us depart." Chen shrugged off the anxiety, taking the exotic beast flesh from the underground auction house and departing without a moment's delay. As he drove towards his residence, a booming voice echoed, "Humph. Boy, you cannot escape." A formidable figure loomed in the open space ahead, his expression dark, eyes gleaming with a fierce light, exuding an aura of terrifying menace. Interesting. Chen's perceptive ability was keen, immediately sensing the presence behind him. Yet, he remained calm, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts, preparing to employ stillness to counteraction. Time flew by, and half an hour later, screech. The driver suddenly slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to an abrupt halt. The plump man jolted in surprise, glancing at the driver, whose face was pale and drenched in sweat, eyes fixed forward in sheer terror. What lies ahead? The plump man turned to look, his own forehead beading with sweat. Before them stood a towering giant, 30 meters tall, its surface devoid of skin, revealing raw, blood-red muscle. Spines jutted from its back and shoulders, creating a grotesque and fearsome sight. A genetically modified giant? What on earth is that? Chen stared at the giant. Astonishment etched across his face. This was a technology strictly forbidden, transforming humans into weapons of war, merging the genes of various monsters. The plump man wiped the sweat from his brow and explained, "This type of weapon has no sense of pain, possesses incredibly rapid recovery abilities, and fears neither life nor death. Its combat power is formidable." "Now I understand." Chen pushed open the car door and stepped out. "Be cautious. Remember to beat him down." The plump man, aware of his own limitations, could only offer encouragement. "Do not worry. I will deal with him." Chen calmly closed the car door and proceeded towards the colossal genetically modified giant. With a thunderous sound, the giant took a step forward, bowing slightly. It held a 2-meter-tall muscular man in its hands, a proud expression plastered on his face. With a thud, the man leaped to the ground, gazing at Chen with an air of arrogance. "Kid, I am called the Mad Dragon. Remember this. This is the price you pay for daring to seize what belongs to me. Hand over the item, and I shall grant you a swift death. Otherwise, I will crush your bones, piece by piece." "Crush my bones piece by piece." That certainly sounds like a particularly agonizing demise. Chen looked at the mercenary Mad Dragon on the ground, his face etched with murderous intent, and coldly replied, "I shall crush your bones, piece by piece, allowing you to die slowly in the manner you described." "Ahaha." The Mad Dragon laughed uproariously, nearly in tears from amusement. He looked at Chen, delight radiating from him. "Kid, just you? Do you have any idea how strong I am? It makes no difference. I hold no interest in the power of trash." Chen waved his hand dismissively. Suddenly, a massive frozen insect, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, appeared before him. The sight of the creature changed the Mad Dragon's expression, instilling a sudden sense of caution within him. The oppressive aura emanating from the frozen insect was terrifying, evoking an indescribable feeling of despair. "Frozen insect. Attack. Crush him." Chen commanded with a swift gesture. Boom. The frozen insect darted forward with astonishing speed, transforming into a white streak of light and appearing before the Mad Dragon in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? The Mad Dragon found it hard to believe. Chapter 57. The Crushing of the Frozen Insect. The extraordinary speed of the frozen insect exceeded even his neural response speed. An utterly unfathomable reality. Swoosh. The frozen insect swung its forelimbs, striking the Mad Dragon with tremendous force. Bang. The Mad Dragon was sent flying like a rag doll, blood sputtering from his mouth. His body erupted with a cacophony of cracking sounds. Over a dozen bones shattered. Remarkably, the frozen insect had intentionally spared his life. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to a mere paste in an instant. Boom. The Mad Dragon crashed into a pile of rubble, dust swirling around him. With numerous fractures throughout his body, he lay unable to move. Kill. Kill. Modified giant, slay him. Crush that insect. At any cost, crush him. This time, the mad dragon was genuinely terrified. He had intended to torment Yi Chun, but unexpectedly, he was severely injured in a single encounter. This was the first time since becoming a Beastmaster that he had sustained such a grievous injury, and it was the closest he had ever been to death. This near-death sensation shattered his psyche, driving him into a frenzied state. Boom. At this moment, the genetically modified giant, possessing immense strength, received its orders and delivered a powerful punch. Though massive, its movements were as swift as lightning, and its strength was terrifying. A layer of white mist enveloped its colossal fist. This is the distinctive mock ring that appears when sound surpasses the speed of light. Boom. The frozen bug moves even faster, evading the punch in the blink of an eye. The genetically modified giant strikes the ground with a fist, creating a massive pit with a diameter of 10 meters. Whoosh. At this moment, the frozen bug has circled around to the back of the genetically modified giant. It opens its mouth and spews forth a stream of ice blue liquid towards the giant. Roar. The genetically modified giant, undeterred, lunges at the frozen bug with a furious roar, paying no heed to the ice blue freezing liquid. Sizzle. In an instant, the freezing liquid splashes onto the giant, and a layer of pale blue ice armor envelopes it at a visible speed, transforming it into an ice sculpture. What an immensely powerful frozen bug. It has effortlessly subdued a genetically modified giant. The stout man gazes at the frozen giant, his face a mask of astonishment. Not so fast. Yi Chun, arms crossed and eyes narrowed, declares, this genetically modified giant is not so easily frozen. It is not merely the corpse of a dragon beast. Huh. The stout man is utterly bewildered. Crackle. Almost as soon as Yi Chen's words leave his mouth, the solid ice encasing the giant shatters, fragments cascading down. Roar. The genetically modified giant bellows, charging once more at the frozen bug. Crack. The frozen bug acts with remarkable decisiveness, unleashing blue liquid once again, and under ultra-low temperatures. The giant is refrozen. Boom. The frozen bug accelerates, its massive body crashing into the thoroughly frozen giant. Crack. A crisp sound resonates as one of the giant's arms shatters like glass, splintering into countless pieces. Almost simultaneously, the giant's body temperature skyrockets, causing the ice to melt once more. Roar. The genetically modified giant emits a furious roar, driven to the brink of rage. The severed arm, now transformed into countless tendrils of flesh, coalesces together. In the blink of an eye, it astonishingly regains its former state. Such remarkable regenerative ability. The stout man is astounded. He exclaims, can such a terrifying recovery capability truly be defeated? Fear not. Of course it can. Yi Chun remains utterly composed, confident in the prowess of the frozen bug. With the strength of a hunting insect, eliminating this genetically modified giant is a mere formality. Almost concurrently, in the distance, a group of beast tamers watches the fierce battle between the frozen bug and the genetically modified giant, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. The intensity of this confrontation is exhilarating. Gulp. Indeed, those who can summon a trillion are no ordinary individuals. Captain, should we engage? Engage in what? This is a duel between 5th-level beast tamers. We retreat. Boss, are we really leaving? How about you take action? Boss, I said nothing. We are leaving. Numerous individuals poised to strike at Yi Chun at this moment, without uttering a word, turned and fled. What a jest. A battle among 5th-level Beastmasters is beyond their capacity to interfere. To intervene forcefully would only lead to their demise. Boom. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. The frozen insect repeatedly encased the genetically modified giant in ice, shattering its form time and again. The relentless onslaught inflicted severe damage. And even the genetically modified giant could no longer withstand the blows, its recovery slowing with each passing moment. Crack. The giant's body was once again encased in ice. The frozen insect charged at the genetically modified giant and collided with great force. Crack. In an instant, the giant's head burst apart. Yet this time, the solid ice enveloping the giant did not melt. It remained steadfast. Boom. The massive carcass of the genetically modified giant collapsed to the ground, shattered into a multitude of fragments. I've lost. The mad dragon lay upon the ground, an expression of disbelief etched upon his face. Severely injured and on the brink of death, he possessed no strength to escape. The demise of the genetically modified giant signified the extinguishing of any hope for a comeback. It's over for me. And now, it's your turn. Yi Chun, hands in pockets, approached the mad dragon. Towering above, he spoke calmly. I recall you claimed you would crush my bones piece by piece. You. The mad dragon was taken aback, realizing his fate was sealed. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed, Kid. I concede. If you wish to kill me, then do it. What more is there to say? Kill you? No. I intend to crush your bones piece by piece. Yi Chun glared down at the mad dragon, exuding an aura of lethal intent, and coldly declared, in my life, the one type of person I detest most is one who derives pleasure from slaughter. Rest assured, I will not grant you such an easy death. The mad dragon, gazing at Yi Chun, felt a flicker of fear rising within him. He had once relished in shattering countless bones, taking delight in the agonized cries of his victims. Was it now his turn to experience such torment? Boom. At that moment, the frozen insect appeared behind Yi-Chun. It swung its forelimbs downwards with force. Crack. A sharp sound echoed as one of the mad dragon's legs was reduced to a pulp. The mad dragon emitted a wretched scream. Roaring kid, I will remember you. Chapter 58, A Fortuitous Windfall. Even in death, I will not spare you. Yi-Chun remained unfazed by the mad dragon's curse. He replied nonchalantly. The condition is that you must be capable of killing me after you die. Boom. The frozen insect swung its forelimbs once more, mercilessly crushing down. Crack. Another resounding snap echoed as the mad dragon's other leg was similarly reduced to a mushy mass. The mad dragon screamed in agony once more. Hiss. Beads of cold sweat streamed down the fatty forehead. He looked at Yi-Chun and could not help but say, Brother, perhaps it's best to end this. Just kill him outright. That is a valid point. Yi-Chun also found no pleasure in tormenting his adversary. Feeling that the moment had come, he concentrated his thoughts. The frostworm launched another assault, utterly obliterating the mad dragon and reducing it to a pulpy mass. Subsequently, Yi-Chun picked up the spatial storage device from the ground. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. Within the confines of the storage device, there lay a dense accumulation of gold ingots, stacked upon one another, amounting to what seemed to be over 10,000 pieces. Each ingot, if exchanged for currency in Qinglong City, could fetch a minimum of 100 million. The cumulative worth of these gold ingots before him was likely approaching trillions. Moreover, gold is a form of hard currency, akin to energy crystals, usable in any city. In contrast, Qinglong City's currency, once outside its borders, becomes virtually worthless, akin to mere scrap paper. In addition to the gold, there were also some jewels. A 6th-level energy crystal core and several 5th-level energy crystal cores, along with 2 crates of 5th-level nutrient potions suitable for nurturing beasts. What a bountiful haul. This battle proved to be immensely rewarding. The curious, portly man approached and inquired, Brother, what treasures lie within that spatial device? Gold ingots. Yi-Chun responded, producing one of the ingots to demonstrate. Tell me, how much is this worth? Gold ingots? Such commodities are exceedingly rare. The man exclaimed in astonishment. One of these ingots could exchange for no less than 500 million in Qinglong City currency. 500 million? That exceeds my expectations by a considerable margin. Almost 5 trillion. Is the life of an underground mercenary this lucrative? Yi-Chun surveyed the heap of gold ingots within the storage device, momentarily reflecting on the staggering sum. 5 trillion? The portly man echoed, his shock palpable. Although he hailed from one of the most prestigious families in Qinglong City, the prospect of amassing 5 trillion was utterly preposterous. For him, even 500 billion would be a monumental figure. Enough of the astonishment. Yi-Chun clapped the man on the shoulder and added, Once we retrieve the spatial equipment, I shall share half with you. That is quite inappropriate. The man stammered, shaking his head. I adhere to principles. Such wealth is beyond my acceptance. Beyond your acceptance? Yi-Chun was at a loss for words. Indeed, I absolutely refuse. The portly man shook his head vigorously, rejecting the notion without a second thought. Very well then. Yi-Chun conceded, not pressing the issue further. Meanwhile, the driver was still trembling. The previous battle having been exhilarating beyond measure. The spectacle of titanic beasts clashing rivaled any cinematic experience, particularly the immersive sensation of being present. This singular encounter would be etched in his memory for a lifetime, providing ample fodder for stories he could share for a year. Entering the living room, Yi-Chun focused his mind, and the 2 items he had acquired at the auction appeared on the table. Let us begin with this source flesh from a mutated beast, he declared, picking up the flesh. If memory served him correctly, this particular specimen was a coveted delicacy, even enticing fearsome creatures like the hunting worm and the frostworm. It was undoubtedly a valuable treasure. The entire mass of flesh weighs approximately 5 kilograms. There is no need to utilize it all at once. Merely 1%, or about half a tail of the mutated beast's flesh, is sufficient to induce a transformation in the beast. Let's begin by testing it on the scorching bug. With this thought, Yi-Chun focused his mind, and a fist-sized, fiery red insect materialized on the table. With a swift motion, he cleanly severed a piece of the mutated flesh and tossed it to the scorching bug. The scorching bug reacted with astonishing speed, voraciously devouring the primordial mutated flesh. In that instant, a rumble echoed as the system's voice chimed in. Ding! The scorching bug has consumed the mutated essence and is commencing a strengthening upgrade. The scorching bug has completed its upgrade. You have acquired a giant scorching bug. As the system's announcement faded, the scorching bug on the table astonishingly enlarged to nearly the size of the tabletop itself, its dimensions magnified 1,000-fold. Giant scorching bug, possessing the attributes of toxic fire. With self-detonation power a staggering 10,000 times greater than that of an ordinary scorching bug. It can create a clone every 48 hours, with a maximum of 5 clones. Yi-Chun gazed at the attributes of the giant scorching bug, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. It is known that a typical scorching bug possesses enough power to effortlessly obliterate an average skyscraper. To elevate that power by 10,000 times is akin to wielding a miniature nuclear bomb. Not only level 5 or 6 beasts, But even silver-tier beasts would meet their demise without exception. If the distance is too close, even Chen, as the host, would be taken out alongside them. The sheer power is truly monstrous. Moreover, the ability to generate a clone every 48 hours means that within approximately 10 days, he could command 5 giant scorching bug clones, each with the destructive capacity of a small nuclear device. This undoubtedly serves as a formidable trump card, rivaling that of the Goo King bug. Exhaling deeply, Chen turned his attention to the substantial remaining piece of flesh. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to upgrade the assassination bug first. This particular insect is of the 6th tier, and with the enhancement of the primordial mutated flesh, it is bound to become even more terrifying. As for the frost bug and the hunting bug, there is no necessity for their upgrade. The primordial mutated flesh is exceedingly rare, nearly extinct. It is wiser to reserve it for even more formidable insects in the future. After considerable deliberation, Chen summoned a palm-sized assassination bug into his hand. He then severed a small piece of flesh and fed it to the assassination bug. Almost instantaneously, as the flesh was consumed, the palm-sized assassination bug began to roll fervently on the tabletop, accompanied by the system's notification. Ding! The assassination bug has ingested the primordial flesh. Commencing evolution. Assassination bug evolution complete. You have obtained the Assassination Bug King. Assassination Bug King, peak silver tier, endowed with unfathomable power. It possesses a probability of slaying golden tier ferocious beasts with a surprise attack. Goodness! Silver tier. Chen could not help but utter a coarse exclamation. He gazed at the table before him, where the gleaming white-shelled assassination insect king resided, leaving him utterly speechless. If his memory served him correctly, the textbook described silver-tier ferocious beasts as mobile disasters capable of effortlessly obliterating a city, possessing extraordinary strength. The apex of silver-tier beasts could even survive in the perilous vicinity of a nuclear blast. Truly terrifying. With such an assassination insect king present, Chen could traverse the entirety of Qinglong City, and even the future assessments at Dongyu Academy, with impunity. He exhaled a breath, regaining his composure. He stored the assassination insect king and the mutated primordial flesh away, then, with a flick of his hand, produced a vial, a 7th-level genetic serum he had acquired for a staggering trillion from an underground auction. The specific model remained unknown, only that it had been unearthed from some ancient relic. Ding! The system has detected a foreign insect genetic serum. Would you like to consume the genetic serum to unlock this type of insect swarm? Indeed, it was an insect genetic serum. Chen had anticipated this. In fact, when he first encountered this serum, both the frozen insect and assassination insect had exhibited unprecedented fear. It was conceivable that this was a remarkably powerful species of insect swarm. With this in mind, Chen wasted no time and decisively commanded, System, unlock the catalog immediately. Ding! Genetic serum consumed. You have acquired a new species of insect swarm, Flying Dragon. Flying Dragon, a flying insect capable of reaching supersonic speeds. Classified as early silver tier. The mother nest system can be upgraded to level 8 for cultivation. Haha, what a tremendous profit. Chen was filled with exhilaration. A silver-tier flying dragon undoubtedly represented a formidable force, although it required the mother nest system to be upgraded to level 8. This posed no challenge for Chen at present. It would not be long before he commanded an army of silver-tier flying dragons. The mere thought sent thrills through him. Ding ding ding. At that moment, an alarm rang out. Chen turned to check the time. It was already evening. Coincidentally, it was also the day he had arranged for a decisive battle against the youth from Dongyu Academy. It was time to confront this so-called 6th-level Beastmaster and ascertain just how formidable he truly was. With this thought, Chen rose and made his way to the arena. Upon his arrival, the arena was already a sea of humanity. Countless Beastmasters and enthusiasts were fervently vying for entry tickets, with some tickets fetching prices as high as $1 million. Yet, no one felt they were at a loss. For tonight marked a rare confrontation between 6th-level Beastmasters, an event that could only be witnessed once in a lifetime, a moment they would cherish forever. However, as time passed, Chen found himself delayed. This incited a flurry of discussions among the crowd below. Could it be that he is frightened? I doubt it. You must understand. Chen has never shown fear since the outset of this contest. This is quite perplexing. Why hasn't he appeared yet? I believe he is indeed afraid. The murmurs of speculation grew louder. Above on the high platform, the host was drenched in cold sweat. To speak candidly, there were as many as 50,000 spectators present, all drawn by the prospect of the battle between 6th-level Beastmasters. If the 6th-level Beastmaster duel were to fall through, the losses from mere entry tickets would amount to several hundred billion. That would be an unequivocal disaster. As the seconds ticked by, the time until the match commenced dwindled to a mere 5 minutes. Humph, that scoundrel Chen is indeed scared, exclaimed a youth from the Eastern Domain Academy. His face contorted with anger. He felt utterly cheated. After waiting all day, to find that Chen had not shown up was simply too frustrating. Hey, host, with only 5 minutes remaining, where is Chen? Yes, it can't be a hoax, can it? I spent $1 million. If you don't let the 6th-level Beastmaster take the stage, I let this go. Enough chatter. Refund my money. Refund. Fraud. Many in the audience began to grow impatient, voicing their frustrations vocally. Everyone, please remain calm. You must stay composed. The host implored, desperately trying to soothe the agitated crowd. Calm down, you scoundrel. Why doesn't Chen dare to show up? Exactly. What a disgrace. I've been waiting here for ages. And you expect me to stay calm? The audience was seething with anger when, all of a sudden, the entire venue fell silent. Many turned their gazes towards a singular direction. The host, taken aback, quickly turned to see Chen, having appeared at the railing. From this vantage point, most could easily spot him. It's Chen. He has arrived. Haha. I told you. Chen wouldn't stand us up. You had me worried there. I thought my ticket worth over $1 million would go to waste. The clash of 6th level Beastmasters. This is going to be absolutely thrilling. The crowd erupted once more, and even the host breathed a sigh of relief. Chen, I never anticipated you would actually come. At that moment, the youth from the Eastern Domain Academy approached Chen, wearing a mocking expression. With a sardonic tone, he taunted, but you coming here is futile. It won't alter the outcome. Prepare to meet your end. Meet my end? That remains to be seen. Chen replied coolly, standing with his hands clasped behind him. Gazing at the youth from the Eastern Domain Academy. Just remember not to weep when you lose. You recall our wager, don't you? Of course. The youth sneered. His face a mask of disdain. Should I lose, I shall give you 10,000 low-level energy crystals. But if you lose, you must hand over that beastling to me. Rest assured, I shall honor our agreement. Chen declared, retrieving a contract and tossing it onto the table. Let us formalize our wager. Humph. The youth showed no hesitation, signing his name boldly upon the contract. Well then, since the wager is now established, prepare your beasts. The announcement rang out. With the battle set to commence in 15 minutes, the attendant collected the contract, offering a few reminders before cautiously departing. Observing the situation, Chen pondered briefly and decisively chose the tank bug as his combat beast for this encounter. After undergoing a system upgrade, the tank bug had reached the pinnacle of level 5. Its formidable defense could easily overpower peak level 6 beasts, and with a slight stroke of luck, it might even contend with a level 7 beast. Facing the young level 6 Beastmaster, it would be a relatively effortless task. Before long, both sides were ready. On the elevated platform, the host's face radiated excitement as he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, today marks a rare occasion, a duel between level 6 Beastmasters, representing Qinglong No. 1. We have Chen, taking on Shui Hao from Dongyu Academy. Who will emerge victorious? Let us witness the prowess of their beasts. Please welcome both beasts to the arena." With a resounding boom, as the host's voice faded, the gates swung open, and 2 transport trucks slowly entered the battleground. The gathered crowd below was utterly captivated, their eyes fixated on the trucks. Suddenly, one truck erupted in a spectacular explosion, revealing a 1-foot-long lightning bird, its entire form enveloped in purple lightning. Though diminutive in size, it exuded an overwhelming presence. Level 6 lightning bird. Its defense may be weak, even inferior to level 4 beasts, but its offensive power is astonishing. I recall records of level 6 lightning birds slaying level 7 ferocious beasts. Chen is in a precarious position now, murmured the crowd. Indeed, if he were to summon a hunting bug, even at level 6, it would be no match for the speed of the lightning bird. Surely, he possesses a more formidable beast. Whispers of speculation arose, with many anticipating what level of beast Chen would unleash. Let the battle begin. On the platform, Chen stood with his hands in his pockets, issuing commands to the tank bug. With a thunderous crash, the metal transport truck shattered, revealing the tank bug's towering 10-meter frame. Its dark golden exoskeleton glimmered ominously, emanating an awe-inspiring power. What a colossal creature. It appears far too cumbersome. Can this sluggish giant truly stand against the level 6 lightning bird? Doubt filled the air as spectators shook their heads. Regardless of the situation, the tank bug was clearly outmatched in speed and agility by the lightning bird. In the realm of martial prowess, swiftness reigns supreme. And the same principle applies to beast mastery. No matter how strong one may be, if one cannot land a strike, it is all for naught. With a piercing cry, the lightning bird initiated the attack. Around its body, a circle of energy spheres, coalescing into purple lightning, suddenly formed. Each sphere was as large as a fist, radiating astonishing power as they hurtled towards the tank insect. Boom. At the moment of their detonation, each lightning sphere unleashed a cataclysmic force, even more potent than that of the exploding burning insects, by several magnitudes. A single energy sphere could effortlessly slay a 5th-tier beast. Hiss! How formidable! Is this the might of a 6th-tier Thunderbird? Truly monstrous. This recent assault could easily demolish an entire neighborhood. Give this Thunderbird a day, and it could raise an entire city with ease. Terrifying. I wonder if the tank insect can withstand such ferocity? It seems doubtful. At least 6 energy spheres struck the tank insect just moments ago. Among the spectators, many wore ashen expressions. The overwhelming attack and the exploding energy halos instilled a sense of dread within them for the first time. As the smoke and dust settled, 7 or 8 large craters, each several meters in diameter and resembling the aftermath of a meteor strike, appeared around the tank insect. Yet, at this moment, The dark golden armor of the tank insect remained as gleaming as ever, bearing not a single scratch. It was as if the previous assault had been utterly futile. This is utterly absurd. How is this possible? Not a single mark? Is this the level of defense a beast tamer can achieve? The tank insect truly lives up to its name. Its defense is inhumane. A crowd of spectators stood in stunned silence, speechless. Many found themselves rubbing their eyes repeatedly, struggling to believe the spectacle before them. This is impossible. Shuehao from East Region Academy slammed his fist against the railing, his face pale. The attack power of the 6th tier Thunderbird is terrifying. Each lightning sphere is equivalent to a strike from a 7th tier beast. Yet this onslaught proved completely ineffective against the tank insect. It withstood 6 or 7 lightning spheres without a scratch. What is the point of this fight? Hiss. At this moment, Chen also gasped in disbelief. To be honest, not only others, but he too was astonished. He had thought the tank insect would at least sustain some minor injuries. To discover it was completely unscathed was simply unbelievable. Boom. Just then, a black energy sphere began to coalesce atop the black horn on the tank insect's head. The entire process was completed in the blink of an eye, and then, a radiant black energy surged forth directly towards the Thunderbird. Whoosh. The Thunderbird, moving with lightning speed, transformed into a purple streak, twisting and turning in the air to evade the impending strike. However, the black energy sphere pursued relentlessly, seemingly intent on striking the Thunderbird without fail. Goodness, this is excessive. An energy projectile with tracking capabilities? Isn't this cheating? How can one even compete? Although the Thunderbird is 6th tier, it is still quite frail. A mere touch could spell its doom. The tank insect undoubtedly exerts a crippling restraint upon the lightning bird. The surrounding spectators were left speechless, utterly astonished by the dramatic turn of events. The lightning bird, renowned for its prowess in attack, was now in a frantic retreat. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The lightning bird seethed with fury. Its speed surged once more, yet it remained unable to escape the ominous black energy sphere. Boom. Helplessly, the lightning bird summoned a dozen lightning orbs to unleash upon the black energy sphere. Boom. The collision of the purple lightning orbs and the black energy sphere produced a terrifying explosion, engulfing the vicinity. A powerful shockwave struck the ground, causing it to sink a full 10 centimeters deep. Meanwhile, high above, the lightning bird's pale purple feathers were disheveled, rendering it a sight of utter disarray. Damn it. The arena is decidedly against me. At this moment, Shuehao also came to a realization. The lightning bird's greatest strength lay in its speed and flight. In the outside world, the lightning bird could launch attacks from hundreds, even thousands of meters away. Yet now, the entire arena stood at a mere 200 to 300 meters in height, severely constraining the lightning bird's capabilities. If this continued, the lightning bird had no chance of victory, unless the battlefield were to change. Chen, halt. Battling within the arena is detrimental to me. At this point, Shuehao began to backtrack. He fixed his gaze on Chen, exclaiming loudly, "My lightning bird cannot unleash its full potential. If your skills are lacking, you simply seek excuses." Chen was unfazed by this. With his arms crossed, he replied coolly, "A loss is a loss. Why fabricate excuses?" You, Shuehao, filled with indignation, pointed an accusatory finger at Chen, provocatively challenging. "Chen, I see you're simply afraid. Are you brave enough to change the venue and face me in battle?" "Not a chance." Chen decisively rejected the notion. He coldly stated, "The contract has been signed. According to the terms, we must settle this in the arena. Should you wish to change the battlefield, I will gladly oblige at any time. But this battle must reach its conclusion. You are intolerably arrogant." Shuehao was utterly incensed. The level 6 lightning bird was invaluable, the very cornerstone of his beast mastery. A level 6 beast master without a level 6 beast would plummet in status. Contemplating this, Shuehao turned his gaze back to the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. The tank insect remained as steadfast as a mountain, unwavering in its position since the onset of battle, though the ground around it lay riddled with craters. The insect's carapace gleamed as if newly polished, utterly unscathed. In stark contrast, the lightning bird above appeared utterly beleaguered, its feathers singed and bearing numerous wounds. After all, the lightning bird, relying on speed, possessed weak defenses, a true embodiment of fragility. Should this stalemate persist, the lightning bird was doomed to perish. Damn it. Shuehao's eyes blazed with rage, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless. The arena, a confined space, is decidedly unfavorable for the lightning bird. The situation appears dire for our avian contender. From the elevated platform, the host observes the unfolding battle below, astonishment etched upon his face. He proclaims loudly, "The lightning bird's attacks are insufficient to penetrate the tank bug's defenses for the time being. Conversely, the tank bug's assaults can inflict damage upon the lightning bird within this enclosed arena. If this continues, the lightning bird is destined to lose." At this moment, the audience is left speechless, with murmurs of discontent echoing around. How could the lightning bird be so inept? It cannot even best the tank bug? Was it not said that the lightning bird possesses the highest attack power among level 6 creatures? Why, then, is it unable to breach the tank bug's defenses? "Oh, but you fail to understand," comes a voice from the crowd. "What do you mean? The response is, the lightning bird's ultimate move requires a charge time of 20 seconds. Once charged, its attack is tenfold that of a lightning sphere. 20 seconds? No wonder. Outside, the lightning bird could evade harm at an astonishing speed. Yet within the confines of the arena, energy projectiles can saturate the entire field. There is no escape. Each charging attempt is interrupted. What a dreadful predicament for the lightning bird, constantly being outmatched. If I were Shui Hao, I would concede immediately to preserve the lightning bird. The audience continues their chatter. Their levels are generally modest, yet it is clear to them that prolonging this battle holds little purpose. The lightning bird's defeat is inevitable. Damn it. Shui Hao's eyes blaze red, his heart bleeding. 10,000 low-level energy crystal cores. His current strength could yield at least 3 to 5 years' worth of income. To lose it all like this. However, conceding is not an option. For the value of this lightning bird is at least 100,000 low-level energy crystal cores. If it perishes, the loss would be catastrophic, not to mention the compensation of 10,000 crystal cores owed to Yi-chun. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, Shui Hao bellows, "Stop! Yi-chun, I concede." Conceding so soon? Yi-chun is taken aback. Nevertheless, with the battle concluded, there is no need for further conflict. It is not a life-or-death struggle. He mentally commands the tank bug to cease its assault. Boom. Dust descends within the arena. As the haze dissipates, the lightning bird hovers in midair, battered and in a pitiful state. The tank bug, on the other hand, remains unscathed, save for a thin layer of dust upon its shell. Such extraordinary resilience elicits gasps of astonishment from the audience. It is truly remarkable. Shui Hao has voluntarily conceded. The host inhales sharply, excitement coursing through him as he declares loudly, "In that case, I announce that the victor of this match is Yi-chun." As his words resonate, the audience erupts in cheers. Huh, I have triumphed. Unbelievable that the lightning bird could lose. What is the origin of this tank bug? It is terrifying. Huh, I knew it. Yi-chun would never undertake a gamble without assurance. A resounding profit. Damn it. Next time, I will bet on Yi-chun to win. I refuse to be superstitious. As long as there is a next time, I will wager on his loss. I refuse to believe that he can continue to win. The crowd around was abuzz with excitement, for it was the monumental Beastmaster Championship held once every decade. For most, witnessing such a high-caliber battle was already worth the journey. Yet at this moment, Shui Hao felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. His heart ached, and with bloodshot eyes fixed on Yi-chun, he exclaimed furiously, "Yi-chun, dare you to wager with me once more? What is there to fear?" Yi-chun replied nonchalantly, his hands tucked in his pockets, exuding an air of indifference. "With your meager skills, even 100 more attempts would only lead to your defeat. However, if you wish for a rematch, first settle our previous wager, 10,000 low-level energy crystals. Not a single one less. Then let them be stored with you." Shui Hao scoffed, tossing 10,000 low-level energy crystals onto the ground. Quite an impressive display, none missing at all. Yi-chun leisurely counted them, then waved his hand to store the crystals in his spatial pouch. "You think I would renege on my promise?" Shui Hao felt insulted, his blood boiling and his pressure rising. Veins throbbed visibly on his forehead, threatening to burst. Had he not been young, he might have succumbed to an apoplexy from rage. "How am I to know whether you will keep your word?" Yi-chun shrugged. Fine. Shui Hao, fuming, chose not to prolong the conversation. Chapter 62, Life and Death Battle. He cut to the chase, directly challenging, "Yi-chun, in 3 days, we shall meet in the Beast Forest for a life and death duel. Do you dare? A life and death battle? Such stakes." Yi-chun was taken aback. Among Beastmasters, confrontations typically fell into 2 categories, one held in the arena, where the outcome did not entail fatalities. Losing merely meant the loss of a beast. Beastmasters remained within the fray. However, in a duel between Beastmasters, the death of one was paramount. The fate of their beasts was rendered inconsequential. For Shui Hao, his lightning bird was most suited to the strategy of capturing the king to catch the thief. It mattered not if he could not breach the tank bug's defenses. Eliminating Yi-chun would ensure his victory. The survivor would be the victor. "What? Yi-chun, are you afraid?" A cold smirk adorned Shui Hao's face. The life and death battle granted him a significant advantage, and he brimmed with confidence. He envisioned swiftly dispatching Yi-chun, using his blood to cleanse the humiliation of this encounter. "Fear? To be honest, I am not afraid at all." Yi-chun scoffed, glancing at Shui Hao. "But I shan't engage in a venture that offers no benefit. What do I stand to gain from battling you?" "Gain. If you manage to kill me, the 100,000 low-level energy crystals in my possession, along with the cultivation techniques from the Eastern Domain Academy, will all be yours." Shui Hao's face twisted into a confident smile, certain that if Yi-chun agreed, victory would be his. "Oh." Yi-chun's gaze swept over Shui Hao. Just fear that you won't show up." Shui Hao sneered, elated within. Yi-chun, the fool, had finally fallen into his trap. 3 days. He chuckled to himself, savoring the moment. Shui Hao let out a cold snort and turned to leave. "Brother, are you truly confident? Just because the tank bugs can withstand it does not mean you can." The portly man wore a worried expression. He sighed and said, "You shouldn't have agreed to the duel. Rest assured, I never engage in endeavors without assurance." Yi-chun replied with an air of calmness. In his possession were 3 trump cards: the silver-level killing bug, the goo king bug, and the giant burning bug. Alongside these, he had over a dozen assassination bugs, a multitude of tank bugs, and ice bugs. Losing? How could that be possible? Cough, cough. Mr. Yi, may I trouble you for a moment of your time? At that moment, an elderly man approached. Dressed in tailored attire, his demeanor was serene, yet the vitality within him was extraordinarily vigorous, an unmistakable sign that he was not to be trifled with. Oh, what is it? Yi Chen felt a surge of curiosity. It's like this. There is a competition in the neighboring city. I wonder if you might be interested? The old man smiled. A competition? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. He had revealed too much of his strength. It was only natural for the old man to seek to recruit him. However, venturing to other cities would necessitate caution. In the entire eastern domain, each city resembled an isolated island, surrounded by numerous ferocious beasts. To traverse such treacherous territory, one either needed formidable power or a safe passage between cities devoid of powerful beasts, with a minimal distance separating them. Regardless, he was utterly oblivious to the other cities. If the other party had prepared a trap for him to fall into, it would spell danger. Cough, cough. Mr. Yi need not worry. The old man cleared his throat and explained. The city I refer to is called Zhuke City. It is adjacent to Qinglong City, and the strength level is quite comparable to ours. They are hosting a Beastmaster competition. The victor will gain access to a mysterious relic. A relic? Yi Chen's interest was piqued. Haha, indeed, a relic. The old man, noticing Yi Chen's intrigue, raised an eyebrow and spoke with excitement. That relic is extraordinary. It dates back to the time of the Great Cataclysm. It potentially harbors formidable primal energy. The legendary Beastmasters who currently exist have almost all acquired their powers from that era's primal essence. Primal energy. Yi Chen's pupils constricted, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. While others may be oblivious, he was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of primal energy. The fragment of primal flesh he possessed contained just a sliver of primal energy, yet it had directly birthed the silver-level killing bug and the giant burning bug. If such primal energy truly existed within the relic, the amplification of his power would undoubtedly reach astonishing heights. He had to venture into that relic. With this thought, Yi Chen gazed at the old man and inquired, "That relic seems intriguing. How would you assess the strength of the Beastmasters participating from Zhuke City?" "I'm not entirely sure." The old man shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his tone. "Such matters are classified. Moreover, most Beastmasters tend to conceal their true power. However, I have heard that the strongest among them appears to be at the 5th tier. If we were to overestimate slightly, the presence of a 6th-tier Beastmaster would likely be the absolute limit." "A 6th-tier Beastmaster, you say?" Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. To be frank, he harbored a disdain for undertaking ventures devoid of certainty. Although the most formidable beings were merely at the 5th or 6th tier, he deemed it imperative to elevate the mother nest to the 7th, 8th, or even 9th tier for greater assurance. It seemed he must hasten to enhance his strength. With this thought, Yi Chen gazed at the elder and inquired, "When does this competition commence?" "In half a month. Then there is no rush. That should suffice for me to eliminate Shuahao." Yi Chen mused thoughtfully. The elder was left speechless. After all, Shuahao was at least a 6th-tier Beastmaster, and the lightning bird was unrivaled in power. This fellow undoubtedly possessed strength surpassing that of a mere 6th-tier Beastmaster. Enough of that. Beyond this, I require something of even greater significance. Yi Chen fixed his gaze upon the elder and earnestly stated, "I need an 8th-tier beast core. Can you procure one?" "Hiss. An 8th-tier beast core?" The elder gasped sharply. Truth be told, had he not witnessed the seriousness etched upon Yi Chen's face, he would have thought Yi Chen was jesting. What did an 8th-tier beast imply? It could effortlessly annihilate any 6th-tier beast, while 5th-tier beasts would be akin to ants, unable to approach. To hunt an 8th-tier beast, at least a 9th-tier Beastmaster would need to intervene, or it would require the collaboration of 7 or 8 8th-tier Beastmasters. Such a formidable beast core was utterly unattainable in Qinglong City. Is it truly so challenging? Yi Chen regarded the elder with a look of astonishment. "It is not merely high in difficulty. It is impossible." The elder replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. He continued, "Qinglong City has not seen an 8th-tier Beastmaster in decades. The last sighting of an 8th-tier beast core was half a century ago. If my memory serves me right, about 50 or 60 years past. At that time, I was merely in my teens." Cough, cough. Yi Chen cleared his throat, his brow furrowing. He had not anticipated that acquiring an 8th-tier beast core would be so arduous. Thus, it seemed he would have to hunt one himself. With this in mind, Yi Chen asked, "In that case, can you locate the whereabouts of an 8th-tier beast?" "You intend to hunt an 8th-tier beast?" The elder's eyes widened, and his pupils constricted. Indeed, Yi Chen did not conceal his intentions. He replied calmly, "Rest assured, as long as you assist me in locating it, you will undoubtedly reap substantial benefits." Hiss. The elder's mind was thrown into turmoil. He had presumed Yi Chen's strength peaked at the 6th tier, but now he realized Yi Chen dared to pursue an 8th-tier beast. What did this signify? Yi Chen possessed at least the strength of an 8th-tier Beastmaster. This was utterly preposterous. As a student from Qinglong No. 1 High School, he had concealed his prowess for 18 years, only revealing his capabilities upon reaching the 8th tier Beastmaster level. Was this the epitome of a wolf in sheep's clothing? After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed, "All right, this is indeed troublesome. Brother, you intend to hunt an 8th tier beast?" The stout fellow's pupils contracted, his face a mask of shock. "It is not just me. It is us." Chen glanced at the stout fellow and continued, "Given your status, acquiring a military-grade helicopter should pose no challenge." Ah, the stout fellow appeared somewhat intimidated. He stammered, "See, can I not go? Hee. Do you wish to become a level 6 Beastmaster?" Chen chuckled softly. With a beaming smile, he said, "If you accompany me, I shall assist you in capturing a level 6 beast." Truly, the portly fellow was immediately intrigued. Although he was not short on funds, acquiring a level 6 beast was an endeavor that money alone could not facilitate. Prior to meeting Chen, his greatest aspiration had merely been to procure a level 4 beast for amusement. A level 6 beast? Such a notion was beyond his wildest dreams. Upon noticing the portly man's interest, Chen patted him on the shoulder and declared, "I am a man of my word. Now then, prepare the helicopter. Rest assured. Leave it to me." The portly man exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he thumped his chest. Time slipped away unnoticed. The elder moved with remarkable swiftness. What was promised as an hour was, in reality, accomplished in merely half that time, as he secured the information on an level 8 beast. The level 8 beast, the diamond wolf, was immensely powerful, its body as resilient as adamantine, impervious to destruction. Its defensive capabilities were equivalent to a steel plate 3 meters thick, and it was the closest level 8 beast available. Seated aboard the helicopter, Chen perused the documents in hand, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Brother, have you devised a strategy to confront this level 8 beast?" The portly man gazed at the information, his heart sinking. A level 8 beast possessed the might to obliterate an entire city. The diamond wolf had nearly no discernible weaknesses, yet it was not insurmountable. Chen narrowed his eyes, a plan taking shape in his mind. Just then, the situation took a dramatic turn. Boom. An energy projectile hurtled toward the military helicopter. Beep, beep, beep. The shrill alarm blared. The helicopter maneuvered hastily, but its speed was no match for the energy blast. In the blink of an eye, the helicopter was struck. Boom. The formidable energy blast unleashed a terrifying force, instantly vaporizing the entire aircraft. At that moment, Chen grasped the portly man and descended to the ground. Before them loomed a colossal golden toad, its massive form towering over them at least 10 meters high. Its presence was formidable, exuding an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. Gulp. The portly man swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Brother, this is the 3-legged golden toad. It is a level 6 creature of terrifying strength. A level 6 ferocious beast? Quite a rarity." As Chen observed, he tossed the portly man onto the ground and inquired, "What do you think about having this 3-legged golden toad as your beast?" "I have no objections." The portly man's face lit up with sheer joy. The 3-legged golden toad was a top-tier level 6 beast with immense growth potential. Once nurtured, its future achievements would certainly transcend the mere classification of level 6. Ascending to the silver-tier beasts was not beyond the realm of possibility. Very well. Next, we shall bring this 3-legged golden toad to its knees. Chen's lips curled into a confident smile. Ribbit. At that moment, the 3-legged golden toad let out a deafening croak, resonant like rolling thunder. It tilted its head, locking its gaze on Chen, its long, crimson tongue lashing out as it launched an attack. Boom. The 3-legged golden toad moved with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the tongue had already reached Chen's front, a mere 20 meters away. Boom. At that moment, the tank bug appeared, its massive form effortlessly blocking the tongue. Crack. The tongue struck against the tank bug's armored shell, producing a sharp, explosive sound. The tank bug endured the tremendous blow, causing the rocks beneath it to shatter. Yet it remained unscathed. Simultaneously, it did not forget to retaliate. A black energy sphere coalesced above its head and was launched towards the 3-legged golden toad. Boom. The blinding energy projectile erupted, sending forth a black radiance that engulfed the entire 3-legged golden toad. Whoa, don't kill it. The chubby man gasped in surprise, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy. Fear not. A 6th-level beast is no mere kitten or puppy. It's not so easily slain. Chen replied calmly, his hands tucked into his pockets. Boom. A colossal shockwave swept through the area, toppling ancient trees within a 100-meter radius, as if they were mere stalks of wheat. Those closer to the epicenter were reduced to mere powder. Yet, at the heart of the explosion, a golden light membrane flickered on the surface of the 3-legged golden toad, shielding it. Astonishingly, the creature emerged unscathed from the energy blast. How absurd. The chubby man was left speechless, staring at the 3-legged golden toad, utterly dumbfounded. This is merely the standard defense of a 6th-level beast. The lightning bird's defense was simply too fragile. Chen remained composed, unfazed by the spectacle. Ribbit. The 3-legged golden toad was incensed. It was the undisputed ruler of its domain, having faced no challengers for years. Now, it found itself provoked by a mere insect. Feeling deeply insulted, it resolved to eradicate this bug at any cost. Boom. In an instant, a golden energy orb gathered in the toad's mouth. its power surpassing that of the tank bug by 4 or 5 times. This golden energy mass traversed 200 to 300 meters in the blink of an eye, crashing into the tank bug. Boom. An unprecedented energy explosion occurred, instantly melting the sandy ground into deep crimson glass, which then evaporated rapidly. Under such terrifying heat, even the tank bug's exceptionally sturdy shell began to struggle. Numerous cracks appeared under the sheer force of the blow. After all, it was only a 5th-level insect. Enduring the attack of a peak 6th-level beast was quite the challenge. Chen felt no surprise at the tank bug's injuries. In the hierarchy of ferocious beasts, the disparity between each level was immense. A 6th-level beast battling a 5th-level one was akin to an adult fighting an infant. The adult could effortlessly crush the infant, while the reverse would be an anomaly. The fact that even the tank bug could not withstand the onslaught was alarming. Brother, should we retreat? The chubby man, witnessing the unfolding scene, panicked and contemplated fleeing. Why the rush? Chen smiled coldly and remarked, in my hand, I possess not merely a single tank bug. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. 5 tank bugs materialized simultaneously in the clearing. Additionally, 5 freezing bugs scattered the moment they touched the ground, vanishing into the depths of the jungle. Quack, quack, quack. At this moment, the 3-legged golden toad felt a twinge of fear. While it could easily crush a single tank bug, facing 6 simultaneously was an entirely different matter. The speed of the freezing bugs, fearsome in its own right, posed a threat no less significant than that of the tank bugs. Employing the wisdom of the 36 stratagems, retreat was undoubtedly the best option. The 3-legged golden toad hesitated not a moment, turning to flee. Just then, the 5 freezing bugs, concealed in the shadows, had completed their adjustments. They launched their assault in unison. Boom. 5 pale blue energy orbs materialized out of thin air, striking the 3-legged golden toad in the blink of an eye. An overwhelming wave of frigid temperatures descended upon it. Although this 6th-tier beast did not freeze into a statue immediately, its movements slowed dramatically, its speed diminished by several folds. Quack, quack, quack. The 3-legged golden toad's earlier arrogance faded, replaced by palpable fear. Surrounded by a dozen formidable 5th-tier beasts and significantly hindered in speed, its demise seemed imminent. Boom. Almost simultaneously, the 6 tank bugs readied themselves. 6 black energy spheres converged on the position of the 3-legged golden toad from various directions, detonating at once. A mushroom cloud erupted into the sky, and in the next moment, a shockwave radiated outward, leveling everything within a radius of 300 meters. It was utterly terrifying. The onlooker, astounded, gaped at the scene unfolding before him. Such an outrageous display of power was unprecedented, surpassing anything he had ever known. Quack, quack, quack. The cries of the 3-legged golden toad pierced the air, and in the next instant, the surrounding dust was forcefully dispersed by a golden beam of light enveloping it. At that moment, the 3-legged golden toad's size swelled to nearly 30 meters, towering as high as a 10-story building. However, its body was marred by numerous wounds, blood gushing from the injuries. Boom. Following a brief surge of energy, the 3-legged golden toad launched its first attack. It moved with astonishing speed, reaching a tank bug in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, it struck down. Bang! The tank bug was sent flying like a stone, hurtled through the air. Such terrifying power. Chen watched in awe as the tank bug was sent soaring, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. One must understand that the weight of a tank bug was at least several 100,000 pounds. To be flung hundreds of meters like that was a testament to the sheer ferocity of the 3-legged golden toad in its explosive state. This 6th-tier beast undoubtedly wielded the strength to rival even a 7th-tier creature. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, the remaining freezing bugs and tank bugs, the simultaneous assault commenced. Supercooled liquid and dark energy projectiles descended like a tempest. With a loud croak, the 3-legged golden toad emitted a resonant call, forming a golden energy shield that forcefully repelled the onslaught. Astonished, Chen gasped, realizing he had significantly underestimated this 3-legged golden toad. Its power was utterly terrifying. Far beyond that of an ordinary 6th-tier beast, it might well be a rare species akin to the goo king worm. Capture it. It must not be let slip away. In that moment, the situation took a sudden turn. After withstanding the full brunt of the attack, the 3-legged golden toad did not pursue. Instead, it sprang forth, traversing a distance of 1,000 meters, racing toward a distant mountain range. Its speed was astonishing. Within mere breaths, it had covered several dozen kilometers. By the time Chen regained his composure, the 3-legged golden toad had vanished without a trace. It fled. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he murmured, "Is this what a 6th-tier beast is like? Truly terrifying. It must be some sort of rare species." Taking a deep breath, Chen glanced at his map and remarked, "The direction the 3-legged golden toad fled towards is known for the activity of silver-tier beasts. Rumors even speak of the presence of golden-tier ferocious beasts. It's perilous. We can no longer pursue. Silver-tier ferocious beasts? Let's forget about that." The chubby companion shivered at the thought. Silver-tier creatures were reputed to be monsters that could only be defeated by nuclear weapons. Despite the tankworm's formidable defense, it would be as fragile as paper before a silver-tier beast, easily crushed. We must prioritize our current mission. As for the three-legged golden toad, that can wait. Chen closed the map. While the three-legged golden toad was indeed precious, it was not worth the risk of entering the territory of silver-tier beasts. At that level, the stakes were deadly serious. Even a minor misstep could lead to a grave fate. Just then, a roar echoed. Chen swiftly turned to see a colossal wolf, standing 40 meters tall and nearly 100 meters long, gradually approaching his position. Its golden fur exuded an aura of majesty, coupled with an astonishing murderous intent. The dark golden vertical pupils glimmered with a ferocious light. Undoubtedly, it was the 8th-tier ferocious beast, the diamond wolf. It had been drawn in by the earlier battle. The chubby companion gasped, his complexion turning pale. If a 6th-tier three-legged golden toad was this terrifying, what hope did they have against an 8th-tier beast like the diamond wolf? If they mismanaged the encounter, they could very well perish here. Taking a deep breath, Chen exhaled slowly. It seems I must take this seriously, he thought. Against an 8th-tier beast, even the tank worm and ice worm would fail to penetrate its defenses. The 6th-tier assassin worm would likely be ineffective as well. With a flick of his mind, a palm-sized silver-white assassin worm materialized in his hand. What is this? The chubby companion stared at the small assassin worm, momentarily taken aback. Could such a minuscule insect truly pose a threat to an 8th-level diamond wolf? The assassination insect. To eliminate this single 8th-level diamond wolf is more than sufficient. Upon finishing his statement, Chen focused his thoughts, and a flash of silver light appeared in his hand. The silver-hued assassination insect had vanished without a trace. Boom. At that moment, the 8th-level diamond wolf had also detected Chen's presence. It opened its mouth and unleashed a formidable energy projectile hurtling towards Chen. This energy orb was a staggering 10 meters in diameter, wielding power 100-fold greater than that of the previous three-legged toad. As it soared through the air, the surrounding space appeared to warp ominously. It's over. The plump man felt despair creeping in. Such a terrifying energy sphere could crush even a tank insect into mere fragments. There was no way to withstand it. Remain calm. Chen had unwavering confidence in the silver-grade assassination insect. As expected, the silver-hued assassination insect suddenly materialized in midair, flapping its wings, resembling a silver meteor as it charged directly toward the energy sphere. Boom. The silver-grade assassination insect's form pierced through the energy sphere with the grace of a shooting star. The golden energy orb erupted violently, creating a massive mushroom cloud in the sky. Nevertheless, the silver-grade assassination insect's speed remained utterly unaffected. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the diamond wolf's front. Clang! The body of the silver assassination insect collided with the diamond wolf. A burst of golden light emanated from the energy shield enveloping the diamond wolf. Yet, this energy shield, forged by the 8th-level beast, was as fragile as paper in the presence of the silver assassination insect. Crack! The golden energy shield shattered upon contact, fragments scattering like shards of glass. A roar erupted from the diamond wolf, its eyes reflecting a human-like fear. It realized it had made a fatal miscalculation, grossly underestimating the formidable power of the silver assassination insect. Crack! The silver assassination insect's speed showed no signs of abating. Its entire form tore through the diamond wolf's body like a bullet, leaving behind a bloodied hole with a diameter of 1 meter, transparent from front to back. The sky rained down crimson droplets. The 8th-level diamond wolf, a ruler of the surrounding territory, was indeed reluctant to accept its fate. However, the gaping wound inflicted by the assassination insect was a lethal blow, having shattered its heart. It's doomed. Bang! Mere seconds later, the massive body of the 8th-level diamond wolf collapsed to the ground, causing tremors to ripple through the earth. Is it truly dead? The plump man's eyes widened in disbelief. He was genuinely frightened. To think that an 8th-level beast, the diamond wolf, could be obliterated so effortlessly. What on earth was that silver insect? Buzzing. As tranquility resumed, it appeared as an ordinary little bug. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, no one would believe that such a diminutive creature possessed the power to annihilate an 8th-level diamond wolf in an instant. Chen gazed at the silver-grade assassination insect in his hand, a chill creeping into his heart. He was acutely aware of the terror this creature embodied, yet he never anticipated it could annihilate an 8th-level diamond wolf in an instant. Instinctively, he glanced in the direction where the three-legged golden toad had fled, feeling a surge of relief. It was fortunate he had not pursued it. Had he entered that area and encountered a silver-grade ferocious beast, his fate would have been truly uncertain. Silver-grade ferocious beasts boasted numerous advanced bloodlines, and many were capable of challenging opponents beyond their rank. The silver-grade assassination insect might not yield any significant advantage. Moments later, Chen's excitement began to subside. Without hesitation, he stowed away the tank insect along with the corpse of the 8th-level diamond wolf, preparing to depart. The carcass of such a formidable beast could easily attract even more powerful adversaries, particularly silver-grade ones. Chen held a deep apprehension regarding this. He was not yet strong enough to confront silver-grade beasts. It simply was not worth the risk. At that very moment, the situation shifted once again. Friend, that diamond wolf was what we saw, yet you dare to take its corpse away. Isn't that rather unwise? Another voice chimed in. Exactly. Put down the diamond wolf. Spare yourself. A group of individuals appeared, blocking Yi Chen and his companion's path. How intriguing. They dared to rob me. Yi Chen's gaze swept across the surroundings, a cold smile gracing his lips. Among the four, two were dark-skinned individuals, one a blonde youth, and the other a brown-haired man. Clearly, they were not from Qinglong City, but rather from other locales. Judging by their life fluctuations, 3 were 9th-level beast tamers, and 1 was a 10th-level beast tamer. Such strength, they hardly regarded an 8th-level beast. The Diamond Wolf, with any respect. Naturally, Yi Chen found himself within their hunting grounds. Gentlemen, it would be prudent not to resort to violence, he cautioned, while his companion, drenched in cold sweat, stammered, we're not to be trifled with either. Ha! Look at that fat man. He is nearly scared out of his wits. One of them scoffed. From the life fluctuations, we can see. One is a 5th-level beast tamer, and the other a 2nd-level beast tamer. How did they manage to slay the Diamond Wolf? Isn't it obvious? They must possess some treasure. That silver light must be some high-tech weapon. The four discussed openly, dismissing Yi Chen as if he were already a corpse, with no room for resistance. Yi Chen exhaled deeply, a sense of melancholy washing over him. Heaven has a path, yet hell has no door. Since you have chosen your fate, do not blame me for the consequences. Ahaha, did I hear correctly? A 5th-level beast tamer dares to threaten us? Kid, stop dreaming. Your success in ambushing the Diamond Wolf was due to its lack of caution. Before you can wield that high-tech weapon, we can end you. Just hand over your possessions, and I'll grant you a swift death. No. Over there are piranhas. Let us feed those 2 to the fish. A splendid idea. The blonde youth's group laughed mercilessly. Chapter 66. Annihilation of a 10th-level ferocious beast. The raucous laughter echoed, mocking Yi Chen. These individuals truly knew how to court disaster. Yi Chen was momentarily rendered speechless. Countless paths lay before them. Yet this group had chosen the road to ruin. Courting death? Young man, you remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The golden-haired youth regarded Yi Chen with a cruel smirk. He spread his arms wide, and a brilliant light suddenly materialized in his grasp. Boom. A giant eagle. Neither particularly large nor small, measuring around 7 or 8 meters with resplendent golden wings, appeared in midair. The golden eagle soared with remarkable speed, cutting through the air, leaving a trail of golden light and a sharp sonic boom in its wake. It was a level 10 ferocious beast, the golden feather giant eagle. The chubby man's complexion turned pale, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. The golden feather giant eagle. Yi Chen gazed at the majestic creature above, a grin spreading across his face. This was indeed fortuitous news. With this level 10 beast as an addition, his system should be able to directly elevate him to the 10th level, right? It was as if a pillow had been provided while he was still dozing. Ha! Young man, have you been rendered speechless by fear? The golden-haired youth was immensely pleased with Yi Chen's reaction. With a sadistic tone, he declared, rest assured. I have no intention of killing you just yet, for I plan to use you as bait for the mermaid. Oh, Yi Chen chuckled, extending a finger and bending it slightly as he languidly responded, you may certainly try. Humph. Without hesitation, the golden-haired youth commanded the golden feather giant eagle to self-destruct, initiating its attack. Clang. The golden feather giant eagle moved with astonishing speed, reaching Yi Chen in the blink of an eye. It extended its glistening, sharp claws, ready to crush Yi Chen to death. Silver Assassin Bug. Arise. Yi Chen summoned the Silver Assassin Bug to his shoulder with a mere thought. Screech. The level 10 beast. The golden feather giant eagle possessed an extraordinarily keen sense and immediately detected the terrifying vitality of the Silver Assassin Bug. Without a moment's pause, it erupted in golden light, executing a 180-degree turn and fleeing at a speed 4 to 5 times faster than its initial attack. What is happening? The golden-haired youth's expression changed dramatically as he sensed something was amiss. The golden feather giant eagle was gripped by a visceral fear, as though it sensed imminent death. Clang. The air reverberated around them as the Silver Assassin Bug vanished from Yi Chen's hand. In an instant, it had caught up to the golden feather giant eagle, leaving behind a luminous blood hole in its wake. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, akin to the effortless annihilation of Wolverine, devoid of any challenge. Screech. The golden feather giant eagle let out a harrowing cry, its voice piercing the air. Its body plummeted from the sky like a kite severed from its string. Remarkably, the entire ordeal took less than a second. No, this is impossible. Sweat poured down the golden-haired youth's forehead as he beheld the reappearing Silver Assassin Bug in Yi Chen's grasp. He realized that it was no high-tech weapon, but rather a silver-grade ferocious beast. He actually dared to provoke a silver-tier Beastmaster, threatening to toss him into the river as fish bait? What an utterly foolish act. It's akin to kicking an iron plate. The plate remains unscathed while he ends up with a fracture. He is doomed. Why are you sweating? Is it particularly hot? Yi Chen observed the golden-haired youth, whose forehead was glistening with cold sweat, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. This unfamiliar powerhouse, I mean no offense. Please, do not take it to heart. The golden-haired youth managed a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. Stammering, he pleaded, I can offer compensation. As long as you spare me, everything can be discussed. Spare you? I could just as easily eliminate you. Who do you think you are? Everything here belongs to me. Chen shot a glance at the golden-haired youth, and with a mere thought, the hunting insect in his hand vanished abruptly. A sharp sound echoed behind the golden-haired youth. The brown-skinned level 9 Beastmaster suddenly had a blood hole appear in his forehead. Blood and brain matter erupted forth, and his lifeless body was flung to the ground with a dull thud. Instant annihilation. The golden-haired youth's heart raced wildly, his complexion drained of color. The two black Beastmasters beside him were rendered speechless with shock. Their fallen brown-skinned companion had been of comparable strength, yet was killed without any resistance. In other words, Chen had dispatched all three of them in under a second. Chen grinned, unfazed by the prospect of slaying a few more. He was not yet clear on the identities of his adversaries and preferred to ascertain their backgrounds before proceeding with elimination. We hail from Brick City. Brick City. Silver Tier Beastmaster. Chen narrowed his eyes. This planet bore similarities to Blue Star, broadly divided into Eastern and Western civilizational spheres. The name they mentioned was distinctly characteristic of Western civilization. Such disparities in civilizational levels could ignite small-scale conflicts between cities, even after the Great Cataclysm. However, due to humanity's shared alliance, large-scale wars had been averted. Yet, should he eliminate the golden-haired youth, it could provoke a war from their city against Qinglong City, given their proximity, merely 600 to 700 kilometers apart. The strength of Qinglong City was hardly formidable. How about we reach a truce? I shall extend my utmost sincerity. The golden-haired youth, with a forced demeanor, suggested. There is a saying in the East, to spare those who deserve mercy. I believe there is no need for us to fight to the death. However, in the East, another adage exists, to uproot the threat completely. Chen remained undeterred by the golden-haired youth's fear. He knew well that whether or not he spared him, retaliation would be inevitable, as the youth's family harbored silver-tier Beastmasters, and not just one. The difficulty of eliminating Chen would be minimal. A flicker of despair crossed the golden-haired youth's face. Gritting his teeth, he produced a communicator from his hand, intending to report back to his family. Let the family seek vengeance on his behalf. Regrettably, his speed was far too sluggish. Bang! The silver assassination insect moved with unparalleled swiftness. Almost instantaneously as the young man extracted his communicator. Chapter 67, A Bountiful Harvest. A gaping wound appeared in the center of his forehead, brain matter splattering forth. The golden-haired youth's pupils dilated, and his lifeless body thudded to the ground. Gulp. Two onlookers swallowed hard. Their two companions had been eliminated with a crushing superiority. Consequently, it would soon be their turn. Bang. Bang. After the silver assassination insect dispatched the golden-haired youth in an instant, its velocity showed no signs of abating. Its silvery exoskeleton gleamed brilliantly, unmarred in any way. Upon the ground lay 4 more corpses. Chen exhaled deeply. Brother, Brick City is not to be trifled with. The rotund man's face turned pale. He had not anticipated Chen's audacity to eliminate 4 individuals on the spot, sparing them no dignity whatsoever. Oh, Chen, taken aback by the man's words, turned to him and inquired, what do you mean? Is Brick City truly formidable? How much do you know? Formidable? Indeed. It is exceedingly powerful. The rotund man revealed a bitter smile. He continued, Brick City does not belong to the Eastern region, yet its strength is akin to the fringe of the top 100 cities in the Eastern region. There are at least 3 golden-grade Beastmasters stationed there, and even more silver-grade ones. 100 or so could easily be gathered. This truly spells disaster. 100 silver-grade Beastmasters. Chen's pupils constricted. The might of Brick City was indeed far superior to that of Qinglong City. Suddenly, another question crossed his mind. He queried, logically speaking, given the proximity and the formidable strength of Brick City, they should have already annihilated Qinglong City, shouldn't they? It's not that simple. The rotund man sighed. He elaborated, Qinglong City belongs to the Eastern region, which is under the jurisdiction of the Eastern Region Academy. While Qinglong City may not hold much significance, if Brick City were to strike at it, it would be tantamount to provoking the Eastern Region Academy. The consequences would be dire. However, Brick City will not assault Qinglong City, but they will seek trouble with me, right? Chen had anticipated this. Precisely. The rotund man sighed again, expressing his helplessness. Thus, brother, you should flee while you can. The opposition is truly formidable. Understood. Chen narrowed his eyes, already formulating a strategy. With a flicker of thought, he cast the 4 bodies into his personal space to feed the insects. Then, he retrieved the corpse of the golden-feathered giant eagle nearby, accompanied by the rotund man. He pressed onward without pause. His gains this time could be described as monumental, necessitating time for assimilation and enhancement. Clatter. In front of Chen lay a mound of low-tier energy crystals, amassed into a small hill. This amounted to 10,000 low-level energy crystals. As synthetic crystals, each contained energy equivalent to 3 5th-level beast core energies, remarkably pure. Ding. 5-level energy crystals detected. Would you like to begin absorption? Yes. Absorption successful. The mother nest system is commencing evolution. The system prompt echoed. Before Chen lay an energy crystal, which had diminished by nearly 1/10. The disparity in energy was utterly astounding. Theoretically, to upgrade the mother nest from level 6 to level 7, only a single level 7 crystal core was required. Yet, the artificial energy crystals had plummeted by almost 800. This meant that approximately 2,500 level 5 beast-controlling crystal cores had been consumed. It was truly terrifying. Chen inhaled sharply. At this rate, transitioning from level 7 to level 8 would necessitate depleting all remaining lower-level energy crystals, and even then, it would not suffice. Each level demanded a 50-fold increase in energy. To ascend to level 8, 4 to 5,000 lower-level energy crystals were required. The magnitude of this enhancement was simply outrageous. Ding. Mother Nest System evolution complete. Current level, 7, new swarm, Phantom Worm unlocked. The Phantom Worm could create 10 illusory duplicates, each possessing the same strength as the original. Its level was 7. What the? Chen gazed at the introduction of the Phantom Worm, his breath hitching in astonishment. 10 illusory duplicates, each equivalent to the original, meant a total of 11 level 7 beast-controlling entities from a single Phantom Worm. This was indeed extraordinary. If he could amass 10,000 Phantom Worms, it could potentially generate a staggering 100,000 level 7 illusory beasts. Not to mention a silver-level Beastmaster. Even a gold-level Beastmaster would be overwhelmed. The transformation from quantitative to qualitative change was evident. No matter how formidable individual strength may be, it was utterly futile against an overwhelming number. Taking a deep breath, Chen composed himself. He was not in haste to cultivate the Phantom Worms. Instead, he summoned the level 8 Diamond Wolf's crystal core into his hand. This crystal core was as large as a basketball, radiating a golden hue, akin to golden crystal, exuding a faint golden glow. Ding. Level 8 energy crystal detected. Would you like to absorb it? Yes. Absorb. Absorption complete. The system notification chimed, and then there was silence. What the? Chen was taken aback, feeling utterly stunned. That was in level 8 beast-controlling crystal core. Why hadn't the system upgraded yet? He opened the system interface and finally discerned the issue at hand. Mother Nest breeding level, 7. Upgrade progress, 150. What? 50 level 8 beast-controlling crystal cores? Chen's mind was reeling. He had initially thought one would suffice, only to discover 50 were required. And what did 50 cores imply? One level 8 energy crystal equated to 50 level 7, 2,500 level 6, or 12,500 level 5. 50 cores may seem modest, yet it represented a staggering energy equivalent to 600,000 level 5 beast-controlling crystal cores. What was he supposed to do with that? At this rate, reaching silver level would demand at least 50 silver-level beast-controlling crystal cores. For gold level, it would entail 50 gold-level beast-controlling crystal cores. The mere thought was excruciating. There was no other option. He could only proceed to insert this one level 10 energy crystal. Chen focused his mind, and in his hand appeared a level 10 energy crystal. It is indeed the crystal nucleus of the golden feather giant eagle. Ding. The system absorbs the level 10 energy crystal nucleus. Commencing upgrade. Ding. Upgrade complete. Current mother nest level, 8. Upgrade progress, 4950. New swarm, bloodthirsty hunter worm unlocked. Bloodthirsty hunter worm, an upgraded version of the hunter worm, possessing speed and strength several times greater than that of the hunter worm. Initial level, 8. Endowed with the bloodthirsty talent. Activating talent. The power of the bloodthirsty hunter worm can increase tenfold. Swarm upgrade. Hunter worm level elevated to 5. Burning worm level elevated to 5. Freezing worm and tank worm elevated to 6. Hunter worm elevated to 7. What a significant transformation. Chapter 68, The Appointment. Chen gazed at the system interface, his mood significantly uplifted. Regardless of the challenges faced, a series of efforts had finally borne fruit. If he could just locate a level 9 crystal nucleus, the system could be upgraded to level 9. With this thought, Chen focused his mind. In his hands, several spatial devices materialized. For spatial devices were neatly arranged before him. He casually examined them, discovering an array of crystal nuclei within. Most were of levels 6 and 7, with the highest being level 8. Not a single level 9 crystal nucleus was present. This was hardly surprising. Although the golden-haired youth was a level 10 Beastmaster, he generally refrained from hunting level 9 ferocious beasts, as some possessed the capability to challenge higher ranks, much like the three-legged golden toad. A slight misstep could lead to disaster. Typically, he would focus on hunting level 7 and 8 ferocious beasts. In addition to these crystal nuclei, the storage space contained 8 level 9 beasts. 5 of these belonged to the golden-haired youth, while the remaining 3 were acquired from 3 other level 9 Beastmasters. If he were to eliminate these beasts, he could obtain 7 or 8 level 9 beast crystal nuclei. However, such an act would be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. These tamed level 9 beasts could fetch an exorbitant price alive, worth 100 times their dead counterparts. Yet, for Chen, their utility was limited. He already possessed formidable combat power with his silver-tier assassination worm, and for lower-tier combatants, he had the phantom worm swarm and the assassination worm swarm, among others. A single silver-tier ferocious beast could be disregarded and simply overwhelmed. Conversely, selling them could yield a vast quantity of artificial energy crystal nuclei, which would be instrumental in upgrading the system. Alas, this posed a dilemma. Yi Chen furrowed his brow. Given the price of level 9 beasts, no one in Qinglong City could afford them. Thus, he would have to seek his fortune elsewhere. Zhuke City appeared to be a promising option. Yi Chen exhaled deeply, setting aside the notion of selling the 8 level 9 beasts for the moment. Instead, he focused intently, activating his breeding talent to cultivate the newly unlocked bloodthirsty hunter worm and phantom worm. These two could serve as his fresh trump cards. Once their numbers reached a sufficient level, even silver-tier beasts could be overwhelmed. Time slipped away unnoticed. Over the course of 3 days, Yi Chen utilized the materials at hand to cultivate 300 phantom worms and 30 bloodthirsty hunter worms. This expansion of his power had reached a terrifying magnitude. 300 phantasmic insects possessed the capacity to rival 3,000 level 7 ferocious beasts. A rush of these creatures could easily overwhelm even a silver-tier Beastmaster. Now, it is time to eliminate Shuehao. Yi Chen stretched lazily. To be honest, he no longer regarded Shuehao, a mere level 6 Beastmaster, as a threat. The lightning bird is formidable, yet its true strength is likely only equivalent to that of a level 5 hunting insect post-evolution. Yi Chen already commands nearly 10,000 of those level 5 hunting insects. If he were to unleash them all, they could effortlessly annihilate an entire city. With a sigh, Yi Chen set forth. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and exited his chamber. At that very moment, within the outskirts of Qinglong City, amidst the beast forest, there lay a vast clearing, meticulously cleared of ferocious beasts, spanning a diameter of 2 kilometers. Shuehao, accompanied by the lightning bird, stood with a grim expression. Perched upon his shoulder, the lightning bird had returned to its peak condition, even gaining considerable strength. Surrounding him, dozens of aerial vehicles hovered in the air. Numerous journalists, brimming with excitement, were capturing the moment on camera. A duel between level 6 Beastmasters. Merely these words would secure the headlines in Qinglong City. Should it culminate in a life-and-death struggle, it could dominate the news for at least a month. Dear viewers, there are still 30 minutes remaining. Yi Chen has yet to arrive, but fret not. He relishes making an entrance. Today marks the life-and-death duel between Yi Chen and Shuehao. Both sides possess their own advantages. The outcome remains uncertain. A throng of reporters blabbered aimlessly into the cameras. Meanwhile, Shuehao stood at the center of the arena. A cold smirk plastered across his face. He had deliberately summoned a multitude of journalists as witnesses, fearing that Yi Chen might not show up at all. Yet, should Yi Chen dare to arrive, his demise would be inevitable. A mere handful of tank insects and hunting insects could scarcely impede the assault of his lightning bird. This battle, he was destined to win, and at that moment, he would take vengeance for the humiliation he had previously endured. As over 20 minutes elapsed, the crowd erupted in jubilant shouts. It's Yi Chen. Incredible. Has he truly dared to come? Goodness. That's a level 6 lightning bird. This open ground is its absolute domain. Can Yi Chen prevail? I doubt it. Even if the tank insects can hold their ground, it would be of little consequence. Capture the king first. Yi Chen may not withstand the lightning bird's attack. Surrounded by murmurs of speculation, many eyes turned toward Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen remained unfazed by the cameras and the chatter around him. His mentality had been thoroughly adjusted. The crowd's discourse held no sway over him. His singular focus was to eliminate Shuehao and depart. Yi Chen, I never imagined you would truly show up. Shuehao's countenance darkened. Coldly, he declared, you still have time to kneel and beg for mercy. Otherwise, your death is a certainty. Certain death? Yi Chen chuckled softly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He placed his hands in his pockets and spoke blandly. Many have uttered the same words to me before. These individuals share a common trait. They are a bunch of ignorant fools. Enough. Shuehao erupted in anger. He raised his hand, pointing at Yi Chen, and shouted, Fool? I'll show you who the true fool is. Then go ahead and try. Yi Chen remained unfazed, standing his ground as if he had no intention of summoning his beast. Are you underestimating me? Shuehao's fury intensified. He coldly remarked, if you don't summon your beast now, you'll never get the chance again. Is that so? Then make your move. Yi Chen replied fearlessly. You. Seeing Yi Chen's demeanor, Shuehao hesitated to strike. Although he was arrogant, he was not foolish. Observing Yi Chen's confidence, he was certain that Yi Chen possessed some hidden card up his sleeve. Hiss. The battle was about to commence. Yet, Yi Chen had not summoned his beast. This was peculiar. I sensed that Yi Chen must have another trick up his sleeve. Indeed, it's not just a feeling. He undoubtedly has an ace. Yi Chen relished in playing the role of the underdog. Why do I get the impression that Shuehao might lose? As the saying goes, experience is the best teacher. Among the onlookers, many had already fallen victim to Yi Chen's tactics multiple times and had become wise to his strategies. Chapter 69, Crushing Shuehao. Witnessing Yi Chen's demeanor, it dawned on them that Shuehao was doomed this time. Shuehao had been observing for a long time. Gritting his teeth, he commanded his lightning bird, charging towards Yi Chen without a second thought. Caw! The lightning bird moved with lightning speed, soaring into the sky in the blink of an eye, surrounded by crackling electricity. This was the lightning bird's charged attack, though it took 20 seconds to charge. Once completed, its power would surpass that of ordinary attacks by 100-fold, capable of reaching the might of a level 7 or even level 8 beast. A truly terrifying force. Boom! Yi Chen remained unperturbed. Beside him, the hunting insect materialized, transforming into a dark shadow that instantly lunged at Shuahao. The method of attack from the lightning bird was inconsequential. As long as he could eliminate Shuahao within those 20 seconds, victory was assured. What? Shuahao was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the hunting insect's astonishing speed. He quickly clasped his hands together, summoning a massive black tortoise that appeared in midair, shielding him from the hunting insect. Bang! The forelimb of the hunting insect crashed against the tortoise's shell. The immense force erupted, sending the tortoise flying and crashing into Shuahao, forcibly driving him into the earth. In the next moment, the forelimb of the hunting insect was once again in front of Shuahao. This is impossible. Shuahao was left dumbfounded. That tortoise was a level 5 defensive beast. How could it be so easily dispatched? This hunting insect was unfathomably powerful, its strength approaching level 6. Had Yi Chen been playing the fool all along? Before he could process this, the forelimb of the hunting insect was now less than 30 centimeters from Shuahao, with just a slight exertion of force. The power to rend Shuahao asunder, leaving him lifeless. Energy shield. Activate. Upon witnessing the dire situation, Shuahao grew anxious. Suddenly, a radiant light illuminated his chest, forming an energy shield that enveloped him. Bam! The forelimb of the hunting insect struck against Shuahao's shield, propelling him over 100 meters away. The ground was left marred by a massive crater, 3 meters wide, 2 meters deep, and extending 150 meters in length. Hiss! The strength of the hunting insect had seemingly intensified. Had it been concealing its true power all along? This was utterly absurd. Its capabilities were undoubtedly beyond level 5. It surely possessed the might of level 6. How terrifying. Yi Chen was merely at level 5. Could it be that the tank insect also harbored hidden strength? One could not dismiss the possibility. Perhaps the tank insect was a level 6 Beastmaster. A multitude of voices buzzed around, filled with speculation. At that moment, Shuahao's complexion turned pale. The onslaught from the hunting insect was horrifying, having depleted 1/10 of his shield's energy in an instant. 10 seconds. No, at most 5 seconds. And he would meet his demise at the hands of the hunting insect. Meanwhile, the thunderbird in the sky still required 18 seconds to prepare its ultimate attack. He was doomed. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. The hunting insect closed in on Shuahao, swinging its forelimb once more. Boom. Shuahao was sent flying again, his energy shield flickering precariously. With 7 or 8 more strikes, it would shatter. Thunderbird. Attack. Shuahao felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. He needed the thunderbird to assault the hunting insect to buy himself a moment to breathe. There was no other option. Boom. The thunderbird moved with astonishing speed. It unleashed an unprepared attack, hurling towards the hunting insect. Thud. The hunting insect, swift and agile, effortlessly evaded the strike. It slammed into Shuahao again, sending him soaring 100 meters. Attack Yi Chen. Shuahao's eyes turned red with realization. He suddenly remembered. The thunderbird would be unable to resolve the hunting insect in such a short time. However, if it could target Yi Chen. Boom. The thunderbird acted with remarkable swiftness, flapping its wings. Dozens of purple lightning bolts cascaded from the sky, striking towards Yi Chen. Hunting insects. Block it for me. Yi Chen thought, and 10 hunting insects materialized beside him, spreading outwards. They effortlessly intercepted over 30 lightning strikes before settling beside Yi Chen, safeguarding his safety. 10 hunting insects? Shuahao's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. One hunting insect was already enough to make him cough up blood. Now, there were 10. He was surely doomed. Absolutely doomed. Bang bang bang. The hunting insects relentlessly launched their assaults. Each strike forced Shuahao to spit blood. Ultimately, the energy shield surrounding him reached its limit and shattered with a resounding crash. Yet, there was no respite. The hunting insect's final assault arrived, poised to claim Shuahao's life in an instant. Brother, save me. Shuahao cried out in desperation, finally succumbing. Boom. Almost simultaneously, a surge of energy hurtled towards the hunting insect. Boom. The hunting insect effortlessly evaded the attack. The energy projectile struck the ground, creating a gaping crater with a diameter of 10 meters. Within the depths of the crater, rocks melted into a dark red magma, slowly flowing across the surface. Phew. Yi Chen, observing the scene, exhaled slowly. This attack had reached the level of an 8th-tier Beastmaster. The assailant was at least an 8th-tier Beastmaster. Contemplating this, Yi Chen turned to the direction from which the energy projectile had come. At that moment, a young man with black hair stood atop a black avian creature. His expression grim. The previous attack had originated from this very creature. Cough, cough, cough. Shuahao, severely injured, continued to spit blood. Yet his face bore an expression of lingering fear. If he had been just a moment slower, he would have been torn to shreds by the hunting insect. Who are you? Why do you interfere in my duel? Yi Chen inquired, his expression unfaltering as he gazed at the youth in the sky. I am Shuechong, a formal student of the Eastern Region Academy. Shuechong replied coldly, his face etched with iciness. You dare to injure my brother. You must pay the price. Price? Ha ha ha. Yi Chen chuckled, looking at Shuechong with derision. Are you out of your mind? This is a duel. Am I supposed to just stand here and let him kill me? I care not. Shuechong retorted with arrogance, disdainfully regarding Yi Chen. Kid, wrongdoings come with consequences. I will eliminate you as punishment. You certainly know how to bluster. Yi Chun raised his hand, beckoning with his finger. Come, let me see your strength. You seek death. Xuechong was enraged. His voice thundered. You act so arrogant even when facing your demise. Prepare to die? Boom. The black avian creature flapped its wings vigorously. Hundreds of feathers shot forth, soaring towards Yi Chun like bullets. Each feather possessed the force of a full strike from a 7th-tier Beastmaster. If even one were to strike Yi Chun, his death would be inevitable. Yi Chun, unfazed, calmly declared, Come forth. Hunting insects. Buzz. Over 100 hunting insects materialized, each one black and palm-sized, glimmering with a dark golden metallic sheen. The moment these hunting insects appeared, their speed surged, vanishing from sight in an instant. What is happening? Xuechong was taken aback. The speed of these hunting insects was terrifying. Even he, an 8th-tier Beastmaster, could not track their movements. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of black feathers were effortlessly shattered, exploding one after another in midair. Throughout this process, the silhouettes of the hunting insects flickered and then vanished into the atmosphere. Heavens! What manner of insect is that? I do not know. It appears to be an entirely new species. Such astounding speed. Is it 1 or 100? The sky is filled with afterimages. This speed is undoubtedly that of a 7th-tier creature. Over 100 7th-tier beasts? That cannot be true. There should only be one. The rest are merely illusions. Remarkable. A throng of journalists stood around, utterly dumbfounded. They had presumed Yi Chun was doomed. Yet he unexpectedly revealed over 100 7th-tier beast tamers. No, perhaps they were 8th-tier beasts. Do not be overly astonished. I had anticipated Yi Chun was merely playing the fool. Ah, what a relief. Ha! Victory is assured. How many hidden cards does this fellow Yi Chun possess? With such strength, he could certainly make waves at the Eastern Domain Academy. Yet he lingers in this insignificant place, Qinglong City, playing possum. Humph. Xuechong dares to assert himself. He is as good as dead. An 8th-tier beast tamer. Even if he cannot win, surely escape should be feasible, right? A sense of trepidation enveloped the crowd. At that moment, the situation took a dramatic turn. The 8th-tier black ferocious bird went into a frenzy. Its eyes were blood red. And from its body, over 100 blood-colored sword feathers coalesced, hurtling towards the multitude of hunting insects with astonishing speed. Bang! One hunting insect was struck by a blood-colored sword feather, shattering instantly. It was annihilated. Simultaneously, dozens of assassination insects met the same fate, exploding into nothingness. How intriguing. An 8th-tier beast. Truly not to be underestimated. Yi Chun's face displayed a look of astonishment. It dawned on him that an 8th-tier beast was akin to paper before the silver-tier assassination insects. This did not imply that ordinary 7th-tier assassination insects could contend with an 8th-tier beast. The disparity only widened with higher-tier beasts. It was commonplace for 2nd-tier beasts to challenge 3rd or even 4th-tier beasts. However, for a 7th tier to challenge an 8th tier was nearly as implausible as a 2nd tier attempting to confront a 5th tier. Utterly insignificant, mere ants, easily crushed. Xuechong exhaled in relief, resuming his bravado. Hiss, is this the might of an 8th tier beast? Over 100 7th tier beasts, just like that, obliterated? Too formidable. This is not looking good. If this continues, Yi Chun will be defeated. I wonder if he has any hidden cards. Look at his expression. He undoubtedly has a trump card. Hee. Meanwhile, many onlookers were reveling in the spectacle, while Yi Chun furrowed his brow, feeling a pang of regret. Over 100 assassination insects were no trivial loss to him. Yet they were not merely dispensable. He exhaled slowly, his mind focused. A blood-red, bloodthirsty hunting insect materialized beside him. This bloodthirsty hunting insect bore a form akin to that of an ordinary black hunting insect, the sole distinction being its blood-red shell, resembling congealed blood, evoking a sense of terrifying bloodlust. How powerful! Xuechong's pupils constricted, his expression turning grave. The instant the bloodthirsty hunting insect appeared, his beasts began to tremble in fear. This signified that this creature possessed the strength to slay an 8th-tier beast. Truth be told, you have disrupted my plans. Yi Chun lifted his gaze, looking at Xuechong with an impassive expression, and spoke coolly. I am genuinely becoming quite irate. You are doomed. Humph. Such arrogant words. Xuechong scoffed coldly. At this moment, the ominous black avian once again coalesced hundreds of blood-red feathers, soaring toward Yi Chun. A resounding thud reverberated as the ground trembled. The speed of the bloodthirsty hunting insect was terrifyingly swift. It vanished in midair, and hundreds of blood-red feather blades shattered instantly, dissipating into a crimson mist. This is impossible. Xuechong's eyes widened in disbelief. In an instant, the creature had obliterated hundreds of blood-red blades. What kind of monstrous being was this? Level 9. This was undoubtedly the power and speed characteristic of a level 9 Beastmaster. This was disastrous. A single thought surged in Xuechong's mind. With a sudden swish, the bloodthirsty hunting insect swept past, its forelimbs brushing against the black avian. In that fleeting moment, the avian's head was severed, its headless body plummeting from the sky. Xuechong was no exception, his body plummeting rapidly toward the ground. I have lost. I cannot believe I have lost so easily. Despair filled Xuechong's eyes. His beast had been annihilated in an instant by the bloodthirsty hunting insect. How could he possibly continue? In that moment, he felt as though he were trapped in a dream. Apart from experiencing hallucinations, he could not fathom how his level 8 beast could be defeated so effortlessly. How absurd. This place is Qinglong City, an inconspicuous corner. How could a level 9 Beastmaster possibly exist here? And to think that a level 9 Beastmaster would disguise themselves as a level 6, engaging in a duel with a level 6 Beastmaster. How despicable. Xuechong felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood. Boom. Xuechong crashed to the ground, spitting several mouthfuls of blood, his breath growing weak. At that moment, Chen approached him, gazing down with an indifferent expression, and said, "Do you have any final words? Who are you?" Xuechong gritted his teeth in fury. "You may kill me, but let me die with clarity. Qinglong City, Qinglong No. 1 High School, Yichen." Yichen calmly stated his name. Qinglong No. 1 High School. Me. Xuechong fumed. "Do you take me for a fool? You, a level 9 Beastmaster, are a student at Qinglong No. 1? There isn't even a level 3 Beastmaster in the entire school. Stop hiding behind falsehoods. I am speaking the truth." Yichen replied, exasperated. He sighed and said, "In this day and age, no one believes the truth anymore. Very well, I shall send you on your way. Yichen, just wait." Xuechong clenched his teeth, declaring furiously, "You won't have a good end either. Someone will definitely avenge me." Chapter 71, Victory. TCH. Crack. At that moment, a hunting insect struck. Its forelimbs swept through the air, instantly severing Xuechong's head, a single fatal blow. Hiss. Yichen truly killed Xuechong. He was a student of the Eastern Region Academy. There was no choice. The rules were set. It was a life-and-death duel, and a death pact had been signed. Incredible. A level 8 Beastmaster was obliterated. Yichen was simply too powerful. Goodness. How do I feel that level 8 Beastmaster is certainly not Yichen's limit? The true master of Qinglong City. The surrounding crowd fell into a stunned silence, overwhelmed by the realization of Yichen's extraordinary ability to conceal his true strength. Possessing the prowess of an 8th level Beastmaster, he remained merely a student of Qinglong No. 1 High School. It was utterly preposterous. Yichen gazed at the lifeless body of Xuechong, devoid of any compassion. Had he been the one to face defeat, he would have likely met a far more tragic end, subjected to relentless torment. Such is the nature of this world. One must either live as an ordinary person, drifting aimlessly through life, or rise against the current, surviving in a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong. In this brutal reality, the victor claims the throne while the vanquished are left to lament. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xuehao seethed with envy. He could hardly fathom his own humiliating defeat. Even if his elder brother were to intervene, there would be no chance of redemption. The frustration was palpable. "Stop your wailing. You shall be next." Yichen shot a glance at Xuehao and advanced towards him. "What do you intend to do?" Xuehao exclaimed, panic etched across his face, his eyes brimming with terror. "You must think carefully. The Xue family is not one you can offend. If you kill me, there will be consequences." The mention of the Xue family elicited a derisive smile from Yichen. With a mocking tone, he retorted, "I have already slain Xuechong. Do you truly believe I fear offending the Xue family? Has your mind been clouded by fear? You bastard." Xuehao's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. "I will fight you to the end." With that proclamation, he struggled to rise, but alas, he had no opportunity to do so. A swift flash from the hunting insect severed Xuehao's head cleanly. With a sickening crunch, blood splattered as Xuehao's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Thus, the battle came to a close. Yichen cast a brief glance at the fallen bodies yet lingered not. Instead, he collected the spatial equipment of the Xue brothers along with the carcasses of the beasts before turning away from the scene. What a terrifying spectacle. Among the crowd, the arena supervisor's eyes widened in sheer horror. He had recognized Yichen's strength, but never anticipated he could annihilate an 8th level Beastmaster with such ease. This level of power was more than sufficient to dominate in the competitions of Zhuke City. Moreover, Yichen had yet to unveil his full potential. The supervisor could scarcely fathom the true extent of Yichen's formidable abilities. Time swiftly passed, and 5 days elapsed. Sequestered within his villa, Yichen found himself in a state of vexation. Curse it. Xuehao perished too soon. He forgot to inquire about the cultivation method. This simply would not do. Yichen muttered to himself, a frown creasing his brow. Over these 5 days, he had dedicated himself fully to nurturing the swarm of insects at his command. His resources had dwindled significantly, yet the results were astonishing. His most formidable ace, the Goo King insect, had undergone another evolution. While its true strength remained uncertain, it could effortlessly overpower the silver assassination insect. It is akin to adults bullying children. The number of bloodthirsty killing insects has surged to 100, while the phantom insects have expanded to 2,000. As for the subsequent swarms, Yichen has refrained from nurturing them, as the cost-effectiveness is simply too low. It is not worth the investment. He intends to keep a few as cannon fodder, merely to scout ahead. Throughout this process, an immense reservoir of energy has accumulated within Yichen's body. This energy is a form of sustenance provided by the system. Regrettably, he lacks a cultivation technique to refine or harness it, leaving his physique rather weakened, unable to keep pace with the reaction speed of silver-tier Beastmasters. While he can still intimidate those below the silver tier, Facing a silver-tier Beastmaster would render him at a significant disadvantage due to his slow reflexes. Securing a cultivation technique has become an urgent priority. At that moment, a knock echoed on the door. "Zhang Ming, come in." The door is unlocked. Yi Chen was indifferent. A swarm of bloodthirsty killing insects surrounded him, already aware of Zhang Ming's arrival. Ahem. Zhang Ming stepped inside, his expression tinged with embarrassment as he spoke. "Yi Chen, there has been a minor issue with the ticket to the Eastern Domain Academy." "Oh, in that case, it's no matter." Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively, showing little reaction. Truth be told, had Zhang Ming not mentioned it, Yi Chen might have entirely forgotten about the matter. For Beastmasters below level 6, traversing the perilous forest to reach the Eastern Domain Academy without a ticket is tantamount to courting death. However, for Yi Chen at present, this posed no problem. As long as he did not act recklessly by challenging a golden-tier feral beast or, worse yet, encountering a diamond-tier beast, he could navigate through with relative ease. No, the issue I refer to is that during my investigation into the tickets, I stumbled upon information regarding a cultivation technique. Zhang Ming looked at Yi Chen, shrugging his shoulders as he continued. "It is purported to be a legendary grade technique." "A legendary grade technique? Are you jesting?" Yi Chen's pupils constricted in astonishment. He had spent considerable time researching this, and he knew that across the world, cultivation techniques were generally classified into several tiers: silver, gold, diamond, lord, king, epic, and legendary. Legendary grade techniques are nearly at the pinnacle. According to the records, they originated during the onset of the Great Cataclysm, formed directly from the world's primordial energies. Given that the Great Cataclysm occurred several hundred years ago, any legendary grade technique that might exist would have already been discovered. Those that remain undiscovered are either located in death zones where even legendary Beastmasters would perish or are mere fabrications. At first, I too was skeptical. Zhang Ming sighed, spreading his hands as he explained. However, based on my investigation, this claim is indeed true. Over 100 years ago, a legendary Beastmaster chose a random location nearby to serve as his tomb. Within his grave lies a legendary grade cultivation technique. For an extended period, no one had managed to uncover it until the moment I purchased my ticket for the voyage, when whispers began circulating that traces of the ancient tomb had been discovered. It is said that several powerful factions are preparing to send their representatives. The credibility of such claims appears highly substantial. The tomb of a legendary beast tamer. Yi Chen's pupils constricted. As a transmigrator who had dwelled in Qinglong City for 16 years, he had indeed heard of this legend. Over a century and a half ago, a mysterious legendary beast tamer, whose name remained unknown, possessed extraordinary strength and single-handedly eradicated all fierce beasts of golden rank and above in Qinglong City. He selected a particular area as his final resting place. It is rumored that within lay the entirety of the legendary beast tamer's collection. Should he manage to acquire it, it would undoubtedly propel him to great heights. As fortune would have it, he had no pressing matters at hand and thought it would be quite enjoyable to join the commotion. With this in mind, Yi Chen turned to Zhang Ming and earnestly inquired, "Where is that location?" "I do not know. I only have a rough idea of the area," Zhang Ming replied, retrieving a map from his pocket and spreading it out before Yi Chen. He then pointed out, "The red-circled portion marks the tomb of the legendary beast tamer. It's not easy to approach. A death zone." Yi Chen furrowed his brow upon glancing at the map. Within the red circle, there were at least a dozen territories inhabited by golden-ranked ferocious beasts, and even more silver-ranked ones, numbering around 70 or 80. Any one of them would not be trifled with. Indeed, if it were a safe zone, it would have been discovered long ago. Zhang Ming shrugged and sighed, saying, "In any case, I have provided you with the information. Whether or not you choose to go is entirely up to you. With my current strength, I would likely just be a burden." "Understood. Thank you." Yi Chen nodded appreciatively. He raised his hand, and a spatial storage ring materialized within it. He offered the ring to Zhang Ming, stating, "This is my token of gratitude. It's not much." "What is this?" Zhang Ming exclaimed in surprise. A 6th-level beast was not particularly rare. Yi Chen grinned and continued, "You have assisted me in so many ways. A token of appreciation is only fitting." Zhang Ming gasped, overwhelmed with excitement, nearly unable to contain himself. A 6th-level beast. What a concept. Despite Yi Chen's ease in defeating a 6th-level beast tamer as if it were a mere chicken, the reality was that even a 5th-level beast tamer could become a significant figure in Qinglong City. A 6th-level beast tamer? That was a force to be reckoned with. Virtually unparalleled. Very well. I shall take my leave. Yi Chen clapped Zhang Ming on the shoulder and turned to depart, heading toward the perilous area marked on the map, leaving Zhang Ming in a state of exhilaration as he gazed at the beast within the ring. Time passed swiftly. A day later, amidst a desolate jungle, Yi Chen examined the map, murmuring to himself, "Only 30 kilometers remain until I reach the danger zone. I must exercise caution." Suddenly, a terrifying disturbance erupted nearby, with clouds of dust billowing as if a fierce battle were underway. "Is there trouble?" Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback. With a mere thought, a hunting insect silently departed, rushing towards the source of the commotion. Soon, a shared vision emerged. "Damn it, there is actually a 7th-tier ferocious beast here. Quick, let us work together and drain its blood." The two-headed demon ape's weakness lies in its eyes. Attack its eyes. Stay calm and steady. It's losing blood, and 1T last much longer. A group of young people engaged in chaotic combat. These individuals were predominantly youthful, akin to high school students. Their actions could hardly be described as seasoned. However, their strength was quite extraordinary, with the weakest among them possessing the prowess of a 6th-tier Beastmaster, while the strongest was even a 7th-tier Beastmaster. As for the leading instructor, he was a 10th-tier Beastmaster, leisurely observing from the sidelines. Not in a hurry to intervene, but rather honing his students' practical combat skills. Bored, Chen watched the battle for a while, feeling it lacked excitement. With a thought, he intended to withdraw the hunting insect. At that moment, the leading instructor suddenly unfolded a map, murmuring, "We are still 200 or 300 kilometers away from that legendary Beastmaster's tomb. We must proceed with caution. It seems I have encountered a peer." Chen's face revealed astonishment. Through the perspective of the hunting insect, he could clearly see the high detail of the map in the instructor's hands. It not only marked the territories of ferocious beasts accurately, but also indicated the approximate area of the legendary Beastmaster. Could a mere 10th-tier Beastmaster truly possess such a map? And yet, he was recklessly exploring? Could it be that this individual was pretending to be weak while concealing his true strength? Chen furrowed his brow. After pondering for a moment and weighing the pros and cons, he decided he ought to meet this individual and see if he could acquire the map. With that thought, Chen approached. "Who is there?" The leading instructor, possessing keen perception, immediately sensed Chen's presence as he drew within 100 meters. "No need to be alarmed. I mean no harm." Chen, uninterested in theatrics, stepped out from the foliage, glanced at the instructor, and said, "That map looks impressive. Name your price. I want it." "Not for sale." The instructor replied without hesitation, resolutely denying the request. "Are you sure you want to reconsider?" Chen shrugged, sincerely stating, "I have no desire to resort to violence. However, should you refuse to hand over the map, I may have no choice." "Do you think I'm easily intimidated?" The instructor's expression turned icy in an instant. He regarded Chen coldly, saying nothing, but gestured with his hand, summoning a massive rhinoceros before him. Its aura was terrifying, showcasing the power of a 10th-tier Beastmaster. "Ah," Chen sighed, muttering, "I never imagined I would find myself in the role of the antagonist one day." What did you say?" The instructor, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, raised his hand. Suddenly, the rhinoceros surged forth, its colossal form charging towards Chen. Bang! A bloodthirsty hunting insect materialized out of thin air. With a powerful swing of its forelimb, the colossal rhinoceros was sent flying. Moo! The creature let out a wretched cry, revealing a gaping wound that exposed bone. Remarkably, this was while it was in its 10th level beast form. Chapter 73, A Startling Explosion. Had it been at the 9th level, it would have already met its demise. What is happening? A flicker of fear crossed the teacher's eyes as he realized the gravity of the situation. He had grossly underestimated Chen's prowess. Bang! Almost simultaneously, the bloodthirsty hunting insect materialized before the leading teacher, its forelimb poised to strike. "Wait, I surrender." A glimmer of terror flashed in the teacher's eyes. Chen's strength was overwhelming, far beyond what he could withstand. Bang! The bloodthirsty hunting insect swung its forelimb, sending the teacher hurtling through the air. Yet it spared his life. "This is the map." The teacher, now wide-eyed, respectfully presented the map with both hands. "Huh, you could have given this to me earlier." Chen took the map, glanced at it, and then inquired, "Name your price." "Huh." The teacher was taken aback, failing to grasp Chen's intention. With a stammer, he exclaimed, "This map is a gift for you. I don't want any money. That's simply one to do. I have principles." Chen cast a sidelong glance at the teacher and continued, "Here is some advice. Leave immediately. The contents within are beyond your current capabilities to explore. You will die?" "Understood." A bitter smile appeared on the teacher's face. Initially, he had planned to tempt fate within, but it was evident now that it would be tantamount to seeking death. He then stated, "The map is yours. As for any other demands, I truly require none." Then it's settled. Chen, not inclined to linger, turned and departed. The fact that a 10th level Beastmaster like this teacher could acquire a map and venture to the outer regions only indicated that a multitude of Beastmasters had already flocked here. There was no time to waste. If he missed the legendary technique from the comprehensive department, obtaining any other legendary technique would be nearly impossible. Time flew by, and soon, a significant portion of the day had passed. Chen had delved 30 kilometers into the perilous region. Along the way, he encountered numerous silver-level beasts, yet no battles erupted. It was unnecessary. Defeating these silver-level creatures would come at a heavy toll, which was not worth it. Buzz. Just then, not far from Chen, the sound of metal clashing erupted. Following this, a brilliant beam of light shot into the sky, forming a pillar. The pillar measured 10 meters in diameter and soared over 1,000 meters high. Even from a distance, one could feel the astounding power radiating from it. What on earth is that? Chen was taken aback. Cautiously, he approached the light pillar, and upon discerning the specifics, he gasped in astonishment. Within the pillar was a pale golden crystal, the size of a jujube seed. yet the power it contained was at least that of a 9th-level beast. The crystal core of the golden-level ferocious beast is merely a fragment. Chen gazed at the radiant beam of light, somewhat astonished. The energy purity of this crystal was astonishingly high, though it contained only the essence of a 9th-level core. Yet, it was an invaluable treasure. If administered to a 9th-level beast, evolution to a 10th level was not out of the question. It could even enable a 10th-level ferocious beast to transform into a silver-level beast. Assassination insect. Arise. Without a hint of hesitation, Chen summoned the assassination insect to seize the crystal core. Whoosh. The assassination insect vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the distant fragment of the golden-level ferocious beast's crystal core had disappeared, landing in Chen's grasp. Phew, it's in my hands. Chen's thoughts flickered as he stowed the crystal core fragment away, preparing to depart. Just then, the situation took a dramatic turn. Hey kid, hand over the crystal core fragment. Yes, surrender it immediately, or you're finished. Humph, no need for more words. Let us take him down. At this moment, several beast tamers emerged, encircling Chen. 3 silver-level beast tamers. Chen surveyed his surroundings, his pupils narrowing. Haha, you've got some insight. You know I'm a silver-level beast tamer. A young man stood before Chen, a scar etched across his face, a silver-level earth dragon looming ominously behind him, exuding a terrifying presence that instilled a sense of suffocating pressure. The 2 figures flanking him were female beast tamers of exquisite beauty. Yet their beasts were grotesque, a variant of some 10th-level ferocious beast, barely achieving silver-level power. 3 of you intend to rob me? Chen furrowed his brow and spoke. Aren't you afraid of the consequences? Haha, what consequences could there be? The scarred youth scoffed, crossing his arms. Kid, you're quite oblivious. I've changed my mind. You're done for. I want that earth dragon you're feeding. Then let us see you try. Chen narrowed his eyes. To be frank, he had no desire to engage in a conflict with 3 silver-level beast tamers. It simply wasn't worth it. Thus, while appearing to prepare for battle, he was actually plotting an escape route. Attack. The scarred youth, disinterested in further conversation, waved his hand. The silver-level earth dragon lunged toward Chen. Whoosh. Giant scorching insect. It's your turn. Chen squinted, and with a flicker of thought, the giant scorching insect materialized before him. Almost simultaneously, the bloodthirsty assassination insect, with Chen, had already surged several hundred meters away. What is happening? The scarred youth's pupils contracted as he beheld the colossal giant scorching insect. A flicker of fear creeping in for the first time. Run. Without a moment's hesitation, the scarred youth opted to trust his instincts, turning and fleeing. Boom. At that instant, the giant scorching insect self-destructed. A blinding flash erupted, with flames soaring skyward, the ground collapsing beneath, and a mushroom cloud rising to a height of 1,000 meters. Boom. The shockwave radiated outward. At this moment, Chen was already a kilometer away. Unperturbed, he released a dozen tank insects around him, forming an energy shield. The shockwave surged forth, a deafening boom resonating as it swept across the landscape. Chen gazed upon the devastating scene before him, inhaling sharply in disbelief. The colossal burning insect had unleashed a singular explosion, reducing the surrounding area of 1 kilometer to mere rubble. At the epicenter, a massive crater, 100 meters in diameter and equally deep, remained. Countless springs gushed forth, and it would not be long before this site transformed into a vast lake. The sheer terror of it was undeniable. Truly, this was the explosive might of a near silver-tier beast. Chen's pupils constricted, a chill of fear enveloping him. Had he delayed, even for a moment, he might have perished in the very explosion he had unleashed. In the distance, the scarred youth had survived. Quick to react, he sprinted nearly 300 meters away, the force of the blast significantly diminished by then. Chapter 74, nearly blown to death. Despite this, the toll was grievous. One of his arms had turned to char, while his silver-tier earth dragon beast suffered severe injuries, its scales stripped and flesh scorched. His 2 companions fared no better, their bodies bearing the marks of severe burns. Unbelievable. Such vitality. Truly monstrous. Chen gasped in astonishment upon seeing the scarred youth still alive. At that moment, the youth's gaze met Chen's, his eyes ablaze with fury as he bellowed. You dare to inflict such harm upon me. I will see you dead. With that, the trio charged madly toward Chen. Dare they approach? Chen's expression hardened. The silver-tier hunting insect materialized in his grasp. While facing 3 silver-tier beast tamers might prove a challenge, in its severely weakened state, the insect could easily reap them asunder. Just then, a powerful aura surged forth. An astonishing wave of energy. What was happening? Uncertain. Let us go investigate. Someone exclaimed. Indeed, perhaps a legendary beast tamer's tomb has been uncovered. A dozen formidable beast tamers rushed toward the commotion, each exuding an aura of immense strength, all at least silver-tier in capability. Upon witnessing this, Chen abandoned his intention to eliminate the scarred youth and his companions. The number of approaching individuals was overwhelming. A moment's carelessness could lead to a situation where the clam and the heron vie for the catch. With a swift motion, enhanced by the bloodthirsty hunting insect, Chen vanished in an instant. His speed was such that the injured trio could not hope to pursue him, left only to watch as he disappeared from sight. With a splutter, the scarred youth coughed up blood in frustration. He had suffered a tremendous loss, not only losing an arm, but also inflicting severe injuries upon his beast, all while gaining nothing in return. It was a misfortune of epic proportions. In that moment, regret washed over him. Had he known, he would not have provoked Yi-Chun. With a sigh, Yi-Chun effortlessly distanced himself from the scarred youth. He paused atop a colossal boulder, retrieving a map to glance at it, murmuring to himself, "This place is indeed perilous. However, there are plenty of formidable beast tamers who have ventured here. Time is of the essence. I should head towards the tomb of the legendary beast tamer." He had little time to take a convoluted route. According to the markings on the map, he was still nearly 200 kilometers away from the legendary beast tamer's burial site. Of course, this was a straight-line distance, requiring him to traverse the territories of 2 or 3 golden-grade ferocious beasts. If he were to take a detour, it would exceed 1,000 kilometers, an excruciatingly slow pace. There was no choice. Yi-Chun stowed away the map and gazed ahead. Before him lay a valley, which also constituted the territory of a golden-grade ferocious beast. Should he encounter such a creature, it was uncertain whether he would survive, yet, defeating it would undoubtedly require a significant cost. Nevertheless, if he chose to circumvent it, he would need at least 4 to 5 days to reach his destination, by which time the opportunity would be lost. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to take a gamble. He stepped into the valley. The atmosphere within was eerily silent, as though it were an echoless realm. Apart from the sound of his footsteps, no other noise could be discerned, not even the chirping of insects. This was not a good sign. Yi-Chun inhaled deeply, heightening his caution. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Almost instantaneously, as he heard the sound, an attack struck. No. The speed of this onslaught surpassed the speed of sound, arriving with little forewarning. It was undoubtedly a golden-grade ferocious beast. A chill coursed through Yi-Chun's spine as he promptly released the Goo King insect. With a loud thud, a forceful shockwave erupted, sending Yi-Chun hurtling against a sturdy tree. In that moment, he managed to catch a glimpse of the assailant. It was a vine, and upon it, a dark spot rapidly expanded. This was the toxin of the Goo King insect, terrifyingly potent. Even a golden-grade beast would be unable to withstand it. The golden vine seemed to sense the presence of the toxin, attempting to halt its spread. A buzzing sound filled the air as the palm-sized Goo King insect hovered aloft. Emitting a faint drone, the golden vine swayed slightly, seemingly apprehensive, as it stood in a standoff with the Goo King insect, refraining from launching an assault. Hiss! This was the essence of a golden-grade ferocious beast. Had I not possessed the Goo King insect, my demise would have been inevitable. Yi-Chun regarded the vine before him, his eyes narrowing slightly, filled with gratitude for his fortunate circumstances. However, this also underscored the terror of the Goo King insect, which undoubtedly possessed golden-grade strength. Whoosh! After a brief standoff, the golden vine seemed to conclude that engaging the Goo King insect in a direct confrontation was unwise. The surroundings returned to an absolute silence, with only the sound of the Goo King insect's wings and the rhythm of Yi-Chun's heartbeat resonating in the stillness. I must leave at once. Yi-Chun remained remarkably composed. Although he possessed the Goo King insect, he had no intention of confronting that terrifying golden-grade beast head-on. There was simply no need for such recklessness. It was far more urgent to head towards the fabled tomb of the Beastmaster. Upon arriving at this point, Yi-Chun allowed the Goo King insect to settle on his shoulder and swiftly traverse the valley. Buzzing sounds filled the air. Just then, the metallic grind startled Yi-Chun, momentarily leading him to believe the golden-grade beast was launching an attack. However, overhead, a squadron of helicopters flew by, 12 armed helicopters in total, equipped with formidable firepower. They were the most advanced electromagnetic cannons, shielded with energy barriers, effortlessly capable of dispatching silver-grade beasts. If they focused their fire, they could potentially eliminate a non-flying golden-grade beast. How foolish. Yi-Chun glanced at the armed helicopters above and shook his head slightly. This group was doomed. He had yet to see the full form of that mysterious golden-grade beast, but judging by its sheer power, even the Goo King insect or the silver-grade assassins would be obliterated in an instant. This squadron of helicopters stood no chance. Captain, this valley feels off. It seems to be the territory of a golden-grade beast. So what if it's golden-grade? We'll take it down in an instant. With our firepower, we need not fear a golden-grade. Let us move quickly. Let us not actually run into a golden-grade beast. The Beastmasters aboard the helicopters were at ease. Suddenly, a crisp sound erupted, as if the air had been torn apart. A vine, stretching hundreds of meters, emerged from the ground. With a mere swipe, one helicopter was obliterated. Boom. The Beastmasters instinctively leaped into the air. Before they could react, the golden vine, agile and swift, ensnared a dozen Beastmasters in one fluid motion, yanking them violently into the earth. Boom. Dust billowed. The golden vine vanished, leaving only the remnants of shattered helicopters plummeting from the sky. Heavens! What manner of creature is that? Detecting energy fluctuations. Good grief. It's a Lord-level beast. We must flee. Immediately. A Lord-level beast. How is that possible? Run. We stand no chance. Accelerate. The occupants of the helicopters were now utterly terrified. They had encountered golden-grade beasts before, but this was their first encounter with a lord-level creature. Hiss! Yi-Chen's keen hearing caught the terrified cries from the helicopters, causing him to gasp in shock. A lord-level beast. No wonder it was so fearsome. He needed to depart swiftly. With this thought, Yi-Chen quickened his pace. Meanwhile, the helicopter squadron hastened their flight, desperate to cross the valley. They had no choice. They were positioned right in the heart of the valley. With the throttle fully engaged, they surged forward, hoping for a sliver of survival. Regrettably, the formidable strength of the lord-level beast is truly terrifying. With a thunderous roar, 11 golden vines surged skyward. In the span of but a second, 11 helicopters were utterly obliterated, reduced to mere fragments that erupted in the air. Over 100 beast tamers plummeted from the sky, and before they could even engage in battle, they were ensnared by the golden vines, dragged into the earth below. In just one fleeting second, a flying formation capable of hunting golden tier beasts was completely annihilated. The sheer horror of it all. This is the power of a lord-level beast. Yi-Chen inhaled sharply, quickening his pace as he dashed towards the valley's edge. This lord-level beast harbored a fear of the Goo King worm and had no desire to engage in conflict. However, should he linger in the valley for too long and provoke it, Yi-Chen had no intention of risking his life against a lord-level beast. Boom. Mere seconds later, the wreckage of the helicopters plummeted to the ground, and one object, perfectly aligned, fell right before Yi-Chen. Bang! Dust and debris erupted. As the haze cleared, it revealed a metal box, which had unfortunately shattered. Inside lay a trove of energy blocks, each the size of a fist. High-grade synthetic energy crystals? Yi-Chen stared at the cache of energy blocks, momentarily stunned. What could be better than a fortuitous windfall from the heavens? This was it. A single high-grade synthetic energy crystal could be exchanged for 1,000 mid-grade crystals or 1,000,000 low-grade crystals. This box contained a standard 100 pieces. The energy density of these crystals was astonishing, typically employed in energy cannons. One shot could effortlessly slay silver-tier beasts. Only the most elite factions of the Eastern Domain could possess such treasures. It seemed Zhang Ming had not been mistaken. The legendary tomb of a Beastmaster was undoubtedly real. It was evident that the top-tier powers of the Eastern Domain had mobilized. With a swift motion, Yi-Chen stored the cache of energy blocks, instinctively glancing around the other areas where the helicopters had fallen. The formation had theoretically carried at least 10,000 high-grade energy crystals. If he could gather them all, it would be a significant boon. Yet the lord-level beast could strike at any moment. Yi-Chen had no desire to engage in a confrontation. Greed, after all, could lead to one's demise. With this thought in mind, Yi-Chen wasted no time and charged towards the valley's exit. Whoosh! A few minutes later, Yi-Chen emerged from the valley, stepping beyond the dominion of the lord-level beast. Chirping insects filled the air, signaling that this place was safe from the beast's wrath. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Yi-Chen felt he had narrowly escaped danger. Just then, a dull thud resonated from afar. A metal box tumbled down from a tree. Clatter! High-grade energy crystals scattered across the ground, radiating a brilliant light. Could it be another cache? Yi-Chen was left utterly speechless. He could hardly believe that, despite his seemingly unfortunate luck, he could experience such serendipity. 2 crates of high-grade energy crystals were discovered in succession. Just then, a figure appeared not far from Yi-Chen. A voice rang out. If I were you, I would not covet that crate of high-grade energy crystals. Leave now, or I shall end you. Intrigued, Yi-Chen turned around. The speaker was a man clad in black, dressed in a dark suit and wearing a mask, exuding a chilling aura of menace. Behind him slithered a colossal centipede, as thick as a barrel and stretching 7 to 8 meters in length, looking both fearsome and terrifying. However, its strength was merely at the silver level. My friend, I found this crate of energy crystals first. Yi-Chen grinned, gesturing towards the valley behind him. There are tens of thousands more within. If you're interested, you may go and collect them. Do you take me for a fool? The black-clad man retorted coldly. The territory of a lord-level beast. Anyone who enters is doomed. I see, Yi-Chen replied, feeling a sense of relief. The first point was that the opponent's strength was far below that of the lord-level beast. The second was that the adversary was unaware of his own capabilities. These 2 factors were undeniably crucial. Looking at the black-clad man, Yi-Chen spoke with a calm demeanor. In that case, you should leave immediately. Did you not see me emerge from the valley alive? Humph. A level 5 Beastmaster. If it weren't for that helicopter squad drawing the attention of the lord-level beast, you would have already perished. The black-clad man's tone remained flat. He cast a glance at Yi-Chen and continued. You merely survived by chance, yet you intend to intimidate me? Enough of this nonsense. Since you refuse to leave, I shall be forced to kill you. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the silver-level centipede began to crawl slowly towards him. Cut it out, Yi-Chen thought to himself, summoning a silver-level assassin bug into his hand. With a hum, the silver-level assassin bug moved with astonishing speed, reaching the giant centipede in an instant. The colossal centipede, true to its silver-level nature, reacted with remarkable swiftness, evading the attack in the blink of an eye. The silver-level assassin bug strike missed, leaving a sharp sonic boom in its wake. In an instant, The ground was marred by a deep trench 3 meters in depth and 4 to 5 meters in diameter. Impossible. The black-clad man wore an expression of shock. The assault from the silver-level assassin bug was terrifying. The sheer force of its speed had torn the earth asunder, surpassing the capabilities of a mere silver-level beastmaster. The silver-level assassin bug, having missed its target, halted several meters away, its dark red eyes fixating on the giant centipede. The giant centipede quivered in fear, instinctively recognizing that the silver-level assassin bug was beyond its means to confront. My friend, it appears we have a misunderstanding. The black-clad man was drenched in cold sweat. The extent of Yi Chen's power surpassed his expectations. You claim it is a misunderstanding. Is that truly the case? Yi Chen, uninterested in idle chatter with the cloaked figure, waved his hand, commanding the silver-grade assassination insect to launch another attack. Boom. The silver-grade assassination insect shot through the air like a bullet, leaving a trail of silvery light in its wake, its speed having increased at least tenfold compared to before. No. The expression of fear manifesting on the cloaked man's face signified that he could not withstand this strike. Bang. The head of the giant centipede exploded, as the silver-grade assassination insect pierced through it, instantly killing this silver-grade beastmaster. In the insect's grasp lay a silvery crystal core, the size of an apple, yet containing energy 50 times that of an ordinary level 10 beast. Terrifying indeed. It's over. The cloaked man's face turned pale as he realized his impending demise. Regret washed over him. He had been excessively arrogant. If Yi Chen could emerge alive from the territory of a lord-level ferocious beast, he undoubtedly possessed formidable skills and was not to be trifled with. Alas, greed had clouded his judgment, preventing him from accepting such a possibility. Bang! A spray of blood erupted from the center of the cloaked man's forehead, followed by the shattering of his skull. He perished on the spot. Yi Chen uttered not a word. The area was fraught with peril, and the adversary remained an enigma. Who could predict what hidden trump cards they might possess? It was far more prudent to eliminate the opponent directly. It was time to depart. After dispatching the cloaked figure, Yi Chen collected all of his belongings, leaving no trace. Not even the corpse, which he discarded into his spatial storage to nourish his insects and cultivate his swarm. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to leave. Several hours passed as Yi Chen traversed multiple territories of golden beasts. Fortunately, he encountered no golden-level ferocious beasts, nor did he catch a glimpse of any lord-level creatures. Clearly, the previous valley was an exceptional case. With a sigh of relief, Yi Chen halted in a secluded cave. He was now over 30 kilometers from the legendary Beastmaster's tomb. At full speed, he would reach it in just a few hours, but he deemed it wiser to pause and further enhance his strength. With this thought, Yi Chen summoned a high-level energy crystal into his hand. One such crystal equated to 1 million level 5 beast cores, 20,000 level 6 cores, 400 level 7 cores, or 8 level 8 cores. He was merely 1 level 9 energy core away from achieving level 9 status. A single level 9 beast core was equivalent to 6 or 7 high-level energy crystals. Clearly insufficient. With this in mind, Yi Chen willed forth 6 additional high-level energy crystals into his hand. Ding. Commencing absorption of high-level energy crystals. System initiating upgrade. System upgrade successful. Current level 9, new insect, diamond beetle unlocked. The diamond beetle, a defensive attribute insect, possesses the remarkable ability to conjure an energy shield, ensuring the safety of its host. It can withstand any 9th tier beast attacks, and a select few from the 10th tier. Ah, what a splendid find. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. To be frank, he did not lack in combat prowess at present. What he yearned for was an insect capable of safeguarding him. After all, no matter how numerous his swarm, he remained relatively vulnerable. The principle of capturing the king before the thief is well understood. Should Yi Chen be eliminated, even a vast swarm would be rendered futile. The diamond beetle thus offered considerable assistance, particularly with its capacity to defend against any 9th tier beast. The implications of this were significant, as the most formidable 9th tier beasts could effortlessly slay silver tier creatures. This solitary diamond beetle was worth a piece of primordial flesh. After a brief contemplation, Yi Chen found himself holding a small piece of primordial flesh. This flesh had previously birthed giant burning insects and silver assassination insects, making it exceedingly precious and nearly irreplaceable. Each piece consumed diminished his resources. Nevertheless, investing in the diamond beetle was worthwhile. Without hesitation, Yi Chen activated his breeding talent to commence the cultivation of the diamond beetle. Moments later, a beetle the size of a fist, radiating golden light, appeared in Yi Chen's hand. Without a moment's hesitation, upon the completion of the diamond beetle's cultivation, he promptly fed it a portion of primordial flesh. Boom. The instant the diamond beetle ingested the flesh, its surface erupted in a dazzling golden glow, forming a luminous cocoon that enveloped it. Ding. The diamond beetle is beginning to evolve. The evolution of the diamond beetle is complete. Its current level is now golden tier. Golden tier diamond beetle. A mutated variant of the ordinary diamond beetle, capable of withstanding any attacks from golden tier ferocious beasts, with an energy shield duration of 30 minutes. A new shield can be generated every 15 minutes. As Yi Chen perused the system's description, a wave of joy blossomed within him. The ability to resist any golden tier beast attacks implied that, unless faced with a diamond tier adversary, penetrating the shield would be impossible. He could now act with impunity. Relishing in his newfound freedom, taking a deep breath, Chen calmed himself and stowed away the golden tier diamond beetle. Next, he produced a silver tier beast core. Without a second thought, he opted to consume it. Ding! You have consumed a silver tier beast core. The system begins to evolve. The system level has increased to level 10. New entry in the catalog, blood-sucking insect unlocked. Blood-sucking insect, possessing formidable absorption capabilities, is diminutive in size, able to stealthily drain the blood of any living creature. Simultaneously, it boasts potent toxicity, capable of paralyzing any ferocious beast of level 10 or below. The system level has successfully increased to level 10. All insects levels have risen by 1. The golden diamond beetle has advanced to diamond tier. The blood-sucking insect has advanced to silver level, and the nest level has been elevated to silver level, enabling cultivation. The dragon has ascended to silver tier 2. And the mother nest has reached silver tier 1, allowing for cultivation. The silver tier assassination insect has been elevated to gold tier 1. The giant burning insect has also advanced to gold tier 1. The diamond beetle has reached level 10. The bloodthirsty insect has achieved level 9. A series of system notifications rang out, filling Chen with joy. This time, it was undoubtedly an upgrade from a mere bird-esque gun to a cannon. In his possession, he now held a diamond tier diamond beetle and 2 gold tier creatures. While he may not be invincible, the threats to him have significantly diminished. Beyond that, the upgrades of the other insects seemed trivial. He needed to swiftly elevate the mother nest level to silver tier. Chen furrowed his brows. Currently, he had a fierce beast crystal core along with over 100 energy crystals, yet it was still far from sufficient. After all, 50 silver tier fierce beast crystal cores may sound few, but they were roughly equivalent to 800,000 high-level energy crystals. To gather them, he would likely need to eliminate all silver tier beast tamers within a radius of several hundred kilometers. Forget it for now. Let us first explore the legendary beast tamer's tomb. Chen exhaled deeply. He rose and departed from the small cave, heading towards a location 30 kilometers away. Meanwhile, on the other side, before a great mountain, lay an ordinary valley. At the deepest part of this valley, there existed a stone door, simple and unadorned. Without even a single inscription, vines thrived, ancient trees obscured the sun. Without careful scrutiny, one could easily overlook the stone door. Remarkably, there were 10 such doors. Shrouded in mystery, a group of beast tamers had gathered here, each possessing formidable strength. The weakest among them was a silver tier beast tamer. Among the 10 stone doors, which one is the true entrance? This is the tomb of a legendary beast tamer. It is a matter of life and death. Choosing incorrectly could lead to certain doom. How vexing. This situation has become troublesome. Who would dare gamble with a mere 10 chance? Many beast tamers present were profoundly anxious. They had arrived days in advance, but hesitated to enter, uncertain which of the 10 stone doors signified a path to survival. How intriguing. Chen, mingling among the crowd, observed the heated debates with calmness. He had been here for more than half a day. From noon until now, it was nearing midnight, and the discussions had yielded no resolution. The legendary beast tamer remained enshrouded in mystery. Throughout history, aside from some information left in Qinglong City, little else was known about the individual buried within this tomb. Historical texts revealed no details about this legendary beast tamer, leading some to question whether such a figure even existed within. Nevertheless, having come this far, it would be an eternal regret not to venture inside and take a look. Hey there, young brother. Did you come here alone? A young man with black hair approached, his demeanor calm and steady, having attained the 3rd tier of the silver rank. Indeed, Chen nodded slightly, exhibiting no particular reaction. He was no longer a novice. A mere silver rank beast tamer posed little challenge for him now. Oh, young brother, your prowess is quite impressive. A flicker of surprise crossed the young man's face. It is worth noting that reaching this legendary beast tamer's tomb was no small feat. One had to traverse the territories of numerous gold-rank ferocious beasts, where even the slightest misstep could prove fatal. Thus, those who arrived here were either exceedingly vigilant, sufficiently powerful, or extraordinarily lucky, each attribute deserving of respect. What brings you here? Speak plainly. Chen, disinterested in idle chatter, crossed his arms and stated calmly. I am not one for superfluous words. Excellent. You are indeed straightforward. The young man, not one to linger unnecessarily, introduced himself. I am Du Liang, a silver-rank beast tamer. I see you possess considerable strength. How about we form a team to explore this legendary beast tamer's tomb together? Not interested. I prefer not to collaborate with you. Chen shook his head, rejecting the offer outright. You. Du Liang regarded Chen with a furrowed brow, visibly irritated. If you think so little of me, then so be it. With that, he turned and walked away. I must find a way to enter. Chen scanned the 10 stone doors before him, deep in thought. In truth, he was uncertain which doors signified the path to safety. A wrong choice could indeed lead to peril. Thus, discerning the door that represented life became paramount. The legendary beast tamer must have left these 10 doors as a test for future challengers. Otherwise, he could have simply erased the entryways. The secret to the path of survival undoubtedly lay concealed among these 10 stone doors. Contemplating this, Chen focused his mind, summoning an assassination insect to his hand. Its red eyes surveyed the 10 doors, revealing a perspective entirely distinct from that of a human. Under the influence of the assassination insect, each of the 10 stone doors revealed a unique feature, the intricate patterns located in the upper left corner. These patterns, as fine as a strand of hair, were nearly imperceptible. However, they were composed of a certain energy, pulsating with formidable power. This was a puzzle of sorts. Chen observed the 10 designs, feeling a stir of realization. Each of the 10 patterns could represent a number, and only by activating them in a specific sequence could the true door to survival be unlocked. Yet, determining the correct order was an even more troublesome endeavor. Random attempts would be futile, the combinations of 10 numbers could amount to billions. Without centuries, or even millennia, it would be impossible to unlock the door to life. The sequence of the patterns was surely hidden nearby. Chen narrowed his eyes. He began to ponder silently the significance and sequential patterns represented by these intricate designs. At that moment, the others also discovered the existence of the patterns. Look, it seems there are some designs upon this stone door. Chapter 78, Strength in Numbers. Good heavens, this must be a clue left by that enigmatic Beastmaster. 10 distinct patterns. They must signify different sequences. But what exactly is the correct order? Let us make rubbings of these patterns and send them to headquarters. Investigate immediately. I must discern the sequence of these designs. Even if it means turning the database upside down, we must uncover the meaning behind these patterns. Among the Beastmasters present, many hailed from colossal powers, brimming with manpower. Although they were not adept at deciphering such intellectual challenges, with thousands of hands at their disposal, someone was bound to discover the correct decoding approach. Simultaneously, the databases of the major factions were no mere trifles. These 10 patterns bore a distinctly rich historical essence. Surely, information could be pieced together from the archives. Indeed, there is strength in numbers. Chen was somewhat taken aback, with his arms crossed. He felt no urgency and patiently awaited the group to unravel the enigma and unlock the legendary Beastmaster's tomb. That scoundrel. At this moment, Du Liang's expression darkened as he glared at Chen with simmering anger. The more he thought about it, the more infuriated he became. As a silver rank 3 Beastmaster, when had he ever been subjected to such indignity? Having extended a heartfelt invitation, he was ruthlessly rebuffed. It was utterly stifling. Chen must pay a price. With this thought, Du Liang clenched his fists, a malicious plan forming in his mind. How interesting. It seems I have caught his attention. Chen cast a glance at Du Liang beside him, dismissing him entirely. This fellow posed no threat at present, and taking action now would be ill-advised, bordering on self-destruction. The surrounding Beastmasters were not fools. Chen had no justification for killing Du Liang. The others would surely rise in unison to eliminate a reckless murderer like him, ensuring their own safety. I found it. Huh, so that's how it is. I have received the news. The patterns upon the stone door do not represent a sequence of codes, but rather a unique mark. All 10 stone doors are indeed entrances. Yet they are also perilous exits. Behind each door lies a life or death trial. Typically, these challenges are left by top-tier Beastmasters for their successors. If one can successfully navigate through, they shall inherit the entirety of that legendary Beastmaster's legacy. Hiss. A life or death scenario. A 90 mortality rate. This complicates matters. Should we venture inside? There's a 90 chance of death. Many Beastmasters felt a chill down their spines, their faces paling. It is essential to remember that most had come in search of treasure, not to meet their demise. A 90 mortality rate is a nightmare for nearly anyone. No. If 90 are destined to die, that applies to an individual. If multiple people form a team, leveraging their strengths, survival becomes considerably easier. Indeed, let us not jest. In a state of near death, unless one is a true kin, who would extend a helping hand. That is also true. Around, the Beastmasters engaged in fervent discussions, many furrowing their brows, sensing the complexities of the situation at hand. With a swift glance at the gathering, Chen said nothing and strode purposefully towards the nearest stone door. His pace was brisk. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the imposing entrance. Good heavens, someone's about to enter? What madness is this? Is that person courting death? Who are they? A level 5 Beastmaster? How could a level 5 reach here? This must be some significant figure. Whispers of ancient rumors filled the air, suggesting that some individuals relished the guise of humility, particularly certain powerful elites. Let us follow him. Indeed, with such a formidable presence leading the way, our journey should be considerably eased. Many Beastmasters' eyes lit up, and they promptly trailed after Chen, arriving at the stone door together. Goodness. They all followed, haven't they? Chen sighed inwardly. He made no effort to dissuade them. After all, he was immensely powerful, and some puzzles might indeed elude him. Perhaps this group would prove useful in due course. With a subtle exertion, Chen caused the stone door to swing open, revealing a swirling vortex of energy beyond. He paused, momentarily taken aback by the sight, as gasps erupted from the crowd behind him. A teleportation portal? The legendary spatial gateway. It must lead to an alternate dimension. Gasps of awe resonated through the throng. Truly, only a legendary Beastmaster could forge such a realm as their final resting place. Observing their astonishment, Chen felt no need to linger. He stepped forward, entering the unfamiliar space. In an instant, reality spun around him. Surrounding him was a city suspended in midair, most of its expanse reduced to ruins. The city was staggering in size, spanning several hundred kilometers, densely packed with towering edifices, though the majority lay in collapse, with the remnants shrouded in weeds and vines. It was a desolate relic of the pre-cataclysm era. As Chen surveyed the scene, a sense of disorientation enveloped him. He had encountered descriptions of such cities in historical texts during his studies at Qinglong Academy, but this was his first encounter with the tangible remnants of such grandeur. One could only imagine the bustling life that thrived here before the calamity struck. This place is nothing but a wasteland. How peculiar. It feels like a realm of death, utter silence. I sense a creeping dread. I cannot explain it, but an ominous premonition stirs within me. Unsettling, profoundly unsettling. At that moment, the remaining Beastmasters arrived, each wearing expressions of concern. Many possessed keen instincts, sensing that something was amiss, though the source of their unease eluded them. Suddenly, a flash of white light pierced through the stillness. A silver-ranked Beastmaster was struck. Blood erupted from his forehead as his head burst apart, the acrid scent of blood permeating the air. Panic ensued among the crowd. What is happening? Has a silver-level Beastmaster truly perished so easily? Who is it? Step forward. What entity is launching this attack? Such terrifying speed. It is invisible. Quickly. Attack in all directions. Kill, kill, kill. Hold nothing back. Chapter 79, Crisis Looming. In an instant, a dozen Beastmasters went mad, frantically assaulting the surroundings. Energy blasts filled the air, shattering the debris around them into dust. However, the creature that had just annihilated the silver-level Beastmaster was nowhere to be seen, not even a shadow. Minutes passed before the group of Beastmasters, panting heavily, ceased their onslaught. Is he dead? Uncertain. Everyone, remain vigilant. This place is indeed fraught with peril, utterly terrifying. Such a creature must have lingered in the ruins for centuries. This is outrageous. Many Beastmasters were left dumbfounded, each trembling with fear, their vigilance heightened as they surveyed their surroundings. Clang. Suddenly, the sound of metal colliding erupted once more. A silver light burst forth, aimed directly at Chen. In the blink of an eye, this silvery beam struck him. At that moment, the energy shield of the 10th level diamond beetle activated automatically. A flash of golden light appeared, followed by an immense force. Chen stumbled back 2 or 3 steps, yet his exterior remained unscathed. The silvery light vanished as quickly as it had come. He managed to block it. I knew it. That fellow is formidable. What kind of energy shield is that? Regardless of its nature, let us draw closer. Indeed, let us cling to this powerhouse. It may bring us some peace. The group of Beastmasters swiftly converged around Chen, their expressions now steeped in even greater fear. Interesting. A subtle smile graced Chen's lips, and he felt an unexpected calm wash over him. This silvery light must be an attack from some creature, fast and silent, yet with a lethality comparable to that of a silver-level Beastmaster, or perhaps a silver-level 2 Beastmaster. Upon impact, it could easily deplete half of the Diamond Beetle's energy shield. Such power is indeed remarkable. However, capturing and eliminating this beast would not be a simple task given its astonishing speed. What a display of bravado. At this moment, Du Liang boldly stepped forward. He brandished an energy device and proclaimed arrogantly, "This attack is hardly formidable. Merely silver level. It poses no threat whatsoever." Upon finishing, he activated his silver level equipment and strode confidently into the depths of the ruins. Boom. A dull thud resonated. Du Liang's shield flared to life, then quickly dimmed, while the energy device in his hand turned red. This indicated that it could withstand only one more hit before becoming useless. This is impossible. Du Liang hissed in disbelief, struggling to accept this reality. This is a silver level 5 energy shield. How could it fail to withstand a hidden attack? This defies logic. I thought that fellow was something special. After much ado, it appears the jester is doomed. The beast under control seems singular in purpose, targeting the isolated. A grave predicament is at hand. Murmurs of concern echoed around. Observing the unfolding chaos, Chen remained unperturbed. His curiosity piqued as he watched Du Liang. Bang! At that moment, the concealed beast struck once more, its speed astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it shattered Du Liang's shield. Bang! The shield exploded, and a crimson gash appeared on Du Liang's forehead, deep enough to expose bone. Blood gushed forth, leaving his face as pale as a corpse. He realized his fate was sealed. Thud! A dull thud resonated as blood splattered from the center of his brow, brain matter scattering. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground. A fleeting silver glimmer indicated the beast's attempt to escape. At that instant, Chen sprang into action. Sizzle! Beside him, a bloodthirsty hunting insect, having ascended to level 9, suddenly manifested. With a burst of speed, it struck the airborne beast with its forelimbs. Sizzle! A silver ant was effortlessly severed in twain, tumbling to the earth. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. many faces drained of color. It was indeed the silver-tier bullet ant. We must flee. Immediately. The bullet ant is a social creature. And once provoked, it can swarm in the millions. Even gold-tier beasts would be exhausted by such numbers. Run. A wave of beast tamers were genuinely terrified. A couple of silver-tier beasts posed no threat, but if they reached the million mark, not even the golden, diamond, or lord tier could dare confront them. Ants can bring down elephants. Hiss. At this moment, Chen too inhaled sharply. Silver-tier bullet ants could easily number in the millions. To be besieged by them would be nothing short of catastrophic. It was no wonder this area felt so eerily silent. After all, it seemed every beast had been devoured. We must depart. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen surged forth, covering several hundred meters in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. The relentless sounds of death echoed. Each noise marking the demise of an individual, their shattered skulls becoming sustenance for the silver-tier bullet ants. Chen, due to his elimination of the bullet ant companions, became a prime target, enduring numerous attacks. Fortunately, under the protection of the diamond insect, he remained unscathed. The bullet ants, exhibiting a form of intelligence, ceased their assault upon realizing Chen could not be easily vanquished. After running 7 or 8 kilometers, the bullet ant attacks finally subsided. Chen summoned forth his golden tier assassination insect and, after carefully scanning the surroundings, proclaimed, "Everyone is safe. How many of us remain? Phew. At last, we are secure. I never imagined I would survive. What a challenge. How terrifying. Our numbers have dwindled by a third. This is outrageous. Truly a perilous place where survival is uncertain. Thankfully, we have a formidable ally." The bullet ants launched their assault, and our leader endured at least 20 or 30 strikes. Had he not been present, we would have faced a grim fate, losing at least 90% of our number. I regret my decision to come here. Yet, contemplating the brighter side, the other teams lacked the support of such a formidable leader. The surviving beast tamers gasped for breath, visibly shaken by the harrowing experience. At that moment, Chen's expression shifted dramatically. He furrowed his brow and glanced behind him. A chilling sound echoed, sending shivers down their spines. Over 100 colossal bullet ants, each nearly a foot long and radiating a silvery glow, had inexplicably appeared behind the group. Good heavens! It was the soldier ants among the bullet ants, relentless killing machines. A single soldier ant possessed the strength comparable to a level 6 silver beast. There was no escape. The speed of the bullet ants was overwhelming. Game over. One of them exclaimed. Don't panic. Our leader hasn't fled. That was true. They turned their attention to their leader, seeking his guidance. For a fleeting moment, the beast tamers were taken aback, but they quickly regained their composure, turning to Chen, eager to witness how he would handle the situation. Clearly, they were relentless in their pursuit. Observing the unfolding scenario, Chen sighed. To be honest, he had not wished to reveal too much of his strength, but now it seemed unavoidable. With that thought, he summoned forth over 100 freezing insects. What use is there in summoning over 100 level 6 beasts? The disparity between level 6 beasts and level 6 silver beasts is nearly insurmountable. Could this truly be the leader's trump card? Bewilderment washed over the crowd. Yet, a slight smile graced Chen's lips as he raised his hand and commanded, freezing insects, attack. Boom, boom, boom. At his command, hundreds of icy blue liquids surged toward the silver bullet ants. In an instant, the freezing liquid splattered, unleashing an extreme chill that rendered the movements of the silver bullet ants sluggish. Some bullet ants even ceased their actions entirely, becoming mere ice sculptures. This was the extraordinary capability of the freezing insects, highlighting the soldier ants' vulnerability due to their smaller size. Despite their formidable strength and speed, they were incapable of retaining heat. When faced with ultra-low temperature attacks, their only fate was to lose all mobility and be frozen solid. Of course, such temperatures would not slay these fearsome creatures. Now, it's your turn to shine, Chen said, hands in pockets, a cheerful expression adorning his face. These soldier ants are now living targets. Once they thaw, they won TB as manageable. The leader was right. Attack. Quickly. Give it your all. We must not allow these soldier ants to launch their assault. Kill. The other beast tamers quickly rallied, responding without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. A torrent of attacks rained down. The remaining 20 or 30 beast tamers, at least silver rank, included several who wielded level 6 or 7 silver beasts. Their strength was indeed formidable. If this swarm of bullet ants could retaliate and evade, these attacks would pose no threat whatsoever. However, under the chilling grasp of the freezing liquid, they could only serve as passive targets, enduring the onslaught. Bang! In an instant, hundreds of bullet ants were obliterated into mere fragments. Indeed, there were no crystal cores. Chen's gaze swept over the lifeless bodies of the bullet ants, tinged with a hint of regret. These over 100 bullet ants were of silver tier strength. Had they yielded crystal cores, it would undoubtedly have allowed his system to effortlessly ascend to the silver level. Alas, he would have to ponder other strategies for the future. Chen sighed, stowing away the frozen insects, and proclaimed, enough. Cease the attack. All the bullet ants have perished. All dead. Phew. How terrifying. Indeed, the prowess of our esteemed leader is remarkable. Precisely. If not for those freezing insects, we would have perished. Goodness. It is my first encounter with a mere level 5 Beastmaster wielding such utility. Surviving by a hair's breadth? Given our experiences, it is more akin to certain death. Numerous Beastmasters exhaled deeply, their faces reflecting the relief of having escaped a dire fate, yet still haunted by lingering fears. What shall we do next? Yi-Chun surveyed the expanse of ruins before him, his brow slightly furrowed. This wasteland stretched for several hundred kilometers. If they were to search bit by bit, who knows when they might unearth the legacy of a legendary Beastmaster. To put it differently, it would be akin to seeking the location of a Western medicine's inheritance. Esteemed leader, I know the location of the legendary Beastmaster's legacy. A young man stepped forward, trembling as he spoke. According to the information I have gathered, the legacy should be situated in the city center. The city center, you say? Yi-Chun opened the map for a brief glance before responding. It is not far. Merely 150 kilometers. Are you certain the legacy resides in the city center? Not entirely sure. The youth shook his head, continuing. I merely found a fragment of information recorded in the archives from back in the day. Very well. Let us proceed to the city center. Yi-Chun declared decisively. For him, the destination was inconsequential. Since the youth had made the claim, it indicated a substantial possibility of the legacy's existence in the city center. Ultimately, the city center would need to be searched regardless. We shall follow. With no other option, they resolved to follow the leader, knowing that to advance independently would likely lead them to become prey for the ferocious beasts lurking within the city. Quickly, let us move. The group, not foolish, promptly trailed behind Yi-Chun, anxious not to be left behind. Time slipped away quickly. Yi-Chun's pace was not particularly swift. In 7 to 8 hours, they had traversed only a few kilometers. The terrain was fraught with uncertainty, where the sudden appearance of a lord-level or even king-level beast would be far from surprising. Moving slowly was of no consequence. Sacrificing one's life in pursuit of haste was not worth it. Crack. Just then, the sound of metal scraping filled the air. The next moment, a building erupted in a cacophony of destruction. A monstrous creature, measuring 30 meters in length and adorned with dark golden scales, emerged onto the surface. Incredible. A golden tier earth dragon? Unbelievable. Within this city, there exists a creature of such formidable rank. We are doomed. Run. What is the point of running? We stand before a golden tier beast. It's a dead end. Rather than being devoured, one might as well raise a middle finger. Surprisingly, many beast tamers found an unexpected calmness in this moment. If it were a silver tier beast, they could muster their strength and engage in battle. However, confronting a golden tier creature with their combined efforts would merely serve to warm it up. How intriguing. Yi-Chun gazed at the golden tier earth dragon, squinting his eyes as he weighed the pros and cons. The golden tier assassination worm might not even be a match for this golden tier earth dragon. If he were to deploy the king goo worm, it could indeed slay this golden tier beast. Yet, the presence of the king goo worm is far too conspicuous. If there exists a creature in this city even more powerful, it would spell disaster. This is his ultimate trump card, to be used only as a last resort. Roar. The golden tier earth dragon unleashed a terrifying roar. Yet, it remained stationary, exhibiting an air of utmost vigilance, hesitating to strike. At the golden tier, a creature's intelligence parallels that of humans. It understands the significance of weighing risks and rewards. Chapter 81, Fierce Battle with the Golden Earth Dragon. It could sense clearly that Yi-Chun was not to be trifled with. He posed a significant threat. It required time to meticulously search for a flaw to eliminate Yi-Chun. Thus, it was in no haste to attack. The golden tier earth dragon was not foolish. In Yi-Chun's hand, the golden tier assassination worm materialized, standing resolute against the earth dragon. Boom. Instantly, the golden tier earth dragon grew tense. Its dark golden vertical pupils fixated on the assassination worm. At this level, beasts possess an acute sensitivity to energy. Clearly perceiving the danger posed by the assassination worm, it was certainly not an adversary to be underestimated. This is not looking good. Yi-Chun, while confronting the golden tier earth dragon, pondered his next course of action. Engaging in a direct confrontation with the golden tier creature was evidently unwise. The assassination worm could sustain severe injuries, jeopardizing future explorations. If the assassination worm were to be harmed, he would be compelled to resort to the king goo worm. That would be a losing proposition. The alternative would be to retreat. However, retreating might provoke the golden tier earth dragon into a preemptive assault. Roar. Just then, the golden tier earth dragon could no longer contain its fury. It let out a furious roar and charged towards Yi-Chun at breakneck speed. Surpassing the speed of sound in the blink of an eye, the 100-meter distance vanished in an instant. Before Yi-Chun could react, the glinting fangs of the golden tier earth dragon were merely inches away. Swoosh. In almost the same heartbeat, the golden tier assassination worm sprang into action, darting towards the gaping maw of the earth dragon like a streak of golden lightning. For other creatures, the earth dragon's cavernous mouth would be a lethal weapon. In the case of the golden assassination insect, the part of its oral cavity that is not covered by scales represents a fatal weakness, easily penetrable. This vulnerability exposes its delicate innards, even its brain. Crack. The earth dragon, without uttering a word, immediately snapped its jaws shut. The golden assassination insect collided against its teeth, Crack! A fong flew through the air. The immense force sent the golden earth dragon hurtling away. Boom! Dust and debris erupted as the earth dragon smashed through several buildings, becoming engulfed in a sea of rubble. Was that golden earth dragon dead? Uncertain. Hiss. Truly impressive. A golden beast indeed. With a mere gesture, it was subdued. Strong. Infinitely powerful in every sense. Phew. I no longer worry about safety. Hee hee. A golden beast. I ask for little. If I could catch a glimpse of even a scrap, my life would be free from want. Not just scraps. Did you see that shattered fong? In the black market, it could fetch hundreds of silver beast cores. TSK, TSK. The beast tamers behind Chen were rendered speechless. They had completely lost the ability to intervene in this battle. The only option left was to observe. Roar. The golden earth dragon's roar erupted, its terrifying sound waves creating a shockwave that spread outward. Within the sound, there was an unmistakable hatred and fury directed at Chen. Clearly, Chen's actions had incited unprecedented wrath in the golden earth dragon. Boom. A golden shadow erupted from the ruins. It opened its mouth and unleashed a golden energy blade, moving with incredible speed, akin to teleportation, striking directly at Chen. The sheer force was comparable to being struck by a mountain. Bang! The shield of the golden diamond insect activated around Chen, easily deflecting this attack. However, it could not dissipate the tremendous force. In an instant, Chen was propelled like a cannonball, crashing through a building and becoming buried beneath the debris. Such a terrifying attack. We are doomed. An assault of this caliber would guarantee death for any golden beast tamer. The master is dead. It's over. We are finished. Run. Flee. What nonsense. In this situation, escaping is utterly futile. The beast tamers surrounding Chen fell into chaos. Many turned to flee, their movements frantic. Some even heading towards the bullet ant nest. Yet, a portion remained remarkably calm, standing their ground. They realized that Chen had been knocked away. Under normal circumstances, a golden earth dragon's attack would obliterate a golden beast tamer, reducing them to a mist of blood, not merely sending them flying. Being propelled indicates that he managed to block the attack. Chen might not be dead after all. Roar. The golden earth dragon let out a furious roar, its golden scales bristling. It was seething with rage, its golden slit eyes fixated intently on Chen's position, its tail flicking restlessly, exuding an aura of profound agitation. Chen's presence remained steadfast, undeterred by the recent assault, which bore no fruit. In that fleeting moment, the golden-grade earth dragon contemplated retreat. As a ferocious beast, it held no regard for dignity. Survival was paramount. What transpired? That was a golden-grade earth dragon. My heavens, a golden-grade beast. It seemed someone was engaged in battle with this formidable creature. We must flee. Let's distance ourselves immediately. Indeed, while that terrifying beast remains unaware of our presence, we must escape. Dozens of beastmasters passed by, their faces paling upon sighting the golden-grade earth dragon. A golden-grade beast. Moreover, one with maximum strength, speed, and defense. Such beings inherently posed challenges beyond their level. To confront such a formidable entity was tantamount to courting death. Even if victory were attainable, their own summoned beasts would surely sustain injuries. In this perilous world, a core golden-grade beastmaster wounded was but a step away from death. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted. The ruins shattered as a tank bug emerged, clearing the debris. Coughing, Chen brushed off the dust from his attire. He strolled out of the wreckage, his expression largely unchanged, yet his heart was overwhelmed with terror. Truth be told, had it not been for the golden-grade diamond bug, he would now be a lifeless corpse. No, not even a corpse. He would have been obliterated, reduced to dust. Such was the terrifying power of a golden-grade beast, an absolute domination. The speed exceeded Chen's current reflexes. He needed to discover a technique soon. Taking a deep breath, Chen focused his thoughts and directed the assassination bug towards the golden-grade earth dragon once more. Boom. The golden-grade assassination bug soared with astonishing speed, tracing a golden line through the air, akin to a bolt of lightning. Chapter 82, A Fruitless Endeavor. Buzz. An energy shield materialized around the golden-grade earth dragon, prepared to withstand the impending blow. Simultaneously, a golden blade of light coalesced in the dragon's maw, ready to obliterate the assassination bug into fragments. Regrettably, the speed of the golden-grade assassination bug was simply too formidable. Crack! Almost upon contact, the energy shield surrounding the golden-grade earth dragon shattered. The assassination bug's velocity faltered, dropping several folds, before crashing into the northern flank of the earth dragon. Splash! Blood sprayed forth as the golden-grade assassination bug vanished in an instant, leaving a deep, half-meter gash, spanning 3 to 4 meters along the dragon's back. Blood flowed profusely, staining the ground crimson. Roar! The golden earth dragon's eyes turned a fierce crimson, its rage boiling over. After countless years, no one had ever managed to inflict such harm upon it. The audacity was infuriating. Boom! In nearly an instant, in the jaws of the golden-level earth dragon, dozens of energy blades coalesced, hurtling towards the golden-level assassination insect. Given the opponent's astonishing speed, a saturation attack was the only recourse. If even one blade struck true, the golden-level assassination insect would undoubtedly suffer grievous harm. With a sharp sound, the golden-level assassination insect exhibited agility bordering on the uncanny, maneuvering through the air at sonic speeds, executing acute turns to deftly evade the Earth Dragon's onslaught. It surged forward once more, confronting the golden-level Earth Dragon directly. A sound akin to shattering glass echoed as the energy shield enveloping the golden-level Earth Dragon fragmented once again. The assassination insect vanished in an instant, leaving a gory trail of blood splattered across the Earth Dragon's hide, resulting in a massive gash several meters long, deep enough to reveal bone. With a thunderous roar, the golden-level Earth Dragon unleashed another barrage of attacks, but this time, its fury was overshadowed by fear. The situation was decidedly unfavorable. If this confrontation continued, its demise was inevitable. Thus, after releasing hundreds of strikes, the golden-level Earth Dragon turned tail and fled, not daring to linger. Yet, it was already too late. Swift as lightning, the golden-level assassination insect effortlessly dodged nearly 100 attacks, directly colliding with the dragon's skull. A colossal wound emerged on the beast's head, exposing the stark whiteness of its skull beneath. With a resounding thud, the golden-level Earth Dragon was sent sprawling, crashing to the ground, convulsing and slipping into a brief state of unconsciousness. The seemingly small golden insect exuded an aura of terror. Indeed, it was utterly absurd. One could only imagine the fate that awaited us if that golden insect turned its attention towards us. We would surely perish. With our meager skills, we stood no chance. What a formidable entity. A true master of deception. Many beast tamers paused to observe, for battles between golden-level beasts were a rarity in most cities, often unseen. Witnessing the might of a golden-level beast was immensely beneficial for these tamers. Many would spend their lives without ever encountering sufficient data on golden-level beasts. Boom. At that moment, the golden Earth Dragon rose from the ground, shaking its head. It opened its mouth, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that quickly coalesced into an energy sphere over 10 meters in diameter, expanding at a frightening pace. Once fully formed, its power would be unimaginable. In that instant, the golden-level assassination insect reached the pinnacle of speed, embodying the adage that speed is the ultimate martial prowess. It boldly charged towards the burgeoning energy sphere, narrowly brushing past it. Bang! Due to the interference from the golden-level assassination insect, the 10-meter energy sphere lost control in the blink of an eye, erupting into a blinding light that shot skyward. Boom! A flash of light flickered and swiftly vanished, followed by an overwhelmingly terrifying shockwave. As the wave dissipated, only the decapitated corpse of the golden-hued dire beast remained. With a thud, the body collapsed to the ground, astonishingly beginning to disintegrate into black mist, vanishing into the air. What was happening? Yi Chen's eyes widened as he gazed at the remains of the golden-grayed beast, momentarily rendered speechless. How could the corpse of this golden-grayed beast simply disappear? Was this some kind of peculiar creation? Technology from the era of Cataclysm? A tangible illusion? Goodness! Had they been battling an illusion all along? It certainly seemed plausible. What a futile endeavor. The surrounding Beastmasters were equally at a loss. With a crash, the golden-grayed beast completely dissipated, leaving behind only a rusted chest, cast in bronze, lying forlornly on the ground. A treasure chest? Not some sort of spatial equipment. Surely it contains the treasures left by legendary Beastmasters of yore. One could indeed entertain such a possibility. Was this a reward for vanquishing a golden-grayed beast? Many onlookers wore expressions of exhilaration. Meanwhile, Yi Chen picked up the chest and weighed it in his hands. As expected, the chest was remarkably heavy, operating with a complex mechanism, seemingly an ancient spatial technology from the Cataclysm era, now rendered obsolete. Regardless, he was determined to open it. Yi Chen remained remarkably composed. Although they had labored for quite some time without acquiring the golden-grayed beast's crystal core, and even the corpse had vanished, his intuition told him that this chest contained something valuable. With a crack, the lid of the chest opened, revealing a rather spacious interior, approximately 100 meters in length, width, and height. Within this space, there was nothing but a peculiar metal plate. What was this? Yi Chen picked up the metal plate and examined it closely, his expression suddenly shifting. This metal plate bore the very same patterns as those on the stone door, albeit with only one design. The stone door, however, featured a total of 10 distinct patterns. Could it be that this metal plate was the key to unlocking the legacy? Kid, if I were you, I would put that down. Indeed. Place the metal plate down. You may yet live. This is your final warning. Two voices echoed. Yi Chen turned towards the source of the voices, spotting a pair of identical twins clad in black suits, their faces grim, exuding an aura reminiscent of debtors refusing to pay. Are you threatening me? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, speaking coolly. The fragment is in my possession. If you want it, come and take it. Let me see what you can do. Chapter 83. Is the legendary beast still alive? Humph. The suited youth did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, a massive black tiger, measuring 7 or 8 meters in length, materialized beside him. Roar. The black giant tiger let out a fierce roar. Its cold, piercing gaze fixated on Yi Chen, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. It was suffused with a bloodthirsty chill. How intriguing. The golden-level black-shot tiger. Yi-Chun gazed at the imposing creature, his pupils narrowing. Within the beast compendium, the black-shot tiger ranks among the foremost of the golden-level ferocious beasts. It is not its strength that makes it notable, but rather its abundance, making it one of the more common golden-level tamed beasts. Consequently, there is a wealth of information available. In terms of combat prowess, this particular golden-level black-shot tiger pales in comparison to the earlier golden-level earth dragon. So, young man, what are your thoughts? The suited young man spoke with an air of arrogance, his tone frigid. I do not wish to repeat myself. A single golden-level black-shot tiger dares to engage me. What utter folly. He regarded the youth with a dismissive gaze, coolly stating, if you wish to forcibly seize it, feel free to attempt. Ha, just one. The suited young man laughed mockingly, casting a cold glance at Yi-Chun, and declared proudly, who told you I was alone? Boom. At that moment, another golden-level black-shot tiger materialized from another direction. One before and one behind. They effectively blocked all avenues of escape for Yi-Chun. Hiss. 2 golden-level ferocious beasts. How terrifying. This is the end. 2 against 1. Even if that golden-level insect is slightly stronger, it is still no match. Hiss. 2 golden-level black-shot tigers. Perhaps it would be wise for the esteemed one to concede. It's hard to say. The esteemed one appears remarkably composed. A passing Beastmaster halted, witnessing Yi-Chun's predicament, facing 2 opponents and 2 golden-level Beastmasters. They could hardly contain their astonishment. In that moment, Yi-Chun raised his chin, speaking nonchalantly. And what if there are 2? If you dare to strike, I shall ensure your demise. You are quite audacious. The suited young man's expression hardened, turning as frigid as ice. He stepped forward, poised to act, when suddenly, the situation shifted once more. Boom. A muffled sound erupted, causing the entire city to tremble. Dilapidated buildings began to collapse one after another, raising clouds of dust. What is happening? I cannot tell. I sense an astonishing surge of energy. This is not good. Could it be the activation of some mechanism? Everyone, be cautious. This place is the tomb of a legendary Beastmaster. It is genuinely perilous. If only I had known, I would not have come here. Enough chatter. Let us look out for one another. Indeed, we must unite to survive. Countless cultivators descended into chaos. Yi-Chun's expression grew grave in an instant. For within his personal space, the Goo King insect began to stir restlessly. This was rather alarming. One must understand, what does the Goo King insect signify? Throughout this journey, he had encountered various top-tier ferocious beasts, and now it was agitated. There is danger. This is no ordinary threat. What could it possibly be? Fear also crept onto the suited young man's face. Upon reaching the level of a golden-level Beastmaster, one's perception is over 100-fold that of a silver-level Beastmaster. He could distinctly sense that it was not an energy outburst, but rather akin to a normal life wave. What manner of creature is this? Merely a fluctuation in life force has caused the entire city to tremble. Could it be that the legendary Beastmaster's familiar from years past still lives? The rumble. The disturbance lasted but a few fleeting seconds before it vanished. Within Yi-Chun's realm, the Goo King insect, though no longer restless, remained on high alert for the first time, eschewing its usual languid slumber. Clearly, that tremor had instilled fear in it. Yi-Chun cast a glance at the twin-suited youth beside him, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. If he was not mistaken, it was quite possible that their battle had awakened the slumbering beast. This conflict could not continue. It was imperative to deploy the Goo King insect for a swift resolution. Kid, consider yourself fortunate. The suited youth's expression darkened as he coldly remarked, if we engage in battle, we may inadvertently rouse that sleeping monster. Perhaps we should call for a truce and resume our fight once we are outside. You wish to fight? The opportunity is always present. I am indifferent. Yi-Chun replied with an unperturbed demeanor. Frankly, he had no desire for combat at that moment. The Goo King insect was formidable. Its mere appearance could rival that of a golden-tier beast. If the legendary beast truly lay in slumber, awakening it would surely spell disaster. Then we shall part ways for now. The 2 suited youths wasted no time, turning on their heels and vanishing from Yi-Chun's sight. Taking a deep breath, Yi-Chun furrowed his brow, hesitating briefly before continuing toward the city center. He hoped that the treasure of the legendary Beastmaster lay hidden within the heart of this desolate city. Time passed swiftly. A day and night had elapsed in the blink of an eye. Yi-Chun had become considerably more vigilant, sending out his hunting insects to scout ahead and circumventing any powerful beasts he encountered. There was no alternative. Beneath the city likely lurked a slumbering legendary beast. Should it awaken, it would invoke calamity. According to the prowess of a legendary beast, even its most basic attack could effortlessly obliterate dozens of cities. The magnitude of its terror was evident. The ruins of the city spanned several hundred kilometers, where even a simple fluctuation in life force could send the entire expanse quaking. This was enough to illustrate the absurdity of its power. It was no wonder the Goo King insect could sense the underlying dread. A faint buzzing sound arose. Yi-Chun retracted his assassination insect and gazed ahead. At this juncture, he had ventured over 100 kilometers deep, nearing the city center. Not far from him, 3 golden-tier dragons were leisurely slumbering. These golden giants lay approximately 500 meters from his position, thus remaining unaware of his presence. However, Their location constituted the sole passage into the city center. The remaining routes were largely dominated by 4th and 5th tier golden beasts, with even diamond tier monsters prowling about. This was indeed a precarious situation. Yi-chan gazed at the 3 golden tier earth dragons, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Master, I have an idea. At that moment, a beast tamer hurried over, having followed Yi-chan for a day and a night. Chapter 84, Diverting Disaster. The beast tamer regarded Yi-chan as his sole lifeline, frequently offering strategies and successfully disarming numerous traps along their journey. What idea? Yi-chan inquired, curiosity piqued. Look, the beast tamer pointed to a distant direction. As Yi-chan turned to follow the gesture, his pupils contracted in surprise. Not far from him, at a distance of over 1,000 meters, 2 young men in suits had also arrived, their expressions filled with worry as they beheld the 3 golden tier earth dragons. Given their strength, defeating a single golden tier earth dragon would be a manageable feat, but taking on 2 would necessitate retreat. Facing 3 was nearly an impossible endeavor. What a twist of fate. Yi-chan observed the 2 young men, a spark igniting within him. To be truthful, Yi-chan abhorred senseless slaughter of innocents. However, he would show no mercy to those who sought his demise. Casting another glance at the 3 golden tier earth dragons, Yi-chan murmured, diverting disaster. Utilizing a blade to slay. This is a splendid opportunity. Truly worthy of a master. Before I even spoke, you anticipated my thoughts. The beast tamer exclaimed with delight, his excitement palpable. We need not slay those 2 golden tier beast tamers. We merely require those fools to attract attention. Attracting attention, you say? Yi-chan narrowed his eyes. With a flicker of intent, an 8th tier phantom insect clone silently appeared beside him, effortlessly masking all presence as it stealthily advanced towards the 3 golden tier earth dragons. Time flew by, and within a minute or two, the phantom insect clone had approached within 100 meters of the 3 golden tier earth dragons. Boom. One of the golden tier earth dragons suddenly opened its eyes, its dark golden pupils fixated on the phantom insect clone, glinting with a fierce, murderous intent. Discovered. Yi-chan was taken aback, not by the detection of the phantom insect, but by its remarkable ability to infiltrate so close to the golden tier earth dragons. It was evident that the stealth capabilities of the phantom insect were truly extraordinary. Boom. The moment it was spotted, the phantom insect abandoned its concealment and surged toward the 2 young men 1,000 meters away at breakneck speed. Roar. The 3 golden tier earth dragons were simultaneously alerted and began their pursuit with utmost haste. Although the phantom insect had the advantage of surprise, its 8th tier status rendered its speed comparable to that of a snail against the golden tier beasts. After barely covering 100 meters, the 3 golden tier earth dragons were already upon it, closing the gap to less than 100 meters. Buzz. In that instant, the phantom insect astonishingly split, one clone dividing into 5, dashing in 5 different directions. Roar. With a furious roar, the golden earth dragon unleashed its wrath, shattering 3 phantasmal insect clones with a single swipe. It then swiftly pursued the remaining 2 clones. Almost simultaneously, a burning insect emerged behind the 2 phantasmal clones. After undergoing systematic iterations and upgrades, the burning insect had ascended to the 6th tier, amplifying its self-destructive power 100-fold. Boom. The burning insect detonated, sending a colossal mushroom cloud soaring into the sky. The phantasmal insects created distance, now less than 100 meters away from the 2 young men. Realization dawned upon the twin brothers. They had been manipulated. These were not mere insects, but beasts controlled by someone else. Despicable. How dare they plot against us? We will not rest until we find you. The brothers seethed with rage, turning to flee. Alas, it was already too late. Boom. 3 golden earth dragons surged forth from the billowing smoke, their scales gleaming as if freshly polished, entirely unscathed. To a golden tier beast, the self-detonation of a 6th tier burning insect was akin to a mere tickle. Black Fiend Tiger, arise. The twin brothers felt a twinge of despair. Entangled with these 3 golden earth dragons would spell disaster for them. There would be no escape without paying a bloody price. Boom. The 3 golden earth dragons wasted no time, charging forward with ferocity, engaging in a chaotic melee with the 2 Black Fiend Tigers. The ground trembled, and dust swirled in the air. Let us depart. Yi-chan, filled with exhilaration, seized the opportunity to make a swift exit, continuing his journey toward the city center. You brat. I will surely slay you. The twin brothers spotted Yi-chan, and one of them bellowed, just wait. If I survive, I will not let you escape. Better focus on surviving first. Yi-chan scoffed, dismissing their threat. He moved with remarkable speed, swiftly slipping through a gap and entering the heart of the city. Is this truly the city center? It appeared to be an ordinary wasteland, not much different from the ruins outside. Does this place really harbor the legacy of a legendary Beastmaster? Yi-chan surveyed the rusted vehicles, momentarily speechless. His rational mind cautioned him that further exploration might yield little reward. Suddenly, Yi-chan sensed something in his spatial pouch. The small piece of metal in his hand was faintly glowing. This was quite astonishing. What could this mean? Master, this must be an ancient beacon, he realized. Excitement coursing through him. A technology from before the Great Calamity. It can pinpoint a subspace location. Haha, that subspace must indeed be the legacy of a legendary Beastmaster. Look at the patterns. They correspond to a map. Surrounding him, people exchanged hurried words, their excitement palpable in the air. The mere assembly of this iron fragment has revealed its true purpose, demonstrating the strength of collective effort. Chen found himself somewhat astonished. To be candid, he now felt a profound sense of gratitude for having brought these Beastmasters along. Otherwise, if he were to rely solely on himself, it would likely take him over a dozen days just to decipher this small iron piece. If he were to become obstinate, it could even span half a year. As for the entrance to the subspace, Chen examined the iron piece in his hand and, after a brief orientation, he resolutely advanced in a particular direction. Soon, he came to a halt before a towering edifice. In his grasp, the iron fragment underwent a metamorphosis, transforming into a square shard of silvery metal, adorned with faint golden patterns. Not far from him stood a solitary door, devoid of surrounding structures, standing alone. The golden patterns atop the door were identical to those on the metallic piece held by Chen. What an astonishing discovery, right in the city center. Chen felt a surge of excitement. Even with his mother nest system, this was no trivial matter. It represented the legacy of a legendary Beastmaster. To acquire it would be no less significant than extracting a legendary beast. Exhaling deeply, Chen rose to approach the door, just as a faint sound echoed in the stillness. Crack. Though the sound was subtle, in the profound silence of the surroundings, it resonated sharply. In the next moment, a peculiar creature approached the entrance to the subspace. This creature bore a resemblance to a lizard but walked upright. Its back was bristling with menacing, inverted bone spines. Its pupils were dark golden slits, exuding an aura of chilling malice. The dragon lizard beast. Chen's pupils constricted, and he inhaled sharply. The dragon lizard beast, a super mutated creature that existed only in the early days of the cataclysm. It mutated under the catalysis of primal forces. This creature could not reproduce. Only the original batch from the onset of the cataclysm remained. One could say, for each one slain, another would be lost. By Chen's era, it had essentially become extinct. As a mutated beast from the cataclysm era, its flesh and blood possessed power several times greater than that of the desiccated flesh he held. If utilized by his swarm, it could at least yield diamond-level hunting insects. Yet, was this being a mere phantom or genuinely existent? Incredible. This is the dragon lizard beast. A creature of reality. At that moment, a Beastmaster stood nearby, his hands eagerly rubbing together in excitement. Can you discern its authenticity? Chen's expression turned peculiar. Caught off guard, he had not anticipated such talent among his subordinates. Was distinguishing the dragon lizard beast truly so challenging? The individual appeared astonished, raising his hand to reveal a palm-sized bird that materialized in his grasp. He began, my beast possesses only average strength, merely at the silver level. Yet its vision is remarkably acute, capable of perceiving what eludes human sight. This illusion can deceive humans, creating an effect so realistic that it blurs the line between truth and deception. However, it cannot fool my beast. Understanding dawned upon Chen as he narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. He gazed once more at the dragon lizard beast, resolving not to slay it, for that would be a grievous waste. Capturing it and raising it could provide a continuous supply of blood, potentially elevating his swarm to a higher tier. Ice worms, deploy. Without a moment's hesitation, he willed forth a dozen ice worms that materialized upon the ground. Roar. In an instant, the dragon lizard beast detected the ice worm's presence. With a fierce roar, it unleashed its bone spines, charging towards the icy creatures. Bang, bang, bang. Countless splashes of ice blue liquid erupted as it collided with the dragon lizard beast. Within mere seconds, the creature's speed visibly diminished, ultimately encasing it in ice, rendering it immobile. Exhaling deeply, Chen had initially feared that this ancient monster would prove formidable, yet it appeared even easier to vanquish than ordinary ferocious beasts. Indeed, the extinction of such beasts was not without reason. They were, quite frankly, rather weak. However, joy turned to despair. Boom. A thunderous sound resonated as a colossal ape, measuring several dozen meters in height, descended from the heavens, crashing onto the ground. 2 ice worms were instantly crushed beneath its weight. Roar. The giant ape bellowed, its pale golden eyes fixating on Chen's position. Is it coming for me? Chen exclaimed, bewildered. How could it have detected him despite his impeccable concealment? Before he could comprehend the situation, the giant ape leaped into the air, reaching sonic speed, and struck Chen with a single punch. Boom. The energy shield of the diamond worm activated, shimmering with golden light as Chen was propelled backward, crashing through a skyscraper. Rumble. Dust and debris filled the air as the giant ape soared skyward, smashing through the ruins and crashing down on Chen once again. Boom. The earth quaked beneath him as the golden light around Chen flickered wildly, his heart racing with trepidation. Where had this ferocious ape emerged from, acting so recklessly? Without any provocation, it had launched an attack. Boom, boom, boom. Each punch from the giant ape was as heavy as a mountain, its speed astonishingly rapid. Within a mere 10 seconds, it unleashed dozens of strikes, reducing Chen's energy shield by a tenth. Golden-level assassination worms, arise. Yi-Chen shouted, summoning forth the golden-level assassination worms to retaliate. Boom. Under the threat to their master, the golden-level assassination worms entered a frenzied state within a mere second. Resembling golden blades that pierced through one of the giant ape's arms, leaving a glistening hole that could be seen through from front to back. Roar. With a thunderous roar, the colossal ape raised another fist, intent on continuing its assault. However, at that moment, the attack from the assassination insect erupted once more, piercing through the ape's other arm, effectively rendering both of its limbs useless. Boom. The assassination insect launched its third strike, targeting the ape's forehead, seeking a decisive blow. Boom. The colossal creature was no fool. It unleashed its tremendous power and retreated rapidly, avoiding the deadly strike by a mere whisker. Hiss. Yi-Chen inhaled sharply, his shield dimming slightly, but otherwise, he suffered no significant damage. He had been caught off guard, thrown to the ground, and pummeled mercilessly, a deeply frustrating experience indeed. Boom. Yi-Chen leaped from the pit, dusting himself off as he gazed at the distant giant ape. His pupils constricted in disbelief as he observed the ape's severed arm regenerating at an alarming rate. In mere breaths, it was nearly restored. Was this creature immortal? Yi-Chen felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity. Such extraordinary regenerative abilities could only belong to a creature of lordly or even sovereign caliber. To witness this in a beast of mere golden strength was utterly absurd. Moreover, this beast was relentlessly attacking him. There was definitely something amiss. Be careful. This is not a Beastmaster summon. It's a quality projection. You seem to have triggered some forbidden mechanism. A Beastmaster shouted from a distance. Not a beast? No wonder. Yi-Chen paused, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He scanned his surroundings for any potential breakthrough. The desolate landscape lay in ruins, devoid of any peculiarities. Yet, an indescribable sense of unease lingered in the air. Chapter 86, The Immortal Body? Howl. The giant ape roared once more, charging towards Yi-Chen. Damn it, just because the tiger doesn't roar. Do you think I'm a sickly cat? Yi-Chen's anger flared. With a thought, he prepared to summon the Goo King insect. Just then, the situation shifted dramatically. A faint, indistinct trace flickered into view nearby, the space around it exhibiting the slightest distortion. What was happening? Yi-Chen momentarily lost focus. Boom. Suddenly, the giant ape, having closed the distance, stood beside Yi-Chen, its fist raised high, imbued with terrifying power. Sizzle. The golden assassination insect darted forth at blinding speed, leaving a gaping blood hole beneath the ape's arm. In the blink of an eye, the insect reached the ape's forehead. Bang. Blood erupted from the giant's head as the assassination insect obliterated it. Boom. The ape's movements halted momentarily, but soon after, its head began to regenerate at an astonishing pace. Boom. The golden assassination insect struck again, shattering the ape's skull completely. Yet, this too proved to be of little consequence. The colossal ape regenerates its flesh as if it possesses an immortal body. My goodness, what on earth is this creature? This giant ape is truly terrifying. A golden-tier beast endowed with immortality? It is utterly absurd. I cannot fathom how one might triumph over it. If this continues, that insect's strength will inevitably be depleted, leading to its demise. The beast tamers, who had always placed their faith in Yi-Chen, now found themselves in a state of disquiet. The sheer absurdity of the situation was overwhelming. An immortal body. Even a deity would find it insurmountable. Immortal body. No, wait. Yi-Chen hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. He raised his hand and summoned a bloodthirsty insect, which surged forth towards the distorted space in the distance. Bang. Just as the bloodthirsty insect approached, a barely perceptible force erupted silently. Upon contact with the bloodthirsty hunting insect, it was obliterated instantly, reduced to mere powder. Hiss. Yi-Chen inhaled sharply, realizing that his suspicions had been correct. The anomaly stemmed from this very location. The so-called portal was, in fact, a trap. The true entrance to the subspace lay within this distorted area. Any subspace entry would invariably exhibit spatial distortions and an astonishing energy presence. Should one lack sufficient defenses, entering would be tantamount to being annihilated in an instant. Boom. Meanwhile, the golden-tier assassination insects continued their relentless assault on the giant ape's corpse, restraining its movements. Yi-Chen furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping over the giant ape. This creature was seemingly flawless. The core must reside within this very giant ape. Eliminating it would surely yield the true key. But how to achieve that? Yi-Chen furrowed his brow once more and scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, a thin thread appeared in his vision, imperceptible yet undeniably present. An energy link? Yes. The giant ape could not possibly possess limitless energy. Something must be transmitting energy to it from afar. Yi-Chen's eyes brightened as he recognized he had discovered a breakthrough. If he could follow the thread to its source, locating the giant ape's core would be a matter of mere moments. With this thought in mind, Yi-Chen promptly stowed away the frozen dragon lizard beast, allowing several ice insects to continue encasing this potentially most precious beast in the world in ice. Without hesitation, he followed the direction of the energy link toward its source. Before long, after traversing a mere dozen kilometers, Yi-Chen arrived at a plaza. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. Hiss! No way. This must be a joke. In the plaza, there were no remarkable creatures to be seen, save for a single black giant ape. The colossal giant ape towered at a staggering height of 100 meters, exuding an immense strength, its body adorned with golden armor, wielding a metallic battle axe. With a mere flick of its weapon, it could reduce a skyscraper to ashes in an instant, rendering it into mere dust. Such a formidable creature possessed power that could only be described as being at the pinnacle of the golden tier. Attempting to send an assassination insect against it would likely result in nothing more than a futile tickle. This giant ape surpassed the previous one by dozens, if not hundreds, of times in strength. There was no other option. The mutated golden hunting insects had to be deployed. With a thought, Chen summoned the bloodthirsty hunting insect into his palm. The insect emitted a series of excited hisses, as if finally finding a purpose for its existence. However, upon further consideration, Chen hesitated and ultimately abandoned the idea. The bloodthirsty hunting insect was simply too weak, even at the golden level. It would struggle to contend against such a powerful golden giant ape. The likelihood of it being brutally slaughtered was exceedingly high. Thus, only the phantom insect remained as an option. With this in mind, a plan began to form within Chen's thoughts. He summoned the phantom insect and, without hesitation, fed it a piece of mutated flesh. In an instant, as the phantom insect consumed the mutated flesh, its body underwent a dramatic transformation, evolving before his eyes. Ding! The phantom insect has begun to mutate. Evolution complete. You have acquired the golden phantom insect. Golden phantom insect, a high-level golden mutated insect, level 7. Capable of simultaneously summoning 100 avatars, each equivalent to the strength of a level 7 golden beast. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Chen gasped in astonishment at the panel that appeared before him. 100 level 7 golden beasts was an extraordinary strength, especially since these were mere avatars. Even if they perished, it was inconsequential, for after an hour, they could be summoned anew. If he could acquire more golden phantom insects, there would be no need for elaborate strategies. He could simply overwhelm the opponent with sheer numbers. With the dragon lizard beast at his disposal, he effectively possessed an endless supply of mutated flesh, allowing him to indulge a bit. With this thought, Chen focused his mind and cultivated 4 additional golden phantom insects. Together with the previous one, he now commanded 5 golden phantom insects. If they all acted in unison, they could summon 100 phantom avatars, each possessing the strength of a level 7 golden beast. For now, there was no need for such numbers. He decided to send forth 10 avatars to gauge the power of this golden giant ape. Chen murmured to himself, and with a thought, 10 golden phantom insect avatars surged towards the golden giant ape. Chapter 87, The Self-Detonation of the Burning Insect. Whoosh! The moment the 10 golden phantom insect avatars made their presence known, the golden giant ape detected their traces. With a furious roar, the golden giant ape's aura rapidly expanded, reaching the level of an 8th-tier golden beast in the blink of an eye. Boom! The movements of the golden giant ape were akin to cannon fire. In the blink of an eye, he found himself before a phantom insect doppelganger, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! The golden phantom insect shattered into dust, obliterated in a single strike. Hiss! Chen, concealed in the shadows, gasped in astonishment. The might of this golden giant ape was truly terrifying. Had he summoned the assassination insect, he would have been instantaneously vanquished by this formidable creature. Yet, losing one of his 10 doppelgangers was not a significant concern. 9 remained. It was time to assess the defensive capabilities of the golden giant ape. With remarkable speed, the remaining phantom insect doppelgangers closed in. Roar! An energy shield manifested around the golden giant ape's body, attempting to withstand the impending assault. At that moment, the situation took a dramatic turn. The golden phantom insect doppelganger did not engage in a direct attack. Instead, it self-destructed. Boom! 9 golden-level phantom insects detonated simultaneously, their explosive power rivaling that of silver-level burning insects. In an instant, clouds of dust billowed forth, forming a mushroom cloud as shockwaves radiated outward at a visible pace. Meanwhile, an energy shield formed around Chen, crafted from the indomitable insect, shielding him from the shockwave's impact. Phew! He pondered the situation, furrowing his brow as he observed the epicenter of the explosion. The vital fluctuations within showed no sign of diminishing, which was rather astonishing. This indicated that the golden giant ape had likely sustained minimal damage. Roar! A terrifying roar erupted, deafening in its intensity. A golden light soared into the heavens, tearing through the dust. The golden giant ape, bathed in this radiant glow, remained unscathed beneath its intact golden energy shield. How astonishing! Chen was left speechless. To think that 9 level 7 golden beasts could self-destruct without inflicting any harm upon this creature was utterly outrageous. With no other recourse, he knew he had to resort to the golden-level burning insect. Chen squinted, reluctant to unleash such a formidable creature due to the commotion it would cause, potentially rivaling that of a lord-level beast. This might awaken the legendary beast that lay in slumber, and if disturbed, it could spell disaster. However, he was left with little choice. He had to brace himself for what was to come. Whoosh! The golden level burning insect doppelganger materialized, racing at incredible speed toward a vacant area, distancing itself from Chen. Roar. The golden level giant ape possessed an alarming level of perception. Instantly aware of the golden level burning insect's trajectory, it charged forward without hesitation. Boom. The massive form of the golden giant ape was as heavy as a mountain. And as it sprinted with all its might, the ground trembled. Any structure in its path was effortlessly flattened. Boom. The speed of the hunting insect doppelganger was even more terrifying. It showed no fear of being pursued. In a bid to distance himself from Chen, he sought to avoid any potential threat during the imminent self-detonation. Boom. The golden level giant ape surged forth with renewed speed, ultimately catching up to the golden level burning insect avatar from a distance of 10 kilometers. Roar. The golden giant ape, filled with exhilaration, swung its fist downwards towards the golden burning insect. Crash. The burning insect, with decisive resolve, detonated its avatar. In an instant, an endless crimson glow soared into the sky, forming a fiery shockwave that radiated outward. Wherever it spread, an alarming temperature caused everything to evaporate instantly. This fiery tempest possessed astonishing power, capable of effortlessly slaying any silver-level ferocious beast within a 10-kilometer radius. In the blink of an eye, this crimson storm reached Chen, crashing into him. In that moment, the energy shield of the golden-level diamond insect around Chen trembled violently, and the stones beneath his feet melted into deep red lava. However, the golden-level diamond insect, recognized by the system, withstood the assault of any golden-level Beastmaster. Even standing before such a terrifying fiery storm, it remained utterly unaffected, steadfast, and composed. Exhaling sharply, Chen squinted towards the epicenter of the explosion. At that moment, the center was still shrouded in deep crimson flames, obscuring the situation within. If the golden giant ape survived this calamity, he would have no recourse but to retreat, abandoning his quest for the legendary Beastmaster's inheritance. Rumbling, dust scattered. As the fiery storm dissipated, the interior revealed an emptiness. Only slowly solidifying lava remained. The figure of the golden giant ape had vanished without a trace. Vaporized beneath the tumult of flames, reduced to nothingness. It seemed victory was his. Chen gazed at the massive crater 10 kilometers away, astonished, muttering, "The force of this self-detonation is truly outrageous. Had I been at the epicenter, I would surely have perished." At that moment, on the square where the golden giant ape had once stood, a metallic display suddenly rose from the ground. Boom. Words appeared upon it. Defeat the golden giant ape in the shortest time possible. Reward. Key to the inheritance site. The key was indeed here. Chen's face lit up with joy as he approached the display. A pale blue crystal materialized before him, adorned with intricate patterns similar to those on the metallic piece he had acquired. Having secured the key, Chen hesitated not a moment longer. He turned and made his way to the entrance of the subspace. Creak. Without needing to test, a spatial vortex suddenly formed, and the blue crystal soared forth. Entering the whirlpool, Chen paused briefly, then stepped confidently into the vortex. Whoosh. In an instant, his figure vanished within the swirling portal. Meanwhile, on the outside, a group of onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. What treasures lay within that spatial vortex? They knew not, but one thing was certain. There were indeed treasures to be found. Perhaps it is the legacy of a legendary Beastmaster. How frustrating. I yearn to enter. Stop that. Can't you see that a key is required to gain entry? Look over there, at that astonishing explosion. Even Lord-level ferocious beasts, let alone King-level ones, will be obliterated. To obtain a key, one must surely risk their life. Chapter 88. The legendary Beastmaster Xuanwu. Have you waited long? We are merely here to make up the numbers. Alas, it seems fate has turned its back on us. A chorus of lamentation arose from the crowd, filled with discontent. Meanwhile, Chen found himself engulfed in darkness, and by the time he regained his senses, he had already materialized within a building. Inside this structure, the walls gleamed with a silvery metallic sheen, devoid of any color, creating a solitary, enclosed space. What is this place? Chen surveyed his surroundings, a perplexed expression crossing his face. This place was immaculate, entirely untouched by the decay of the outside world. Instead, it appeared astonishingly new, as if just constructed. Suddenly, a figure emerged. An elderly man, his hair a snowy white and his face a tapestry of wrinkles, clearly indicating he had lived for quite some time. He cast a glance at Chen. A frail voice resonated within the confined space. At long last. After waiting so long, someone has arrived. You are. Chen scrutinized the elder, a slight frown creasing his brow. He remained cautious, his body tensed and ready for action. Do not be alarmed. I am merely a virtual projection, an artificial intelligence endowed with fragments of memory. The elder waved his hand dismissively. He studied Chen with a hint of confusion and remarked, "Your physical prowess is merely at level 5. How did you manage to arrive here with such strength?" "My beast is formidable," Chen declared, revealing the assassination bug in his hand. "A golden-level insect is indeed respectable." The elder nodded, refraining from further inquiries. He introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Ji, a legendary Beastmaster. Of course, many are unaware of my existence. Is it truly so? A legendary Beastmaster? Yi Chen gasped, his pupils narrowing. With confusion, he inquired, Elder Linji, if you are indeed a legendary Beastmaster, why is there no record of you in any historical documents? Because I prefer to remain in the shadows. Linji shook his head. After a brief silence, he continued. Furthermore, I am not a combat-oriented legendary Beastmaster. In that era of shining stars, I was merely a supporting character, not a combat-oriented Beastmaster. Yi Chen was even more astonished. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, Elder, I fail to comprehend this. As a Beastmaster, surely the beasts under your command possess combat capabilities. Why then do you claim not to be combat-oriented? I did not anticipate you would pose such a question. Lin Ji expressed his surprise. Is this question truly so peculiar? Yi Chen wondered, equally bewildered. Indeed. Lin Ji regarded Yi Chen with a measured gaze and began to explain. I cannot speak for how your era categorizes individuals. In my time, the beasts are classified into various tiers: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, lord, king, epic, and legendary. The lord tier serves as a pivotal point, necessitating a choice of direction. One must achieve excellence in a singular domain to ascend to the rank of a legendary Beastmaster. This embodies the essence of specialization and refinement. To pursue mastery in all areas would demand an unfathomable amount of resources, ultimately resulting in a deficiency across the board. In an era where resources were scarce, attaining the legendary tier in any single aspect was a remarkable feat. My chosen path is defense. I see. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping Lin Ji's intent. For instance, the golden assassination insect he possessed was, in essence, a specialized product, exemplifying absolute speed and an impenetrable shell, devoid of extravagant energy attacks. Yet its lethality could rival certain diamond-level beasts. This illustrates the advantages of specialization. Likewise, consider the golden giant burning insect. Its combat prowess may be lacking, yet it can effortlessly dispatch diamond-level beasts with its doppelganger. To counter various beasts, one simply needs to deploy different swarms. Cultivating a flawless insect would require resources exponentially greater, making the cost-effectiveness of specialization far superior. It seems you comprehend this as well. Lin Ji nodded, continuing, my legendary beast is a pureblood descendant of the ancient deity, Xuanwu, unmatched in the realm of defense. However, its combat ability merely reaches the king level. Throughout countless battles, I have been but a secondary character, striving solely for self-preservation to survive. Ultimately, I met my end in solitude here. What a tragic fate. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of sympathy and incredulity. The overwhelming legendary Beastmasters, each an epitome of strength, yet none specializing in defense. Well, perhaps one or two, but they were scarcely mentioned, their names lost to time. Observing Lin Ji before him, Yi Chen paused and inquired, what does it mean for you to remain in this place, esteemed elder? Are you seeking a successor? Indeed, I have lived my life as a defensive Beastmaster in a state of resignation. However, I wish for my disciple to tread a different path, ultimately achieving renown across the realm. Lin Ji revealed without reservation. He raised his hand, and a metallic pedestal emerged, upon which rested an egg nearly the height of a person. The eggshell was white, adorned with intricate blue patterns, exuding a captivating beauty. What is this? Yi Chen gazed at the beast egg, astonished. Xuanwu is a divine beast, a legendary entity. As my lifespan approaches its conclusion, it voluntarily undergoes rebirth, transforming into a Xuanwu egg. Lin Ji glanced at Yi Chen, continuing, you shall take this Xuanwu egg, nurture it with care, and it will become one of your legendary forces in the future. Thank you, esteemed elder. Yi Chen was elated. Frankly speaking, the strength of this Xuanwu is not of paramount importance. He already possesses a swarm of insects, but lacks combat prowess. However, a legendary defensive beast like Xuanwu is indeed a rare and formidable acquisition. An existence of absolute rarity, possessing an additional layer of Xuanwu defense, is akin to having an extra life. He stowed away the Xuanwu egg, and Yi Chen did not rush to depart. He gazed at Lin Ji, furrowing his brows as he inquired, Senior, there is one more matter I am uncertain whether I should address. Speak candidly. The virtual image appeared unperturbed. Yi Chen, lacking any hesitation, stated directly, I am in need of a technique to enhance my power. As a legendary Beastmaster, you must possess an abundance of techniques. Might you be willing to share one with me? Chapter 89. Is this it? Too weak. Absolutely not. Lin Ji shook his head. He spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness and remarked, what you seek, I do not possess either. You do not possess any? Yi Chen was taken aback, rendered speechless. Surely not. Senior, you are a legendary Beastmaster. In my era, the concept of techniques did not exist. Lin Ji shook his head. No techniques? That cannot be true. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by disbelief. Nothing is impossible. These skills should ultimately evolve into what you refer to as techniques. However, Lin Ji paused, his brow furrowing. What troubles you? Yi Chen observed Lin Ji's abrupt halt, bemused. Lin Ji shook his head and continued, it is nothing. I merely recalled that as my lifespan waned, I had heard of a project. Allegedly, in Zhuke City, There was an endeavor to create an unparalleled technique, the most potent in the world. It was reportedly called something like wind thunder. What transpired afterward is beyond my knowledge. I only know that a grave issue arose. An entire experimental base was rendered obsolete. If you seek a technique, you might chance upon something there. However, the danger is substantial. Chen narrowed his eyes. Zhuke City. He had indeed heard the arena's overseer mention it, even inviting him to compete there and explore a certain relic. It appeared he would have to investigate that locale. If there are no further inquiries, you may take your leave. Lin Ji's phantom waved his hand, conjuring a spatial vortex in the clearing. He regarded Yi Chun with a placid demeanor, stating, the Xuanwu egg is the core of this subspace. In 1 hour, this place will collapse and be engulfed in temporal chaos. If you wish to survive, it is best to depart hastily. Ahem. Then, senior, I shall take my leave. Yi Chun cleared his throat lightly. Lin Ji's phantom offered no response, remaining still in place. Whoosh. Yi Chun wasted no time, stepping into the spatial vortex to exit this subspace. At this moment, outside, a multitude of Beastmasters surged forth, and the city ruins gradually became animated. Yet, the majority harbored malevolent intentions. For them, the missed opportunity to enter the legendary Beastmaster's inheritance was inconsequential. They simply awaited Yi Chun's emergence, lying in wait like hunters. At least 20 or 30 golden-grade Beastmasters were present. Vanquishing Yi Chun would be a trivial endeavor. Buzz. Just then, a spatial vortex manifested. Yi Chun landed on the ground. It is him, the individual who has inherited the legendary Beastmaster's legacy. Do not let him escape. You young man. Surrender the treasures of the legendary Beastmaster. Otherwise, you shall surely meet your demise. Engage him. Eliminate him. In a fleeting moment, a torrent of assaults rained down upon Yi Chun. Each strike was fearsome beyond compare, capable of effortlessly obliterating any silver-tier Beastmaster. Yet, to Yi Chun, these attacks bore little consequence. With a resounding boom, as the dust settled, Yi Chun remained steadfast in his position, his form aglow with golden light, utterly unscathed. Not a single hair disheveled. Impossible. Is this fellow a monster? What level of defense is this? I understand now. It must be a treasure of the legendary Beastmaster. Indeed. That must be it. Everyone, continue your assault. That energy shield must have its limits. Without hesitation, the group unleashed another furious barrage. The ground trembled as their attacks cascaded down once more. A multitude of golden-tier beasts unleashed a relentless onslaught, clearing everything within several hundred meters. The very ground began to melt beneath their ferocity. Yi Chun had initially intended to evade, but then the situation took a sudden turn. From within his storage space, the once quiet Xuanwu egg erupted with a brilliant blue radiance, enveloping Yi Chun in a protective blue energy shield that effortlessly withstood the onslaught. Not only did it shield him, but it began to absorb the energy from the attacks, utilizing it for its own incubation. Incredible. This artifact is truly extraordinary. No wonder it is a legendary beast. Yi Chun gasped in astonishment. The pressure exerted by the relentless bombardment of over 10 golden-tier beasts was no trifling matter. Even the formidable defense of the diamond beetle would not endure for long. Yet the Xuanwu egg was different. It was akin to a bottomless pit. Regardless of the number of attacks, the ultimate outcome was a complete absorption, leaving not a trace behind. Haha. I can only imagine the expressions on their faces when they realize their assaults have merely served as nourishment for my legendary beast. Yi Chun's smile widened, his spirits lifted. He no longer felt the need to dodge. With his hands casually in his pockets, he awaited the conclusion of the golden-tier beast's assault. The cacophony continued as the golden-tier beastmasters bombarded him for several minutes. As time passed, many began to sweat profusely, recognizing the gravity of their predicament. Even in the eye of the storm, where Yi Chun stood, he remained unfazed, his life force oscillating with remarkable stability, anchored at a certain intensity. What did this signify? Their attacks were utterly futile against him. As their energy dwindled, they would face but one inevitable fate: death. Almost instantaneously, several Beastmasters began to realize the truth. Cease. Immediately cease your attacks. Something is amiss. He must possess some sort of energy device. Perhaps physical attacks will work. Who has a close combat beast? A group of beast tamers was engulfed in panic. They contemplated every conceivable possibility, yet they could scarcely fathom that Yi Chun could remain utterly motionless, allowing their assaults to rain down upon him. This level of defense could only be deemed invincible. Nay, nearly surreal. Boom. The colossal sound faded away, and the onslaught of the beast tamers came to a halt, the dust settling around them. Yi Chun stood unscathed, hands casually tucked into his pockets, and remarked with a hint of disdain. Is that all? Is that the extent of your offensive capabilities? Can it not be any swifter? I hardly felt a thing. A monster indeed. Not even a strand of hair was out of place. Chapter 90. The Outrageous Defense. Is this truly the treasure of a legendary beast tamer? Absurd. This defense level is at least that of a lord-level beast tamer. What shall we do? This shield must possess some threat. I shall attempt a physical attack. Several beast tamers reacted swiftly. A bald, burly man stepped forward. Towering at 2 meters tall, with a fearsome visage, he commanded the presence of a golden mantis. Measuring 3 to 4 meters in height, Upon its emergence, the beast tamers in the distance were taken aback. A golden death mantis? Goodness, such a terrifying entity. Its offensive power is unmatched, capable of effortlessly tearing through any golden-level beast's defenses. Its speed is equally fearsome. The golden death mantis is rumored to have the potential to kill diamond-level beasts under extreme conditions. This truly complicates matters. Haha, the burly man beamed with pride. With arms crossed over his chest, he gazed at Chen with haughty disdain, stating earnestly, "Kid, you claim to possess formidable defenses. Do you dare to withstand a blow from my death mantis? What is there to fear?" Chen replied, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. To be frank, the defensive capabilities of a golden-level diamond beetle are indeed formidable. Even the golden-level burning beetle could not breach its defenses. He held no belief that a mere golden death mantis could penetrate his protection. Humph, then let us see. The bald man felt belittled, his indignation rising. Coldly, he declared, "Kid, I hope you can still keep up this facade when you are howling in pain shortly. Golden death mantis, attack." Swoosh. The golden mantis moved with breathtaking speed, a flash of golden light. In the blink of an eye, it stood before Chen. Thud. The golden death mantis struck down upon Chen's shoulder. Buzz. A blue shield, formed from the Xuanwu egg, materialized in an instant, absorbing the entirety of the golden death mantis's assault. Chen did not even blink, a mocking expression gracing his features as he uttered, "Is that all? This is impossible." The bald man was taken aback. Since capturing the golden death mantis, he had faced countless battles, each perilous and fraught with danger. Yet never had he encountered an adversary who could remain unscathed before the golden death mantis. Never had anyone managed to avoid injury, even a flutter of their eyelashes. It was an unbearable insult. Attack. Kill. The bald man was driven to madness. He commanded the golden death god mantis to launch another assault. Boom. The golden death god mantis was equally resolute, attacking without hesitation. In an instant, a barrage of assaults fell from the sky, unleashing astonishing energy. This energy was absorbed by the Xuanwu shield, transforming into the energy of the Xuanwu egg, accelerating its hatching. Why bother? Chen remained unfazed. His hands casually tucked into his pockets as he observed the golden death god mantis's attacks. The opponent was providing an ample supply of energy, and he was in no rush to eliminate them. At that moment, the expressions of the other beast tamers turned ashen, rendered speechless. Within a mere half-minute, Chen had endured countless assaults, yet not a single hair was harmed. In fact, he even yawned out of boredom. What was that blue energy shield? It was simply outrageous. After enduring thousands of attacks from the death god mantis, he didn't even flinch. It was utterly ridiculous. Wait a moment. That blue shield looked familiar. Oh my, could it be? That is the Xuanwu energy shield, a legendary defensive beast. Oh my, the Xuanwu? Damn it, it struck me. There was a legendary beast tamer who left almost no trace, and his beast was indeed the Xuanwu. That individual possesses a legendary beast? A purely defensive legendary beast. What chance do they have? The surrounding golden-level beast tamers wore expressions of despair, feeling utterly hopeless. A legendary beast, especially a purely defensive one. One could say its resilience was unparalleled. A legendary level could still be challenged, but for a golden level? Absolutely impossible. The Xuanwu boasts a legendary bloodline. After 2,000 strikes from the golden death god mantis, its forelimbs began to shatter. Yet, the blue Xuanwu shield enveloping Chen remained unyielding, seemingly impervious. It was astonishingly sturdy. I concede. Damn it. A legendary beast, the Xuanwu. I'm done. The bald, muscular man's face darkened, and he surrendered outright. Ridiculous. No matter how strong the golden death god mantis was, it was still of the golden level, not even in the same league as a legendary beast. There was no qualification to even attempt to contest. You say you're done fighting, and you just walk away? Chen waved his hand, summoning 30 phantasmal insect clones that surrounded him. He surveyed the area and declared, "What about you all? I'm not finished yet. You've attacked me for half an hour. It's unrealistic to leave without paying a price. 30 or so golden-level beasts. What sort of monster was this individual? Impossible. It must be a trick." But it was undeniably true. Every life aura was immensely powerful. We're doomed. The faces of the dozen or so golden-level beast tamers paled. With the overwhelming strength Chen was currently exhibiting, there was no need for a confrontation. They were doomed. Even if they fought desperately and managed to defeat 30 phantasmal insects, Chen still held a legendary beast in his possession. What was there to play at? They had lost from the very beginning. Boom. Just then, a heavy sound resonated once more, and a terrifying wave of life energy swept through the surroundings. It was impossible. Chen's pupils contracted as he gazed toward the source of the life fluctuations, his expression one of sheer astonishment. The legendary beast-controlling Xuanwu egg was now in his possession. What kind of monstrous creature could possibly emit such life energy? Could it be a fearsome being? Boom. At that moment, the ground in the distance fractured, and an enormous hand forcefully emerged from the earth. This hand was colossal. A single finger towered as high as several dozen stories, covered in black scales that glimmered ominously. What on earth could that be? Uncertain. Yet, it was undoubtedly no benign entity. Run. We must flee at once. This creature is beyond our capacity to confront. Many beast masters turned pale, their faces drained of color. To be frank, a monster of this caliber could annihilate any number of golden-ranked beasts with a mere swipe. Hiss. At this juncture, Chen also inhaled sharply. Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded and took flight. The Xuanwu egg boasted formidable defensive capabilities. But it was still merely an egg, yet to hatch. Chapter 91, A Narrow Escape. They were no match for this monstrous entity. Rumbling. The gigantic super monster rose from the ground, its immense form towering a full kilometer high. Its body was riddled with bone spikes, and its visage was grotesque. With a green face and protruding fangs, its blood-red eyes fixated intently on the fleeing Chen, and with a single stride, it charged toward him. Boom. The massive creature moved with astonishing speed, covering several kilometers in a heartbeat. The terrifying winds generated by its velocity swept through the area, tearing apart weaker beast masters into mere fragments. Run. What on earth is that creature? I understand now. It has sensed the aura of the Xuanwu egg. Do not follow that boy. We must escape in another direction. Soon, numerous beast masters realized that this terrifying creature's true target was Chen. They hastily altered their paths, avoiding his route. In mere seconds, the monstrous entity was less than a kilometer away from Chen. Boom. The creature extended its colossal hand, casting an overwhelming shadow over Chen as it descended. In an instant, the sky darkened, enveloping the world in gloom. Giant burning insect. Arise. Seeing this, Chen wasted no time and summoned a gigantic burning insect clone. Simultaneously, his true self, guided by the golden assassination insect, sprinted toward the exit at an astonishing pace. Boom. The gigantic monster seized the enormous burning insect. Bang. The insect exploded, unleashing a tremendous force that tore through everything. Yet, the monster's palm remained unscathed, impervious even to the overwhelming power of the burning insect. Roar. The colossal creature let out a deafening roar, accelerating once more as it closed in on Chen. Hiss. Chen understood that this formidable and terrifying creature was far beyond his capacity to vanquish. At this moment, he had no choice but to employ his sole trump card. Gu Wangchong. Arise. He bellowed. In response, a Gu Wangchong materialized around him, buzzing with anticipation. The instant the Gu Wangchong appeared, the colossal monstrosity abruptly halted, its blood-red eyes betraying a flicker of human-like uncertainty, even fear. Let us depart. Realizing the efficacy of the Gu Wangchong against the gigantic humanoid beast, Chen did not hesitate. He swiftly turned and plunged into the teleportation array, escaping this perilous realm. Boom. Upon emerging into the outside world, a vast expanse of undulating mountains loomed before him. Thud. Clouds of dust erupted as Chen crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. However, safeguarded by his golden-grade energy shield, he emerged unscathed. Coughing lightly, Chen clambered out of the pit, casting a wary glance over his shoulder. At that moment, the spatial portal vanished, sealing the ruins entirely. Theoretically, that monster could not have left the ruins for many years. Either it had no desire to escape, or it was utterly incapable of doing so. Regardless of which was true, it posed no threat to Chen at present. It is time to leave. He wished not to linger in this place. Should that gigantic creature emerge, it would spell disaster. The fact that it was wary of the Gu Wangchong did not imply it would refrain from attacking. Boom. Chen accelerated, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Time passed swiftly, and a week later, he found himself seated on the sofa when the system's voice chimed in his ear. Ding. System evolution complete. Current system level, Silver Grade Tier 1. Swarm, Flying Dragon. Bloodthirsty Worm unlocked. New Swarm, Earth Dragon unlocked. The Earth Dragon is a Silver Grade creature, both powerful and defensive, at Silver Tier 1, capable of rivaling Silver Tier 2 beasts. All Silver Grade and below swarms have risen one tier. Upon hearing the system notification, Chen nodded slightly, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. His system had ascended to Silver Grade, having nearly exhausted his stock of crystal cores. Unfortunately, while he had acquired a legendary beast, he had not obtained the corresponding techniques or mini crystal cores. He had to utilize the remaining resources at his disposal to elevate the Mother Nest system to Silver Grade. Nonetheless, this was sufficient. He now possessed Golden Grade assassination worms, phantom worms, and diamond bugs, all capable of contending with peak Golden Grade monsters. As for the Silver Grade creatures, the ordinary Earth Dragons and bloodthirsty worms were adequate to handle most threats. Moreover, his lowest tier Scorching Worm had already reached level 7, with numbers soaring into the tens of thousands. In a state of self-detonation, they could even slay Silver Grade beasts. The next destination was Zhurong City. The competition holds little significance for me. My interest lies squarely in that relic. Chen muttered to himself. Rising from his seat, he departed the villa, making his way towards the arena. At this juncture, more than half a month had elapsed since Chen had triumphed over Xuechong and Xuehao, an event that had ignited fervor before fading into obscurity. In this age of information, the populace of Qinglong City possesses a memory akin to that of a goldfish. Naturally, Chen was indifferent to it. Before long, Chen arrived at the arena. As he stepped inside, gasps of astonishment erupted. Chen? He has returned. Goodness. He vanished for over half a month, and now he has finally reappeared. He dares to return to the arena. Who will he face this time? Who knows? Chen's prowess is likely at the level of an 8th tier Beastmaster, if not beyond, at least at the 9th tier. Many spectators were taken aback, including journalists and streamers who had been waiting for this moment, their faces alight with satisfaction. Although Chen's popularity had waned, the fact that he had evaded public sight for so long meant that his reemergence would undoubtedly ignite a wildfire of interest online. At that moment, a figure clad in black suddenly materialized, a cold smile gracing his features. He spoke with an air of disdain. So, you are Chen? Oh. Chen cast a sidelong glance at the black-clad individual, sensing hostility. He offered no pleasantries, merely responding, step aside. Do not obstruct my path. You are quite arrogant. Yet, you have no idea whom you have offended. The black-clad man remained unfazed, exuding confidence as if he had Chen firmly in his grasp. Whatever, Chen replied nonchalantly. He regarded the man, stating coolly, could you please move out of my way? A good dog does not block the road, do you not know this? You are far too presumptuous. The black-clad man finally exhibited signs of anger. I come from Brick City. You have slain someone you should not have. Do you remember now? Brick City? Chen paused, contemplating for a moment before replying with a hint of exasperation. I have no recollection. Now, leave quickly. This is your final warning. Very well. The black-clad man's fury escalated. He pointed an accusing finger at Chen, shouting, Chen, do you dare to duel me in the forest of beasts? I have no time for this. Chen dismissed the black-clad man, striding purposefully towards the office of the arena's manager. Today marked the day he would depart for Zhuke City, and he had no intention of wasting time. You scoundrel! The black-clad man was incensed, veins visibly throbbing on his forehead. Chen's blatant disregard for him was utterly infuriating. It is worth noting that he was a silver-tier Beastmaster in Brick City, a rank that placed him among the elite. Few dared to speak to him in such a manner. In an instant, the black-clad man, his temper flaring, summoned his beast. Boom! A sleek, ebony-coated leopard, measuring 1 to 2 meters in length, appeared on the arena floor. At the instant the black leopard manifested, most first- and second-tier beasts in the vicinity cowered on the ground, trembling with fear, devoid of the courage to resist. Roar! With a fierce roar, the Black Panther fixed its menacing gaze upon Chen, poised to strike at any moment. How intriguing! A silver-tier beast tamer. Chen cast a fleeting glance at the Black Panther. In the realm of beast taming, the physical size of the beast is of little consequence. For instance, a golden assassination insect, no larger than a palm, could dispatch this Black Panther 100 times within a second. The true measure of a beast's prowess lies in the vitality energy it harbors. The greater the fluctuations in this life force, the higher the beast's rank. Conversely, a lower tier indicates diminished capabilities. In the city of Qinglong, where not even a 6th-tier beast tamer could be found, a silver-tier beast tamer indeed stood out among the crowd. Alas, Chen no longer regarded the silver tier as a worthy adversary. Ahaha, are you frightened? The cloaked figure exclaimed with palpable excitement, his arrogance shining through as he declared, Chen, this is the price you pay for dismissing me. Black Panther, attack. Tear him apart. With a thunderous roar, the Black Panther unleashed its crimson-eyed fury, muscles taut and ready to pounce. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, the panther suddenly crouched low, trembling in fear, rendered immobile. What had transpired? A fleeting expression of terror crossed the cloaked figure's face. Just moments ago, the Black Panther had conveyed a sense of impending doom, indicating the presence of a formidable beast that could threaten its life. This was absurd. In a backwater like Qinglong, what kind of beast could possibly pose such a threat? How fascinating. A subtle smile graced Chen's lips. Just a moment prior, he had sensed the aura of a peak silver-tier beast within the arena. Though it had been fleeting, its suppressive effect on the Black Panther was akin to that of a 10th-tier beast over a 1st-tier one. The prospect of a counterattack? Utterly impossible. This locale forbade combat. At that juncture, a voice pierced the tension, and a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, emerged at the center of the arena. Perched upon his shoulder was a black falcon, its eyes a striking dark gold. The falcon exuded an astonishing vitality energy, and its mere presence had a crushing effect on the silver-tier Black Panther. Who are you? The cloaked figure's face contorted with rage and fear, his muscles coiling in preparation for a desperate fight. The pressure emanating from the youth had reached a terrifying intensity. I am Zhang Feng, a second-year student of the Eastern Domain Academy. The young man smiled benignly, adding cheerfully, is it appropriate for someone from Brick City to stir trouble on the territory of the Eastern Domain Academy? I am merely here to seek justice. The cloaked figure faltered. Zhang Feng was a legitimate student of the Eastern Domain Academy, not some insignificant ruffian. He represented the academy, and importantly, Qinglong City itself was under its jurisdiction. In this matter, Zhang Feng held the moral high ground. Should he slay the cloaked figure, Brick City would have no grounds for complaint and would instead be compelled to apologize to the Eastern Domain Academy. Justice? The Beast Forest is a realm governed by the law of the jungle. Where is the justice in that? Leave at once, or I shall end your life. Zhang Feng asserted with unyielding authority. Even a touch unreasonable, Utterly disinclined to engage in a discourse on right and wrong, he brusquely reprimanded the man in black, commanding him to leave. The audacity. The man in black had never encountered such indignity. However, upon casting a glance at the black falcon perched on Zhang Feng's shoulder, he promptly lost his temper. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Zhang Feng could eliminate him 100 times over in an instant. He glanced at Yi Chen and coldly declared, "I shall see how many times the Eastern Domain Academy can shield you. Humph. Farewell." With that, he turned on his heel and departed. How intriguing. Yi Chen regarded Zhang Feng with a sidelong glance. To be honest, after having slain Xue Chong and Xue Hao, students of the Eastern Domain Academy, it was to be expected that the academy would take a stand. Yet, he had not anticipated that they would send a peak silver tier student, and a second-year one at that. If his memory served him correctly, the graduation standard for the Eastern Domain Academy was 10th grade. How formidable were their second-year students? One could only wonder what the graduates were capable of. Observing Zhang Feng, Yi Chen curiously inquired, "Is the student from the Eastern Domain Academy here to avenge Xue Chong and Xue Hao? Fair duel, a battle to the death. Where is the notion of revenge?" Zhang Feng shrugged nonchalantly, replying with a smile, "Xue Hao was killed in the duel. He had it coming. As for Xue Chong, he deserved his fate even more. I would have eliminated him had I been present. Then what brings you here?" Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. The remote corner of Qinglong City held little of value, aside from the legendary Beastmaster's tomb, which was currently sealed. There truly was nothing of merit to be found. To extend an invitation for you to join the Eastern Domain Academy. Zhang Feng gazed at Yi Chen with a smile. Your strength must be nearing the silver tier, given that you have achieved such prowess in this obscure corner of Qinglong City. If you were to attend the Eastern Domain Academy, it would not be impossible for you to ascend to a lord or even a king level in the future. There is no need to let your talents languish in this place. So that is it. I understand now. Yi Chen nodded slightly. He regarded Zhang Feng and replied calmly, "I shall go to the Eastern Domain Academy, but not at this moment. In that case, I shall take my leave." Zhang Feng did not press further. All he sought was Yi Chen's stance. As for Yi Chen's enrollment in the Eastern Domain Academy, that was hardly a concern. With Yi Chen's current strength, gaining admission to the academy was merely a matter of time. Assessments posed no challenge whatsoever. At that moment, those surrounding them gasped in astonishment. What the heck? That young man is actually from the Eastern Domain Academy. He claims Yi Chen possesses at least the strength of a silver-tier Beastmaster. Goodness, one could die from envy. Not yet 20, and he has already ascended to silver-tier Beastmaster. It is utterly incomprehensible. Many Beastmasters in the vicinity could not help but express their incredulity. Meanwhile, Yi Chen remained unfazed. He turned, spotting the elderly man from the beast-fighting arena hurrying over, and cheerfully inquired, "What is the update? When does the competition in Zhuke City commence? I thought you had given up." The elderly man, smiling warmly, spoke. "Fortunately, you have finally arrived, young brother. If all goes well, we shall depart within the hour. Why not accompany me to meet the participants of this competition?" "Certainly," Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. He followed the elder to a square where 9 young boys and girls, all seemingly in their teens, stood. Their prowess was merely at the 2nd or 3rd tier of Beastmasters. To be candid, such abilities were worlds apart from Yi Chen's current capabilities, an entirely different dimension. They wore the uniform of Qinglong No. 1 High School. "Ah, I have encountered fellow alumni," Yi Chen mused as he observed the group, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. "Are you Yi Chen?" At that moment, a girl recognized him, her face lighting up with surprise. Yi Chen glanced at her, finally realizing she was Ren Yan, the school's belle, renowned for her popularity. Regrettably, prior to Yi Chen's awakening of the nest system, he and someone of Ren Yan's stature existed in vastly different realms. Despite attending the same school, if Ren Yan had approached him in the past, he would have been somewhat exhilarated. However, at this moment, it was of little consequence. He acknowledged her with a nod, replying, "Indeed, that is me." Ren Yan, taken aback by Yi Chen's indifferent demeanor, felt a rush of embarrassment. Momentarily at a loss for words, the other students regarded Yi Chen with a myriad of emotions, envy, admiration, and resentment. It was inevitable. For Yi Chen's popularity within the academy was unparalleled. He was the only level 9 Beastmaster in all of Qinglong City. This was merely the public acknowledgement of his strength. Qinglong No. 1 High School had long since taken pride in Yi Chen, heralding him as a source of honor. Naturally, even the principal of the school would now hesitate to approach him, mindful of the institution's actions during Yi Chen's earlier misfortunes. Ahem. The elder cleared his throat. Gazing earnestly at Yi Chen, "Young brother Yi Chen, the fate of Qinglong City's reputation hinges upon whether you can defeat Zhuke City. We are nearly prepared to depart." "Thank you," Yi Chen responded gratefully. "Haha, it is nothing of consequence." The elder waved dismissively. "Just a small effort on my part." At that moment, a transport aircraft, measuring over 20 to 30 meters in length, landed in the square. Upon seeing this, Yi Chen did not hesitate. He boarded the aircraft. Embarking on the journey to Zhuke City, time swiftly passed. The transport plane traveled at remarkable speed, covering thousands of kilometers in just 3 hours. A vast metropolis came into view before Yichun, significantly larger than Qinglong City. The sprawling architectural complex extended over 100 kilometers, with buildings densely packed throughout the city. On the outskirts of the city, a faint blue energy shield stands guard, resisting the ferocious assaults of formidable beasts. Wow, this place is Zhuke City. It is vast. Next to him, Rin Yin exclaimed with astonishment, her face awash with wonder. Indeed, the population of Zhuke City has approached 20 million. It boasts numerous silver-ranked beast tamers, making it an exceptionally powerful metropolis. Once, decades ago, the strength of Qinglong City was comparable to that of Zhuke City. Alas, it has fallen into decline. Nearby, a student adjusted his glasses, his expression one of utter disbelief. At this moment, Yichun sat aboard the aircraft, gazing at the unending scenery outside the window. His head bowed in contemplation. For some unknown reason, he felt an odd sensation, as if the entire city were alive, imbued with an ineffable sense of absurdity and strangeness. There is something peculiar about Zhuke City. It is undoubtedly extraordinary. Yichun's pupils constricted, and a sense of vigilance arose within him regarding Zhuke City. His intuition warned him that neglecting to remain cautious could lead to dire consequences, perhaps even perilous demise. Yet, paradoxically, this only heightened Yichun's excitement. He eagerly anticipated the surprises that Zhuke City might unveil. Boom. The transport aircraft came to a steady halt on the ground. Yichun rose and disembarked. Before him loomed a towering energy shield, with only a single entrance serving as the sole passage into Zhuke City. No aircraft could breach it directly. Everyone, follow me. The lead instructor's face radiated confidence, buoyed by Yichun's presence. He guided the group directly toward the entrance. However, as they arrived, an unexpected situation unfolded. "Ah, outsiders," exclaimed a voice. "Wow, this female student is truly beautiful. Let's befriend her." Several brash youths with bleached hair approached, exuding an air of arrogance. Yet, this was hardly surprising. Despite their ruffian demeanor, these youths possessed considerable strength, each at least at the level of fourth-tier beast tamers. In terms of combat prowess, they were formidable adversaries. "Get lost, you scoundrels," Rin Yin retorted angrily, unwilling to entertain their insolence any longer. "Hey, no need to be so irate. We just want to make friends. It won't hurt you," they replied, their persistence bordering on the absurd. "Come with me. I'll take you to the most thrilling spots in Zhuke City. You'll have the time of your life." The ruffians remained undeterred, displaying remarkable patience. "This is intriguing." Yichun, with his hands in his pockets, scrutinized the group of youths, pondering their unusual appearance. It seemed as though they were seeking trouble for no reason. Could it be that someone was intent on causing him distress, and these youths were merely the vanguard? Chapter 94, The Rules of the Beast Tamer World. However, matters soon took an unexpected turn. A male student, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, drew forth his beast and prepared to take action. But alas, in a matter of moments, several unruly youths overpowered their victim. "Scoundrels, how dare you lay hands on us? You wretch, do you have a death wish? Just a mere level 2 beast tamer, and you dare to be bold?" They taunted. "Huh, let's beat him to a pulp." The group continued to rain blows upon the unfortunate classmate. Yichun observed quietly, showing no intent to intervene. Such is the nature of this world. Strength dictates the rules. It is a fool's errand to provoke the powerful without the means to defend oneself. Even if Yichun were to assist this time, should the victim continue to confront stronger foes in the future, he would surely meet a grim fate. Nonetheless, Yichun found himself intrigued by the scene, curious to see how the assailants would conclude their brutal display. "Stop. Cease this at once." After delivering a thorough beating, the group of ruffians ceased their assault. The surrounding students were petrified, too frightened to intervene. After all, they had never witnessed such brutality within the confines of their school. "Hey, what are you staring at? You think you're tough?" One of the ruffians, noticing Yichun, swaggered over, seeking confrontation. "Honestly, who invited you?" Yichun cast a calm gaze over the group of thugs and replied nonchalantly, "If you confess honestly, I may grant you a chance to live. Otherwise, you shall all perish. I speak only the truth. Who do you think you are?" The thug's pupils dilated in shock, his bravado faltering. Yichun had endured numerous life and death experiences in recent days, exuding a cold, almost lethal aura. This presence, while devoid of actual malice, instilled a profound sense of danger. "We're leaving. You'd best watch your back, kid. Humph. Next time we meet, I'll ensure you regret it." The remaining ruffians, sensing the shift in power, retreated. As thugs, they were adept at navigating the balance of strength. They could bully the weak, but were not foolish enough to provoke the formidable. It was evident that Yichun was no ordinary opponent, especially with the mysterious task looming over them. They understood all too well that to continue antagonizing him could lead to their demise. Trying to escape? Yichun's lips curled into a smile. With a mere thought, for level 8 killing insects materialized in the center of the arena. 10 level 8 beasts? Surely this is a jest. Am I dreaming? They mused. But wasn't this guy said to be at the 6th tier? They realized they had been misled. The ruffians stood frozen, their minds racing as they comprehended the gravity of their miscalculation. What they had assumed to be a simple provocation had turned into a catastrophic blunder. Suddenly, one of the killing insects sprang into action, vanishing in a flash. One thug's body convulsed before it was gruesomely torn into a multitude of fragments. The acrid scent of blood filled the air, and the remaining 4 ruffians turned pale, finally grasping the true terror of Yi-chun. They had believed they would merely endure a beating. They now realized Yi-chun was capable of taking lives. Who sent you to provoke me? Yi-chun casually placed his hands in his pockets, appearing unfazed, as if he had merely dispatched a chicken rather than a person. Please, I'll tell you everything. Just don't kill me. It was Shijin who sent us here. He claimed that if we merely tested your strength, he would reward each of us with 1 million. We merely came to cause some trouble. Spare us. The group of ruffians was utterly terrified, trembling and crouching on the ground with their heads in their hands. At that moment, they were filled with regret. They had initially thought they could make a quick fortune, only to find themselves courting death. An 8th-level Beastmaster holds a status comparable to a 4th-level Beastmaster in Qinglong City within the entirety of Zhuke City. Such a figure is indeed of great significance, transcending the boundaries of legal jurisdiction. While indiscriminate killing is not permissible if one actively provokes, the officials of Zhuke City would harbor no objections should they meet their demise. Shijin, I do not recall offending this individual. Yi-chun squinted, glancing at Ren Yan beside him, and inquired, do you know who Shijin is? I. Ren Yan's complexion turned pale as she turned her head away, unable to bear looking at the shattered corpses on the ground. So that is the case. Yi-chun nodded. Although he still did not understand why Shijin sought to trouble him, it was of little consequence now. He surveyed the remaining ruffians on the ground and raised his hand. The hunting insects stirred violently, prepared to eliminate the last 4 individuals. Stop. Just then, several security soldiers from Zhuke City arrived. They gazed at the corpses on the ground, and then at the 10 8th-level hunting insects, gasping in shock. An 8th-level Beastmaster. This exceeded their capacity to handle. Help. This man is a madman. He revels in indiscriminate killing. We are innocent. We beg you. The remaining 4 ruffians pleaded desperately for their lives. The squad leader's expression grew grave as he regarded Yi-chun, earnestly asking, Sir Beastmaster, may I inquire as to why you wish to slay them? I hope for a justification. Upon hearing this, the ruffians' faces stiffened. They were not fools. The implication of the squad leader's words was abundantly clear. If he provided a reasonable explanation, then they could be killed without consequence. Justification? Yi-chun smiled, pointing at the fallen student on the ground, and said nonchalantly, my person was beaten to this extent by these ruffians. I am eliminating them in self-defense. Is there a problem with that? No problem at all. I will report this matter truthfully. The squad leader glanced at the unconscious student, his expression instantly stiffening. He understood that the ruffians were as good as dead. If it had been a trivial matter, it could have been resolved. However, now that an 8th-level Beastmaster had been beaten to such a state, their fate was sealed. There was no room for discussion. One more thing. Yi-chun called out to the squad leader. What is it? The squad leader's body tensed. Truthfully, he did not wish to become entangled in the affairs of an 8th-level Beastmaster. He was merely a minor character. Once drawn into such an incident, it could very well cost him his life. Do not be anxious. Yi-chun retrieved his phone and played several videos featuring the previously mentioned individuals with yellow hair. He then stated, these individuals have been sent by the Shi family, Shijin. I demand an explanation. The squad leader felt a chill run down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The Shi family had long been a tyrannical force in the entire Zhuke City. Chapter 95. This is the end. They belonged to a super conglomerate. In the face of such formidable power, the law held no weight whatsoever. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he struggled to speak. Sir, you must understand. This matter is beyond my capacity to resolve. I never expected you to resolve it. Yi-chun replied with a smile, continuing, you need only to convey one message for me. What message? The squad leader exhaled in relief. Inform the Shi family that within a month, I shall bring their entire clan to ruin. As for Shijin, I will sever his head and use it as a ball for kicking. I stand by my word. Upon finishing his declaration, Yi-chun waved his hand. Boom. 10 hunting insects surged forth. The gangsters were instantly torn apart by the creatures, which then devoured the remains, turning them into nourishment for their evolution. Hiss. The squad leader turned pale. He had encountered numerous beast tamers capable of murder, but none had ever reached the monstrous level of Yi-chun. His expression stiffened as he looked at Yi-chun and managed a wry smile, saying, I understand. I shall convey your words. Very well. There is nothing else. Yi-chun waved his hand, summoning back the hunting insects. He then glanced at Ren Yan beside him and said, let us proceed into the city. Indeed, Ren Yan still appeared pale, having witnessed death for the first time. Such a reaction was entirely natural. Yi-chun looked at her and gently remarked, however, this is the fundamental principle of beast tamers. The fundamental principle, Ren Yan echoed, bewildered. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke, but those 5 individuals did not deserve death. Did they? Life or death is determined by me. Yi-chun responded, smiling at Ren Yan. The world of beast tamers is brutally harsh. Ordinary people have the law to rely upon, but beast tamers transcend these rules. It is a survival of the fittest. There is no right or wrong. Only the disparity of power. Ren Yin was taken aback, struggling to accept this stark reality. This is the truth. If you cannot accept it, it may be best to refrain from becoming a beast tamer. Live as an ordinary person and pass your days in peace. Otherwise, you shall inevitably perish through your own compassion. With that, Chen departed from the group. Where are you going? Ren Yin exclaimed, bewildered. I have offended the Sher family. Surely, you do not believe they will let this go unpunished? Chen grinned broadly. He turned and said nonchalantly, my departure is merely to prevent you from being implicated. Farewell. But, Ren Yin wanted to say more, yet Chen had already vanished from sight. At that very moment, in a towering skyscraper, Sher Jijin was seething with rage. Smashing his fist into the table, he bellowed, an 8th level beast tamer. That Chen is actually an 8th level beast tamer, who claimed he was only 6th level. Nonsense. Find that person for me. Eliminate him. That scoundrel has brought me to ruin. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, each hesitant to break the silence. The presence of Chen, an 8th level Beastmaster, was undeniably formidable. Especially alarming was the fact that he had summoned 10 8th level beasts, suggesting he might very well be a 9th or even a 10th level Beastmaster. Sher Jijin's actions had effectively declared a 10th level Beastmaster as the primary adversary. A thought that sent shivers down their spines. Although the Sher family boasted several silver level Beastmasters, it was impossible for them to safeguard everyone. Chen, an orphan devoid of family ties or vulnerabilities, posed a significant threat. Should he choose to retaliate with full force, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the entire Sher family. What a predicament. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and everyone remained mute, their apprehension palpable. Sher Jijin, exasperated, glared at his silent bodyguards. Just then, an elderly man rushed into the office, breathless and alarmed, exclaiming, young master, we have a grave situation. We are doomed. What calamity are you speaking of? Doomed, you say? You better provide me with a valid reason, or you will regret it. Sher Jijin's forehead was etched with prominent veins, his temper flaring as he yearned for an outlet for his fury. The elder, trembling, produced a report and placed it on the desk. I dispatched someone to investigate in Qinglong City and discovered that Chen is not a 6th level Beastmaster at all. I am aware of that. Sher Jijin snapped, gritting his teeth. He is an 8th level Beastmaster. That is not the crux of the matter. 8th level? That was information from half a month ago. The elder's expression was more sorrowful than tears could convey. According to my sources, Chen's actual strength is that of a silver level Beastmaster. Sher Jijin felt a wave of darkness wash over him, collapsing into a chair in disbelief. A silver level Beastmaster? No, this is impossible. From that remote corner of Qinglong City, how could there be a silver level Beastmaster? This is utter nonsense. The elder, witnessing Sher Jijin's incredulity, sighed. Young master, this is the truth. Zhang Feng, a second-year student from the Eastern Region Academy, a peak silver-level Beastmaster, has personally corroborated Chen's abilities. Sher Jijin's complexion turned pale as realization dawned upon him. He understood that he had truly stumbled into a significant crisis. If Chen were indeed an 8th or 9th level Beastmaster, the Sher family's influence could still hold its ground. However, if Chen's power had ascended to that of a silver-level Beastmaster, the implications were entirely different. A silver-level Beastmaster in the entirety of Zhuke City was a formidable presence, one that all major factions would eagerly seek to ally with. A silver-level Beastmaster who was an orphan, without attachments or concerns, became a veritable nightmare for all powers. The absence of ties meant that Chen could act without regard for consequences. A moment of impulsivity could easily offend an entire city. Yet it would matter little to him, for he could simply depart and find refuge in another city at will. The prominent factions are indeed vast and powerful. It is inconceivable that they would traverse thousands of miles merely to hunt down a silver-tier Beastmaster. In light of this, Chen's declaration to annihilate the Sher family within a month and to sever the head of Sher Jijin as if it were a ball is likely not a jest. What to do? What to do? This truly spells disaster. Sher Jijin is utterly panicked. His complexion has turned ashen, and he is deep in thought, contemplating countermeasures. At this juncture, the elder gazes at Sher Jijin, hesitating briefly before speaking. Young master, why not seek reconciliation with Chen? Reconciliation? Sher Jijin's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. He immediately sprang up, excitement evident in his voice. Indeed, I have not wronged Chen gravely. As long as I offer an apology, a resolution is not out of reach. Chapter 96, The Black Market of Zhuke City. Meanwhile, in another corner of Zhuke City, there lies a desolate ruin, long abandoned and devoid of human presence. Weeds have overrun the area, enhancing its desolation. This must be the place. Chen surveyed his surroundings, narrowing his eyes slightly. According to Zhang Ming, the Black Hawk Gang has established a branch in Zhuke City, creating a black market. However, compared to the Qinglong City, the black market in Zhuke City is far more intricate. It teems with all manner of individuals, a veritable melting pot of society, where treachery and deceit are rampant. And trust is an alien concept. No one can be relied upon. Betrayal could strike at any moment. As he scanned the area, Chen noticed a small convenience store amidst the ruins. An elderly man, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, reclined in a chair, leisurely basking in the sun. "Hello, I wish to enter and purchase something." Chen approached the elder and inquired, "Could you open the door?" "How intriguing." The old man squinted, sizing Chen up. Truth be told, this ruin is not a place for just anyone. It is guarded by formidable beasts. To gain entry, one must possess either an invitation or sufficient strength. Chen, however, appears exceedingly youthful, likely no more than 18 years of age. What seems to be the problem? Chen shrugged and smiled. "A guest is a guest. I have arrived. Surely, there is no need to turn me away." "That is indeed a valid point." The elder nodded slightly, stating nonchalantly, "A level 9 beast core or 1 billion UK city currency. Choose one." "Then I shall opt for the core." Chen replied without hesitation, tossing a beast core into the air. "How refreshing." The elder's pupils constricted in genuine astonishment. In all honesty, individuals like Chen, who casually toss a level 9 beast core, are at least silver-tier beastmasters. This young man is remarkable. He must not be offended. Thus, the elder rose, saying, "I apologize for any previous offense, young brother. Please do not take it to heart. Follow me." With that, he waved his hand, and a swirling spatial vortex emerged. Suspended in midair, continuously rotating. Spatial technology. A flash of surprise flickered in Chen's eyes. The depth of Zhuke City is indeed formidable, possessing even spatial technology. Without further hesitation, Chen proceeded. With a determined stride, he stepped into the swirling vortex of space. In an instant, the surroundings transformed dramatically. He found himself within a novel edifice, surrounded by a multitude of counters. Numerous individuals donned masks, meandering through the underground black market, selecting their desired items. Observing the scene, Chen also masked his identity, surveying the area. The array of goods on display left him utterly astounded. Among them were classified technologies, an assortment of military weaponry, illicit drugs, and even genetically modified beasts that were invisible to the outside world. These creatures were exceedingly perilous and prone to uncontrollable outbursts, their production strictly forbidden. Yet, they proliferated here in abundance. Indeed, the black market of Zhuke City was far more extravagant than that of Qinglong City. Chen mused, taking in his surroundings before turning to business at hand. Aside from crystal cores and energy blocks, he had come to the legendary tomb of beast tamers. Having already eliminated several would-be assailants among the beast tamers, most of whom were of silver rank, he had amassed a significant collection of silver-ranked beasts, which held little value for him personally. However, within the black market, these creatures could fetch astronomical prices. It is noteworthy that taming a silver-ranked beast requires an immense investment of resources. Unlike Chen, who could effortlessly produce bloodthirsty insects and silver-ranked dragons with mere energy. Letting out a breath, he was approached by a shopkeeper, a robust man in his 30s, marked by a menacing scar across his face, exuding an aura of ferocity. He lounged casually in his chair, regarding Chen with a nonchalant demeanor. "What price do you offer for a silver-ranked beast?" Chen inquired, not in haste to sell his creatures, but rather seeking to ascertain the market price of silver-ranked beasts. This would provide him with a clearer understanding of their worth. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted slightly, his composure faltering. Even in Zhuke City, silver-ranked beasts were extraordinarily rare, classified as valuable yet scarce. Once available, they would be swiftly purchased. With this in mind, the shopkeeper lazily remarked, "We are currently out of silver-ranked beasts. If you wish to acquire one, be prepared to pay double the market price. However, a 30% deposit is required up front." A 30% deposit at double the market price amounted to 60% of the market value for a single silver-ranked beast. Chen calculated this in his mind before inquiring further, "What is the amount of the deposit? Are you jesting with me?" The burly shopkeeper's expression darkened as he coldly retorted, "You dare to come here without even knowing the market price of a silver-ranked beast? Before I lose my temper, leave. I have no time to waste on frivolities." Chen, hands in pockets, replied indifferently, "Just state the deposit amount clearly, and we can conclude this matter." 60 silver-level beast cores. No room for negotiation. The burly shopkeeper scoffed coldly, casting a glance at Chen before continuing, "Kid, if you cannot produce a deposit, it will be quite a challenge for you to leave this black market alive. There's no need to threaten me." Chen's demeanor remained unchanged, though he was inwardly astonished. He understood that living silver-level beasts were highly valuable, yet he never anticipated their worth to be so exorbitant. One silver-level beast could indeed exchange for 100 cores of the same rank. This was rather alarming. However, upon further reflection, he realized that silver-level beasts possessed considerable intelligence. If they found themselves cornered, they would self-destruct. The likelihood of capturing one alive was perhaps a mere 1 or 2%. Moreover, the chances of successfully taming one amidst several hundred silver-level beasts were slim to none. The only feasible approach was to rear them from a young age, which demanded astronomical resources. Shaking his head, Chen looked at the burly shopkeeper and stated, "I do not possess 60 silver-level beast cores. Are you jesting with me?" The shopkeeper's expression darkened immediately. However, I do have silver-level beasts for sale. Chen replied with a faint smile, confidently extending 3 fingers before the shopkeeper. Chapter 97. The Exorbitant Beast. I beg your pardon? The shopkeeper thought he had misheard. 3 silver-level beasts? Are you joking? Even he, in a year, had never dealt with 3 silver-level beasts. Typically, he sold 1 per year, and the profits were sufficient to indulge himself for several years. I never jest. In his hand, Chen revealed a spatial device. Placing it on the table, he declared, inside are 3 silver-level beasts. They are in excellent health. 600 silver-level beast cores. Not a single one less. The shopkeeper gasped as he took a glance at the beasts within the ring. Indeed, there were 3 silver-level beasts. Their bloodlines and quality were quite commendable. With the right resources for cultivation, they could even ascend 2 levels. However, upon hearing Chen demand 600 silver beast cores, the shopkeeper frowned slightly. To be frank, this price was not unreasonable. The 200 cores per beast he mentioned referred to the lowest quality bloodlines. Chen's 3 silver-level beasts were worth at least 300 beast cores each. With some packaging, 500 cores would not be an impossible sale. Their total value ranged between 900 to 1500 silver-level cores. Nevertheless, a negotiation still warranted some price suppression. With this in mind, the burly man grinned and said, "Dear customer, 600 cores is simply too steep. How about 300? Then I shall seek another seller." Chen replied nonchalantly, observing the middle-aged man's expression. He knew that 600 cores would certainly yield a profit for him. He promptly dismissed the negotiation, retracting the spatial storage device and preparing to depart. "Wait, don't be hasty. I will take them all," the burly shopkeeper exclaimed, startled. In a flurry, he grasped Chen's arm, fearful that Chen might escape. Just moments ago, he could have earned several hundred silver crystals, even up to 1,000. If Chen fled, it would indeed be a substantial loss. "My apologies. The price has gone up." Chen, observing the shopkeeper's demeanor, realized he had undervalued his offer. Yet, this unscrupulous merchant still sought to negotiate further. It was certainly unacceptable not to raise the price in response. Price increase. The shopkeeper was taken aback, filled with regret. How splendid it would have been to accept the 600 silver crystals. Yet, he insisted on bargaining. Now it had all backfired. He gazed at Chen, stammering. "By how much will it increase? You shall decide." Chen flashed a grin, replying, "3 chances. If I am dissatisfied with your offers on all 3 occasions, I will leave immediately." The shopkeeper nearly choked on his words. Gritting his teeth, he trembled as he proposed, 700 fierce beast crystals. Too little. Chen shot a glance at the shopkeeper. This cunning merchant was indeed crafty. With just a bit of pressure, 100 crystals came into his grasp. 800. No more. The burly shopkeeper's face contorted, struggling to catch his breath. Not enough. Chen shook his head, instinctively sensing that the price of 800 silver crystals had yet to reach its threshold. 900. I offer 900. Beyond that, it is impossible. The shopkeeper clenched his jaw, resigned to his fate. Deal. Chen felt quite pleased. Within his spatial realm, he possessed silver-tier beasts of the 2nd, 3rd, and even 4th levels. However, he was in no rush to produce them, as their value was exceedingly high in the black market of Juke City, where it was difficult to achieve a fair price. He would rather venture to a larger city for sale. Even the over 100 first-level silver-tier beasts he held would struggle to find buyers. Selling them all at once would cause the price of silver-tier beasts in Juke City to plummet. Such was the reality. The market in Juke City was simply too shallow. Having sold 3 silver-tier beasts, Chen did not hasten to depart. He turned to the shopkeeper and inquired, "I wish to purchase some information. Do you know where I can acquire it?" "Purchasing information? It seems you are not a local." The shopkeeper regarded Chen with surprise. After a brief contemplation, he responded, "If you seek information, you should find Wu Jin. He possesses the most comprehensive intelligence in all of Juke City. If he lacks it, others certainly will as well. However, his prices are somewhat steep." "That is of no concern," Chen replied, then asked, "Where can I find Wu Jin?" "Open your terminal. It has navigation." The shopkeeper was left speechless. Chen pulled out his phone and glanced at it. To his surprise, there was now a black market map detailing the territory of the information broker, Wu Jin. Without further ado, Chen turned and strode towards Wu Jin's location. Meanwhile, within a building, a middle-aged man sat upon a sofa, observing Chen beneath the camera, his brow furrowing as he muttered to himself, "Intriguing. To strike out with 3 silver-tier beast tamers at once. This fellow's origins are certainly remarkable. He is undoubtedly a formidable adversary." Beside him, an elderly man's eyes flickered with a cold glimmer as he icily remarked, "Elder, shall we take action and eliminate this young man? The treasures in his possession must be considerable." "Patience," the middle-aged man replied, shaking his head with a leisurely demeanor. "This young man is so ostentatious. In the black market, I suspect there are many forces keeping a watchful eye on him. When the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who profits. We shall wait for other factions to make their move and test this young man's strength. The early bird catches the worm. If this young man proves to be powerful, we would unwittingly gain a formidable foe." "I see now." The elderly man nodded in understanding. "However, we could subtly stir the waters. A faint smile crept upon the middle-aged man's lips as he added, "Let us circulate the news that this young man possesses a multitude of silver-tier beasts. I believe many factions will be intrigued by the beasts he holds." Understood. The elderly man nodded slightly before vanishing from the hall in a flash. Meanwhile, Chen had arrived at a shop. The establishment was nestled in a secluded space, surrounded by an array of soundproofing and shielding devices, effectively blocking any potential eavesdropping. Very well. Should you wish to inquire about any news, feel free to do so. My time is quite precious. A young man regarded Chen with a slight smile and continued, "Similarly, the value of information itself is quite significant. Each piece of intel comes at a price. Whether to buy or not is entirely your choice." Enough with the pleasantries. Chen gazed at Wu Jin and said nonchalantly, "You must be aware of the beast tamer competition in Juke City, correct?" "Indeed. A rather tedious affair." Wu Jin shrugged. "What? You seek me out merely to ask about such a dull event?" "Of course not." Chen shook his head, slowly articulating. "The champion of the competition gains the right to explore the ruins. I need information on that particular ruin." "Oh, this is becoming interesting." Wu Jin observed Chen, a fleeting look of surprise crossing his features. "Do you possess any data on the ruins?" Chen fixed his gaze on Wu Jin. Judging by the latter's reaction, it was clear he possessed considerable knowledge. "That depends on the type of data," Wu Jin replied slowly. "There is a wealth of information available online regarding that ruin. Yet, there are also countless undisclosed insights. Which type do you wish to uncover?" "Naturally, I seek that which cannot be found online. Otherwise, why would I come to you?" Chen spread his hands and said, "Name your price. I desire all the information." 5 silver-tier beast crystal cores. Wu Jin extended 5 fingers, stating his price. Chen, upon hearing this, did not express any discontent. He produced 5 crystal cores and laid them out on the table, stating calmly, "Here are 5 crystal cores. Excellent. I appreciate your straightforwardness," Wu Jin said, visibly pleased. He gazed at Chen, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. That relic was born from the era of cataclysms. Once, it was a thriving city during that time, boasting a population in the tens of millions. After disaster struck, countless mutated beasts devoured that place. All of this information can be found online. However, there is a unique piece of news. It is said that when the cataclysm began, a formidable warrior emerged from the throngs of mutated beasts, devising a martial technique of his own. Subsequently, other powerful beings continued to refine it, ultimately culminating in a complete legendary-level technique. Then came the brutal outbreak of war, along with unforeseen changes. That city vanished once more, transforming into a realm ravaged by ferocious beasts. Within that city alone, there were over 10,000 silver-tier ferocious beasts, and many golden-tier beasts as well. Rumors even circulated of sightings of diamond-tier and lord-tier creatures. Presently, the so-called exploration of the relics in Juke City is, in essence, merely a superficial wander around the periphery. No one dares to venture into the heart of that ruin. I am not surprised at all. According to the words of legendary beast tamers, indeed, there exists a group of powerful beings who pioneered legendary techniques. Hearing what Wu Jin said, the likelihood is exceedingly high. The current question lies in the precise location of that technique. With this thought, Chen turned to Wu Jin and inquired, "I wish to know the exact location of that technique." This posed yet another question. Wu Jin grinned widely, extending 5 fingers, cheerfully declaring, 5 silver-tier crystal cores. With a sigh, Chen wasted no time, tossing 5 crystal cores onto the table. "I appreciate your straightforwardness." Wu Jin beamed, retrieving a computer and opening the map above. This map depicts the downfall of the entire city. It has been around for 100 or 200 years. However, the place where the technique was studied was a nuclear defense facility, capable of withstanding the impact of a nuclear bomb. Theoretically, there shouldn't be any major issues inside. The technique you seek is located within this base. "Ah, I see. I understand now." Chen said nothing further, making a copy of the map and preparing to leave. Just then, Wu Jin interjected, "By the way, considering that clients like you are hard to come by, I will generously provide you with a piece of information for free. Be cautious lately. Keep your wealth hidden. You have sold 3 silver-tier beasts, and many eyes are envious." "Ah, understood. I am aware." Chen remained largely unfazed. He knew that such outcomes were inevitable when engaging in the trade of beasts in the black market. Nonetheless, he was prepared to confront whatever came his way. With his current strength, unless a lord-tier beast tamer approached, most would merely be courting death. Chen felt no fear. Upon leaving the black market, it was no surprise that a few tales began to follow him. How intriguing. They truly dare to set their sights on me. Chen immediately sensed the presence of a few beast tamers trailing behind him. Maintaining an expressionless demeanor, he leisurely departed from Juke City, making his way toward the relics. He was not prepared to delve deeply into the ruins. However, it was essential to first scout the area and ascertain the situation. Naturally, he also intended to eliminate the few followers trailing behind him. Soon, after a few hours, Chen traversed some low-risk zones and officially entered the domain of the ruinous remnants. At that moment, a crisis erupted. A swarm of black venomous bees surged toward Chen with astonishing speed. Their stingers glimmered ominously, brimming with lethal poison potent enough to swiftly incapacitate a level 10 ferocious beast. They were the most ruthless hunters surrounding Zhuke City. The bees collided against Chen. Sparks flying. A layer of golden light enveloped his body, and before the shield of the diamond beetle, the bees' assaults were rendered utterly futile. How intriguing. It appears I am nearing the center. Chen glanced at his map, meticulously sensing the energy density around him. He could distinctly perceive that in this region, the energy density was at least tenfold, and possibly even 100-fold greater than that of Zhuke City. The density of formidable ferocious beasts here must exceed 100 times. No wonder this place is dubbed the Land of Death by Zhuke City. Such a high energy density. It is inconceivable for ferocious beasts not to grow strong here. Chen mused. He took a step forward, braving the swarm of venomous bees, cautiously advancing toward a specific direction. Soon, he discovered a black hive, the lair of the black venomous bees. According to the Ferocious Beast Compendium, the black venomous bee was not of high rank, merely at the level of a 7th-tier beast. However, it harbored a potent toxin. Its venom could easily slay a 1st-tier silver beast tamer. Thus, the black venomous bee ruled the local territory, with few ferocious beasts daring to provoke it. Conversely, the honey produced by the black venomous bee was remarkably beneficial for cultivation, a treasure not to be overlooked. The swarm of black venomous bees buzzed furiously, launching a frenzied assault on Chen, yet their efforts were in vain. Enduring the relentless onslaught, Chen approached the hive and, without hesitation, stored it within his spatial inventory. Chapter 99, Preliminary Exploration. At that moment, a scream pierced the air. One of the beast tamers trailing Chen was discovered by the black venomous bees and was instantly stung hundreds of times. The sheer volume of venom unleashed transformed the unfortunate tamer into a puddle of black liquid in the blink of an eye. What a grim fate. Chen cast a glance at the fallen tamer without a shred of hesitation, turning to venture deeper into the ruins, preparing to explore the periphery first. Boss, should we pursue? Pursue? If you desire death, then go ahead. That is the land of death. We may enter alive, but we won't emerge alive. Exactly. Stop wasting breath. Stay here and wait for that fellow to come out. Indeed, we shall lie in wait. The beast tamers trailing Chen wore grim expressions, utterly daunted by the prospect of venturing deeper. They were acutely aware that the dangers within had escalated to a terrifying level. The golden tier beastmasters are all at risk of perishing. A fierce roar echoed through the air. A majestic silver tier giant wolf prowled, surveying its territory with an air of authority. At that moment, Chen had arrived not far from the colossal creature. He cast his gaze towards a distant, collapsed structure. According to the map, this edifice once stood as a symbol of the city, a grand sculpture of the vermilion bird. Time had passed, and centuries later, what was once a magnificent statue had crumbled into ruins. With a shake of his head, Chen summoned forth a 10-meter-long dragon, its silver scales glimmering resplendently. Go forth. Defeat it, he commanded, directing the dragon to launch its assault. With a piercing screech, the silver-tier dragon surged forward with the swiftness of an arrow, targeting the giant wolf. The wolf responded with a thunderous howl, emanating an aura of lethal intent. The world of ferocious beasts is unyieldingly brutal, territory is limited, and losing one's hunting grounds can swiftly lead to starvation. When encountering an intruder, only a battle to the death may ensue. The dragon, in a flash, soared through the air and unleashed a beam of white energy towards the wolf. The wolf conjured an energy shield, effortlessly deflecting the dragon's attack. Enraged, the wolf summoned 36 blades of wind, forming a tempest that charged at the dragon. Yet, the dragon evaded with even greater speed. The ground trembled as the two titanic beasts clashed, their strengths seemingly evenly matched. The dragon's performance is indeed commendable, Chen observed, nodding appreciatively. It was noteworthy that the dragon was merely a silver-tier creature, while the wolf stood at silver-tier 3. The two-tier difference made their struggle all the more remarkable, showcasing the dragon's formidable prowess. With the further enhancement of the nest system, the dragon could potentially ascend to silver-tier 8, perhaps even rivaling golden-tier beasts in the future. The brutal battle raged on, as the dragon, a creation of the system, operated without emotion, executing flawless maneuvers. It continuously dodged while striking at the wolf's vulnerabilities, maximizing its gains with minimal expenditure. Conversely, the giant wolf exerted all its might from the outset, exhausting its energy reserves. Chen exhaled, his extensive battle experience revealing to him that the wolf was on the verge of defeat. Sure enough, within minutes, the dragon unleashed a beam that severely wounded the wolf, leaving a gash deep enough to expose bone. At that moment, a chorus of howls erupted, echoing through the air. Dozens of colossal silver-tier wolves congregated, launching a frenzied assault upon the dragon soaring above the sky. Boom. In that fleeting moment, a tempest of wind blades erupted, sweeping through everything, obliterating all in its path. Roar. The dragon bellowed, a flash of silver light glimmering across its body. Its speed was unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight, evading the onslaught of wind blades. Goodness. A pack of silver-tier, ferocious beasts. Chen's pupils constricted, and he inhaled sharply, finally comprehending why this place was dubbed the Land of Death by the Beastmasters of Zhuke City. Over 20 silver-tier beasts emerged at once. No, not merely silver-tier. Among the multitude of giant wolves, several golden-tier wolf kings were also present. What a predicament. Even with Yi Chen's current strength, facing this pack would yield victory. However, the cost would be exorbitant. The mere carcasses of these colossal wolves could not offset the losses incurred from the swarm. Yi Chen shook his head. With his current power, forcing his way into the heart of the ruins was perilous. He needed to upgrade the mother nest system and enhance his own abilities. Fortunately, he had acquired numerous crystal cores from the underground black market, allowing him to elevate the mother nest system to the second tier. With this thought in mind, Yi Chen felt no hesitation. He stowed the dragon away and turned to leave. Whoosh. As he exited the ruins, several level 10 Beastmasters surrounded him. Kid, you are quite adept at evasion. Did you think you could escape by hiding in the Land of Death? Did you imagine we'd merely wait here like fools? Enough chatter. Hand over everything you possess, and we might spare your life. Indeed, we want to repeat ourselves. The silver-tier Beastmasters wore expressions of malicious intent, clearly confident in their advantage over Yi Chen. TSK. Yi Chen, witnessing this, felt somewhat speechless. To be honest, had these individuals not taken the initiative to confront him, he might have forgotten their presence entirely. Sighing, he remarked, in this day and age, why do some people have such a penchant for courting death? How do you wish to meet your end? What? Ahaha. Kid, you're quite audacious. Don't think we're unaware. You seem to possess a silver-tier beast. But you can't control it, can you? Indeed, your life force fluctuation is merely at the level of a 5th-tier Beastmaster. Pathetically weak. Heh. Stop wasting time with him. Let us attack directly. The silver-tier Beastmasters acted decisively, readying their beasts for combat. TSK. Yi Chen remained unfazed. Gazing at the 5 Beastmasters with a furrowed brow, he said, this is somewhat troublesome. Haha. Kid, it's too late for regrets now. That's right. There's no medicine for regret in this world. The Beastmasters mocked him, momentarily caught up in their arrogance, completely oblivious to the lack of fear on Yi Chen's face. Looking at those who ridiculed him, Yi Chen felt no anger. He narrowed his eyes and spoke. I believe you have misunderstood. What I mean is, how to eliminate you while preserving the living beasts. One must understand that a living silver-grade beast is immensely valuable. What? You little brat. You seek death. Attack. No need for restraint. Just slay him. The remaining individuals were instantly enraged, each one brimming with the intention to confront Yi Chen. Just then, the situation took a drastic turn. In Yi Chen's hand, 5 silver-grade blood-sucking insects materialized and vanished silently. A Beastmaster let out a blood-curdling scream. His hair turned completely white in an instant, and his body withered, as if all moisture had been drained, transforming him into a desiccated corpse. What is this? Why is this happening? What kind of beast do you possess? It's utterly bizarre. Several silver-grade Beastmasters were left dumbfounded. Their companion had been drained without even a moment's reaction, reduced to a withered body. They realized they were likely to meet the same fate. With this thought, they disregarded everything and turned to flee. Think you can escape? Naive. Yi Chen remained unfazed. He raised his hand, summoning the remaining blood-sucking insects to strike. In mere seconds, several corpses lay strewn across the ground, their faces contorted in grotesque expressions. Yi Chen was indifferent. He swept his hand, collecting the equipment and beasts of the fallen Beastmasters into his storage space. Afterwards, he discarded the bodies to the swarm, feeding the insects. He departed from the ruins, heading towards the hotel where the candidates were gathered. Meanwhile, at a luxurious hotel in Zhuke City, Shi Jizhen paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. Of course, the elder appeared self-assured. The reasoning was sound. Yet, Shi Jizhen furrowed his brow, consumed by anxiety. There was no alternative. His responsibilities had led the Shi family to provoke the formidable foe, Yi Chen. The clan's higher-ups had made it clear, if he could not resolve the issue with Yi Chen, they would take matters into their own hands and eliminate him. Thus, Shi Jizhen had no choice but to succeed. Failure was not an option. He must reconcile with Yi Chen, or his life would be sacrificed to appease Yi Chen's wrath. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed. As Yi Chen approached the hotel, he glanced at Shi Jizhen, somewhat surprised, and remarked, Shi Jizhen? How intriguing. Are you here to declare war on me? Dare not. Absolutely dare not. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Shi Jizhen's forehead. He looked at Yi Chen, forcing a smile that seemed strained, and said, it is like this. There has been a misunderstanding between us. I wonder if I could take up some of your time. I would like to treat you to a meal to clear up this misunderstanding. Any compensation can be negotiated. Yi Chen observed Shi Jizhen's approach, and to be honest, he found himself speechless. He had anticipated that Shi Jizhen would secretly dispatch assassins or formidable warriors to eliminate him. However, he never expected the opponent to concede so swiftly, surrendering outright. Or perhaps this was a feast with ulterior motives, a banquet that was, in reality, a trap waiting for him to fall into? Rest assured, my lord, I harbor no ill intentions. When Shi Jizhen observed Yi Chen's hesitation, he immediately grew anxious. He hurriedly exclaimed, I was momentarily confused at that time. Let us do this. As long as you are willing to reconcile, any form of compensation is acceptable, provided I can afford it. Compensation, you say? Chen pondered. To be frank, eliminating Shurjizhan would not be advantageous for him. It would merely waste his time. However, in the case of reconciliation, given the Shur family's influence, there could indeed be substantial benefits. Contemplating this, Chen regarded Shurjizhan and spoke. The notion of reconciliation is not entirely out of the question. That is splendid. Shurjizhan exclaimed with uncontainable joy upon hearing Chen's willingness to reconcile. Rubbing his hands together in excitement, he added, please rest assured, whatever compensation you require, do not hesitate to state it. My Shur family, with our substantial holdings in Juke City, can certainly manage some compensation. First matter at hand. Are you aware of the Beastmaster competition in Juke City? Chen inquired, gazing intently at Shurjizhan. The Beastmaster competition? That is an annual event. Nothing extraordinary about it. Shurjizhan replied, momentarily taken aback. If memory serves, the major conglomerates have slots for direct advancement to the finals. I would like one of those slots. Is that acceptable? Chen regarded Shurjizhan with a serious expression. Simple enough. A mere formality. Shurjizhan breathed a sigh of relief. He spread his hands and stated, we, the Shur family, possess over 100 such slots. It would be no issue to allocate one to you. If there are specific individuals you wish to advance directly to the finals, just provide me with their names. Chen nodded slightly, then continued, in that case, I have a proposal for collaboration. I wonder if you might be interested? Collaboration? Shurjizhan said, momentarily stunned. Curiosity evident in his voice. What kind of collaboration? Trading silver-tier beasts? Chen declared. Coughing violently, Shurjizhan was taken aback. Silver-tier beasts. In all of Juke City. They were items of great value yet exceedingly rare. One could hardly acquire them even with abundant wealth. Each beast was akin to a money tree. And no fool would willingly sell such treasures unless one were to eliminate a Beastmaster and seize their beasts. Such circumstances were the only scenarios in which beasts might enter the market. Otherwise, one would only encounter genetically mutated creatures that, despite their strength, were notoriously unruly. These aberrations were extremely perilous. Any misstep could result in one's own demise before that of the enemy. Hence, very few would dare to utilize them. Do not be so astonished. I assure you, I am quite serious. Chen stated earnestly as he regarded Shurjizhan. I possess several silver-tier beasts. And if you can assist me in selling them at a suitable price or find potential buyers, I would be willing to share a portion of the commission with you. Are you truly serious? Shurjizhan questioned, disbelief etched across his face. It dawned on him just how sagacious his choice to reconcile with Chen had been. Chapter 101, The Third Level Nest. A Beastmaster with an abundance of silver-tier beasts. Could it truly be silver-tier? Surely not. Perhaps golden-tier? How terrifying. Do not be overly surprised. I am indeed serious. There is no time for idle banter. Chen spoke in a calm tone, continuing. I will provide you with 5 slots for silver-level beast tamers. Please assist me in contacting the seller. If the price is reasonable, there will be more to follow. Hiss. Shurjizhan gasped in astonishment. To initiate a deal with 5 silver-level beasts was truly extravagant. In the entire Juke City, it was uncertain whether such a transaction occurred even once a year. Oh, by the way, there is something else. Chen seemed to recall something. He looked at Shurjizhan and stated, I only accept crystals of silver level or above. Do not approach me with anything below that. I understand. No problem. Shurjizhan trembled with excitement. He realized that this was undoubtedly a remarkable opportunity. If he could continuously acquire beasts from Chen, his power would soon become a significant force within the entire family, or even in all of Juke City. At that time, he would, very well. I will send you the information for the 5 beasts. Chen took out his phone and transmitted the beast information to Shurjizhan. He then inquired, can you find the seller within 10 days? 3 days will be more than enough. Shurjizhan grinned confidently. What did it mean to have live silver-level beasts? In the whole of Juke City, once they were put up for sale, they would be snatched up in an instant. There was simply no alternative. Beasts of this caliber were exceedingly rare. Each additional silver-level beast equated to another silver-level beast tamer, augmenting his power and allowing him to seize more resources. The profits from this would be astonishing. As long as the beasts had no defects, buyers would not be a concern. He sat cross-legged, utilizing some of the crystals he had acquired to upgrade his system once more. Ding! The Mother Nest system is beginning to evolve. Mother Nest system evolution complete. New swarm unlocked. Bomb insect. Bomb insect. A one-time consumable insect, silver level 2, capable of self-detonation with enough force to annihilate any fierce beast below silver level 4. To think it was a one-time consumable insect. Chen observed the bomb insect, stroking his chin. To be honest, he possessed a golden-level giant burning insect, whose self-detonation power was formidable. However, its flaw was equally apparent. Its tremendous power often led to self-destruction. The ordinary burning insects he had now were merely at level 8 and had gradually been phased out. Just in time. This newly unlocked silver level 2 bomb insect served as an excellent timed bomb. If used properly, it could yield unexpected results. Sha. At that moment, a faint sound echoed, as if some insect was gently moving about. The noise was subtle, but it could not escape Yi Chen's keen perception. Interesting. A witch doctor. Yi Chen's pupils constricted, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Not long ago, he had eliminated a witch doctor in Qinglong City, and now he found himself encountering one again in Zhuke City. Unfortunately, for the other beast tamers, the witch doctor was nothing short of a nightmare. For Yi Chen, his combat prowess surpassed that of an ordinary beastmaster. Eliminating the witch doctor was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. In an instant, a small black insect darted toward Yi Chen with lightning speed and almost complete silence. Clang. At that moment, a level 9 assassination insect flashed and severed the black bug, reducing it to a puddle of black liquid on the ground. What transpired? My bug was annihilated. The witch doctor, concealed in the shadows, was utterly astonished, struggling to fathom the situation. It should be noted that his insect had been meticulously crafted to perfection, achieving the pinnacle of stealth, making it virtually undetectable. Additionally, it possessed a lethal toxin capable of easily dispatching a gold-level beastmaster. Yet, at this moment before Yi Chen, it had met its demise. What manner of monstrosity is this lad? The witch doctor was filled with dread. He turned to flee, abandoning his plan to assassinate Yi Chen. Attempting to escape? Yi Chen chuckled softly. Surrounding him were over 100 insects of various sizes, all meticulously placed as his eyes and ears. The witch doctor remained still, but the moment he moved, his position was immediately revealed. Bang! An assassination insect flashed forth, shattering one of the witch doctor's legs, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. Ag! The witch doctor emitted a harrowing scream. Sweat poured down his forehead, a testament to his agony. He never anticipated that all the powerful adversaries he had ever hunted would fall to Yi Chen. You have a choice. Tell me, who sent you to kill me? Yi Chen approached the witch doctor, observing his incessant cries, and calmly remarked, if you confess willingly, I can grant you a swifter death. Ha! You are truly arrogant, daring to come so close to a witch doctor. The witch doctor suddenly erupted in maniacal laughter, launching his attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless dark rays erupted from all around, revealing thousands of black venomous insects surging toward Yi Chen. Clang, clang, clang. A shield formed from diamond insects manifested around Yi Chen, effortlessly repelling the assault. He lowered his gaze at the witch doctor and said nonchalantly, Is this it? Is this your trump card? No, it cannot be. What manner of creature are you? The witch doctor was engulfed in despair. Yi Chen was too formidable. Though he was a witch doctor, he could not breach Yi Chen's defenses. What use were even the most toxic of insects? Merely decorations. A monster? Hardly. You may refer to me as the nemesis of witch doctors. Yi Chen was unperturbed. You are truly despicable. The witch doctor was rendered speechless, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He realized that, at this juncture, there was little hope of turning the tide. It was all the fault of that wretched employer. Had he not funded this endeavor, he would never have dared to provoke a monster like Yi Chen. If he were to perish, he would drag his employer down with him. With this thought, the witch doctor gritted his teeth and declared, I will tell you. It was young Master Qi who sent me to eliminate you. Young Master Qi? Who is he? Yi Chen furrowed his brow. Once again, an unfamiliar name arises. Chapter 102. To kill a chicken to warn the monkeys. Darn it. Is he truly capable of drawing such enmity? Everyone seems intent on eliminating him, seeking trouble with him. Heh. Young Master Qi, are you truly unaware? The Sorcerer of Curses is unexpectedly formidable. He let out a cold chuckle and spoke. Young Master Qi is a student of the Eastern Domain Academy. Already a silver 6-tier Beastmaster. His strength is formidable. In the entire Zhuke City, he is among the pinnacle of power. The Qi family, to which he belongs, is further bolstered by the presence of a golden-tier Beastmaster, the most formidable force in Zhuke City. Young man, if you seek revenge, prepare yourself for death. So it is. He glanced down at the Sorcerer of Curses and declared, I shall uphold my promise. I will ensure your death is swift. Wait, grant me a chance to live. The Sorcerer of Curses panicked immediately. He exclaimed, I can. Before he could finish his words, the assassination insect vanished in a flash. Blood erupted from the sorcerer's brow, followed by the shattering of his skull, his lifeless body crashing heavily to the ground. A chance? I will not nurture a venomous snake at my back. Yi Chen scoffed. He understood well that a sorcerer of curses is no different from a venomous serpent. In a moment, he might be able to suppress the opponent effortlessly. However, should any issue arise, that very opponent could deliver a treacherous blow. One cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. Yi Chen had no desire to be betrayed at a crucial moment. It is wise to preemptively guard against potential threats. Next, he would seek out this young Master Qi to settle the score. Yi Chen's expression remained calm. He rose and departed from his residence, vanishing silently from the spot. At this very moment, elsewhere, within a luxurious private room, a gathering of individuals clinked glasses in joyful celebration. Ha! Young Master Qi. This time, that Yi Chen is as good as dead. Haha. He is the most elite sorcerer of curses. A super assassin. It is said he has previously assassinated a golden-tier Beastmaster. No matter how strong Yi Chen is, he is doomed. Indeed, we merely need to await the news from the other side. Several young men continuously praised a young man, who was naturally young Master Qi. Shi Jizhen unleashed 5 silver-tier Beastmasters at once. This sufficiently proves that Yi Chen's prowess is no trifling matter. Young Master Qi narrowed his eyes, sipping his tea, and then remarked, "It's a pity. Strength is of no avail. Ultimately, he cannot escape my grasp. This individual has risen too swiftly. He must harbor secrets. Heh. Rest assured, young Master Qi. It will not be long before Yi Chen's corpse arrives. Yes. Heh. By then, young Master Qi shall feast. Do not forget. We merely wish for a taste of the broth." "What do you mean? Is young Master Qi truly such a stingy person?" It was my misstep. Allow me to punish myself with a drink." Several youths reveled in their confidence. To them, their plan was flawless, no matter how strong Yi Chen might be. He was destined for death. "You are correct, I have arrived." At this moment, Yi Chen silently manifested within the room, with their hands tucked into their pockets. They grinned broadly and cheerfully remarked, "But alas, I am still alive." Yi Chen, the pupils of young Master Qi constricted, and an icy chill ran down his spine in an instant. How could a witch doctor capable of slaying a golden-tier Beastmaster fail to kill Yi Chen? Just how terrifying is Yi Chen's power? With a thud, Yi Chen tossed the witch doctor's lifeless body onto the ground. He regarded young Master Qi and his companions with a calm demeanor and slowly stated, "This person sought to kill me. I retaliated and ended his life." "Who is young Master Qi? Step forward." In an instant, the group of young men who had just been so amicable with young Master Qi were now in disarray, scattering in all directions, their faces etched with sheer terror. What a joke! If such a formidable witch doctor could be vanquished by Yi Chen, then Yi Chen's strength must surely begin at the golden-tier Beastmaster level. This was no game. Anyone who dared confront him would surely perish. "Yi Chen, there has been a misunderstanding between us." Young Master Qi's forehead glistened with beads of cold sweat as he hastily gestured, addressing Yi Chen. "Perhaps we could negotiate this matter." "There is nothing to negotiate." Yi Chen cast a glance at young Master Qi, grinning slightly as he calmly replied, "There are far too many who wish to take my life. I am quite vexed at the moment and wish to borrow something from you." "Borrow what?" Young Master Qi's pupils narrowed, a sense of foreboding rising within him. "What do you wish to borrow?" "Naturally, it was your head." "Wait." Young Master Qi attempted to articulate his thoughts, but Yi Chen was already in motion. Bang! A deep, resonant sound erupted. Young Master Qi's body flew like a cannonball, crashing through the window of the private room and landing on the streets outside. "You scoundrel!" Young Master Qi fumed with rage. He raised his hand, summoning a silver-tier ferocious beast beside him. A massive black wolf materialized, classified as a silver 6-tier, exuding a terrifying aura. Heavens, what has transpired? A silver 6-tier Beastmaster. Run. A silver-tier Beastmaster is preparing for battle. When deities clash, mortals suffer. A confrontation between silver-tier Beastmasters could reduce half of Zhuke City to ruins. Stop watching and flee. In an instant, the surrounding onlookers were horrified, scattering in panic, their faces filled with dread. Bang! At that moment, Yi Chen burst from the private room, emerging into the outside world. He glanced at the silver 6-tier black wolf before him, nodding slightly in admiration. "This wolf is impressive. It could potentially yield 200 or 300 silver 6-tier crystal cores. Yi Chen, you are truly arrogant." Young Master Qi clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he declared, "We are both silver-tier Beastmasters. Fighting here will devastate much of the city. The Eastern Domain Academy will hold you accountable, and you too shall perish." "The Eastern Domain Academy's reckoning?" Ha. Yi Chen chuckled softly. His tone remained composed as he leisurely replied, "I will eliminate you before you can wreak havoc." "Yi Chen, are you living in a dream?" Young Master Qi's expression turned to one of horror as he involuntarily took a step back. He realized that Yi Chen was serious. He truly intended to kill him instantly, and this confirmed one undeniable truth. Yi Chen undoubtedly possesses golden-level prowess. It is precisely for this reason that the witchcraft master met his demise at Yi Chen's hands. This truly is a moment of reckoning. Am I dreaming? I am merely proclaiming a conclusion. Yi Chen shook his head. He gazed at young Master Qi and, with keen interest, inquired, "Before we proceed, I have one final question.